Ready for revolution. The life and struggles of Stokely Carmichael. Stokely Carmichael with Kwame Thelwell. This book is dedicated to my mother, May Charles, and Bakar Biro, my son. My people who everywhere suffer, struggle, and endure. Those brave and selfless sisters and brothers who, without thought of personal gain or even survival, continue the struggle to liberate and uplift humanity with undying love and gratitude. When you have chosen your part, abide by it and do not weakly try to reconcile yourself to the world. The heroic cannot be the common, nor the common heroic. Congratulate yourself if you have done something strange and extravagant, and broken the monotony of a decorous age. Ralph Waldo Emerson, on heroism. Men make history, but only so much history as it is possible for them to make. C.L.R. James. A man is worked on by what he works on. He may carve out his circumstances, but his circumstances will carve him out as well. Frederick Douglass. Mask no difficulties, tell no lies. Claim no easy victories and hide nothing from the masses of the people. Amilcar Cabral, Instructions to his Cottars. Contents. Collaborators Note 1. Introduction 5. Hierarchy, Ancestors and Roots 11. 2. The House at the 42 Steps 22. 3. A Tale of Two Cities 44. 4. A Better Neighborhood 60. V. Bronx Science, Young Manhood 83. 6. Howard University, Every Black Thing and Its Opposite 110. 7. NAG and the Birth of SNCC 136. 8. Nonviolence Apprenticeship in Struggle 155. 9. The Great Leap Forward, The Freedom Rides 178. X. Nashville, A New Direction 216. 11. To School or Not to School 241. 12. The Hearts and Minds of the Student Body 250. 13. Mississippi, Going Home 277. 14. A Band of Brothers, A Circle of Trust 297. 15. Of Marches, Coalitions, Dreams, and Ambulance Chasing 323. 16. Summer 64 $10 a day and All the Sex You Can Handle 349. 17. They Still Didn't Get It 382. 18. The Unforeseen Pitfalls of Success American Style 414. 19. Selma, Crisis, Chaos, Opportunity 439. XX Lowndes County, The Roar of the Panther 457. XXL Magnified, Scrutinized, Criticized 484. XXII We Gotta Make This Our Mississippi. XXIII Black Power and Its Consequences. XXIV Around the World in 80 Days. XXV Mother Africa and Her Suffering Children. XXVI In That 01 Briar Patch. XXVI Conakry, 1968, Home to Africa. XXVII Cancer Brings Out the Best in People. XXIX A Struggle on Two Fronts. 12. Postscript. Afterward, in the tradition. Acknowledgements. Index. Collaborators Note. It does seem only reasonable that a few words may well be necessary to explain the genesis and provenance of any autobiography making its first appearance on the 5th anniversary of its author's death. So here goes. Of course, such a work has to be the result of collaboration. But it is not a biography. It is Kwame Ture's account of his life and political career. It is his story. That portion of his personal, political, and intellectual life which he wished to share with posterity. Hence an autobiography, a man's vision of the events, decisions, and meaning of his public life, by his account, in his language and in accordance with his wishes and instruction. All public figures are entitled to such an account. Indeed, in rare cases such as this one, history would even seem to demand it. After which, as was the case with Malcolm, the tribe of pedants, closet scholars, nitpickers, and hair splitters can come scratch around the life on their revisionist missions. but this is the man's account of his life and intentions. The brother was particularly fond of the wisdom in a Yoruba proverb which says, when an elephant is killed, and the village comes to share the meat, you will see all sizes and shapes of cutting tools brought to the task. Each villager will carve out and carry off what they need, want, or whatever they are able to. We expect that. It was ever thus. The nature of the collaboration. In the formal legalese of the collaboration agreement, Kwame is referred to as the author and I as the writer. Thoroughly serviceable, cut and dried language which, while convenient enough, is, at least in my case, not as accurate as it would appear. It misrepresents, perhaps even inflates, a role which, while more than editor, is somewhat less than writer in the usual sense of that term. The formulation which seems to me most accurate comes from music, Kwame being the composer and I the arranger. 1. Genesis. In December of 1996, Kwame was diagnosed with terminal cancer. A few months later, I agreed to work with him on this project and we began. Some 18 months later, he died. Before our brother danced and went to join the ancestors, having read, edited, and approved only 6 chapters, he left me with a great many hours of taped narrative, clear, detailed, and complete instructions and the disingenuous observation, well, looks like you going have to finish the book. That this book exists at all is due entirely to the uncommon discipline and single-minded determination which, over those very hectic 18 months, our brother was able to devote to the task of leaving us the oral record out of which this book could be constructed. Give praise and thanks. Provenance. I take responsibility only for technical aspects, the literary presentation of Kwame's material. For the logic of the organization of the material into chapters. For the sequences of these chapters and their internal composition, i.e., the placement of various stories and events within the chapters, so to say, for the overall shape of the book. In these purely editorial matters I was greatly comforted by the professional advice of the excellent Sarah McGrath of Scribner, but the final responsibility is mine alone. However, the version, which is to say the perspective, the politics, insights, emphases, values, and judgments whether of people or events and, of course, the conclusions are entirely those of our brother. Also, I am confident that anyone privileged to have known the brother will readily recognize that the inimitable voice and personality informing this narrative, the pervasive, overarching spirit of the book, are Kwame's alone. There were on the tapes a few places where he would say, well, this part is very rough. You will have to fix the language here. That's your job. I've done that job, one hopes very judiciously. At times in our conversations, when pressed for greater detail, he'd explode somewhat impatiently, well, I'm giving you the overall meaning here. That's my job. There's no time for details. If you need details, go talk to so and so. Or else, go read such and such a document. I'm not doing your job for you. When it proved necessary to consult such sources, these interventions are marked in the text by a clear break in the narrative, set off in brackets with the source and speaker clearly identified. 2. Collaborator's note. Similarly, at other points where clarity, context, or continuity seem to require it, I've intervened in my own editorial voice. These interventions are few in number, only when necessary, as brief as possible, and clearly identified. The greatest regret is, of course, that the author is not with us to read over the completed text. To subject his words and thoughts, as represented here, to final review, in order to rethink, revise, refine, retract, expand, or fine-tune them as he felt necessary. Once, when we were doing precisely that to an early chapter, he questioned a passage. I pointed out that those were his exact words. He was unfazed. I know. So, I changed my mind. We're going to change our minds many times in these pages before they're finished, you know that. Well, except for those early chapters and the final 2, he never had the opportunity, as all writers do, to change his mind one last time. So what you are about to read is, in effect, his first draft. Now as the process nears its end, I'm more than ever convinced that we all of us have excellent reason to be grateful for our brother's gritty, clenched teeth tenacity over those terminal 18 months. Well, I can't go to sleep now. I got to finish this work. Give praise and thanks. I am proud and deeply honored to have been associated with this work. kwame Michael Thelwell, Pelham, Massachusetts, April 2, 2003. P.S. The final word of explanation should be the brother's. The very first tape he handed me began with a caveat. Those are the words and the spirit in which he began this account. That is where you too should begin. Caveat. What we are writing here is history. Or at least the personal account of an eyewitness to history. Our brother, Jimmy Baldwin, used to constantly tell us in SNCC that you all have to bear witness. That is all we are doing here, bearing witness to what we have done and seen in the hope, God willing, that it will prove instructive to those who follow us. And it was President Ahmed C. Ture who unfailingly reminded us that only the people make history. It is not individual heroes, not individual geniuses, but only the people who make history. I have never forgotten his teaching. So you should understand that. 3. More than anything else, this is an account of my people. My remarkable, heroic, struggling people who have supported, inspired, and protected me in all my years of strife. It is for this reason that I am embarrassed by the relentless repetitions of the first person singular, the omnipresent and egotistic I, which is so inappropriate to an account of this kind. But we are stuck with it. My literary friend and brother assures me it is merely a convention of the form which I am stuck with, because when all is said and done, that is what I am, an eyewitness to history. Hence the omnipresence of the dreary first-person confessional. It is purely formal, not egotistic, but I fear we cannot escape it. You have been duly warned. Get used to it. 4. With undying love for our people. Kwame Ture. Conakry, Guinea. December 1997. Introduction. A meditation on a life. They say that freedom is a constant sorrow. SNCC freedom song. To be alive. To arrive here and leave here. Why? What's it mean? Maybe it's about freedom. That place, that land we will never reach, only visit, but dream of, always. Where we would be at our best. A land that would treat us as if we are its children and it is our mother. Motherland birthing us into a vale of tears, then caring for us. Motherland humming and whispering into our ear while she rocks us on her bosom. Everything is possible. You are possible, my daughter, my son. The best inside you is something you can achieve because you are loved, and all things are possible. The song we hear when we hear freedom. Our bodies, our minds, cradled by the memory, the promise of what we might become, yes, and surely will become, if given half of a chance. Freedom so much larger than we are. Enlarging us. Glimpse of a new day. A great getting up morning when everything in creation finds its voice and we dance to the music, music alive in our hands and feet and minds, music teaching us to overcome enemies within and outside ourselves, not a morning when war's over and won, but the peace of freedom declaring itself, declaring that after all is said and done, the race wars, religious wars, wars over things and who owns what, the deepest goal, surest reward for the self and the people equally, is to sing and dance in community, each of us, his or her way, a step at a time for a sweet time, celebrating, resting, gathering new strength for the next struggle that might be a better struggle than these conflicts that destroyed so many lost and gone, to bring us dancing through a victory gate. So freedom embraces life. It's love. Dancing together to Bob Marley songs. Joyous songs or anthems of our troubles when we're wrong or wronged and wishing for better. Freedom is what Stokely Carmichael was. 5. Talking about, hollering about, demanding. the goal for which he staked his life daily in Mississippi in the 60s, what he sought in newly decolonized Africa, what he preached returning to the state's persona non grata, spokesperson for impossible dreams of the dispossessed, or rather, seemingly impossible because, like the motherland, a place we've never been and probably won't get to, dreams are no less valuable, no less real, for that reason, driving us to push for the unattainable, the best of ourselves we may choose if we dare. If we commit ourselves to struggling for freedom. A vexed and vexing idea, freedom, if you really think about it. Who's free? Who's not? Why, who says so? For sure, no one can give you freedom. Mr. Lincoln with an Emancipation Proclamation changed the legal status of some slaves in America in 1863, but he didn't give freedom to one person unless, in his heart, Lincoln had seen the light and truly freed himself from the error, the terror, the self-destructive burden of believing one human being could or should own another. And no one's been given freedom by America's bloody wars from the Revolution and the Civil War to the present crusades in Afghanistan or Iraq. If you confer upon someone else the power to free you, you are also granting them the power to enslave. How can freedom reside in a piece of paper or in someone else's decision to define you as property or not, to feed and clothe you, provide shelter, allow you to live or die? And even if someone could give the gift of freedom, wouldn't such an enormous, overwhelming gift establish permanent inequality, a permanent sense of dependency, indebtedness, unfulfillable obligation? The freedom that matters most is how we feel inside about ourselves. Prisons, ghettos, concentration camps, barrios, favelas, colonies, can restrict mind and body, kill both, but until the spirit is extinguished, the possibility of freedom lives? Freedom's about choice. The self-grounded, self-motivated decision to imagine a range of choices and the resolve to choose among them. This internal work orients us to our surroundings not magically but with a force literally transcendent since it's non-material, beyond any external measure of verification. Even in the most extreme circumstances, freedom exists. The African who jumped from a slave ship into the roiling Atlantic Ocean. The philosopher who defies torture, asking for more weight, rather than abjure his understanding of truth. Freedom is an attitude, a principle that operates perhaps most visibly in spite of resistance. Without resistance, without the restraint of physical or metaphysical shackles, without the tyranny of our passions, without the necessity of unwavering discipline to negotiate difficult tasks, without the body's decay, the mind's fallibility, how would any of us discover our capacities, our freedom, in spite of those obstacles, in spite of slavery, colonialism, the social pressure to conform? Not that freedom. 6. Introduction. Springs only from adversity. Consider the choice to love, for instance. But how would we understand the value of an internal landscape where each of us strives to be the final arbiter and arranger of meaning, the giver of meaning to a life, if we did not confront the forces always clamoring to seize this inner territory from our grasp? To be known and performed, the dance of freedom as pleasure needs pain and light needs dark depends on creative tension, reciprocity, dialectic. Performed because freedom's impermanent, mutable, embodied, and framed in rhythmic counterpoint with its opposite. Performed because each dancer must be responsive to shifting circumstances, must be prepared to spontaneously improvise. Chimerical as dreams, and bearing, like dreams, immense weight, responsibility, and emotional necessity. How you gon' keep them down on the farm after they see Paris? Freedom's a bit like that, a fabled city, unforgettable once glimpsed, a myth, a destination no less real because it's unreachable. To experience freedom even citizens of Paris must dream of Paris. An elusive concept, perhaps always more apparent in its absence than presence. Who better to keep alive the idea of freedom than a prisoner? However, a clear danger follows from an either/or notion of freedom. The unfreedom of some defines the freedom of others. Certain social orders, capitalism, for example, are based on division, depend on a permanent underclass of have-nots. The prisoner's perspective on freedom emphasizes opposition, loses sight of process and the necessity of continuing negotiation. Workers are not slaves, but the logic and dynamics of the plantation condition the lives and choices of a laboring underclass. Rigid categories of free and not free lead backward to short-sighted dependence on a great emancipator, put freedom in someone else's hands. Art is a particular case of freedom as action. When asked what it means to be a writer, novelist Chester Himes replied, "A fighter fights, a writer writes." I amen his clarity, his emphasis on process, on doing. No matter how many books I publish, the day I stop writing, I'll no longer be a writer. Other people might call me a writer, but that won't transform my inactivity into writing. Stokely Carmichael understood this principle. In these pages he tells us what he learned early in Mississippi jails: we are not what we think or say we are, not what we hope, not what we pretend we are. We are simply what we do. In America, the idea of being free has been rigidified, materialized, turned into a one-time, one-stop shopping affair. We're born free, aren't we, by virtue of being Americans? Freedom's protected, isn't it, by the checks and balances of our political system? As one state's license plates declare, we Americans are determined to live free or die. Strangely, ominously, even the frontal assault on our civil rights after September 11 hasn't disturbed our confidence. 7. Leaving aside for the moment the question of whether we still possess them or not, leaving aside also the possibility our leaders have duped us into believing fear and conformity rather than eternal vigilance protect our civil liberties, ask instead a simpler question: how are we practicing freedom? Are we writing it? Unfortunately, the exercise of freedom has become synonymous with the power to buy, the privilege to display and consume what we purchase. This materialized version of the rewards of freedom and democracy has supplanted the idealized American dream, once so attractive to the rest of the world. Because of the thingness of our culture, because money first and last determines value, because everything's for sale, from the presidency to prisons, economic power is the only power, the sole incentive. Getting paid is the bottom line. And what's wrong with that? We all like nice things, don't we? And nice things cost money. But what's the cost of a paycheck? Aren't there other, more crucial forms of compensation? If we don't exercise our freedom to create and to demand a wide range of life-enhancing returns for our labor, we're captives of a system with no center moral, ethical, aesthetic except production of wealth. In Black Skin, White Masks, Frantz Fanon explained that for marginalized black people the first step away from oppression must be obtaining basic necessities: food, shelter, work, health, security, but without the next step an emergent critique of self and society. The old order of exploitation that breeds the wretched of the earth will remain in force. Even if a large number of Americans could liberate themselves from handicaps imposed by racial, gender, and class inequities, these inequities wouldn't disappear. Neither inside the minds of individuals who pull themselves up by their bootstraps, nor in the material circumstances of other Americans who don't make it up the economic ladder, nor in the global economy where marginalized people will be recruited to fill the underclass necessary to maintain luxury for a few, here and abroad. In the absence of the new vision Fanon calls for, oppression simply migrates or creates a class of perpetual migrants, stateless, without rights, doing every nation's dirty work. In this situation, the psychological and moral landscape of each of us, haves or have-nots, deteriorates. Greed, fear, hate, cynicism, desperation proliferate. Enter Stokely Carmichael / Kwame Ture. Carmichael's call for black power was a dream, an enabling, positive call for change, as much a dream as the one enunciated by Martin Luther King in Washington, D.C., in 1963. A dream because a blueprint or blackprint in progress for a revolutionary, never seen before way of being in the world. Kwame beseeches us, compels us, to put our best foot forward, step out, step away from a stalled, yet hopelessly self-congratulatory society, a powerful, complacent society, full of contradictions and lies, that allows great evil. 8. Introduction. To be perpetrated in its name, in the name of promoting worldwide democracy and freedom when neither democracy nor freedom rule at home. Kwame Ture's dreaming was visionary, a counter-vision, counter-reality, to the reigning myths. He shouted, "The emperor is naked," pointed at the emperor with a finger attached to a black hand, stepped forward, stepped away with a black foot. Black not because of their color, but because Stokely Carmichael was an African-descended man, and, yes, it's his voice, his finger pointing, his foot, so they're black and thus negative in the eyes of lots of folks. Then here comes Stokely challenging the obscene spectacle of empire, and call his anger, his critique, his truth, black if you want to. In fact he's also calling it black, but with a difference. Black equals pride, fierce militancy, a determination to pursue the dream of freedom on his terms, black terms if you please, but really a new dream replacing an old one. So try to wrap your mind and heart around that too, recognize the legitimacy of his vision, not its color, acknowledge its applicability, the seeds of clarity, its promise to seek change, to move all willing Americans to a more equitable, fulfilling social order, more freedom for so-called whites and so-called blacks than Stokely found when he arrived here. Black power was more than a dream, of course. It was a call to action, a call for organization, for consciousness raising. Its concreteness was expressed by dangerous, grassroots campaigns for voting rights in the South, countless meetings, memos, study groups, alliances erected and dismantled. Its growth and change, the business of raising and spending money, jail time, street time, hospital time, friendships formed and shattered, press releases and world tours, its birthing of SNCC, the bodies and minds sacrificed, sanctified, the songs, poems, narratives, and fashions it generated, its failures and successes that radically transformed the lives of so many. All that and much more is the story Michael Thelwell tells. A freedom story grounded in Kwame Ture's recorded words. A story timely beyond words. More than timely, absolutely urgent. How many lives like Ture's are available for young people to study? His career wasn't engineered to catapult him to Hollywood or the NBA nor Wall Street, nor convert him to a beige great white hope. His career was service. Preparing himself through study and activism to participate in humankind's progressive emancipation. Learning to look for trouble, to agitate for change and mandate solutions. For him success meant a life situated in conflict, in sync with people's aspirations to do better, free themselves from an outmoded social and political order. He aligned and identified himself with Africa, a continent, an idea, a people bearing a horrific heritage of exploitation. His work revealed to oppressed people everywhere the power within their supposed 9. Weakness, exposed the weakness of unjust power. Ture demanded payment for his labors far beyond the reductive notion of monetary wages and demonstrated till the end of his life a willingness to pay back, to squeeze down to the last precious drop, the gift of life given to him, sharing that vital energy, distilling it so it became supportive of other human beings. The struggle never ends. Across the globe young people are standing up, shouting, demanding more from their societies, more from their lives. Reading Michael Thelwell's scrupulous, engaged, respectful rendering of Stokely Carmichael's life will remind protesters and marchers and street fighters, guerrillas in the hills, voters at the ballot box, reformers in tenements or legislatures, revolutionaries young and old, they are not alone, never have been, never will be. 10. John Edgar Wideman. Spring 2003, New York. Chapter I. Oriki. Ancestors and Roots. Or/key. Among many of the st African peoples from among whom our ancestors were seized, whenever a child is born, a birth poem or praise song is composed in its honor. Among the Yoruba this birth poem is called Oriki. Some days later at the naming ceremony by which the infant is ushered formally into its place in human society, The child's oriki is recited publicly first into the ear of the child and then to the assembled community of family and neighbors. The first language a child will be required to commit to memory, the oriki imprints the child with its complex historical, spiritual, and social identities. I have called the oriki a praise song and birth poem, and so it is, but its functions are many more than those terms might imply. It is at once prayer, thanksgiving, celebration, and prophecy. It is a meditation on the meaning and significance of the new human's name. It is an evocation of the strong deeds, character, and praise names of the infant's ancestors, and, perhaps most important, it is an optimistic attempt to project in desirable ways the child's future personality and life prospects. By evoking lineage, the oriki is ultimately about spiritual inheritance, that eternal life force that has many names, which we receive from our ancestors. A vital force of which we, in each generation, are only the contemporary incarnations. And which in turn we pass on to our children and they to theirs, so that the lineage never dies. So, as we have seen, oriki, while memory and history, is also character, at once both individual and collective. Individual because each human being has his or her own particular and unique oriki. Collective because being anchored in lineage, it is fundamentally about group identity. L% Africans know that each individual one of us is ultimately the sum of that long line of ancestors' spiritual forces and moral arbiters who have gone before to produce us. The psychic forces out of which we all come. In this sense oriki is a salute to family. It is also an inheritance one acquires. 11. At birth. No one composes his or her own. But although in the changed circumstance of our diaspora I have myself written this section, it is in its way a kind of oriki, a salute to roots, origins, and family. Kwame Ture, January 1998, Conakry. Dear Editor, February 29, 1960. There was a slight error, which I do not think you will mind my calling attention to. It concerns my African name. I would like to spell it correctly for you. Zenzile makebuk kwashu and guvama yikthalingskawa bantana bilamzi xa yafunya bajabolasa ubafakili, mbiza yachwela sithi xa sekuk giba yakutchia sithathe izat shah siza kabi singam alao singamak kwashu singaman kamlan githa. The reason for its length is that every child takes the first name of all his male ancestors. Often following the first name is a descriptive word or two, telling about the character of the person, making a true African name somewhat like a story. Miriam Makeba. I was born in the house my father built for his family at 54 Oxford Street at the bottom of the 42 steps in the city of Port of Spain, Trinidad. This is in the Belmont section of the city, at that time a centrally located, working-class African neighborhood where the land rose sharply upward. To traverse this steep incline, the government built the large concrete steps that became something of a popular landmark. Meet me at the top of the 42 steps at 9 o'clock, At the bottom of those steps my father built his dream house, for, as my mother thought she understood clearly, his new bride. Later, for me and my cousin Austin, the location would prove ideal. It was in easy walking distance to the savannah, a kind of central park-like open space in the botanical gardens, truly a place of spectacular, exotic, almost magical natural beauty where small boys could explore and dream. Among his varied talents, the late Adolphus Carmichael was by pro. 12. Fashion a master carpenter. As was his close friend Mr. Frank Wilson, while their other friend Mr. Serapio was a stonemason. So that the house my father lovingly designed and the trio painstakingly erected was much larger and more elegantly finished than any my father could have afforded to buy. After which the three friends pooled their labor to build Mr. Serapio's equally impressive home, and then a house for Mr. Wilson. But of the three, our house appeared to have been, by virtue of its unusual design, the real novelty. So much so, in fact, that the consensus in the communities of Belmont and neighboring East Dry River was that Mr. Carmichael had built his family a mighty grand house. Most astonishing to visitors was a system of movable walls that, when rolled back, created a single large room. The space thus created was greatly in demand as a venue for weddings, birthdays, and similar celebrations by friends, family, and neighbors. Consequently, music, dancing, and joyous gatherings of all kinds, good fellowship, and fêtes, as Trinidad's Africans called them, were common in the home where I was born. They were an integral part of the ambience of my early childhood. Which may be why, to this day, like any good African, I just loves to party, that is, when possible and appropriate. Something else in the neighborhood almost certainly contributed strongly to that aspect of my personality. At the top of the 42 steps was a pan yard, which is the local term for the home base of a steel band. Our resident band was called Casablanca, traditional rivals at Carnival of the crosstown power who called themselves Invaders. In those days, and almost certainly true today, no African neighborhood in Port of Spain could even think of holding its head up without a steel band to call its own. Casablanca was ours. Win or lose, we supported them at Carnival. 2 of our cousins even beat pen with Casablanca. 2 distant cousins, Tante Elaine might sniff, not entirely sure she approved of the raffish, combative, not at all respectable elements, the vagabonds and bad johns who were attracted to the steel bands. These were the same urban youth, the Trinidad equivalent of the rude boy posses, who would later create reggae in Jamaica. But nonetheless, the one year in my memory their Casablanca took first prize in the Carnival Panorama, an annual battle of the steel bands, the entire neighborhood erupted in leaping, dancing paroxysms of pride and celebration. One big for true, boy. Even the most obdurate, grimly respectable elements of the community were drawn into the spontaneous exuberance. For the moment, the pan men were magically and instantly transformed from bad johns and vagabonds to local heroes. And their best musician, a brother called Patsy Haynes, became a neighborhood celebrity even before the announcement that he had been elevated to the most elite possible level of penmanship, the news that he, 13, had been selected to beat first pan in the Trinidad All-Steel Percussion Orchestra, or TASPO. Then, in the awestruck eyes of me and my cousin Austin, Patsy walked the world in 7-league boots. Oh, God, boy, we exulted, Patsy gone clear, we. Those pan men were serious musicians and driven by more than dreams of carnival glory. They practiced just about every night of the year except for Sundays and the 40 days of Lent. So that almost any night of my life, from the day I was born until the age of 12 when Elle left the island, I drifted into sleep to the beat of steel band music on the night wind. Nightly, I floated off on a wave of distant rhythms from the top of the 42 steps, Casablanca's booming bass lines pounding in my head and throbbing in my blood. Oh, God, boy. I cannot imagine that this constant, distant, almost subliminal music and the frequent communal festivity inside the house can have failed to imprint themselves on my developing consciousness in important ways. The Igbo man Olaudah Equiano, the African who first addressed the world in written English, began his 1789 masterpiece talking about his Igbo homeland with the words, "We are mostly a nation of poets, musicians, and dancers." He could have been talking about the Trinidad of my youthful memories. Diaspora means survival. Like most African families of the diaspora, my family is a collection of people who are ordinary in extraordinary ways. I claim no special distinction for us. Like all our neighbors and friends in the surrounding communities, whether in Trinidad, the Bronx, or Mississippi, we are simply the survivors of dispersal. Although I was born in Trinidad, in a real sense it would be inaccurate, actually incomplete would be a better word to call me Trinidadian. Ultimately our roots are in Africa, but in a more immediate and recent sense they truly are pan-Caribbean. Consider. My mother's mother was born in Montserrat to an Irish planter and his wife, an African woman, said to have been his former slave. But my mother was born in the U.S. Canal Zone in Panama, from whence as a child she returned to the care of maternal relations in the Emerald Isle, as Montserrat is known, while her parents and older siblings left for New York. Later, as a young woman, my mother went to the U.S. consulate in Trinidad seeking to reunite with her parents in America. Again, that fateful, missing birth certificate delayed her long enough for young Adolphus Carmichael to meet, court, and marry her. This naturally delayed the reunion with her parents in New York for some years. My mother's father, Mr. Joshua Charles, was born in Antigua. A colonial policeman, he had been posted to Montserrat, where he met my 14. grandmother. He was then posted to Nevis, where, like thousands of Caribbean black men, he was forced by economic conditions to work in the building of the Panama Canal. Unlike most though, grandfather Charles brought along his young bride, which is how my mother and all her siblings came to be born in the canal zone. After which, as I've said, the couple with their older children emigrated to New York, sending my mom to her grandparents in Montserrat. This little island of my grandmother's birth has an interesting history. It is called the Emerald Isle for two reasons, the lush greenery of its forested mountains being only the obvious one. The real reason is that its European population was overwhelmingly Irish Catholics, in headlong flight before Oliver Cromwell's victorious Puritans. Anyone who watched television reports of the destruction wrought by the Soufriere volcano in 1997 will have noticed a succession of African faces answering to names like Houlihan, O'Reilly, and O'Connell. Another of the ironies of colonialism. On the paternal side, the Carmichaels, the story constitutes no less of an odyssey. Cecilia Harris, my paternal grandmother, the first important influence on my life, was born in Tobago in 1877 and is believed to have had Carib * blood. Her husband, Mr. Joseph Carmichael, was a tailor from Barbados, but I believe the couple met and married in Trinidad. I never knew Grandpa Carmichael, according to family lore, a stern, circumspect, and exacting man, very black, very dignified. He was said to be a man of few words with a well-developed high Victorian sense of propriety and rectitude. A typical Bajan of the old school in that regard. Having established my own Barbadian connection, I think I can afford to lime on them a little bit. Among Caribbean people, the popular, slightly ironic name for Barbados is Little Britain, a title that, however mocking in its inspiration, was accepted by the Bajans with no little pride. It could be apocryphal, but the oft-told story is that upon the advent of World War II, the Barbadian legislature responded to news of Britain's entry into the war with a famous telegram to Whitehall, "Forward, Great Britain. Little Britain is fully behind you." The kind of loyal colonial action of which, I suspect, Grandpa Carmichael might have heartily approved. Once you start the old lime, it's hard to stop. I can't resist this one. I once encountered a local historical explanation of the Barbadian national character vis-a-vis the rest of the Caribbean that goes as follows. Because Barbados is the easternmost of the Caribbean islands, it became the first landfall for slave ships from Africa. When they landed for fresh water and provisions, the Barbadian planters got first pick over the cargoes. Wisely, they selected the calmer, more civilized, cerebral, and Carib, the original inhabitants for whom the Caribbean is named. 15. Peaceable of the Africans. As the story goes, the intellectuals, craftsmen, and skilled Africans collected in Barbados. Hence the relative courtliness, restraint, and civility of which the culture so pridefully boasts. Among the Africans, the most boisterous physical types, warriors, hunters, desperados of all kinds, the rough and rebellious elements ended up in places like Jamaica, Haiti, and Cuba, which, according to my Bajan informant, is supposed to explain their histories of bloody insurrection and the relative coarseness of these cultures and societies even today. I still can't decide whether the brother was serious or merely sending me wide, as they say in cricket. He cannot really have been entirely serious because this version is belied by history. The three major and bloody African insurrections Barbados experienced during slavery are eloquent testimony to the total failure of Barbadian slave owners' carefully calculated selection process. Once I teased a Jamaican-born African about this version of history. To my great surprise, he conceded at least a possibility. Something much like that could well be true, he mused. When I was a kid, I thought all Barbadians were stiff, close-cropped, very black men who always wore the classic colonial expatriate attire: khaki short pants, khaki knee socks, and sandals, taught Latin and Greek, and rarely smiled. Why? Because our classics masters at school seemed invariably to be Bajan and to fit that description. The first, Mr. Jackman, was such an exacting taskmaster and stern disciplinarian that we christened him Tarquinia Superbus, Tarquin the tyrant, after the wicked Roman despot. The next Latin master, Mr. Crick, was worse. Boy, are you laughing with me, for me, or at me? So we called him Tarquinia Superbus Secundum. From all family accounts, Grandfather Carmichael was firmly in that tradition. The two youngest of his 8 children, my father and his sister Olga, were serious dancers. They just loved to dance and, as they got older and bolder, apparently began to sneak out to dances sans parental permission. But Grandpa Carmichael nipped that in the bud. One night Aunt Olga, then a young lady, was out dancing up a storm when the hooked end of a walking stick snaked out onto the dance floor, ensnared her neck, and escorted her captive out of the dance and all the way home, the old gentleman uttering nary a word. So there you have it, Montserrat, Grenada, Barbados, Antigua, Nevis, Tobago, Panama, Trinidad, New York. We truly are African people of the diaspora, which, of course, means people of dispersal. Which is exactly the word for what went on in the Eastern Caribbean. If you know the Eastern 16. English-speaking Caribbean, you will understand why a family of such disparate origins as ours could come together in Trinidad and be in no way unusual. The Eastern Caribbean is an archipelago of small islands of mostly volcanic formation with limited natural resources except for its people, which today are mostly African. In those days, Trinidad, the largest, was a kind of commercial and administrative hub. Also, with its Pitch Lake, nascent petroleum industry, and the American military base at Chaguaramas, Trinidad was something of an economic magnet for people from the smaller territories. So much so that 2 of Trinidad's national heroes, Uriah Butler and Elnora Francis, militant leaders in the labor and independence movements, which were in full flood at the time of my birth, had both been born in Grenada. Which is how in this small, bustling city of Port of Spain, across the Gulf of Paria from Venezuela on what was once called the Spanish Main, my family, a truly pan-Caribbean aggregation in whose veins were mingled African, Irish, Carib, and so it is rumored, Sephardic blood came together. In this heritage I assert for my family no particular distinction. The story remains, even as I speak, a common one in the Eastern Caribbean: displacement and dispersal. Poor African people in constant motion, always in search of economic survival and a fair deal. Plucked out of Mother Africa and transplanted into alien territories where they controlled neither land, nor wealth, nor ruling institutions of government. A people of dispersal, of course. But dispersal only begins the process, it does not end it. There is another key word: survival. A people of dispersal and survival. Let the church say amen. Survivors of the slave coffees and slave dungeons, of the unspeakable horrors of the Middle Passage, of slavery, whether of house or field, cotton or sugar cane, of colonialism, and in our time, of the unending struggle for independence and full civil and human rights. This journey is in itself no mean accomplishment. But more than that, we survived intact, or at least far, far more intact than is generally understood and conceded. So, our people of diaspora and survival. Our people, whose only resource was themselves, their labor, and their intelligence, the skills of their hands and of the cunning of their minds. Carrying deep within themselves a dynamic inheritance from Africa, a deep reverence for the Creator, an abiding, unshakable respect for self and kindred, a culture generous in spirit, rich in music, dance, the power of sacred poetry and eloquence, and the love of language for its own sake and beauty. Naked and chained we may have come, but we surely did not come defenseless. Itt. did not come defenseless. So, I claim no special distinction for my immediate family, for in 17. These things we were neither different from nor better than the neighbors and friends in the surrounding communities in which my early years were passed. In 1936, Mabel Florence Charles, an adventurous young woman of 15 years, left Montserrat for Trinidad to pick up the U.S. visa that would reunite her with her parents in the Bronx. That fateful, lost birth certificate would once again intervene to interrupt the journey and delay the reunion for another 8 years, a marriage and 3 children. One day in 1937 she dutifully accompanied a girlfriend on a church task, a visit to a respected church member, Miss Cecilia, who had been unwell. There she met my grandmother's 3 daughters, Elaine, Olga, and Louise, and caught her first glimpse of the family's only surviving son. That was scarcely an auspicious beginning because my mother professes to have been exceedingly unimpressed by that initial sighting. Why? She had caught the young man in what, in her eyes, was a profoundly unmanly activity. In fact, she could hardly credit her eyes. This was unheard of. Not only was the young man ironing, but the garment being ironed was unmistakably a woman's dress. But in my mother's experience, men never did women's work. They never ironed and only in the direst emergency ever cooked, that is, if they even knew how to do so. My lord, did you see that? She giggled to her friend. He was ironing his sister's dress, the sissy. I like her. My father pointed her out to his friend Frank Wilson a few days later. The young men were on their way home from their work on a house. That's the woman I'm gonna marry. Better you chose you a different one, Wilson counseled. She well pretty but she looks stuck up, you know how these light-skinned ones are. Best you choose you a darker one. You think so? Look, you see these dirty work clothes I got on? Well, one day, that same light skin, stuck up one going wash them and like it too. My father promised with the confidence that was always part of the personality I came to know. The ill-started couple next met at a dance some weeks later, and he was ever so nice, my mom discovered to her great surprise. It probably didn't hurt that he could really dance too. That night, my father walked her home and we held hands all the way. In a relatively short time, the dream house being completed, and the marriage celebrated, my parents set up housekeeping on October 8, 1939. 18. But the house at the 42 steps, at least in the living arrangements, was proving less the honeymoon cottage of a young bride's dream than it was the compound of an extended family, and a rather close-knit extended family at that. The house came fully encumbered. For, when the young couple began married life, it was with the groom's entire family in residence: my grandmother Cecilia, my father's 3 sisters, Elaine, Olga, and Louise, and Elaine's young son, my cousin Austin. One can readily see how my mom's might be forgiven if she felt somewhat outnumbered among all these formidable women of the Carmichael clan. And from my mother's perspective, my aunts were probably ill-disposed to share their only brother with another woman. And certainly, they were not about to be replaced in his affections by any small island girl who clearly was not good enough for their only brother. It was, from the get-go, an arrangement fraught with tension and the inevitability of competition and conflict. Especially since my diminutive mother has never been disposed to avoid confrontation, particularly when right was on her side. And even though my father was indeed their brother, was he or was he not indeed her husband? There was an obvious need for clarification here. The oldest of the sisters, Tante Elaine Letrin, was a divorced schoolteacher, a firm disciplinarian, and the undisputed leader, or at least primus inter pares asterisk, among the Carmichael women. Tante Elaine had the proverbial will of iron and a strong sense of family prerogatives. So, as I have come really to understand only after 2 marriages of my own, the lines were drawn, with my poor father torn between equally compelling loyalties and affections embodied by these 2 equally strong-willed women. I've always assumed that the presence of Grandma Cecilia, a gentle, devout lady, served to hold off the final confrontation, a crisis that, in hindsight, though clearly inevitable, was further postponed by the arrival, in fairly rapid succession, of the children. 3 in number, first my sister Umilda, then in June of 1941 myself, like my father before me destined to be the family's lone boy child, and then my little sister Lynette. As was our people's habit, the infant boy was elaborately, even portentously, named, in my case Stokely Standiford Churchill Carmichael. Help him, Jesus. The Churchill speaks for itself. It being the depths of the war, there must be literally thousands of African Caribbean men of my age who answer to one or the other of the names of the indomitable British bulldog. Asterisk first among equals. 19. The Stokely is another matter. I've never met anyone else who shared the name by which I was known for the first half of my life. The christening at Trinity Anglican was unusual only in one important regard. The godfather and the presiding clergyman were one and the same, the Reverend Winston Lamont. He contributed the Stokely, the name of a legendary and dedicated teacher at Queen's Royal College who had greatly influenced the Reverend when he was a student there. I have no idea whether Stokely was his first or last name, or whether the schoolmaster was native or expatriate British. But it is not impossible, however ironic, that I could originally have been named for not one but two British gentlemen. My cousin Austin keeps insisting my aunts tend to corroborate that as a small boy I found it necessary to further embellish what was already an overgenerous portion of names. But, claims Austin, whenever my name were mentioned, I would invariably correct the speaker by chirping, Stokely Standiford Churchill Great Man Carmichael. Of course, I have no recollection of this. But it seems obvious that the little boy was merely properly identifying the original owner of the name Churchill and not necessarily claiming greatness for his little self. However, by the time Lynette was properly weaned, the domestic tension and rivalry had apparently again become insupportable. As if on cue, the errant birth certificate materialized. It had been hiding all along among official government records in the U.S. Canal Zone. All this time my mother had been a citizen of the United States. At the next confrontation, so to say, the straw that broke the camel's back, my mother felt newly empowered to lay down her ultimatum. It's me or them. Who you love. Make up your mind, for you are going to have to choose. Hey, remember now, they are my sisters and my mother. So I have a mother and sister too. You know. They are in the Bronx. I can run to my family too, you know. Then what about the children, and, what about me? All of you are Carmichaels. I'm May Charles. You all can keep the children for the time being. I'll send for them, or you can bring them when you come. When I come. Where I going, eh? I told you that I want to leave Trinidad. Well, you will have to choose. 'Cause I'm going. So in October of 1944, leaving husband, young children, and the ultimatum you will have to choose, behind her, Mabel Florence Charles Carmichael, aged 23 and looking much younger, set out for God's country. Not in search of a better life or the American dream, but in impulsive flight and as a personal declaration of ind. 20. Pendants from domineering in-laws. This was no mean journey during wartime. Covering 2 days, it entailed first a seaplane to Puerto Rico, then another to Miami, and over much of the next day, a propeller-driven flight to LaGuardia. At a casual glance, the odds were not in her favor. In fact, the closer one looked, the more heavily weighted against her the wager appeared. My father, he who was enjoined to choose, was an extremely family-oriented man, and his mother, sisters, and his children remained in Trinidad in the home he had built with his 2 hands. As did his 2 partners in the modest but growing house-building business, and also his church. This was important, for my father remains one of the most deeply and sincerely religious men I had ever met before I encountered the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. Then too my father was an inordinately social being. Although he never drank, he loved to dance, he lived for carnival and big fete. He loved his culture. His economic place in the society, if modest, was at least secure. It was, all in all, a great deal to walk away from, all for the love of one woman. And if that were not enough, there were also the practical, not to say legal, difficulties involved. Then as now, U.S. consulates in the black world see their central mission as preventing too many working people of color from getting visas to the United States. If he were to follow his wife legally, a visa could easily mean a wait of some 5 years or more. Or, he would have to take uncharacteristic risks evading the law and becoming in effect a criminal. He, up until then the most lawful and conventionally respectable of men? Small chance. But that was the gamble my impetuous mother made. And won. My father toughed it out for over a year and a half. Then, like the Prince of Wales before him, he would abdicate and give it all up to follow his heart and the woman I love. There, however, the comparison breaks down. Of the two men, my father gave up much more of value but certainly got a far better return as wives go than did the feckless British nobleman, he of allegedly fascist sympathies. Not even close. Hands down, my mother was the better woman. So in June of 1946, the otherwise utterly law-abiding Adolphus Carmichael signed on as an able seaman on a northbound freighter, jumped ship in New York Harbor, and reunited with his wife. My sister was 4, I almost 5, and Lynette an infant. We were not to see either parent again until I was almost 11. 21. Chapter 2. The House at the 42 Steps. The house of my childhood memories was a lively, well-ordered place filled with women and children. In my memory, it is bright, airy, and spacious, its many rooms being cooled by sea breezes off the Gulf of Paria. I fully understand that an adult return to the places of childhood is often disappointing, the passage of time and adult perceptions rudely dissolving at once the scale, the wonder, and the magic of our childish remembrances. Mercifully, I have returned to that house only once and then briefly, so the magic of childhood memory has remained with me unspoiled. Although my father's labor of love was ostensibly built for his bride, neither he nor my mother, who left for America when I was 3, is present in my earliest recollections of that household. It is my paternal grandmother, Mrs. Cecilia Harris Carmichael, who was the adult center and anchor of my early years. As were her 3 daughters, Tante Elaine, Tante Louise, and Mummy Olga, who was vivacious and pretty but unlucky with husbands, since she was twice widowed and childless. So the children of the household called her Mummy. And Mummy Olga she became to us children, and Mummy Olga she remains to this day. The interior was organized around a large, central dining and living room, off from which lay the bedrooms. How many, I'm not sure. But I have no recollection of our ever feeling crowded. I do remember that the boys, Cousin Austin and I, had our own room. I imagine the little girls did also, or perhaps shared a large room with my grandmother. From the outside, the approach from the front was the most imposing. In its unconventional design my father must clearly have intended it to make a statement, and he seems to have succeeded. From the front, one entered the house by a wide flight of steps leading up to the gallery, a porch-like area that in other parts of the English-speaking Caribbean is called the veranda. In the American South it is the porch. The gallery itself, as well as the roof that sheltered it, was built on 5 levels. Why? That's how my father wanted it. 22. The House at the 42 Steps. The gallery was a cool, fragrant place alternating between sun and shadow. This impression was created by the many potted palms, ferns drooping from tall clay stands, and hanging baskets of broad-leafed, flowering plants that must have been orchids of different kinds. These were the province of Tante Louise, the sister with the green thumb. She was also the force behind the beds of colorful tropical flowers and assorted herbs for bush medicines that adorned the front yard. This, then, was the family of my childhood, my grandma, her 3 adult daughters, and the 4 children. George Lamming, the distinguished Barbadian novelist, has a celebrated line in his classic Caribbean coming-of-age novel, In the Castle of My Skin. The line speaks to the so-called matriarchal nature of Afro-Caribbean societies. In introducing his mother, Lamming had famously written, "My mother who fathered me." As young children we were mothered and fathered by these four women equally, as we thought, without differentiation. In retrospect, I can see a natural and unspoken division of roles and responsibilities among them according to personality and inclination. From each according to his ability. Recently I listened to the report of a Caribbean brother's first trip to the continent. In Kenya he befriended a local youth who invited him home because, "My brother, I want you to meet my four mothers." The visitor was bemused by the quaint locution. "And the thing is," he exclaimed, he said it so naturally, "my four mothers." I merely smiled because that African formulation described with complete accuracy the emotional reality of the household of my early memories. All the aunts worked while Grandma was responsible for the children during the day. Tante Elaine, Austin's mom, was a teacher at Mr. Young's private school. She brought to the household a rigorous attention to order, detail, and duty. She also brought home her reverence for education and the strict administration of discipline, which were projections of the classroom persona of all colonial school teachers of the time. Mummy Olga, more fun-loving and easygoing, worked in a department store, where dealing with the public was an occupation well suited to her outgoing, friendly nature. Tante Louise also worked out of the house, but I cannot remember where. Her presence in the house does not loom as large, perhaps because she at some point got married and moved to the country. But the weekend family excursions to visit Tante Louise at Point Fortin loom large in my memory. We passed through the unbroken green mass of sugar-cane fields, caught glimpses of the bright blue Caribbean, its breakers foaming white against rocky shores, and drove over narrow mountain roads lined by lush tropical forests, where flocks of birds, an occasional band of monkeys, or a small deer could be glimpsed. 23. Richly colorful as that landscape was, it paled to insignificance beside the embellishments of my small boy's imagination. The 20-mile trip became an adventure in African exploration, triggered by Austin's adventure books, which I had read. My eyes scanned the surrounding foliage for the bands of natives and the lions, tigers, great apes, and elephants that just had to be lurking there. That none of the above ever appeared did little to diminish the excitement of my searching eyes each time we took the trip. During the days while the aunts worked, we were Grandma Carmichael's and she totally ours. Mine in particular. I got a great deal of care, a lot of attention, and also a lot of medicine from my grandmother. As a small child, indeed from birth, I had been so asthmatic that my very survival had been in doubt. My grandma, along with my mother, as soon after delivery as she was able, had nursed, coaxed, prayed, and medicated me out of danger. Those two women watched me like hawks, noting every slightest change in my breathing, every sign of a weakening condition, literally forbidding by sheer force of personality, will, faith, and traditional medicine the early death that seemed to be stalking me. My mother vividly recalls to this day a succession of sleepless nights pacing the floor with me wheezing in her arms, laboring for every breath. Despite her delicacy of feature and diminutive size, there was nothing fragile about Grandma Carmichael. She was a woman as strong and resolute in her faith as in her determination. As a child, most of my time, from my first awareness of things, was spent with her. From her nurturing spirit I took for granted unconditional love, protection, and care. She administered the constant and endless succession of bush medicines that in all likelihood saved my life. A great variety of medicinal herbs grew in Tante Louise's garden, all apparently for the purpose of making me strong. Some were bitter. Others vile tasting in other ways. I believe Grandma, being of the old school, linked bitterness with potency. For her, the more bitter the medicine the better it was. Thanks to her, I developed an early taste tolerance, thus I have always been able to eat almost anything and to swallow almost any medicine. My grandma's combination of love, attention, care, and medicine shored up my health, so that all my life since I've been exceedingly healthy until the recent advent of cancer, but more of that later. Grandma Cecilia was the major influence on my young personality, the adult with whom I spent most of my time and with whom I was closest. She was a devout woman. A pillar of Trinity Anglican Church, close friend and advisor to the parish parson, she was entrusted with the baking of the communal wafers each week. My earliest and most enduring ethical instruction came from her. Don't ever lie, always speak the truth. Think of others always. Remem. 24. The house at the 42 steps. For the less fortunate. Never waste food. Never waste anything that someone else might need. Waste not, want not. And so forth. And the memory gems so much a part of any respectable colonial child's training. If you in the morning throw minutes away, you can't pick them up the course of the day. And whatsoever you set your hand to do, do it with all your might. My early encounter with the ethical and moral aspects of life, I trace squarely to my paternal grandmother. And of course, it was her death in January of 1952, and the child care vacuum it created in the household, that made it inevitable that my sisters and I would accompany my aunt to New York. If grandmother mothered me, then it was the strict and exacting Tante Elaine who, first, in the patriarchal sense of that word, fathered me. Like all colonial pedagogues, Tante Elaine believed in discipline, fully convinced that sparing the rod meant certain ruination for the child. She was also the competent authority, the central force in deciding and directing the affairs of the household, in making sure that everything was properly maintained and that everyone met his or her responsibilities. From a young age even the children had their appropriate responsibility. I cannot remember exactly at what age it first fell to me, but my duty was to clean the chicken coop each week. And those chickens were prolific in more than eggs, which is why later, whenever I've heard anyone derogatively described as a chickens so-and-so, I've fully understood precisely the severity and the grossness of that particular abuse. Tante Elaine was the arbiter of order, not only the maintenance of proper standards but of the appearance of the same. She also administered whatever whippings Austin and I earned, and we earned ourselves quite a few. While she was very, very strict with me, that was nothing compared to her strictness with Austin, who was, after all, her son. Poor Austin! It was unthinkable to her that a teacher's son, especially hers, could be anything less than brilliant in school and impeccable in behavior and deportment. Put that way, what chance did he have? I can remember thinking, poor Austin, I sorry for we. Today Austin is a dedicated and effective teacher in the Miami schools. I see that as entirely due to his mother's influence. But Auntie Elaine was fair. She was a hard woman, but fair. And I never for a moment doubted that her punishments were anything other than an 25. Expression of her love and her wanting only the best for any of us. On such occasions her method was unvarying. First came the summons. Once present, you would be secured and immobilized by her firm, pinching grip on your earlobe. Then the charge would be announced, telling you in explicit detail just what your offense had been. Fort Auntie Elaine, justice had not only to be done, it had to be seen and understood to have been done. Then, after the indictment came the question, a kind of ritual incantation, really? How could you have done this? You have been taught better. What on earth could have possessed you to do it? Well, I don't know what got into you, I'm going to get it out today. I promise you that. I'll bet you, when I'm finished with you, you will not even think of doing it again. I bet you. Not a bet to take, cause that was one Tante Elaine would invariably win. But after the whipping, Tante Elaine was finished with it. With her now, let this be a lesson to you. The matter was ended and the incident behind you both. The record was expunged. You didn't carry a juvenile record into the future. Not so Mummy Olga, who never, ever beat us. But would she scold? Lord ha' mercy. And those scoldings were almost worse than a beating. They were very, very effective, being predicated on convincing you of your betrayal of confidence and trust. Of your causing pain and shame to someone who loved you, to wit, herself. By the time Mummy Olga got through telling you how ashamed you had made her and the entire Carmichael family, you really felt so bad that a beating from Tante Elaine seemed a bargain in comparison. When you looked at the shame and sadness dramatically etched into her face, the hurt in her gentle eyes as she told you, how ashamed you make she. And here she thinking she have such a big, lovely, responsible son, and look you come shame she so? How could you? And look she can't even hold up her face before people now. The intensity of the remorse that flooded over you was certainly more lasting than any whipping. The blessed Tante Louise tended her garden and neither scolded nor whipped, as I recall. But she may well have moved to the country before I was old enough to have merited either from her. So the formative presences for me in the beginning were women, and that has continued true. In my life, I've always been surrounded by women, educated and protected by them. Just recently I even heard my mother on the telephone with a journalist who must have asked her something about the effect of my present illness on her. I'm not sure just what the question was or how intrusive it might have been, but I was proud of the clarity and grace of her answer. And the strength. 26. The house at the 42 steps. No, it doesn't scare me. Why should it? Look, when he was born, they said he wouldn't jive. We thought we might lose him then. And see, I've had my son with me for over 50 wonderful years. And he is here with me right now, so, my dear, what do I have to complain about? Even my first year at school was defined by a woman, though I could have been no more than 3, for my mother was still at home. This was Miss Stafford's infant school, a small private school that Miss Stafford ran out of her house. We started school early. It probably was more like kindergarten, but we learned the alphabet, did simple sums, and played a lot. And by age 4 or so we could read simple children's books and write our names. It's my first week of school. There I meet a little girl who evidently must have made quite an impression, big time. Because after school nothing would do but that she accompany me home to be presented to my mother. She was willing enough. But to make assurance doubly sure, I found it prudent to grasp her firmly by the hand and off we went. Or perhaps she grasped mine. Or else it was mutual. There is always such ambiguity about matters of the heart, but what is certain is that we proceeded hand in hand. And this holding of hands must have distracted or occupied me fully. Because, when I proudly presented my new friend to my mother, she could scarcely suppress her mirth. There I was, holding her hand and announcing proudly, I'm walking little Eva Walton home, with my pants, socks, and shoes sodden with pee. It has always come back to haunt me, boy, remember that before you could even hold your water, you were holding women's hands. The next time I got myself in trouble over a woman, a fatally seductive older woman was 9. Auntie K's Children's Hour was a popular radio program. Much to the pride of the aunts I was selected to recite a poem on the air. I think that I was one of the youngest to be selected, and this may have contributed a great deal to the aunts' pride. It was an event. Friends and family were duly alerted to listen for Stokely on the radio, chilly. I tell you. So much of an occasion in fact that the proud parents in the Bronx were duly informed. My parents went out and bought a shortwave radio, guaranteed, as they thought, to pick up anywhere in the world, and spent an entire Saturday morning vainly trying to tune in Trinidad. Tame Elaine escorted me to the station and left me in a room with the other children. And of course, I was clean, bow-tie, suit, mature and sophisticated. The only vacant seat was next to a charming young lady. We looked each other over. She smiled, asked my name, then revealed, much to my distress, that she was 27. 10. And how old was I? What could I do? I told her calmly that I was 11. Her smile grew warmer. When my turn at the microphone came, Auntie K asked my name and age. The little girl was looking admiringly at me. So naturally I gave my age over the air as 11. A Rasta elder I know who is fond of commenting on the scandals of the day says, "Thus are the minds of men made foolish by the gleaming smiles of women." Let the church say amen. Talk about snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. I absolutely cannot remember what poem I recited that day. But I also know I shall never forget the look on Tante Elaine's face when she came to fetch me home. "Young man, I promise you, you will never tell a lie again. And certainly not publicly over the radio." The offending orifice, my lying mouth, was thereupon thoroughly washed out with soap. A high price to pay for an older woman's smile. But it appears to have worked. Since then I can honestly say I've never wittingly told any kind of lie over the radio or any other public medium. Not even for a woman's favor. I was born at a time of bustling change and a sudden if superficial wartime prosperity in Port of Spain. Numbers of folk were crowding into the city in search of the work that could not be found in the cane fields or the countryside. The streets were filled with Yankee soldiers and airmen from the U.S. base at Chaguaramas. Also large numbers of Allied sailors from the British, Canadian, and American merchant ships that congested the harbor while they awaited destroyer escorts to convoy them across the Atlantic. I can remember dramatic blackouts when the entire city was kept completely dark as a precaution against Axis air raids, which mercifully never came. A calypso, popular at the time, commented wryly on the easy money, boomtown, wartime atmosphere that prevailed in the nightlife of the town. Calypsonians are the Trinidadian descendants of the African troubadours who enjoyed license to comment sharply in song on any political misdeeds by the rulers, or on any domestic scandals or gossip within the community. This calypso was called rum and Coca-Cola after the drink of choice of the foreign troops, and the refrain lamented. 28. Both mother and daughter working for the Yankee dollar. The house at the 42 steps. We children had no idea what the words meant, but the tune was catchy and we never quite understood why we were forbidden to sing the song. Naturally, all this bustle of displacement and transition stimulated the organization of the masses of the workers. And the undisputed leader of this resistance was a diminutive black man called Tubal Uriah Butler, who seemed always to be organizing and making what I now understand to be incendiary speeches against economic exploitation and the wickedness of the colonial government, and subsequently being jailed for these seditious utterances. Of course I could not then have understood any or all of this, and certainly not in the way I've just summarized it. But it certainly was in the air of the times. It was on the radio and it was the subject of the adult conversation at dinner. I have a strong impression that Tante Elaine was either involved with or supportive of the trades union, workers' rights movement. Then, as now, economic conditions were harsh, especially for the growing numbers of unemployed or marginally employed who were flocking into the city. Many people around us were real poor, as I came to recognize early on. But our household was insulated from that grinding poverty for a number of reasons. All the aunts were industrious and always fully employed. And all the aunts baked cakes and pastries for sale, so the house was always full of baked delicacies. I am sure that the per capita income of the family would appear pathetic in the dollar terms of the economic calculus so dear to the U.S. media. In U.S. dollars, the income of a Trinidad teacher or sales clerk would undoubtedly seem puny indeed. But collectively the household had 3 incomes and we owned our home, so the Carmichaels did quite well, thank you very much. Then too we had the added purchasing power in the local economy of the US dollars remitted regularly from New York by our parents. As children, therefore, we knew no material hardship. We ate regularly and well and, again courtesy of the parents, were probably the most elegantly dressed children in church or school. The periodic clothes packages, and once shipping resumed after the war, they were as regular as clockwork, ensured that, attired in their Yankee finery, the Carmichaels turned heads en route to church. Which made me very fond of Sundays. In our family, Sunday meant church, and I was very taken by the passionate singing, eloquent preaching, and solemn ritual. No small part of my attraction was the elaborate dressing up, which was the first step in it all. In the Caribbean, at least in our circles, the standard and accepted church uniform for adolescent boys was a white dress shirt, a tie, and 29. Short pants. For all my cousins and friends, that was formal Sunday attire. The American extravagance, not to mention the outrageous precocity of dressing a little kid in an adult-styled suit, was unheard of. So on Sundays when the family set out, Austin and I were clean, Jack. I, in my little blue suit with long pants, bow tie, with a stylish handkerchief showing from the breast pocket. I am a little embarrassed now to confess how much I enjoyed the public sensation we created. It never failed. As soon as I appeared, someone was sure to do a double take, point, and exclaim with genuine surprise, "Babai, look at that little man." This had nothing to do with my character being mannish, though it could have been. But that is literally and exactly what I must have seemed in local eyes, a miniature man. The name took, and for a while I was known as Little Man. It probably was the suit that got me in trouble with the older woman at the radio station too. When the adults in our family said, "Sunday is the Lord's Day," it was no hollow cliché. Talk about ecumenical, we covered all bases. A typical Sunday would find the Carmichaels at Hanover Methodist for morning service from 9 to 10:30. 11 o'clock would find us at Greyfriars Presbyterian, where the children had Sunday school till noon. Then a break for lunch, and while Grandma was alive, it was her beloved Trinity Anglican for evening worship. Sometimes later on a Sunday, perhaps once a month, there would be spiritual activity of a more exotic sort at the home of a Miss Baines. Then, as I seem to remember, Austin and I would hide ourselves behind thick curtains to secretly observe what I remember as a vaguely African religious observance. Austin, who is older, says it was like but not quite a Shango ceremony, since there was neither drumming nor sacrifice. But it had aspects of a secret society. It was quiet, private, almost secretive, which is why we hid to observe it. Spirits would be evoked and consulted. The participants were possessed by saints, so clearly it was a derivative of the Orisha worship, which to this day survives in Trinidad from ancestral Africa. It was all deliciously mysterious and exciting, a feeling no doubt highlighted by the secrecy of our concealment. At about 7 years of age I started school at Eastern Boys' School, a public government school some distance from our home. One did not have to be very old to quickly see the real differences among the boys. No one there was rich, but some were obviously poor. They had poor clothes, usually no shoes, and inadequate food. Even a kid as young as I could see that. It puzzled me. I did not understand it, and I remember only that it seemed unfair to me. It made me sad. 30. The house at the 42 steps. In June of 1996, I was invited to Trinidad by the Emancipation Committee and so returned to my native land for the first time in 30 years. The reception was really most extraordinary, especially for someone who had officially been banned from the country for most of his adult life. Moving as the public occasions were, the best part was the opportunity to visit with Tante Elaine and Mummy Olga on the childhood turf. One day, a visiting journalist got Auntie Elaine to dig deep into her store of family history. The Trinidad Guardian reported the next day. The boy Stokely was always different, Tante Elaine said. He used to always hide food in a butter can to take to a classmate who only ate crackers at lunchtime. On another occasion, she recalled, a friend of his grandmother's admonished him one Sunday after church for keeping company with some barefoot, scruffy little boys. As Tante Elaine tells it, little Stokely looked solemnly at the woman. "Miss Annie, I go to Sunday school. There we sing a hymn that God loves all the little children of the world. And now you say I shouldn't play with them just because they poor and haven't God. I'm sorry, Miss Annie, I can't listen to you. I have to do what the Bible say." That one I did not remember. But a number of things struck me when I read it. I was touched that the aunt I remembered as so strict and unyielding had carried that story in her head for half a century. But I was even more struck by the kid's reply. Because in those days, it was absolutely unheard of for any kid to successfully contradict any adult. And if it were to be done, almost certainly the only way one could even hope to get away with it was to base your defiance on a higher morality, on specific and irrefutable biblical authority. But what I do not know is whether that was guileless, simple faith on the boy's part, or whether it was a clever strategic maneuver, using her professed Christianity to score points as I would deliberately do later in life, especially when organizing in the Bible Belt South. I think it was conscious. Another case of the child being father of the man? I also wished there was some record of old Miss Annie's response. In that community, any adult could and would correct or discipline your public behavior whether he or she knew your family or not. And you expected no less and were expected to meekly accept the correction. This next incident I do absolutely remember, but it would hardly have been cherished and preserved among Tame Elaine's repertoire of stories to be brought out before strangers on appropriate occasions. I was coming home from school with two friends. Even if they were the proverbial bad company, which is every parent's excuse for the miss. 31. Deeds of his or her little darlings, they were certainly not barefoot and scruffy. But we were singing some vulgar rhymes and singing them loud too. The kind universally irresistible to small boys wanting to be daring and rude. This song not only had forbidden words, but the unnatural action being described was even worse. I don't even know that I fully understood the meaning. But it was rude. There. We were bellowing out at the top of our voices. I know a boy with a big, round head. He mother on top the bed. Out of nowhere, an elderly lady loomed. We certainly had no idea she was around. She was glaring at us, but spoke only to me. My friends fled. Listen to you. And you are a Carmichael too. And this is what you out here doing? Well, young man, you will soon see. And mouth pursed ominously, she stalked off. I knew trouble was ahead. My friends asked, you know she? No, I don't know she. But, if you don't know she, TNT no problem, they said dismissively. No, but she knows me, that's the problem. Actually, had I known the woman, she would probably have administered a serious whooping on the spot. All adults were automatically to be respected. And later that evening when Tante Elaine came home, it was immediately clear that she already knew. Let us just say swift and summary justice was administered. But that would not have been the kind of story with which she would have entertained a visitor. One that she did tell often is in that ambiguous category where you can't quite decide whether you remember the event or only the story. It re-emerged from Tante Elaine's storehouse during the 60s after I had begun to work on voter registration in Mississippi. Mr. Butler was much in the news at the time of the story demonstrations, marches, detention. Also, it must have been about that time that Tante Elaine left the classroom for a clerical position at Gwendolyn's department store. There she became deeply involved with the trade union struggle. She was first elected shop steward, then, for many years, a vice president of the Clerical Workers Union. I did not really understand it all then, beyond a vague conviction that Mr. Butler was brave and firmly on our side against them, whoever they might be. I certainly had not made any conscious connection between Mr. Butler's mass demonstrations and my barefoot, hungry schoolmates. 32. The house at the 42 steps. Tante Elaine maintains that this made her the first voter I ever registered, for, as the paper reported, she could get no rest from her nephew with the hooded, brooding eyes and concerns that seemed too weighty for a child of 7. School was great fun actually. Especially the journey back and forth, as one could dawdle, explore, meander, or, as we have seen, sing vulgar verses. And if one had a few coppers, there was no end to the delicacies on which one could feast. The entire business of some adult vendors, people with families, was based on the passing school children market. I shudder to think what their profit margin must have been. But, depending on the season, one could buy fresh tamarind or sugared tamarind balls, mangoes, or pancit, a fruit known elsewhere in the English-speaking Caribbean as the June plum. There were big, red, delicately fleshed pome rakes, tangy, succulent cashew fruits, and the boiled and salted seeds of the shadeen, also called bread nuts. It was advisable to limit your consumption of these. Their popular name, if no censorious adult were present, was farting pills, because of the flatulence they were certain to induce. Or one might have tulum, a confection of grated coconut stirred with sugar and spices, or perhaps a sugar cake washed down by the milk of a young coconut. Or you could chew on sugar cane, suck on the ubiquitous mango, the list is endless. 33. Then too you could play in the savannah's open green spaces or walk through the botanical gardens. There in the gardens I seem to remember steamy greenhouses filled with orchids and ornate lily ponds where exotic, brightly hued fish darted around the lily roots. I think these immaculately maintained botanical gardens, established by royal charter all over the British Caribbean, are perhaps the only completely unambiguous good produced by colonialism. Within these enclaves, established under the direction of the Royal Botanical Society, were gathered just about every exotic species of tropical plant to be found within the far-flung borders of the empire on which the sun never sets. They started with the more picturesque of native species, then ranged through what must have been hundreds of spectacular exotics. These all bore little identifying plagues, Latin name, common name, and provenance, i.e., native to equatorial Africa, the Kenyan highlands, Egypt, Polynesia, Madagascar, Malaysia, Australia, Central America, ad infinitum. The selection seemed to cover the known tropical world. Those sonorous names of faraway places would have stimulated great flights of the imagination in even the most pedestrian of minds. To a small, inquisitive boy, they were magic. Traces of our specifically West African origins also surfaced, though they were not identified in that way. But I now realize that the stubby palms with massive clusters of orange-colored fruit were oil nut palms from West Africa, and the little trees called bazai were the kola nut, which is so central in traditional African cultural practice. Let the record show that I've attributed at least one unconditional good result to colonialism. Speak the truth and shame the devil. Eastern Boys was a government school and so charged no fees. The physical plant was not elaborate, so as many as 4 different classes could be meeting in the same large space, differentiated from each other only by their own blackboards and a narrow aisle. This was not ideal, but our teachers made of necessity a virtue. Upon our teacher's entrance, each class would rise. Good morning, teacher. Good morning, pupils. Please be seated. After which there was not could not have been without serious disruption to other classes the slightest sound or fidgeting. Order and discipline were paramount. In that enveloping silence in which you could neither whisper nor fidget, you had to pay attention. It was the path of least resistance. If the teacher's eloquence and skill were not sufficient incentive, then sheer boredom, the absence of anything else to do, would compel attention to the lesson at hand. So whether you wanted to or not, you learned, even if only in self-defense, to have the time pass more quickly. 34. The house at the 42 steps. Once we'd meandered and munched our way home, we'd change out of our school clothes and play football, cricket, or some other game with the boys in the neighborhood. This was usually in the street outside my house's gate. One by one the aunts would return from their jobs. When Tante Louise came in, we greeted her and continued playing. When Mummy Olga came, the same thing. But, soon as Tante Elaine broached the corner, whoosh, we'd fly up to the porch and be bent over our homework before she reached the gate. That evening after supper she'd check our homework. Austin and I had no choice. We were regularly expected to place within the top 3 of our class, and for the most part, we did. I'd give British colonialism a good mark for the educational system except for one thing. I can now see the extent to which it was colonial, the Eurocentrism, the cultural chauvinism, the undisguised, brazen civilizing mission of converting we heathen if not into English gentlemen, then at least into dutiful colonial subjects. To this end the reading books we were issued were a show-enough trip. Poems about daffodils, skylarks, deserted villages, wintry landscapes, flora and fauna never dreamt of in the tropics. More blatant was the omnipresence of patriotic, heroic, vaguely martial odes celebrating the glories of empire building. The boy stood on the burning deck, or that curious celebration of military ineptitude and collective suicide, the charge of the Light Brigade, viz. Cannon to right of them, cannon to left of them. Rode the 600. Or the burial of Sir John Moore at Corunna. Slowly and sadly we laid him down. From the field of his fame fresh and gory. Or, of course, that classic of colonial fidelity, Gunga Din. Gimme an ever-loving break. But at least our histories did not begin like the one issued to young Africans in Guinea and Senegal, our ancestors, the Gauls. At least we learned discipline and good study habits. Actually, the colonialism was so all-enveloping and pervasive that as a child one did not notice it. At the lower levels of the civil service, the only ones we were likely to encounter, the functionaries, policemen, teachers, nurses, bus drivers, sanitary inspectors, were all local folk. The expatriate community, the governor, high court magistrates, commanders of SECU 35. Righty forces, and various technical managers and executives were quite remote. So too the relatively small population of local whites, the descendants of landed gentry, slave owners, and their agents. So these people were not really a presence in our lives. One might say we moved in somewhat different circles. In fact, I can remember but 3 instances when the white presence made any impression on my conscious experience. Once when I was very small, Mummy Olga took me to play in the savannah. Under the protective eye of my gentle, kind-hearted aunt I was playing on the lawn. A policeman ordered me rather roughly off the grass. I think I was just about setting my face to cry when my sweet-natured aunt turned tigress. She flew in the cop's face, arms akimbo. "You don't see that too? White boy over there on the grass. Why you don't go chase him? Or is it only black people's children you got strength for? Why ain't you go chase that one, eh?" The cop quailed and beat as dignified a retreat as he was able. I hadn't even noticed the other little boy before my aunt's outburst. I never forgot that incident. Later, when I went to Tranquility Boys Intermediate School, I found a scattering of expatriate boys. They kind of knew their place, though, because the school leaders, the best athletes and the best students, seemed always to be Trinidadian African, East Indian, or Chinese. One day, however, we were reading and there was a reference to snow. Our teacher, who was local African, began to explain and describe it when he was interrupted by an English boy, who stopped him and explained exactly what snow was. Interrupting and correcting a teacher was unheard of. After class there was an excited discussion among us. Some boys were saying that our teacher had been exposed in his stupidity. My position was that it was not a question of our teacher being stupid. He, never having been to England, should not be expected to know as much about snow as someone born there. What was so special about snow that our teacher should be expected to know it? What could we in Trinidad be expected to know about snow anyway? Why was it even in our book? Do English school books teach about Trinidad? I remember taking this position rather fiercely, largely because in some vague, unarticulated way I felt the humiliation of our teacher as an insult to us all. Apart from those 2 incidents, the annual obligatory Empire Day observances, and one visit by a member of the royal family, Princess Margaret, colonialism in Trinidad was everywhere present but rarely obvious to a kid. Empire Day was a head trip. This judgment is by no means retrospective, even then we found it a little odd, kind of artificial, and pointless. Once annually, what seemed like all the school children of the city would be assembled on the savannah, there to sing Rule Britannia. 36. The House at the 42 Steps. The British Grenadiers, God Save the Queen, and other such uplifting compositions of Anglophiliac excess. After which we were addressed briefly and perfunctorily by the governor or some other British dignitary. An utter non-event so far as I and my friends were concerned. Now the visit of Her Royal Highness Princess Margaret was a different story. I was about 10, and for weeks that was all you could hear, in school, in church, on the radio, in the newspapers, and in the marketplace. Princess Margaret is coming. Royal visit. A national honor. Historic event. The country must put its best foot forward. So of course I was prepared, if I could figure out which one it was, to put my best foot forward too. And from all the hype one could not avoid a growing anticipation. We children, alas, the crimes against the young were again enlisted. We were each given a tiny Union Jack and attired as though for church. We lined the route, where we were promised a good look at the princess. So, of course, the noble wench is late. We children stood for some 4 hours in the hot sun. At first it was sun hot, but then came a tropical deluge that drenched us thoroughly. No princess. After which the sun pops out and dries us out again. No princess. After about another hour, the long-awaited moment. A couple of police outriders with some kind of flags streaming above their motorbikes. A ripple of whispered excitement, princess coming, moves along the line of kids. We start waving the small Union Jacks. We all perk up. At last a look at this royal paragon. Maybe she'll smile at us and wave. Finally this weird covered carriage with drawn curtains rolls on by. That was it. The response was unanimous. What were we standing there for if we didn't even get to see her? And obviously she did not want even to look at us. As I said, the European presence was, at least for me, distant and remote. Not so the East Indian community though. They were very much a presence in my youth. After the abolition of slavery in the empire in 1838, the sugar planters in the West Indies and South Africa were hardest hit. In both places the importation of labor from the Indian subcontinent to replace the Africans in the cane fields began in earnest. In Trinidad, the recruitment of these indentured workers, whom the planters referred to as coolie labor, continued until the numbers of Africans and Indians reached parity. My impression is that, with the exception of a few demagogic bigots on both sides, the relationship between these two very different peoples was reasonably civil and tolerant. 37. At about 7 or 8 I was playing with a group of boys in the street. An old, bearded, and turbaned Indian man passed by. "Look at that old coolie man," someone shouted, and we laughed. "Shame on you, boys." Glowering down on us was a large, disapproving African woman. "Don't call them coolies. You know they don't like that." "Then what we to call them, ma'am?" someone asked, genuinely perplexed. "They are East Indians. That is what they call themselves. And when you see an old man like him, say, Salam Babu, that's how his people call him." I could hardly wait to see another elderly Indian to test this novel salutation. The Indians made a profound impression on me. At this time, being the more recent arrivals, they frequently wore their national dress, spoke their national languages, and maintained their religious faith and practice. Periodically, they would have colorful religious festivals and processions. I think in addition to the Hindus, some were Muslim, because one such festival seems to have been the Shiite festival of Hussein and Hassan. I used to look at their colorful dress and say, wow. India must really be beautiful because all the people in India must be dressed like this. I thought we Africans suffered in comparison. Since we wore only Western clothes, were mostly Christian, and spoke only English, I for a long time considered slavery and the ruthlessness of oppression and imperialism to have seriously trampled on, even stamped out, our original culture. Indeed, I can remember once answering a question about African culture in Trinidad to the effect that the only element I'd experienced was those meetings at Ms. Baines's, which I thought vaguely African. Of course now I know better. I now understand how thoroughly African the base of Trinidadian popular culture is. And the extent to which, instead of dissipating away, African culture has informed, indeed to an extent colonized, the European and Indian cultures in Trinidad. In the late 60s, on a visit to England, I can remember once meeting Sam Selvon, the distinguished Trinidadian comic novelist of Indian descent. An African brother born in Jamaica greeted him. "Aha, a writer, huh? So you must be one of that Naipaul gang, eh?" "Oh, God, boy," he wailed. "I done business with them boys, eh? I Creolize, boy. I completely Creolize." "No, man, don't say that." We just laughed and hugged him. "We just yanking your chain, bro. We know your work and we know you." "Yeah, man. But don't make them keen a joke, buzz. I don't know what wrong with those two, eh?" 38. The House at the 42 Steps. Selvon's comic masterpiece, The Lonely Londoners, chronicles the misadventures of the Pan-African emigrant community in post-war London. It is a true classic of the Pan-African spirit. Its rich cast includes working-class characters from Trinidad, Jamaica, Guyana, all parts of the Caribbean, the countries of British colonial Africa, and the Indian subcontinent, all thrown together in close alliance in the alien culture and climate of London. Bro Selvon, ostensibly a Trinidadian Indian, displays in his work not only comic genius but a remarkable spirit of Pan-African brotherhood. Ironically enough, my experience of Africa and the American South has enabled me to recognize the extent to which the Trinidad of my youth was very much one of those deceptive creolized cultures in which Europe rules but Africa governs. And certainly in the tonalities and styles of speech, our music, the cuisine, the style and sensibility of popular culture, and the rhythms of daily family and community life, it was Africa that governed there. Or at least did when I was a child. My mistake as a youth with regard to the culture is easy to understand. In school, we learned about snow, daffodils, and skylarks. I had no references by which to properly understand, identify, or analyze the culture that was all around me. So much all around us, in fact, that we never recognized it as culture. What we were looking at all around us was simply what folks did naturally. We took it for granted. Carnival and the steel band phenomenon is an excellent case in point. As I said, the Casablanca steel band was a natural and constant part of my earliest environment, like the moon or the sun. Some things are simply accepted and never really examined. And of course, it was not a fit subject for discussion in school. It took me, therefore, a long time to realize just how unique an act of creative genius and what an aggressive and subversive act of African cultural resistance those steel bands actually represented. It is quite a story. Sometime in the late 1930s, the government, in another of its persistent and futile attempts to suppress African cultural survivals, decided that the colony would more easily be governable if drums and other traditional musical instruments were outlawed. The colonials must have sensed, and correctly, the importance of music in the cultural independence and political resistance of the African masses. I would, of course, encounter this phenomenon again in the American South. But at least the George Wallaces and Ross Barnetts of that world never tried to outlaw our spirituals and freedom songs. Though I'm sure they must often have wished that they could have. So in Trinidad, by legislative fiat, an African could be jailed for possession of drums and other musical instruments. Not a gun, not a grenade. 39. Or some dynamite, but a drum? I have often tried, and failed, to visualize the campaign to enforce that law. In implementation of this policy, did armed police and soldiers, the governor's minions, surround African communities and conduct house-to-house searches? And for what? Those threats to public order, drums, tambourines, maracas, and mariambas? Did they kick down the doors to shacks with guns drawn? Freeze. You're under arrest. Seize that drum. So, suddenly deprived of their traditional instruments of musical expression, Africans resorted to their creativity and whatever materials lay to hand. In this case, the 55-gallon steel drums used to store oil at the refinery. These they took and cut to varying depths. Say 9 inches down for an alto pan, 2 feet deep for a tenor pan, and twice that for a bass. Then on the top they would heat and pound out a number of raised areas, each of which when struck would produce a precise musical note of a certain pitch. Over the years the brothers experimented with ways to refine the basic instruments and to create others. The result is what is today known the world over as the Trinidad Steel Band, an ensemble of musical instruments of great range and flexibility, capable of playing not only calypso and other forms of local popular music, but the most complex and demanding of jazz compositions or any form from the European classical tradition you care to name. A sound immediately recognizable in the distinctive, liquid purity of tones and the fluency of its melodic lines. Hey, as you may have noticed, I can't pretend to be an ethnomusicologist. I'm a revolutionary. But that description should give you a fairly accurate sense of the accomplishment represented by the creation of the steel bands. And remember, this unique innovation and the musical tradition it evolved into came directly out of the determined and indomitable will of Trinidad's Africans to resist colonization and to maintain their culture. The music of the steel bands became an integral part of Carnival and Trinidad's popular music. Carnival proper takes place over the 4 days immediately preceding Ash Wednesday, which begins the 40 austere days of Lent. This explosion of music, spectacle, and fervent celebration before the due solemnity of Lent is common to many Catholic cultures, especially the Latin ones. It comes the Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday before Lent, but the bands will have been rehearsing and composing all year. The masquerade troupes will have started constructing their elaborate and fantastical costumes from the day after Christmas. But many a poor worker will have been saving pennies all year for carnival costume in which to play moss. The origins of this giant communal fete are interesting. It followed. 40. The house at the 42 steps. Pretty much the same pattern in those creolized societies where powerful currents from Europe and Africa mingled and combined New Orleans, Brazil, and Trinidad. In all these places during slavery, elements of European Catholic ritual and spectacle merged with similar aspects of African religious cultures. Specifically, these were the colorful and spectacular rituals of the Saints' Day parades of Latin Catholic culture, the frenzied pre-Lenten or spring festivals of pagan Europe merging with the masked ancestral dances or masquerades of West African cultures, to evolve into carnival in Rio or in the New Orleans Mardi Gras. The quality of the music, the dance, and the elaborate, colorful masked dancers are clearly African in origin, Europe ruled but Africa governed. As I recall, the excitement and anticipation began to build in January with the launching of the moss camps. In these camps the construction of the floats and costumes for the Grande March took place. As the time approached, people our family included would stroll from camp to camp previewing the models and drawings of the costumes under construction. We would argue over our favorites to win the grand prize. Then the bands would begin to refine and rehearse their musical routines composed for the contest called Panorama. Today, so I'm told, the steel bands come lavishly attired and equipped courtesy of their multinational corporate sponsors, the marriages of capitalism and local culture. The Shell Oil Invaders and Mobile Corp's Casablanca? Somehow it doesn't ring quite right, given the militant history out of which the bands evolved. All motion is not necessarily progress. Around mid-February, the Calypso tents would go up at different venues around the city. In those days some really were giant circus tents. In the tents in nightly concerts, aspiring Calypsonians would show off and test out their repertoires for the big contest. Calypsonians are not merely performers. They are poets, satirists, social critics, musical composers, as well as singers. Very much in the tradition of the African griot and tale teller. In fact, One important category of carnival competition is extemporaneous composition. Each contestant is given a subject or theme around which to compose a calypso. On the spot, he is expected to create the words and music and to sing his instantly created calypso before a very critical audience. This was Tante Elaine's favorite part of carnival. But we children never got to go to the calypso tents because the scandalous, irreverent, anti-establishment tradition of the form was very much still in evidence at that time. One year, the governor had repeatedly threatened to cancel carnival or, as the people called it, Moss. This naturally provoked everyone, especially the Calypsonians. One night, a singer strode to the front of the tent and put up a detailed anatomically correct picture of a large jackass behind the 41 stage. The picture of the animal excited considerable interest. What in Hades was a donkey doing in the Calypso tent? Without explanation the brother launched into a rollicking song, the chorus of which went: "De governor say no mas. Tell de governor he ma does." And he pointed to the animal as the audience shouted out the obvious rhyme. And "De governor say no mas. Tell de governor to haul he." And he pointed at the animal and the audience, laughing, completed the line. I have no idea whether that song won that year, but it certainly is the performance that all Port of Spain was laughing about and singing that week. No more was heard from that particular representative of the Queen about banning Moss. Carnival proper began on the Saturday with Panorama, the day-long shootout, so to say, the mother of all steel band battles. The contest determined the year's champion and, I think, the order of march in the big parade, or Grande March. Dimanche Gras, or Big Sunday, saw the judging of the costumes of the troops of dancing masqueraders and the crowning of the Calypso King, as I recall. Before sunup on Monday was Jayovert, the beginning of masquerade activity. This was the time reserved for 01 Moss, the rowdy, raunchy, orgiastic element of carnival. The audience would be chased, dogged with mud in mud moss, and all kinds of madness and excess would take place. 01 Moss was not at all respectable. It was the time when revelers who'd been up all the previous night drinking would blow off steam. It's bacchanal, bacchanal. Being as young as I was, I know Jayovert only from the shocked descriptions of my elders' conversations. But the finale, or Mardi Gras, was the family's. We would take benches and chairs to our friend Mrs. Brito's house. She conveniently lived on Charlotte Street, opposite the Rosary Catholic School, near to the entrance where the Grande March entered the Savannah. It was a perfect vantage point from which to view, comment on, and judge the entire parade. Almost day long, with the steel bands, spectacular masquerade troops, the Calypsonians, and with masked individuals and groups of supporters dancing behind them. 42. The house at the 42 steps. We were too young to play Moss, and as the aunts pointed out, by not being in the parade we got to see everything much better anyway. Unfortunately, I left Trinidad before I could assimilate and process all this. I've placed it all here in much more of a context than I had at the time. For what I had while I was there were simply experiences, impressions and sensations which I'd been absorbing through my senses and by osmosis. I left at the age where I was just beginning to understand it all, but my impressions are indelible. Trinidad was beautiful to me. It was love, it was security, it was community and protection. And my recollection of my childhood there is happy. Good times, secure times, in which I was totally at ease. I was free even as a young boy to roam the neighborhood with no restraints. We could walk around the botanical gardens, we could go to the savannah. At night, when the moon was bright, all the lights would be turned out and we children would play in the moonlit garden. There was music, there was vibrancy, there was color, there was dynamism. I can honestly say that, as a young boy in Trinidad, I do not think I ever felt conscious of lacking anything. Because I didn't know, or didn't at least really understand, the impact of belonging to a colonial subject people, I would not have changed Trinidad at all. I would have left it just the way it was. 43. Chapter 3. A Tale of Two Cities. The letters are large, carefully rounded. A child's hand. On January 16, 1952, my grandmother Mrs. Cecilia Harris Carmichael died. She was a blessed soul. The sentences are from a document my cousin Austin has sent to help anchor my memories to precise dates. It is a family history that his 10-year-old daughter, Pediga, compiled for a 6th grade assignment. She was a blessed soul, the little girl had written. That phrase leaps out in its childlike directness and simplicity. Also because the rest of the text is straight narrative, the milestones of family, names, places, dates, marriages, births, and deaths. That is the only editorial judgment to be found. She was a blessed soul. Why, I wonder, or how had our young historian been so taken with that language? Having been too young to have known her grandmother, she could only have picked it up from the oral tradition of her elders. In any event, Austin's purpose is served. The child Peta has given me the precise date of my departure for America, June 1952, 6 months after my grandmother's death. The death was not nearly as traumatic for us children as it might have been. It was indeed our first encounter with the death of someone real close. However, we took our cue from the adults around us, who seemed to accept it with a stoic fatalism. She was old, much loved, and had led an exemplary life. Now she had gone peaceably to her Savior. His will be done. Perhaps we were too young for the finality of it all to really dawn on us. Perhaps also we were distracted at the excitement of again actually seeing our father, who was coming home to bury his mother. But even that reunion was not as dramatic in the event it was quite. 44. A Tale of Two Cities. Anticlimactic as it might have been. True, my father had left when I was 5 and had been gone 6 years, but I can remember no separation anxiety on our part. For one thing, the household in which we were left had been very nurturing. For another, my father had never been truly absent. We had pictures so we knew what he looked like. And even the house, the very walls around us, spoke eloquently and materially of his presence. As did the oral tradition, the neighbors' inquiries and recollections, the grandmothers' and aunts' stories. And too there were our parents' letters filled with messages and admonitions, and the regular shipments of clothes, toys, books, and exotic American candies. All of which now contributed to our heightened anticipation and growing excitement for my father's return. One by one the days went by. Finally, though, the funeral had to be held without him. Then it was said our father would be home the following day. Dutifully we fought off sleep deep into the night. When we could no longer keep our eyes open, we were sent off to bed. And when we awoke the next morning, our father was in the house. It seemed so natural, and he so familiar, it was simply as though he had never been gone from among us. By the time his visit was over, it had all been settled. At the end of the school year, Mummy Olga would bring Umulta, me, and baby Linette 6 years old. She was no baby to our parents in New York. Of course, it would be an abrupt change from everything we had known, but we would have 6 months to get accustomed to the idea. The ostensible reason for this momentous change, the one given to us anyway, was that Grandma's death had left a vacuum in child care and proper supervision in the household. On reflection, though, I am not entirely certain that this was the only or even the main reason. I think it entirely more likely that our parents and particularly my mother wanted the family united, all her children around her. Of course, we were children and were not consulted on our preferences. How did I really feel about so abruptly leaving the home, school, friends, community, in fact everything that I had known? There had to have been ambivalence, but I can honestly say that I remember no great anxiety. In any case, it was a fait accompli. We were going to America, and our parents, and particularly to my mother, who, for some reason, had not been as much of a presence in the aunt's daily conversation as had been my father. So I had, of course, a greater curiosity there. What would living with my real mother be like? I was, of course, not then familiar with the term nuclear family. The whole concept as defined in the West would have been contrary to the reality of the African extended family that I'd experienced at home or observed in the community. But that is what we Carmichaels were going to be now, a nuclear family. 45. I'm sure we must have heard in the general discussion a constant refrain about what a big, rich, modern country America was. How lucky we children were to be going there. Then too there was the considerable excitement of actually getting to fly in a real airplane. Boy, Stokely, you be lucky, we. Was the verdict of my school friends, tinged, I realized, with no little envy. So naturally, I felt lucky. Lucky except for one thing, the wrenching prospect of being parted from Austin. Austin had been part of everything I had known from the time I first knew myself, big brother, playmate, mentor, playground protector, everything. We talked earnestly about our pending separation. Of course, we would miss each other. But, we consoled ourselves that it would not, indeed could not, be anything permanent. He'd come to New York and I'd return to Trinidad regularly. On summer vacations we'd be together again. Nothing would change. Part of the time in New York, the rest in Trinidad. Summers would be perfect. That, however, was not in the cards or the family finances, and it would be many, many years before we were to meet again. But, neither geography, distance, or the prohibitive cost of travel could erode that initial closeness. Today, Austin remains not only a most trusted friend and confidant, but my brother in the truest sense of that word. But what, I wondered, was America really like? The country I'd seen in the movies seemed very different from Trinidad. For one thing, with the exception of the occasional and doomed redskins in the westerns, all American people seemed to be white. And, as my father would occasionally later grumble after yet another provocation from the natives, boy, back home, if you went only by the movies, you'd believe this country didn't have no ugly people in it at all. Much effort was expended in persuading us of our good fortune. America, in this account, was bigger, better, richer. It had opportunity, better schools, better houses, better clothes, better everything. Which was, of course, difficult to actually imagine. Finally, I concluded that America was exactly like Trinidad, only much, much larger. Bigger and therefore better everything: cars, rivers, beaches, botanical gardens, carnivals, schools, everything. Everything just like Trinidad, only in the American version, new and improved. And you must remember, since I had had absolutely no complaints about the original, the grander version must be heaven, straight. Finally the big day. A rapid blur of memories. I remember most distinctly how surprisingly quickly the excitement of actually flying dissipated. The anticipation had built almost unendurably before we finally boarded the aircraft. Flying through the air had to be the most unimaginably beautiful feeling. I tried to imagine how thrilling the sensation, the height, the lift, the thrust, the soaring in the clouds, the speed, the 46. A Tale of Two Cities. Incredible freedom of movement. A nervous anticipation spiced by a little fear. Then we were all strapped in and I could hear the sound of the motors and feel the plane moving, first slowly, even ponderously, then faster and faster. The roar turned into a howl and the landscape outside the window rushed by. That was exciting. We flying now, Mummy Olga? Mummy Olga. But Mummy Olga had her eyes tightly closed and might have been praying. Then the engine's howl settled into a comfortable drone and suddenly all sensation of speed and even motion disappeared. Only a constant slight vibration from the propellers, an occasional side-to-side rocking, or a sudden lift or dip of the cabin told us that we were in motion. Soon my sisters were asleep. That did not seem right. I fought it. Boy, you fiend. You ain't be wasting it with no sleep. But the cabin was cramped. The journey seemed interminable. There was little to do. Sleep had its way. I think we changed planes once, perhaps twice. And we slept some more. Ho hum. How easily we humans become jaded. They announce that we are landing at LaGuardia Airport. I can see rows of yellow lights on the ground. In the distance, shimmering lights outline the New York skyline at night. Magical. Fantastic. Like carnival. Wow. New York. A new life. Our parents. Our mother will be waiting. Everyone is suddenly wide, tingly awake. It really was true. New York was big. It was a cavernous building brightly lit even at 3 o'clock in the morning. A long, endless corridor stretched ahead of us. The line of people walked fast. After we got our luggage from another huge room, we were in an even bigger one. At one end was a line of tall desks from which ropes extended, forming corridors along which people carrying luggage formed lines. Mummy Olga reached the desk, answered questions, showed documents. The white man smiled at the children. Welcome to New York. Laden with luggage, we walked into another room, and thus began my American journey. Look for them now, Mummy Olga said. Look for your parents. They be here to meet we, yes. A small mass of people were lined up along the gate toward which we were headed. My eyes searched the huddle. Oh, Lord, look see. See Dolphus and dem over day. Mummy Olga pointed toward an area of the crowd that seemed to be moving. A small group were waving handkerchiefs and seemed to be bouncing up and down. As we drew closer, I could see that most of the jumping was being done by a smartly dressed, stylishly pretty lady in a blue suit and two little girls. I recognized my sisters born in America. They had visited us in Trinidad. Soon my mother was hugging all three of us at 47. The same time, with little Janeth and Judith squeezing in, just a squealing and a hugging whatever they could reach, knees, bellies, whatever. There was laughing, crying, hugging, and everyone talking at the same time. Kisses flew around the group indiscriminately. Passing travelers turned their heads and smiled indulgently as they went by. Those Africans certainly are an expressive people. The drive home seemed almost as long as the plane ride. Up close, the city seemed less magical. The streets all seemed indistinguishable. The buildings, all brick or stone, seemed drab and undifferentiated. One could easily get lost. It all looked the same, and it went on and on and on. One image was unforgettable. We must have been somewhere in Queens, on a long overpass over a throughway. In Trinidad, in my experience, cars rarely exceeded 40 miles per hour. Suddenly, we were on this overpass and I looked down at a line of headlights just hurtling along out of the darkness. I mean, they were just flying toward us. One behind the other and dangerously close for the incredibly high, reckless speed at which they were moving. It was amazing, unreal. These bright lights came zooming toward the overpass and disappeared underneath us with a sound like zap, 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 marking their furious passage. It was more than a little frightening. It seemed demented, suicidal, as if they were rushing to their doom. Wow! Did all cars in New York always go so fast? Were they racing cars? At this time of night? During our brief moment on the overpass, Umilta had seen it too. We exchanged a long, wordless glance, our eyes wide with wonder. After a long ride, the car turns into a wide street, deserted at that hour. It stops before a towering building of brick or concrete. Well, this is it, my father says. This where we living. I look at 861 Stebbins Avenue in the South Bronx. This huge building is our home. Wow! America really must be rich. But something didn't quite add up. Something about it didn't look like a home. A place where people really lived. You mean, I ask him, that this whole big house is for us? The adults find that funny. No, son, my mother explains. Lots of families live here. We just have an apartment. Well, that will be nice, I think. An apartment. That sounds impressive, modern. Big as the building is, a part should be more than enough for us. All right. When we got to the third floor, I could not believe it. There was one bedroom. This apartment, 3 rooms in all. What, I thought, you mean all of us going to live in this one little place? But I kept my peace. 3 rooms for 8 of us. The 4 from 48. A Tale of Two Cities. Trinidad, my parents, and my 2 sisters Janeth and Judith, who had been born in America. In Trinidad, Austin and I had our own little room up front. Now I would be sleeping on a couch in the living room. And, of course, it seemed even more cramped and disappointing after the grand expectations of American scale and wealth that had been conjured up by all the talk. By the next morning, my curiosity and a measure of optimism had returned. From the break of day or even earlier, I had been awakened by street sounds, metallic urban sounds, car horns, engines of buses, trucks, the banging of forklifts, garbage cans, and what have you, such as were never heard in the Belmont I had left. By the time the household was stirring, I was dressed and eager to explore my new world. I asked my mother. Say what explore? Stokely, now this ain't Belmont, why no? This the Bronx, New York. You can't go down there by yourself. You be so lost, boy. You can go with me when I go to the store. So you can learn the neighborhood. Of all the early American impressions, of all the new information to be assimilated, by far the most important discoveries concerned my mother. As I've said, she was, in my mind, much more of a mystery than my father. So I was naturally filled with an excited curiosity about this smallish lady I was now meeting. She was pretty, petite, stylish in dress, and warmly and spontaneously affectionate in spirit, but with a no-nonsense decisiveness in her manner. I discovered right quick that she was also fiercely passionate in her convictions, with a determined, can-do optimism. Mabel Charles Carmichael would become and remain a major influence in the lives of me and my sisters. This little dynamo of a woman was the stable moral presence, the fixed center around which the domestic life of this migrant African family revolved. My father would have to work outside the home, and on occasion, outside the country, to support us. My mother worked at home to nurture, develop, and direct us. She was always there to praise or scold, admonish or encourage, or to fearlessly defend as the occasion demanded. We children quickly learned to see her as tireless, omnipresent, and all-seeing, the ever-vigilant enforcer of order and family standards, whose displeasure was to be avoided at all costs. With mother, the rules were always clear, expectations understood, her voice unquestioned, and justice impartial and swift. Also it was my mother, if you remember, who was the American connection. Was it not she whom my father had followed here? And because she was largely responsible for our presence here, she had a strong personal investment in ensuring that the move be a success. So she was at 49. Some pains always to see only the best in things American, in a word, to wrap herself in conventional immigrant optimism. This was her impulse, save when it came to any kind of racist provocation touching her husband or her children. Then May Charles tolerated no illusions nor made any allowances. Then my mother would not only accept confrontation, she would seek it out. Hunt it down. Yes, she would. Neighborhood, indeed. For us children, the neighborhood consisted effectively of a few square yards of concrete sidewalk outside the building, for many clear limits were in force. We were told in no uncertain terms what these limits were. We could not play beyond the width of our building. We could not cross the street. On no account were we even to venture into the street. Now I can see how carefully my parents had planned the timing of our move. But apparently there had been one contingency they either had not anticipated or could do nothing about. See, Grandma Cecilia had died in January, the middle of the Trinidad school year and the New York winter. It was logical to wait until June to move us, when school would be over and the New York weather would have warmed up. Also, that way we children would have a summer to adjust to life in the new environment before braving the vicissitudes of the American school system. But it also meant that, after the relative freedom of our Belmont neighborhood, we faced a long New York summer in a cramped, stuffy apartment where there was no outside in any real sense of that word. And the sidewalks of the South Bronx, though not as dangerous in 1952 as they would subsequently become, were also not as friendly and forgiving as the community ambience to which I was accustomed. Now, in all the newness and strangeness of America, my first truly poignant, even disorienting discovery was unexpected. It had to do with, of all things, the moon. No kidding now, the moon. As young children in Trinidad, we had looked forward to the full moon. We took it for granted, but I was soon to recognize how much it had meant. Under the brightness of our big tropical moon we had played gleefully in the transformed landscape of the garden and neighborhood streets. On Stebbins Avenue, where we now lived, I discovered that you could not see the moon. No moon at all. Imagine, no moon at all. That was inconceivable, most shocking and distressing. To me, this messed with the fundamental nature of the universe, the very heart and texture of reality itself. No moon? And along with that absence went the loss of the distant pulsings of Casablanca's rhythms on the night wind. W ho yas ho I yas ho I yo it. How can you sing King Alpha's song in a strange land? Our restricted movement was another real shock. Trauma might not be. 50. A Tale of Two Cities. Too heavy a word, after the near complete freedom and security I had enjoyed on the island. The freedom to roam the community, to walk in the gardens and the savannah, confident in the protection of every adult, a surrogate parent. Not to say that there was no sense of community in the Bronx, but it was a different kind of community. It had a different style and feel. That first summer I spent as much time as I could outside, which is to say, hanging out on my little square of sidewalk bounded on one side by the front of 861, on the other by the street, and at its ends by the sides of our building. Of course, little playing was possible there, so I mostly just hung out. I stood, looked, listened, and saw and heard a great deal. If Muhammad cannot go to the mountain sure enough came. I saw fights, raucous squabbles and arguments, and even some petty crime. People seemed to have lots of indiscipline and what is now called attitude. But I heard no gunshots nor saw any gunplay. Those, mercifully, were still far in the future. There was great energy, but it seemed a brash, impersonal kind of undisciplined energy. I had no language for crowded ghetto, but that, of course, was what it was. And if I had been dismayed by the ratio of space to numbers of people in our apartment, I quickly learned that many of my parents' friends in the extended family were even more crowded than we, the classic immigrant reality. Though we Africans from the Caribbean seemed greatly enamored by the Africans born in America, I have come to recognize that the neighborhood was not so much a settled community as it was the confluence of two volatile streams of recent arrivals, the foreigners coming from the cane fields of the islands, the Americans coming from the cotton fields and small holdings of the rural South. Nearly all of them were first-generation immigrants valiantly trying to come to terms with a concrete urban vastness equally alien to both. It was not as if the two groups were at each other's throats. Far from it. Beneath differences of style and accent, there indeed was a community of tolerance, respect, and the reality of concrete circumstances common to all. We were all black, poor, and recently arrived. There were cases of cooperation, friendship, and the kinship of shared experience. All in all, more united us than divided us. But simply, the adjustment was not easy for either group, and the overarching economic environment was not hospitable, fair, or particularly welcoming. One morning I was looking on in astonishment as an older brother stole a crate of sodas from a delivery truck while the driver was inside servicing the machines. My expression must have reflected my amazement, for I had never seen anything quite so brazen. As he ran past, the brother growled something at me. It sounded like, "What ya lookin' at, fool? Want me to go upside yo nappy head?" Or 51. Words to that effect. I couldn't understand exactly what he said. But from his tone, his meaning was unmistakable. In the interest of my health, I should mind my own cotton pickin' business. And not even look at him. So in the street, new attitudes, cultural styles, and rhythms, a new language, would confront me, a lot of disorder and indiscipline. These striking differences notwithstanding, they were, I sensed, differences of style and attitude, not of substance. I saw that more united than divided the two streams. One real and effective force came from outside both emigrant African communities and was driven by a different engine, value, and vision. A new technology, instantly available if not omnipresent, was intensely fascinating. Seductive even. Television. Now, we in Trinidad were not unfamiliar with the moving images, sounds, and counter-reality of the audiovisual medium. In Trinidad we did, of course, have what our colonial mentors called the cinema. However, the fare, being usually of British origin, was clearly no reflection of our reality or experience. Which no doubt is why we did not tend to identify with the images on screen, which in any case were almost all white. Also, going out to the cinemas, was very much a special treat, a very occasional Saturday morning kind of treat which further emphasized its exotic, alien, and fantastic nature. Television had yet to make an appearance there, so the reality of the box as a standard household fixture was to me, if not inconceivable, at least a great novelty. And in the children-packed South Bronx apartment, the magic of television was very present. What an incredible luxury it seemed at first, our own miniature cinema at home instantly available. Given the long summer days, the limited options, and intimidating prospect of the streets, we ended up watching it a lot. It was television and more television. And in particular that fall there was Superman. I had been familiar with Batman and Robin, who, of course, did not fly. But Superman, the Man of Steel, was, I think, on the tube nearly every afternoon. And he, or rather his flying, fascinated and entranced me. Now I was not really a kid. I was 11 years old and nobody had ever called me stupid. So this is patently not about my suggestibility or lack of good sense. It might be about constraint, boredom, and restriction of movement, coupled with too graphic an imagination. And it certainly is about the insidious, reality-distorting power even of that infant medium. We are not talking here about any sophisticated, digital megascreen in living color and surround sound. No cyberspace virtual reality. We are talking real primitive here, a simple 12-inch, black and white box with a flickering screen and uncertain reception. And of course it was free of the gratuitous, egregious, technologically enhanced, special effect graphic. 52. A Tale of Two Cities. Images of violence ceaselessly pounded into the consciousness of today's youth. If you are from working-class New York, then you know that many of these old apartment buildings are laid out on the principle of a hollow square. The front of each apartment facing out and the rear facing inward and forming with the other side of the building a kind of enclosed, square courtyard. Pulley-strung clotheslines ran across this courtyard from side to side. These were weather-frayed lengths of sash cord often worn so fragile that too wet a wash could bring them down. One afternoon while my mother and Umulta were at the market, Superman came on. What I did next was certainly not from a sudden burst of inspiration. I had to have been cherishing and embellishing in my imagination for some time an image of the beautiful, perfect freedom of flight. Anyway, I draped a red bath towel around my neck, cape style. I opened the kitchen window, climbed on the window ledge and placed my hand on the clothesline. I could see myself diving forward and gracefully gliding over to the opposite apartment, propelled by the momentum of my dive as the pulley flew me across. I must have hesitated briefly to admire this image in my mind, because then a face appeared at the window opposite. "Stokely, child. What you doing out there?" she cried. "Oh, hi, Tant Jo. Wait there. I'm gonna fly over to you like Superman." "No, Stokely," she said sharply. Then her voice became very calm. "I need you to do something for me, please, before you fly like Superman, okay, honey? Now go back in the kitchen, please." Of course, as an obedient and helpful child from the Caribbean, I immediately went back in. As soon as that lady saw that I was away from the ledge and my feet were firmly on the floor, she went off. I mean, she just started to scream, "Jack! My lord, child! Are you crazy? But what a nearly distress on us here today, eh? You must be crazy, boy. How could you be so stupid? Best you take that silly cape off and go sit down. Wait till your mom gets back." Etc., etc. I keep telling you, women have always been saving my life. By the time my mother returned, I was quietly reading a book, the very picture of circumspection. For some mysterious reason, television seemed to have lost its attraction, at least for that afternoon. She calmly took me into the kitchen and yanked the clothesline, which obligingly came off in her hand, and explained how I would certainly have fallen to my death. I shouldn't be so gullible. Superman didn't exist, wasn't real, was simply a fiction on television. Human beings could not fly. Didn't I know that? Of course I did, so why? Interestingly enough, there was one thing she didn't say: she never prohibited me from watching Superman again. Since this was after our first and only Stebbins Avenue summer, I could not have been under the influence of television for more than a few 53 months. I was not a stupid child, and as noted, the medium was in its infancy. So this was a comparatively tiny, flickering, black and white image that had so totally disoriented my sense of reality. What effect can the ubiquitous, inescapable, virtual reality, video game, contemporary version have on young minds today? Dumb question. I withdraw it. The answer glares out at us constantly in horrific daily headlines and on eyewitness newscasts over that very same medium each evening at 6. As I would discover, my experience with the Western media was not unique. Across the black world, the response of my generation, my age set, to this egregious Western presence was more than a little ironic and frequently unpredictable. Take for instance the Tarzan movies. Once a group of us in Guinea were discussing Tarzan. I described how my youthful misimpressions of Africans had been conditioned by them. "Oh, I know those movies," Layman said. "We used to watch them in Ghana too." "Really? They showed them in Africa? What did you all make of the way they presented Africa?" I asked. "Nothing at all." "What, you weren't offended?" "Not in the least. Why should we have been? To us they looked nothing like any Africa we knew. So we concluded that they were about black people in America. We thought America a very strange place indeed. Despite what should have been and undoubtedly was the excitement of discovering the wonders of a new country, time hung heavily during that first summer. Even the novelty of television had quickly faded. Time dragged and I found myself wishing desperately for school to start. In America, education was free and better, my parents kept repeating. And it represented opportunity, boy. The kind of boundless opportunity not present in little, backwater Trinidad. Education was modern in America, the system was better. I could hardly wait, and the anticipation only caused time to drag more heavily. Before the school question, though, there was the matter of the coat. By about mid-August I was facing yet another major adjustment, which had nothing to do with either culture or technology. This one was elemental, purely climatic. I had begun to feel cold. My father laughed. But it is still summer, you can't be cold yet. Wait till winter, then you really going see cold, boy. But I cold now. What I going do if it get any colder? I complained. Oh, we'll dress properly. I'm going to get you a winter coat. But I was cold and kept bugging my poor father. When am I going to get my coat? I need it now. I real cold, yes. 54. A Tale of Two Cities. Thus I became the first person on the block to start wearing a winter coat. Middle of August. Even though people were laughing at me, I wore that coat. How they to tell me how I was feeling? I was chilly. But my father's problems with the coat did not end there. By the time it got to November or thereabouts and it was really cold to me, I came in and handed him the coat. He looks at me inquiring. Thank you, sir, but I don't want that coat again. He says, oh, and why not? Because it won't work. The wind comes through. So he laughs. There's no coat we can find that some wind won't come through. So why bother to wear a coat if the wind will always come through? Now my mother really laughs. Because, little man, if you take off the coat in winter, you freeze to death. Which all seemed to me as a choice between the proverbial black dogs and monkeys, either perpetual cold, death by freezing, or never leaving the house from November to June. What a country, yes. So between cold weather, wind-porous coats, no moon, restricted movement, I wanted out of this mama jamma, Jack. I couldn't wait to get back to Trinidad. But with every passing day, the saving prospect of school loomed even larger and crept mercifully, if too slowly, closer. Finally. All right, it's September. Time for school. I was more than ready. I had been well primed by our mother, who believed without question that America was the greatest country in the world and must therefore also have the best educational system. She pumped into my head, you must do well in school. Your job is to do well in school. You have to do well in school. The school of my first experience of American education was PS 39 on Longwood Avenue, the very same elementary school from which a few years earlier another young Caribbean migrant had launched his now celebrated American journey. Unlike Colin Powell, I was not to finish the 5th grade there, but it is where in September 1952 I began my American education. At what must have been the crack of dawn, I was combed, pressed, and fully dressed in back-to-school finery. I can't remember if it was the classic West Indian white shirt and tie. I was champing at the bit, raring to pit my small island self against the challenges of the finest educational system of the greatest country in the world. I knew that the students would be smarter and more sophisticated, the teachers stricter and more intellectually demanding, and the lessons hard, infinitely more advanced and challenging. But I was determined not to let my parents down. Of course, everything was different. Even the building, a massive, huge, and somewhat intimidating fortress of concrete and glass. And each 55 class had its very own room, completely separate and discreet. I think I must have badgered my mom to escort me too early, because I seem to remember sitting alone in a silent, empty classroom looking around with nervous anticipation. Physically it was impressive. The entire wall at the front of the room was a blackboard, facing which were neat rows of chairs, each with its own desk or writing surface attached. No long benches, chalk slates, and small blackboards set on tripods here. It seemed orderly, solid, and designed for very serious work. But no matter the degree of difficulty, I told myself, I was going to not just cope, but to excel here. I was as focused and serious as a sprinter facing the starter's gun. Then pandemonium, literally many demons. First, a sudden, loud grating sound somewhere between a loud buzzer and a jarring bell. Then almost immediately the door flew open and a wave of shouting, laughing, jostling energy rushed in. Students raced to particular seats, wrestling and jostling for possession. They were swearing, throwing spitballs, erasers, laughing, yelling, and even cursing. The apparent ringleader spotted me immediately. A muscular, stocky little brother, he told me his name was Jay. "What's your name, dude?" "Stokely." "Stokely," he echoed mockingly. "Boy, you show talk funny." "That's how we talk in Trinidad, boy." "Lou does talk funny." Then a white man in a suit came in, raising his hands as if for quiet. I stood, expecting the tumult and the shouting to subside. To my complete amazement, it got louder. An eraser whizzed by fairly close to the teacher's head. I could not believe it. I stood at my desk, my eyes fixed on the teacher. "Sit down, fool." I thought I recognized Jay's voice from behind me. The teacher looked at me, smiled somewhat faintly, and nodded. I sank into my seat. Talk about culture shock. This bedlam after the respectful, pristine, echoing silences of the schools I'd known, in which one could literally hear a pin drop on cotton. Stunned, I sank deeper into my seat, wrapped my arms around my ears, and let my head fall onto the desk in a timeless posture of withdrawal, amazement, and utter despair. "This," I moaned. "Is this America? Children throwing erasers at teachers." I'd never encountered children so noisy, so disrespectful, so destructive. How could one possibly concentrate in such a classroom? I don't believe I actually wept, but in that moment of utter desolation I sure felt like it. Naturally order, or some semblance thereof, was finally imposed on, or rather cajoled out of the class. Even the teacher's style seemed wimpy. 56. A Tale of Two Cities. After the absolute magisterial authority of the Caribbean counterparts I'd known. "All right, people, all right now. Please let's settle down now, boys and girls, shall we? Can we have some order here? Let me have your attention. That's better now. Gosh darn it, settle down." So learning finally began. Given my absolute confusion that first day when I had fully despaired of ever getting accustomed to the rougher ambience and dynamic of that classroom, it is remarkable how quickly my adjustment came. For one thing, the crushing academic challenge I had so feared simply failed to materialize. Quite the reverse, in fact. But before we get to the academic, check out the social. Here my early acceptance was unwittingly brought about from an unexpected quarter, the aforementioned young Master J, head ruffian in charge. On the first or second day, it became clear that we would have to fight or something much like that. The issue was my speech, about which he unfailingly made loud and unflattering remarks whenever I ventured to answer a question from the teacher. Finally, I suggested rather pointedly that he not do that. The class gasped and gave a long, gleeful oh of anticipation. Whereupon Jay promised to whoop my butt after school. In Trinidad, I'd had relatively few schoolyard fights because I was a fairly popular and articulate kid and could usually talk my way out of potential trouble without loss of face to either party. But also perhaps the real reason everybody knew that in combat I'd go off. Sure, you might whoop me, but I'd be coming at you, Jack. I might even be crying, tears streaming down my face, even screaming like a girl, but I'd be coming at you, fists flying, kicking, never quitting. Kick my booty, yes, but there would be a price. For which reason I think I was generally spared the attention of schoolyard bullies, who usually sought easier prey. But what now to do about Jay? I knew enough to realize that I couldn't start out my new school life by punking out. But what could I do? The teacher, perhaps sensing my discomfiture, let me out about 10 minutes early. Which was nice of him, but hardly a solution, as Jay's whispered "You lucky, sucker." But El Maggit you made clear as I left the room. Jay's version of what Joe Louis had said about Jersey Joe Walcott before their second epic fight, "Pappy can run, but he can't hide." But I had no intention of doing either. Once outside, I placed my books on a car, leaned up against it, and waited. But for what? That I didn't see clearly, but I sensed that running home would be about the worst thing I could do, a serious mistake. What then about the next day and the rest of the term? So I waited, without any clear plan but affecting a studied and elaborate nonchalance. But, I was cool, as the song goes. 57. Entirely too soon, school was out and the building emptied in a rush of noise and laughter. Out comes Jay at the center of a knot of admirers, all laughing excitedly. From the flush of triumph on his grinning face, he seemed to be accepting their adulation for having run off the skinny, funny-talking new kid. Then they saw me and pointed me out to Jay, who looked over to see me leaning on the car, doing my best to appear unperturbed. He seemed surprised and a mite uncertain. "Hey. Didn't the teacher send you home?" "Yeah. But this ain't ha nothing to do with him. This between you and me, boy." Silence. Our eyes lock. Glares are exchanged. Silence. Game faces. We look each other up and down. Silence. Suddenly I realized that I didn't have to do anything. It was purely his move. More silence. The acolytes begin to woof, whoop his butt, etc. But, for some reason, we don't fight. I suspect the advantage of surprise and the power of confrontation worked for me. Certainly it puzzled Jay, but he did recognize that he had much more to lose than just a fight. But no fight happened and I think he was every bit as relieved as I was. What did happen, in fact, is that we became the best of friends. I guess that little Jay was more of a politician than I then realized. Like LBJ, he preferred to have me inside dumping out, than outside dumping in. In any event, I was willingly enough drawn into his little orbit. Now, he really was a wild little brother, and once we became good friends, I followed his lead, jumping into his little wild actions. What Tante Elaine would have called all kinds of devilment. Hanging out at the back of the line, making noise, hitting boys up back their heads, grabbing girls in an ungentlemanly manner, and so forth. But there would be limits to my involvement in that kind of action. Those came from my parents' constant injunction to do well. My biggest surprise, in that regard, was the discovery that not only could I compete academically, but that I was actually much better prepared than the American kids. In fact, I rather too smugly and hastily concluded that American kids were stupid. Yes, to my shame, I did. They didn't know geography. They knew little in math, while I knew my times tables. They couldn't write. Could barely compose or parse sentences. What? So I was just soaring through school. In one area, though, I really needed to catch up, and my mother kept pressing me to study it, American history. I had no knowledge of it. But it was a fascinating story, and because it was my only real challenge, it became a favorite of mine. I devoured American history, which is of course to say, what passed for American history in a fifth-grade classroom circa 1952. 58. A Tale of Two Cities. But I was not to finish the academic year in that remarkable classroom. So I have no idea what happened to old Jay. He may have become a CEO, a professional athlete, a successful criminal, a soldier, a cop, or an anonymous civil servant, now nearing retirement. Or he could more easily have been an urban casualty or a Black Panther militant. He was high-spirited, energetic, and daring. A discipline problem certainly, but he was neither stupid nor bad. In fact, he was quite lovable. I wish him well. 59. Chapter 4. A Better Neighborhood. My father's announcement took us children by surprise. My mother was part of the announcing, standing next to my father, her face a study in pride and determination. Any apprehension in her expression was held firmly in check beneath the weight of the first two. My father explained to us that even before we'd arrived from Trinidad, he had been searching everywhere for a better home for us. Now, with the help of the Lord and our good mother, he had found what he was looking for. We would be moving in about 2 weeks, for our parents had bought us a house. Praise the Lord, Mummy Olga sighed audibly. Praise his holy name. It would be a better neighborhood, my mom said. We would have more living space. The streets would be quieter, less crowded, and the children would have more freedom. It was close to a school. My mother really emphasized that we would be moving to a good neighborhood. I do not recall if she mentioned that it would be a white neighborhood, but it was. The house was farther up in the Bronx, on Amethyst Street, in the Morris Park/White Plains Road area, not far from the Bronx Zoo. We would discover that the neighborhood was heavily Italian with a strong admixture of Irish. It was respectable working class, ethnic, and very, very Catholic. On one side it bordered Pelham Parkway, across which was a predominantly Jewish enclave. Ours would be the first, and for much of my youth, the only African family in that immediate neighborhood. Because we were children, it never occurred to us to wonder why or how my father had been allowed to buy into that block. Nor how, on a single income my father's, for our parents were very clear that my mother would stay home and mother us full-time, they could have scraped together the down payment. Or from what reserves of inner will and determination these two young immigrants had summoned the optimism and courage to take this major first step in pursuit of the American dream. I do recall the excitement of packing for the move, my sisters and my 61-better neighborhood. Gleeful anticipation of the promised space and freedom. How big would our house be? How fancy! Would we have our own rooms? This excitement lasted until we actually saw our new home. It was a dump. I mean, it was a serious dump. In fact, it was the local eyesore, and the reason I now understand clearly my father had been able to get the house with no visible opposition was because it was, hands down, the worst house on the block. It was so run down, beat up, and ill-kept that no one wanted it. If that house were a horse, it would have been described as hard-rode and put up wet. A creature in dire need of a little care and nurturing. My dad was the sucker the owners had seen coming on whom to unload their white elephant. Which is one reason, I'm sure, the race question was overlooked. Who else could have been expected to buy such a wreck? When we first saw it, we children were shocked. We looked around the house and at each other. I mean, even the cramped quarters at Stebbins looked like a mansion compared to what we were moving into. I mean, small, little, squinched up rooms, dark, sunless interiors, filthy baseboards, a total mess and not at all inviting. But our initial disappointment did not, of course, take into account my father, his supreme confidence in his skills and resourcefulness. He had indeed spent a long time looking for just such a house. Seeing not what was, but what could be. The neighborhood was quieter, and the house just 3 houses down from a school, and by the grace of God, sufficiently derelict and decrepit as to be available and affordable. Perfect. The Lord do move in mysterious ways. My father had cased the joint purposefully and assured himself that the foundations were solid enough to afford him a base on which to build. He'd figured out exactly what he was going to do with this house. Immediately when we moved in, my mother used to tease him fondly that he unpacked his tools before he unpacked his bed. My father set to work, even though it was January and cold. The remake took a long time, continuing in some way as long as he lived there. On those happy days when he had a construction job, my father worked on our house at night. On those all too many days when the union hiring hall failed to refer him to a job, he worked on our home day and night. Before he was through, he had added rooms upstairs and down, knocked out walls to create more space, put in windows and doors. In a word, he completely transformed that wreck. We learned later that as the neighbors looked on, amusement turned to skepticism, skepticism to wonder, and wonder to respect. They were, after all, working men and respected industry and competence. and as they watched the transformation from eyesore to one of the more attractive and well-maintained homes on the block, the neighbors recognized that. 61. Because of my father, the value of their property had not, as expected, plummeted by reason of our black presence, but had instead been enhanced. The school 3 houses away on Hamilton Avenue was PS 34, where I and my 3 hearing sisters were immediately enrolled. The eldest, Bumulta, who was deaf, attended a special school downtown. Naturally, for us, there would be the necessary period of adjustment, the new kids on the block syndrome. That we were African undoubtedly contributed something to this tension at first, but I must say clearly that I can remember no instances of overt racism from the neighborhood kids. Whatever their elders' attitudes might have been, once we were accepted in the hood by the other kids, that was it. Once we became familiar presences on the turf, so to say, citizens in good standing of the neighborhood, we were to be defended against any strangers from outside, whatever their color. But there would be a period of adjustment. Our mother was always at home and over-watchful with one eye tuned in on the street. She at first tried to keep us at home as much as possible, and for a long time she was never really completely comfortable with our visiting other children's homes. For this reason, my father built a clubhouse in our backyard for my friends. Our backyard became a focus of youth activity, which made my mother happy, as most of my time was spent where she could watch my movements and make sure I was not being subjected to racist insults. I believe my status among the boys was determined early by my mom and a stocky, muscular kid named Paulie Henry. Paulie was Italian/Irish, and most bellicose. He would, as they say, fight at the drop of a hat and drop the hat himself. One day early on, Paulie slapped around a friend of mine called Billy. I mean, old Paulie, like Stack O'Lee in the blues, had laid a hoodin on poor Billy. According to my mom, she came out and found me crying along with Billy. I guess, sensitive kid that I was comforting Billy by helping him cry. Billy explained what Paulie had done and added that Paulie had promised to come back and beat me up too. In fact, he had gone to round up his boys to help him administer said beating. And where's this Paulie now? My mother asked. Over in the schoolyard, Billy sobbed. Before the words were well out of his mouth, my mother stormed into the schoolyard, trailed a little hesitantly by me and Billy. "Which one of you is Paulie?" she demanded. Whereupon she declared in a loud and carrying voice, obviously she was sending a message beyond just the schoolyard, that I was not Billy. And she was not Billy's mother. So everybody, I mean, everybody, better understand that if they laid a finger on her son, she would come back with her husband's axe and set to chopping. 62. A better neighborhood. Upon which a chastened, deeply impressed Paulie hastened to assure her that this did not involve her son at all. That they had absolutely no intention in the world of touching her son. This was purely between them and Billy. It had been a dramatic performance on my mom's part, and quite convincing. It certainly convinced Paulie and his gang, and even I was not entirely sure whether my mother had been serious. Which, I suppose, is exactly what she intended. For it sure worked. I was probably the only kid on that block Paulie never fought with. In fact, he became a friend, and later, something of an influence. In all of PS 34, there was but one other African family, the Stovals. But they lived farther down in the Bronx, on the edge of the district. The oldest Stovall was a good athlete and, by reputation, rough, a real toughie. I suppose as only the second African boy to come through, I basked in some of his reflected valor. Strangely enough, I never became real close with the Stovals, perhaps because they didn't live in our immediate neighborhood. A case of the dominance of geography, turf over race, I presume. In my class, the 5th grade, the acknowledged baddest dude was an Italian kid named Nicky. I had not been in school 2 weeks when, for some reason, Nicky challenged me. Again, the teacher gets wind of it and lets me out early. This time, though, there was no uncertainty on my part. I had learned with J precisely how to work this one. In the end, it was almost a total rerun of PS39 and J, as Nikki also decided it best that we not fight. Unlike J, however, we never became friends. Our relationship remained cool, but correct, a kind of peaceful schoolyard coexistence. Here at PS34 I would find my peers undisciplined, less so than at Stebbins, but undisciplined nonetheless. Also just as destructive, breaking pens and pencils to throw at each other, dashing their books to the ground to fight each other. Which again raised the same question for me, why were American children so undisciplined and even self-destructive? I still have no answer for that, but as I got more and more into the neighborhood, I would get to see the self-destructiveness at close hand. By constantly reminding us that we were going to a better neighborhood, my mother had created certain expectations. Yet I would discover that just as much stealing was occurring in the better neighborhood, and this would come to touch me quite poignantly. Despite my mother's efforts to keep us at home or in the backyard, inevitably, my being a boy and older, I would eventually begin to roam the neighborhood. This was almost always in the company of my new and close friend John D'Amelio. John and I were inseparable, so close that the 63 neighbors called us the Bobside twins, one being fair and the other dark. They said, wherever you see one, you look for the other, he won't be far. We were constantly in and out of each other's home, and before long I was deeply immersed in the ambient local Italian culture. What little sponges children can be. I loved the food, both the taste and the sound of it, those final vowels and rolling consonants, spaghetti, macaroni, pizza, calamari, antipasto, mozzarella, and so forth. Because of Umilta's deafness, our family had learned to sign to communicate with her. This might explain my fascination with the expressive vocabulary of gestures that was so much a part of Italian conversation. I picked up these gestures naturally, and soon I could curse fluently in Italian to the accompaniment of eloquent gestures, much to the amusement of the adults. Yo, kid, wadaya, a wise guy. Gidudahia. I must in truth have been a sight, a pint-sized paisano in blackface. A real wise guy. Everyone knew me even if they did not know my name. The street name they gave me, because I was dark, was Sicci, short for Sicilian. Naturally, I also picked up the prevalent political attitudes of the Italian community. They did not particularly trust the government, in particular the FBI and the IRS. Of the two agencies, the IRS was truly to be feared while the FBI, in vernacular translation forever bugging Italians, was Bush League. My neighbors had scant respect for either that agency or its director, noting that it had consistently failed to make a single racketeering charge against Al Capone's stick, while the IRS had busted him on tax evasion. In the Harlem barbershop where my hair was cut, I would hear an African version of this conventional street wisdom. Better you kill someone than cheat on them taxes, baby. Yo can get away with murder easier than taxes. Mess with his taxes and Uncle Sam will get you. Yes he will, swear before God. Look what happened to Capone. I know my mother regarded my integration into the local culture with considerable ambivalence. On the one hand, she was pleased with my easy acceptance and local popularity. On the other, a caveat. Her mantra became, remember now, you can't be doing like these little white boys. Something happen out there in the street and you know who will get the blame. And that familiar nostrum of black parents, your little white friends got it made. For you to make it, you will have to be 3 times better than them. You best remember that, now. That, as it turned out, proved not all that accurate, failing as it did to take into account the serious consequences of class, culture, and gender. 64. A better neighborhood. However, my mother's misgivings were well founded, for the youth culture of that block was even then at considerable odds with the values and expectations of the parents. When I began to hang out after sunset, she imposed a 9 p.m. curfew, which, Of course, I stretched as much as was prudent, which did not escape her notice. There would be frequent confrontation. Whenever I pulled in at 9:20 or 9:30, I'd hear about it in no uncertain terms. One evening, fortunately for me, nothing very interesting was going down in the street. I went home early and retired quietly upstairs to my room. I read some and fell asleep. At 9 o'clock, my mother became incensed. "I know that boy's been running the streets. Well, when he comes in tonight, I am going to catch him. And he will hear me." Whereupon she fetches up some of my dad's 2x4s and nails and proceeds to batten down the front door as though in preparation for a hurricane. I mean, it was a show-enough barricade, Jack. By about 10, she's worried. 10:30 she's besides herself. She rouses my father. "That son of yours is out running the streets again. You better go find him." "Course I'll go." "But, May, you done nailed up the door," my father pointed out. "I hear my name and call down." "Did someone call me?" "You upstairs?" my mother cried. "Stokely, you upstairs?" "Yes, ma'am." "Is something wrong?" "No, nothing." "Nothing at all," she cries. "Stay in your bed." But by then I'm coming downstairs, trying to keep a straight face at the sight of the door. "Oh, what happened to the door?" I ask innocently. "Is a hurricane coming?" "Yes, Mr. Man." "You go ahead and laugh. But the night I catch you, we'll see how you laugh then." Did my mother have reason to worry? Absolutely. More reason to worry, in fact, than she ever suspected, even though she tried everything possible to keep me out of trouble. Everything possible. Just like John D'Amelio's mother, just like Cookie Delapio's mother, just like Polly Henry's mother. And many, many other mothers like them. They do their best to keep their children out of trouble in this society, and fail. They do all in their power to keep them out of jail, to keep them off drugs, away from the many dangers that are out there in America, and too often they fail. That's why I laugh when I hear people say that it is the parents who are to blame. It's not the parents, it's the society, stupid. The society with its venal, backward, and predatory values. This is what must be changed. So, what was it that my mother did not really know? Well, start with 65. The bellicose Polly, he of the axe lady incident. Among his age group on the block, Polly was a leader, in fighting, in stealing, in breaking into neighborhood stores, and such like antisocial actions. All potentially self-destructive. A nice friend otherwise, but this was just his undisciplined streak. Something I found so rampant in America. I knew that some of my Italian friends were breaking into the little mom and pop stores around the neighborhood, and that Polly was coordinating much of this. But, I thought they weren't very bright about it. Working in groups of 3, they would break into a store one night. A couple of nights later, another group would break into the same store. They would keep breaking into the same stores until the police, apparently even less bright, would finally catch a few. I knew that, but figured it wasn't my duty to be preaching at them. So I left it alone. What follows I am not at all proud of. But in a book like this, one has an obligation to be brutally honest. Perhaps it can serve as a lesson to others about the dangers of peer pressure. Now, I'd heard about this petty thievery and simply did not understand it. As I said, 56 years old and still trying to fathom America. I'm pretty sure none of us were in dire need of money. I certainly wasn't. And I'm sure the others weren't either, even Polly. Because once he broke into these little stores, all he could get is the change left overnight, $20 tops. It all seemed so stupid and risky to me, and for what? But as I told myself, it wasn't my business to be preaching to them. Possibly I didn't want to seem square. Until that one night when I was hanging out and Polly proposed that we rip off a store. And as he did so, he seemed to be looking straight at me. It was a test of some sort, that was clear. I had to calculate rather quickly. I understood clearly the stupidity of this act, but there was the pressure to belong. It was very much all right, are you down with us or not? Very much as if, you punk out now and you won't be able to hang no more. We'll know who you are. That kind of pressure. So I had to calculate, these are my friends, my boys, anyway, I calculated to do the wrong thing. But at least I was clever. I told Polly, no big thing. We can rip off a store. No problem. But it can't be a store around here, that's too close to home. So we went a little bit a ways down from the neighborhood. 3 of us. In those days these small neighborhood stores had little side windows above the doors. Since it was a quiet neighborhood, the owners usually left these little windows open. Polly, being relatively small and muscular, could easily boost himself up with our help and climb in the window. Which was good, for I certainly wasn't going into that store. Polly didn't mind, partly, I suspect, because we had to take his word about whatever money he found. Since the money. 66. A better neighborhood. Didn't matter to me anyway, I didn't much care whether he shorted us on the take. Anyway, Polly went in. We stood watch outside. He got the money, which we split, and went home. That really affected me because I had never thought I'd ever allow myself to slip to that degree. That night I experienced what one might call a serious crisis of conscience. All the way home and before I fell asleep, all I could think was why? I certainly didn't need it. I kept thinking about my mother, seeing the pain and anger in her face. I wasn't worried about her anger, as in her beating me, cause as I figured it, I would be in jail where she couldn't reach me anyway. But the hurt, you know. I kept seeing her before me, all she had done, how valiantly she'd tried, how she'd worked so hard, and here was this huge failure I had stupidly brought upon her. The disgrace, that is what really touched me, as I'm sure it touches many other youths. That night we were successful, but I told myself I would never, ever do that again. And I never did. I often reflected on what the consequences for my life might have been had we been caught for this first criminal act, which would have been breaking and entering and petty larceny. All of us would have gone down together for sure, and it would have meant at least a juvenile record. I have no idea, forget the family crisis, where that first arrest would have led me. I know for Polly exactly. His undisciplined streak led him to arrest after arrest after arrest. Recently, I've been reunited with John D'Amelio, and he's confirmed that of that group of neighborhood friends only about 2 went to college and the rest have done some jail time on one charge or another. So, as it turned out, these little white, working-class boys did not have it nearly as made as my mother had initially thought. Course, I have been in jail, and not only in this country. But I'm thankful to be able to say that none of my arrests were on criminal charges. All were political. Here too some say, well, you escaped. You made it. If you did, the others could too. No. 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 It is not nearly so simple. I had or was lucky to find alternatives, and the movement may also have saved me. I'm convinced that the deck is so stacked that only a certain number can get through. I happen to be one of that certain number. That's all. For one thing, I was really never as completely integrated into the neighborhood's young male culture as it might have appeared. In spite of my street gang activity, my fluency in Italian invective, and my popular name Sicci, clearly I was in that culture but really not of it. We were black and the neighborhood was white. Our socializing and our identification were with an extended family of Africans, at first mostly of Caribbean origin, but growing to include Africans born in the United States. On Holy 67 days, on Sundays after church, we would exchange visits for elaborate Caribbean meals, music, and conversation. or there would be picnics in one or another of the city parks where we'd enjoy our music and games of soccer. So although we lived comfortably in a little Italy, we depended for our social life and cultural expression and renewal on an extended network of friends and family that crisscrossed African communities in 3 boroughs of the city, Brooklyn, Queens, and Harlem. On these visits the young Carmichaels dressed in their Sunday best and under heavy manners earned accolades for excellent deportment. Which was, in one respect, a little ironic. Because of umilta, all 5 Carmichael children had learned to sign. This ability proved heaven-sent during those long visits with Caribbean adults, some of whom were firm believers in the Victorian dictum that children should be seen and not heard. Dutifully we sat, silent as mice, while signing outrageous comments among us. Sometimes even venturing to make fun of the unsuspecting elders at the table. "My lord, look at that hat. Yeah, it looks like a crow's nest, eh?" At some point before we left, there would be some recognition of our admirable deportment. Oh, someone of the seen and not heard persuasion would gush to the delight of the proud parents and the muted giggles of the children, "Your children are so well behaved. They were so quiet all that time, they never said a word." "Yeah, sure. That's only because you didn't hear what umilta said about your funny old hat, lady." Another thing that distanced me somewhat from much of the petty outlawry of the neighborhood guys was that I loved to read, and my parents encouraged this. These were 2 extremely intelligent and resourceful people, but without much formal education. They were literate enough, but hardly literary. So while they were convinced of the crucial importance of reading and encouraged me in it, they could not offer much guidance about what to read. My mother would buy all kinds of books that seemed to her educational. She certainly bought a lot of encyclopedias, seduced no doubt by the salesman's line about giving your children every educational advantage. I also spent hours in the library enduring the taunts of the neighbor kids about being a bookworm. With Olympian impartiality, I read everything and anything. In addition, there was the threat of punishment. My mom was the first line, the cutting edge of family discipline, my father being held in reserve for really serious offenses, and she was particularly vigilant and strict with me, the son. But as long as I stayed at or near the top of my 68th, a better neighborhood class, she would cut me some slack. So I contrived to stay there and pretty much did. Whatever I knew would please mother, that I tried my best to do. Anything I knew would displease her, that I'd try to avoid. For this, she has earned my undying gratitude, because, without her firm restraining presence, undoubtedly I'd have ended up in jail like so many of my neighborhood buddies. Thank you, May Charles, thank you, thank you. The other thing that contributed to my escape was that PS 34, the neighborhood school, went only to the 6th grade. For the 7th and 8th grades, we'd have to go to PS 83, which, while only about a 15-minute walk away, was something of a different world. The year was 1954. For us, it marked the onset of puberty, the age when, as they say in the Caribbean, a boy began to smell him mannish. So the antisocial activity on the block became a little more ambitious, therefore potentially more serious. Because PS 83 was a magnet school and a lot larger, a wider range of students would be feeding in from different elementary schools. Now there would be Jewish kids from across Pelham Parkway, more Irish and Italians from farther down Morris Park Avenue, and Africans, the same too from PS 34, the Stovall kid and me. Since the school was larger, the kids from my neighborhood were split up in different classes. I imagine there must have been some kind of academic tracking in effect, for John D'Amelio and I tended to find ourselves in classes with the more academically serious students from different neighborhoods. Some of the new students with whom I became friendly had rather more intellectual interests than my local circle. These new friends and I began to exchange visits, and this served to distance me somewhat from the neighborhood circle. But in the evenings and on Saturdays we'd still hang out. The stealing continued, but I steadfastly refused to participate. But that didn't mean I was completely uninvolved, because while I myself would not steal, I would hide the others' stolen goods for them. A nice distinction without a real difference, huh? It was a contradiction, and it preyed naggingly on my mind no matter how hard I tried to dismiss it. This was rendered even more troubling because my father was so scrupulously, resolutely, and unambiguously honest a man. If you didn't work for it, he'd always say, don't look for it. If you didn't sweat for it, don't even think of it. In all the time we lived together, I never knew him to deviate in the slightest from that principle. In fact, some of his fellow craftsmen would visit and sometimes talk about taking materials from the big construction jobs as, so they said, calm. 69. Pensation for the discrimination they endured. Paying the bosses back, they said. Why didn't my father? But he was resolute, if I didn't work for it, I ain't looking for it. How I would ultimately have resolved this contradiction I do not know, but two events, coming at about the same time, intervened to make the decision for me. I am pretty sure it was Polly who first suggested we form a gang to be called the Morris Park Dukes. Never heard of them. Neither has anyone else. The Morris Park Dukes were never to etch their name in glory or infamy in the violent folklore of New York youth gang culture. On Saturday the Dukes used to go to a movie theater on Boston Road and Pelham Parkway. The main reason for our going was to fight. You'd find some guy from another neighborhood who for some reason you didn't like and you'd both go to it. Innocuous perhaps, but certainly senseless, go and fight someone you don't even know? Actually, this too was certainly copycat behavior influenced almost entirely by Hollywood's youth culture, urban jungle movies of the time, Blackboard Jungle, Rebel Without a Cause, and so forth. Whatever happened to Sal Mineo, who was very much a model and culture hero to my Italian friends? Anyway, someone decided that we Dukes needed to take it to the next level. This meant making zip guns, the primitive, distant ancestors of the Glock 9s, currently the weapon of choice in urban youth warfare. The manufacture of a zip was simplicity itself. First you steal the aerial from someone's car, preferably a car parked well outside your neighborhood. Then you procure a cap pistol and file its firing pin to a point. A suitable length of aerial is cut off, filed down, and inserted into the barrel of the cap pistol. Then you stretch a number of stiff rubber bands around behind the firing pin and in front of the trigger guard. Now you position a .22 caliber bullet in the barrel under the pin. Pull the pin back and release it. If the alignment is correct about 1 time in 20, the pin will strike the detonator on the back of the shell and the gun will fire. Of course, where the bullet will go is anybody's guess. So we decide to make zip guns. Why we were making them is, to this day, still not clear to me. I suppose we were to take them up to the theater on Pelham Parkway. I guess. The next Saturday about 12 of the Morris Park Dukes went to a 5 and dime to buy the cap pistols. En route, someone was visited by insight, we the Dukes, we can't be buying no pistols. That's beneath us, a kid action. So just like that, we walked out of the store without paying. That evening we find cars with suitable aerials and break them off. When the owners woke up, their cars had no aerials. When the zips were made, some actually fired, most didn't. I can't now remember whether. 70. A better neighborhood. Mine did. But this was the final act in my flirtation with the destructive behavior of our wannabe gang. Now that we had guns that fired at least a few, were we really going to shoot, possibly maim, or even kill, some kid we didn't even know? I am sure the Dukes never did, but I sure wasn't about to tag along to find out. Not long after that I went to a store, not the same 5 and dime, with one of my sisters, and when we came out, she proudly showed me something she'd boosted. I was outraged, absolutely livid. My sister cannot possibly be involved in something so stupid. What if she is arrested? What of the embarrassment to our parents? Instinctively, without hesitation, I order her to take it back. She refuses. Look, I warned, if you don't take it back, I'm gonna tell mother. Apparently she did not believe me, so I did. My mother took my sister back to the store, either returned or paid for the merchandise, and gave her a proper beating right there in the store. I'm fairly confident none of my sisters were ever tempted to shoplift after that. That relatively trivial incident proved the straw that busted my camel's back. It forced me to face the real implications of all I had been doing, however half-heartedly, with the guys. No further rationalization was possible. The deep and abiding sense of guilt and shame that I experienced was awful. I mean, I can't remember feeling so absolutely wretched again. The hypocrisy of turning my sister in for shoplifting when I was doing much worse seriously haunted me. I now think that those two accomplices' guilt and shame are probably together the most corrosively painful scourges the human spirit can experience. Precisely because they always and only stem from one's own failure to keep faith with one's truest self. With one's private conscience, one's most cherished and basic principles, with one's sense of honor. For me it was an important lesson too painful to ever forget. I may not have known the word integrity, but that is what that was about. That simple incident first taught me that no matter how private or hidden the betrayal, one cannot live with oneself without integrity. The pain is too great. My late father had a much-used saying that, because it seemed so unforgiving, puzzled me greatly as a young boy. It occurs to me that this is what it was about, integrity. You can tell the truth every day of your life, my father would say, and if, on the day of your death, you tell a lie, that is what will matter. That very day I began seriously to separate myself from the antisocial behaviors of the street. What is curiously inverted in the macho street code of my young friends is that they would, in all likelihood, have found my action quite 71. Natural and understandable. Not, as one might expect, an indignant geez, wad ya say? O.J. Stokes ratted the kid out? Get outta here. But an instinctive and complete understanding that considerations of family honor had left me no choice. For them, the women in the family, like Caesar's wife, must be beyond reproach. Considerations of family honor that were, oddly enough, not seen to be threatened in quite the same way by our own escalating thuggish behavior in the street. In September of 1954, a momentous year in contemporary black history, I went to PS 83, and I left in June of 1956. That is, I went to PS 83 just a few months after the Supreme Court's Brown decision and left just prior to the final victory of the African community in the Montgomery, Alabama, bus boycott. At the time, both events could not have seemed more remote from my immediate circumstances and for that matter to each other. But they were, in fact, closely related, and both would significantly determine the trajectory of my life. My 2 years at PS 83, the 7th and 8th grades, were important formative ones. From the perspective of 45 years, it is easy to see how the streams of cultural influence that were to imprint my personality, inform my consciousness, and determine the trajectory of my life had begun to emerge during those 2 years. On the one hand, this period of my youth could without too much irony be called my most all-American period. At school I was completely surrounded by whites and, as far as could be seen, appeared to have been completely accepted by them. I was placed among the high academic achievers and pretty much flourished in that environment. So much so that in the 8th grade, a friend, Donald Sweetbaum, drafted me to run for vice president of the student council. I was not at all sure I wanted to do that. I was very conscious of being the lone African in the class, and I wasn't entirely ready to test at the polls how the class really felt about me. But, when we sat down to discuss it, Sweetbaum was confident. "I know you gonna win, man, everyone knows you, etc., etc." Well, how could they not know me? I was the proverbial fly in the buttermilk. Then he clinched the argument, "Look buddy, how can you lose? I got the winning slogan." And he produced one of the more memorable jingles in American electoral politics before the advent of the Reverend Jesse Jackson. "Okie dokie, vote for Stokey." Sweetbaum proved to have had his finger unerringly on the pulse of the electorate. We smoked the opposition. I'm glad for his sake that we then had no idea of the grand theft dough, the obscene sums of corrupt money political consultants would command from a terminally corrupt 72. A better neighborhood system today. Sweetbaum, an otherwise nice, decent kid, might have been drawn into a life of crime like the others we now see on TV. Without question, PS 83 was a good, nurturing experience for me. The best proof of this would be that the school selected me among its candidates for the citywide competitive entrance exam for the Bronx High School of Science. The school's good judgment in my case was vindicated because I won a place in the highly competitive, elite Bronx Science. And this was 1956, a decade before any such notion as affirmative action was even contemplated. Therefore, I had earned this high academic honor purely on sheer individual, intellectual merit, untainted by any suggestion of demeaning racial preference. Well, you may believe that if you wish. I was very clear, even at age 14, that my selection was heavily indebted to racial politics and the ongoing struggle and agitation of my people. Yeah, I had good grades, but I have no illusion that my being their sole African student didn't have something to do with the middle school's decision to nominate me. Or that Bronx Science did not understand clearly that they had to make room for at least a few Africans or risk being denounced for racism by the African community. Even in 1956, we had a word for it. We called it tokenism. How did I know this? True, that this kind of discussion was really not a part of daily conversation at PS 83, given its racial composition. Actually, my nappy African hair, my natty dreads, had saved me from that cocoon of willed innocence in which white America famously entombed its youth during the 50s. See, when we first moved to Amethyst Street, we had gone to every neighborhood barbershop and failed to find a single barber who knew how to cut my hair. Or who would admit that he did. Which meant that, until I left for college, I'd have to go into Harlem every 2 or 3 weeks to have my hair cut. At first the trips to the barbershop with my father, I believe it was on 145th Street between 7th and 8th Avenues, were a little disconcerting. I mean, simply because of the sharp difference in style, sound, feel, and look between Harlem barbershop culture and the Italian/Irish ambience of Amethyst Street. For one thing, everyone and everything, even to the pictures on the walls, was black, or at least not white. Then too, the shop was popular, so I often had to wait my turn in the chair. This became the one time in my life that I actually enjoyed sitting around waiting for anything. A constant stream of men came through the shop, some, from their accents, were from the Caribbean. Most, though, from the soft, slow 73 cadences and rhythms and the bluesy folk images of their speech, were from somewhere close to the heart of Dixie. Some men seemed to come in simply to talk and listen, for conversation that sometimes reached the level of art. There was the woofin', the jiving, the stealin', and the signifying, and the dozens. No, there weren't the dozens. I mean, I ain't going to lie on my people now. This was a respectable establishment, and the real dirty dozens would not have been appropriate, being entirely too low-lifed. Now, there was occasionally a slight flavoring, a hint of the dozens, at least, the form of it. But only between two very good friends. And it certainly never got down and dirty the way the nasty dozens supposed to be, yo mama don't wear no drawers, etc. But there was otherwise the full range and vast repertoire of African American colloquial discourse. Apart from the pleasures of the style, which reflected the African pleasure in language for its own sake, the content of the discussions was the real revelation to me. On a good day, a wide range of political opinion and commentary, and community, national, and international news was to be heard and dissected. There came into the shop old Garveyites, race men, street players, black Republicans and black Muslims, nationalists of all descriptions, and the rappers, poets, and wordmen who seemed to talk simply for the joy of hearing their own voices. That barbershop became for me a necessary corrective, an early window into an African American worldview and sensibility, a crucially important counterpoint of reference for those. Take for example the Korean War, the police action. I know that it was in the barbershop that I first heard the saga of Pork Chop Hill, that bloodiest of battles, where the white brass MacArthur Ridgway, I forget who, but a white man anyway, cynically used hundreds of African American troops, black men, as cannon fodder. For a better example, during my 2 years at PS 83, 2 events would be of profound significance for African Americans in my age set. They would not only affect race relations in the country but the psychology of an entire generation. But I can remember no organized discussion in school, in Sunday school, or any casual mention in the streets of the Bronx community of either the Supreme Court's Brown decision or, the next year, the lynching of young Emmett Till in Money, Mississippi. But at the barbers, they were the central subject of discussion and analysis, the topic of debate, the source of anger and eloquence, the catalyst for poignant reminiscences, in short, for the handing down of collective history. For me, the barbershop was a necessary emotional and cultural corrective to the hospitable, quite comfortable but essentially alien vibe of the home turf. 74. A better neighborhood. When we first moved to Amethyst Street, our family had no car. This meant that church became a major chore for my mother each Sunday. The church we had gone to near Stebbins Avenue was John Wesley Methodist, a small church of a few Caribbean families. My father, always a devoted man, was in his element there, spiritually and culturally. But getting there was onerous, particularly for my mother, who had to rise at the crack of dawn or before, cook the Sunday dinner, then supervise the preparation of 5 children. We then had to ride the bus or the train down to the church and back. So my mother decided to join a Methodist congregation within reasonable walking distance of our house. Westchester Methodist on the edge of the Parkchester district must have been the closest Protestant outcropping in that ocean of Catholicism. We children went to Westchester Methodist with my mother while my father would continue to worship at John Wesley Methodist among his own. The congregation of Westchester Methodist, like all else in the immediate vicinity, was lily white. So we Carmichaels integrated it. We were made welcome by the pastor and received warmly by many of the members, though for some time, some heads would continue to turn when we walked in. I said many members received us warmly, because I can recall nothing from those members with whom we interacted except the kind of fellowship and hospitality one would expect from fellow Christians. If any in the congregation felt otherwise, they would, naturally, have kept their distance so we would not have gotten to even meet them. We attended the Sunday school at Westchester and I would join the scout troop. I have always, like my father, loved music. My mother, seeing this, had enrolled me for lessons with a local piano teacher. This was a short-lived investment in my cultural development, since it soon became clear that I was not destined to be a concert pianist. But my brief foray into higher culture was by no means a total loss. Actually, I'd quite forgotten this until reading in a national magazine recently that I played the piano at Westchester Sunday School. Which makes it sound as if I had been the resident pianist. What happened was that once I performed that beloved staple of all piano teachers for their beginners, Beethoven's simple and lovely melody, Für Elise. Proud mothers do tend to exaggerate, even 45 years later. In this Sunday school, I made many new friends. Ronald Zamity, with whom I also joined the Boy Scout troop, and Bob Johnson come to mind. Bob and I became really friendly and would visit each other's house. Nothing unusual in that except that Bob lived as did many of the church members in Parkchester, which at that time did not allow black 75 residents. So when Bob and I would pass through Parkchester, there would be stares and raised eyebrows, which, naturally, we ignored. If, however, we were with a group of young people from the Sunday school, and if I happened to be walking next to, or in conversation with, a girl, then heads and hackles would be raised, not just eyebrows. So, From a young age I clearly understood this aspect of American racism. Besides which my mother had, at about this time, begun to seriously caution me about white girls, and in particular that I should never even think about anything remotely resembling a white wife. If any such idea ever broached my consciousness, I should forget about it like bullfrog forgot about tail in the Caribbean proverb. The next year after the revelation of the Till atrocity, a note of real anxiety and alarm crept into my mother's warnings on the subject. The issue would come up only once in high school, and I'll discuss that at the proper time. Ronsamity and I joined the scout troop together, where once more I was the lone African presence. We went camping and on hikes, which provided a welcome opportunity to explore nature and the outdoors after being cooped up in the city. I learned a lot I would not otherwise have learned, so I really enjoyed scouting a lot, becoming a life scout. Among the merit badges that I earned was the one for religious knowledge. I was at that time, like my father, very religious, and I really enjoyed reading the Bible for that badge. So religious, in fact, that I seriously contemplated a clerical vocation. Mummy Olga played quite a role in that. Still living with us, she was a religious woman. She was particularly taken with a blind radio evangelist, to whom she listened every Sunday without fail. I cannot remember the preacher's name, but he calculated that if one read 2 chapters a day, one could read the entire Bible in a year and a half. This struck my aunt as a most excellent undertaking, particularly if I would read with her. So every night before bed we'd read our 2 chapters, and on Sunday evening we'd listen together when the preacher commented learnedly on the week's 14 chapters. Mummy Olga would have been delighted had I fulfilled her fond predictions and gone into the pulpit. I always tease her that I came close and that she is responsible for my always quoting the scriptures in my political speeches. In rereading this account, my father, while a constant enough presence, seems but a vague one, hovering somewhere in the middle distance, indistinct, while my mother vibrantly commands the narrative foreground. This is true only in the obvious and limited sense that May Charles was very much, day to day, the center of our little domestic universe, while my father was out in the world securing our family's livelihood by the sweat of his brow. 76. A better neighborhood. That is exactly how they both wanted it. To them, this was not just the preferred arrangement, the proper ordering of our world, but the only conceivable one. In this, they were full partners, completely content and confident in this division of responsibilities. As an adult I now understand just how precarious that daily bread had been. With the benefit of hindsight and adult experience, I can fully understand exactly how extraordinary a couple my parents were, but we always somehow knew that they were special, but not how unique. As individuals they would appear to be as strikingly different in their personalities as a man and a woman could be. As a couple, though, they were splendid, a perfect complement. For one thing, I believe that until the last moment of their life together, they were in love. More than that, they were in the fullest sense of that word helpmeets, partners whose shared respect, trust, and confidence in the other was unqualified. Their major priority being, of course, their children. Yet they patently did not see or engage with the world in anything remotely like the same terms. In a curious way, their individual styles and personalities were as different as their essential values were indivisible. My mother was, and remains to this day, voluble, passionate, impulsive, and excitable. Her spirit is fiercely confrontational. But she was also pragmatic, provident, and practical. She was an excellent seamstress, sewing much of our clothes. She also sewed for a small circle of customers for cash. So that in any financial crisis when extra money was needed, we could usually depend on May Charles to produce it from somewhere. Adolphus, my father, was in contrast a deliberate man. Not excitable, quiet, thoughtful. Not physically very large, he was wiry and strong. He seemed to have boundless energy and was certainly one of the hardest working men I've ever known. I've tried to emulate that quality in my own life and work. His face was spare, the skin taut over a prominent forehead and cheekbones with large, deep-set eyes that were steady and quiet. A face without lines or an ounce of superfluous skin or fat. His demeanor was serious, but without being in any way stiff. His manner always seemed calm, almost relaxed. A very social man, he loved music and was an exquisitely graceful dancer. His words were always thoughtful. He was not verbose, but we always knew that whatever our father said in his quiet voice, he truly meant. We never disobeyed him. At dinner he'd always ask each of us, "Well, what did you learn today?" If someone came up shaky, he'd shake his head. "You know, the day on which you learned nothing is a wasted day. Enough of those, and what you got? A wasted life." My sister Janeth remembers that because he said so. Lit. 77. We girls paid total attention to anything he did say. She also remembers that sometimes when they were small and had been bad, our mother would greet him with a litany of complaints about the girls' shortcomings in his absence. "Adolphus, you've got to punish them." Sometimes he'd summon them sternly to the bedroom, take off his belt, and fetch the mattress a number of resounding whacks. "What you all waiting for? Go ahead and cry." What I most remember about our father is his ineffable calm, understated air of confidence. He knew his own worth and so was under no pressure to prove anything to anyone. Nothing, and in particular, no problem in carpentry or craftsmanship, ever seemed to intimidate him. "Well, now," he'd say as he studied the problem, "there's always more than one way to skin a cat." Sooner or later he came out with an approach, often not the conventional one but one that would get the job done, and often more efficiently. When his fellow workmen visited, after a drink or two, my father did not drink, but he'd be hospitable. One or another of them would often get expansive, "Boy, you know your father's a great man," and would brag about some process my father had devised to solve a problem that had stumped their foreman on the job. But he never learned to like America. Never. Which was the greatest underlying difference between our parents. My mother was determined to make America work for us. The whole dream, for she was determined that in America we should not merely survive, but that we would triumph. In everything that America offered, hence the piano lessons, the better neighborhood, the big white church, and so on. We would, so far as her striving, upwardly mobile spirit was concerned, take our rightful place in the mainstream and seize whatever the American dream had to offer that appealed to us. My father had absolutely no argument with that. Except perhaps that he was more selective. I think somewhere in his consciousness lurked the notion that we were not only as good as anyone else, but possibly a little better. He was content with himself, with his people, his culture, and more than anything, with his principles. For, as we children were to discover, something about him was very pure. Whatever he professed, that would he perform. Not only would he not lie, he never really expected that other people would. Again, my sister Najib. She told me this recently, which had to have happened when she was very young. I will never forget the day our father discovered that white folks would lie. I heard them. He was in the bedroom talking with May Charles. It had something to do with his being able to join the Union. He said, "But, Mabel, he lied." My mother said something. "But, Mabel, the 78. A better neighborhood. Man lied to me." "The man lied, Mabel, fiat out, he lied." I will never forget, my sister told me, the disillusionment in our father's voice that day. The story I remember came a little later, after he was a dues-paying member of the Union in good standing. He had dutifully presented himself to the hiring hall for almost a month and was still waiting to be referred to a site. Our mother, ever pragmatic, suggested he give the representative a little something. She'd heard that was how it was done. Everyone did it? You mean bribe him? My father was incredulous. That ain't right. I don't have to bribe anyone. God is my bribe. So quietly my mother got some money together, as usual. But given my father's moral scruples, she couldn't do anything as crude as a bribe. A present, though, was another matter, a gesture of respect and goodwill. She gave the money to my Uncle Albert who, as Lord Hummingbird, a Calypsonian, worked on a tour ship. This was some time after the war when French perfume and silk stockings were at a premium but could be had from the black market at the French docks. When my uncle brought back the contraband, she called up the union rep, saying she simply wanted to meet him and, of course, here's a little present for your wife. Next day, my father came home beaming. Told you I didn't have to bribe anyone, God is my bribe. And he gathered the family together to say a prayerful word of thanks. My mom prayed as thankfully as anyone. I don't want to give the impression that my father was sanctimonious or, as they say in the South, plupious. He was nothing like that, but he saw ethical principles in religious terms, and religious terms were for him inviolate. He would, for example, say by way of rhetorical emphasis that even if his children were starving, he would never work on Good Friday. For, even as Abraham had been prepared to sacrifice his son on the mountain, so would he. Except that we knew that the last thing he would ever tolerate was that we, his family, should be in need. My father loved his family and had a great sense of responsibility to them. He had to make sure that everything we needed was there, and he would do anything to ensure our happiness and well-being. To him, providing for us was his paramount responsibility. In capitalist, racist America, with 6 hungry mouths to feed, that was a feat. Even when he had a union job, he would sometimes drive a cab at night. In the winter he'd drive the cab and also do occasional carpentry, a room here, a door or window there. After work, he went to electrician school to get a license. Sometimes in the winter he'd sign on as a carpenter or electrician on a merchant ship and ship out. He was at home only to sleep. "Why you working so hard all the time?" I asked. 79. "Only for you," was his simple answer. Only for you. I have always believed this country forced my father to work himself to an early grave. And it was only for us. So, largely because of our indefatigable parents' resourcefulness during our childhood, our family was never poor, certainly not in the grinding sense that I would encounter poverty in Mississippi, Alabama, or even in northern cities during my life's work. The one time when we children would really feel the cold breath of want and hunger closing in on us was when my father fell ill and was hospitalized for some weeks. Then I discovered what it means for a family in a capitalist society to have a single wage earner, and to have that person fall ill. Left to the rapacious forces of the market economy, the family is in serious trouble. You really go backward economically. That's what happened to us, but God moves in mysterious ways. This is what my sisters ruefully refer to as our time of milk and brownies. As you might recall, Mummy Olga was a widow twice over. In Trinidad she'd had one particularly persistent and faithful suitor, Mr. Dowling Charles. We children knew that Uncle Dowling really wanted to marry Mummy Olga. But like in the Paul Robeson song, she always answered, "Oh, no, John, no John, no John no." We children thought this most unfortunate cause we loved Uncle Dowling and just knew that he would have been the perfect husband for Mummy Olga, because he really cared for her, and the care extended to us. But perhaps after the premature deaths of 2 husbands, Mummy Olga got to believing the conventional folk wisdom that she was one of those unfortunate women who were death on husbands. Whatever the case, when Mummy Olga brought us to America, Uncle Dowling was not far behind. His stated reason for coming was to study to be a mortician, but we all knew he was following Mummy Olga. He wanted her, once he completed his studies, to return home with him as his wife, which Mummy Olga declined to do. But while he was studying, he supported himself by working in a little restaurant. It was such a tiny place that it bought supplies day to day, and their dessert menu consisted of one item: milk and brownies. When the restaurant closed at night, all that was usually left over was the dessert. The restaurant was in Brooklyn, where Uncle Dowling reported for work every evening after school. During my father's illness, every night Uncle Dowling would ride the train all the way up to the Bronx with as much milk and brownies as could be made to fit into his briefcase. Until my father recovered, we had brownies and milk for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Even today, whenever I see a brownie, I recall vividly, inside and out, their taste, their consistency, even their smell. 80. A better neighborhood. Uncle Dowling later returned to Trinidad. Sometime in the late 70s, I heard that our uncle was terminally ill. I was, at that time, prohibited from entry into any country of the British Commonwealth by a British ban. However, I was determined to say goodbye to this decent, caring man. And to do so in person. I'm happy to say this proved relatively simple to do on a brief illegal visit. It turned out that the ban decreed from on high was, at least in my case, very, very loosely enforced by my kinsmen below. One winter when my father shipped out, one of the ports of call was Accra, Ghana. Independent Ghana. My father came back transfigured, almost glowing, and with many little African artifacts as presents for us. I will always remember the awe and wonder with which we looked at these beautiful and exotic objects that came from Africa, our motherland. Najib recently showed me the elegant little ivory woman's head that had been her present. She's treasured her father's African present over all these years. What I've treasured are the stories about Nkrumah and his struggle for independence and my father's palpable pride and joy in the telling, and at having been among a free nation of African people. I was enthralled by these accounts and never even remotely dreamed that I might ever get to meet such a legendary figure. One story my dad told with such dramatic description and feeling that the picture he presented etched itself indelibly in my imagination to this day. It was the opening of Parliament in independent Ghana. Pomp and ceremony. The members are all seated. The gallery is full. World's press in attendance. An air of great expectancy. Everyone is waiting for the new government team to appear. Then they do. The Prime Minister, Mr. Nkrumah, leads his cabinet onto the floor of the hall. There's an audible gasp, surprise, outrage, pride, but mostly, astonishment. Then applause. Here my father's eyes glowed with pride and wonder and a tremor came into his voice. To a man, the entire cabinet is wearing, not the British ceremonial top hat and tails, but the drab, shapeless, dehumanizing garb of British colonial convicts. The humiliating uniforms they had worn while in prison during the struggle. Boy, you hear me, those black men marched right out of prison and into power, my father exulted. Of course, my heart was touched by my father's obvious emotion. However, I could have had no idea then, that one day I would be able to share my father's pride in the telling of his story with the Osagefo himself. I was a sophomore at Howard when my father died. He had been a great lover of music of all kinds, particularly gospel and, of course, calypso. Often when I came in at night, he'd be sitting up in the living 81 room listening to his music. Come here, boy, listen to this. And he'd put on something, maybe the latest Nat King Cole album. One evening I brought in a single that was the rage of Harlem, kind of a modified calypso by a young man in the Nation of Islam. Okay, Dad, you listen to this. What you think? He listened intently and had me play it twice. When he looked up, he had a tear in his eye. Bet you, he said, they'll never play that on the radio. The song was The White Man's Heaven is the Black Man's Hell, and the singer-composer was Louis X. You now know him as Louis Farrakhan. I'll never forget how his song brought a tear to my father's eye. 82. Chapter V. Bronx Science. Young manhood. Yo, boy. Yeah, you. What you doing up here? Hey, kid. Didn't you hear me speaking to you? Me, officer, you weren't speaking to me, were you? Yeah, I'm talking to you. What are you doing up here anyway? The youth gestures to the books under his arm. He flips back a cover to reveal a school logo. Coming from school, officer, as you can see. What? The policeman stares at the book covers. Those are your books? Lou, go to science. Yeah, afraid so, officer mimics / go to science. Some of us actually do, you know. In any culture, the growth during the period from adolescence to young adulthood is of major formative importance. As American culture is organized, this growth period corresponds almost exactly to the 4 years of high school, which are crucial in determining not only the adult personality but one's future. That would certainly be my experience at the Bronx High School of Science, where in the fall of '56 I was an entering freshman. At Science, I would face a number of interesting challenges: intellectual, social, cultural, political, all of which would play a significant role in my development. Within our family, the news of my selection to Science had been greeted with quiet satisfaction, entirely as if it were no less than had been expected of me. My parents knew that Science was an elite school, carefully selecting and preparing the city's brightest students for college. This fit neatly with a plan being developed by my father, who in his heart had never really left his beloved Trinidad. /TLY father's dream was entirely consistent with his values, a family plan for both parents, me, and whichever of my 4 sisters wanted to sign up. The son would study medicine while the daughters would become 83 nurses. While we children were completing our medical education, my parents would return to Trinidad, where my father would begin construction of the Carmichael Family Medical Clinic, which he would personally design and build in preparation for the children's return to serve the community. I guess for my father this would represent something of a triumphant homecoming, the family united and bringing back useful and necessary skills to his beloved community. Something of real and lasting value to justify his hard work in what was to him a long, cold exile. So, from that perspective, my admission to the elite science school was right on time, clearly the first step. The extent to which we children had enthusiastically endorsed the plan can be seen in that, today, 2 of my sisters, Najib and Judy, are nurses. Bronx Science was an education in more ways than the school might have intended. I had known that the students were drawn from all 5 boroughs of polyglot New York and were said to be very, very smart. So I expected high intelligence and academic rigor. But I hadn't given it much thought the range of classes and cultures I found in the students there, once I got to know them. Some were very affluent, the children of wealthy Park Avenue professionals and corporate executives. But the majority were just middle-class kids of college-educated parents, WASP, Jewish, Irish, Italian, and a few Africans born in America. Of some 2,000 students at Science, about 50 or 60 were Africans from America. Some students were working class, or like me, first-generation immigrants from Asia, Africa, the Caribbean, or Latin America. That first day, the only kid I knew in the freshman class was Lefty Ferranti, who was working-class Italian from my Bronx neighborhood. The first challenge was academic. The one thing we all had in common was the knowledge that we were all supposed to be very smart. Naturally, I was eager to see how I would match up against New York's smartest. From the first day I could see that I was not the only freshman nervously sizing up the competition, eager for a chance to show off his smarts. And in truth, competition would be the rule at Science. It didn't take me long to understand that these whites were not necessarily any smarter than me, but that they simply many of them had intellectual backgrounds that I lacked. On the first day, in one of the first classes, the first question we were asked was about our summer reading. How many books and which authors? Boy, was I glad, because I'd read a lot of books. My hand just shot up. Luckily for me, the teacher went in alphabetical order, because was I in for a shock. 84. Bronx Science, Young Manhood. I read a lot, voraciously but not at all selectively. My parents had not finished high school or studied in this country, but they knew I should read and insisted on it. But they didn't know what I should read. As I've said, my mom brought home tons of books, any books she concluded were good, i.e., educational. I read everything and anything, from Reader's Digest to the Hardy Boys and Horatio Alger type uplifting books. But these kids in the class had read authors about whom I'd never heard: Jack London, Ernest Hemingway, William Faulkner, John Steinbeck, and even names that didn't sound American. Later I would discover that they were in fact Russian and French. For instance, if memory serves, a boy sitting immediately behind me claimed to be reading Capital by Karl Marx. Long before they got to me, my hand was down, for I was scribbling furiously, writing down all these unknown writers whom I would read as quickly as possible, for I resolved I had to know whatever my classmates knew. I ended up with quite a reading list that first day. Obviously these kids' parents, like mine, encouraged their reading. Except that their parents, unlike mine, knew where and how to direct their children's reading. But if academic intelligence is, as I do believe, largely a matter of cultural background, I was soon to discover that I too had an advantage over most of my peers. From the regular intelligence tests that they used to give us, I came to understand that these students were no smarter than I. I have no idea what these tests are like today. But when I was in high school, they consisted of 3 parts: vocabulary, reading comprehension, and math. And whenever we would take these tests, I'd whoop the class. I mean, I'd whoop 'em hands down. It's hard to say who was the more surprised, me or them. These were disciplined students with strong intellectual backgrounds who were very competitive. Yet, I was beating them. By about my junior year I figured out the source of my advantage: my Uncle Lou. Within the family, the authority on things academic was Uncle Lou, my mother's uncle. Dr. Llewellyn Silcote was a physician educated at City College and Meharry Medical College in Nashville. Whenever he came to visit, we discussed my education and my prospects. Remember the only 3 avenues to economic independence thought available to African men then? Well, whenever we'd talk, I'd say, "I'm thinking of being a doctor like you." Uncle Lou would say, "In that case, study Latin. A lot of medical and anatomical terminology is based on Latin." What if I'm a lawyer? Same thing. Just about all legal terms are in Latin. And if I decide to be a preacher? There too, Latin again. 85. So I studied Latin and continued to do so all the time at science. I studied Latin for 4 years. I read Cicero in Latin. I read Caesar in Latin. And of course Latin has a vast vocabulary. More important, this is the vocabulary from which much of the English vocabulary has evolved. Most of my peers at science were studying French, which, relative to Latin and English, has a much smaller vocabulary. So even were I a C student in Latin while you were a student in French, if we took a vocabulary test, I should whoop you, hands down. And since reading comprehension is based on vocabulary and recognition of usage and syntax, my wide if unselective reading was useful there. So I always dominated those 2 sections while also holding my own in math, since it was logical and most times you could check your answers. Thus I came to understand the cultural basis or bias, if you will, of intelligence tests. Actually, I first began to understand this in the 6th grade just after my arrival in the United States. This was through spelling bees. In Trinidad, I'd always been number 1 in spelling. In America, even in the 5th and 6th grades I could never win. This was all cultural. Words like neighbor and color, I would invariably spell with the British U. Then too was pronunciation. I can still remember that I lost a spelling bee in the 5th grade over the verb assure. The principal who conducted the contest clearly said assure. I didn't wait for the context, my hand was up and I spelled out ashore. Then she said the context, as in I assure you of my good intentions. So naturally I corrected her with the proper pronunciation, "No, ma'am, that's a sir." Of course I lost. Funny how I've never forgotten that. I was sure I was right. But it did teach me that spelling also was less a function of intelligence than of culture. The science experience over the next 4 years could not fail to have a profound effect on me in many, many ways. Academically it was rigorous, completely a product of the Western Enlightenment, reason and the scientific method. The curriculum and approach were heavily focused on Western rationalism, scientific materialism, the physical sciences, and the scientific method, all of which I found logical and thus intellectually satisfying. This empiricism was as suited to the medical studies I then projected as to the study of social history and 86. Bronx Science, Young Manhood. Revolutionary Theory and Practice. Now the political would touch on the academic. Even though the stifling effects of McCarthyism were still very much present in the late 50s, at Science outside the classroom at least the students had a vibrant political debate with some active, well-defined left formations within the student body. My discovery of the student left was greatly aided by 3 unrelated, accidental elements: the rational organization of the school, the spelling of my name, and my love of soccer. I assume its emphasis on rational order led the school to seat the freshmen in alphabetical order in all classes. Thus in my first class the fellow sitting immediately behind me was Gene Dennis. He was the one, I recall, who was reading Steinbeck and Karl Marx. In most classes my freshman year, Dennis sat either beside or behind me, so we got to know each other early and well. I liked the kid instinctively. He was a very interesting guy, was Gene Dennis. He was a good student, serious and smart. But he was also funny and irreverent, friendly and natural. He was comfortable and easy to be around, unlike some of my other white classmates. Our friendship was sealed the second week when they asked who in the freshman class was interested in going out for the soccer team. I volunteered immediately. "You play soccer?" Dennis asked. "From birth, my man." "Great. I play too. I'm going out for the team." We both made the team. Although we didn't get much playing time that first year, we had to attend all the practices and dress for the games. So we saw even more of each other, and in our senior year we would co-captain the team. So not only were we sitting together in class, but after school we rode the bus or train together to Van Cortlandt Park for practice and back down again. Intelligent, humorous, and full of life, Dennis also had a thoughtful side, a depth of sensitivity and maturity whose source I only later understood. As our friendship grew, I invited him home because my parents insisted on meeting all our school friends. Of all those I brought home. 88. Bronx Science, Young Manhood. My parents and sisters liked Gene Dennis the best. They said he seemed the most comfortable and at ease in our home. And, my mother added, for an American kid, he has really good manners. After a couple months of our sitting together in classes and soccer practice every day, Gene said, "Look here, man. I'm having a party Saturday night. Why don't you come down?" "Sure, anytime." He wrote down the address, to which I didn't pay much attention at the time. That Saturday, though, I was sure he had made a mistake. The address was in Harlem. So I called Gene and delicately skirted the issue. "Hey, man, is the party still on, 'cause I'm coming down, you know." "Course it's still on." "Great. So, what time we talking about?" "Say about 7:30, 8 o'clock. You remember the address?" He repeated it. It was the same as I'd written, the middle of Harlem. "You know how to get here?" he asked. Of course, I do. Now I really wanted to ask him how he came to be living in Harlem, but of course I did not. But I was more curious than ever. By now I'd discovered the vast cultural difference between parties given by the white students and those given by us's. At that time at Science, few Africans would be at the parties given by whites. Often I'd be the only one. Usually people would be sitting around, often on cushions on the floor. Someone be strumming a guitar and folk songs would be sung. Sometimes classical European music would provide a soft background for conversation. Very little dance music would be played, and if it was, only a few people would dance. It was at first a mild culture shock, but I adapted. I enjoyed the conversation and the soft music well enough. Those parties were pleasant, but they sure wasn't fun as in get down, big time fun. Gene Dennis's party would turn out to be very different from white parties. But had it been anyone but Gene giving the party, I most likely wouldn't have gone. Why? Because, a couple of weeks earlier this other student had invited me to his party. And he must really have wanted me to be there, because he kept checking every day, pressuring me almost. So you are coming, aren't you? I am gonna see you Saturday night. Kinda thing. He seemed to really want me there. This party wasn't in Harlem, it was on Park Avenue. There was a doorman and even the doorman was white. The elevator opened into the living room. I'd never seen that before. I mean, it was opulent, roaring fireplace, sunken floors, high ceilings, heavy thick carpets, picture windows with a spectacular view of the New York skyline at night. I'd never seen anything like it except in movies. I was impressed. I, 89, would have been happy simply to spend my time looking at the view and admiring the artwork. But at some point we had to meet his mother and a group of her friends. The mother was effusive. "Oh, Stokely, I've heard so much about you. How smart you are, your sense of humor. How handsome, what features you have, etc." The way she went on was embarrassing. It was clear I was the exotic featured attraction. When I was leaving, I said my goodbyes and thanked the mother. One of her friends must have said something which I didn't hear. But I distinctly heard the mother's answer before the elevator door closed. It had a certain smugness I didn't like. "Oh, yes, of course," she said. "We allow Jimmy to hang out with Negroes." Now, when Africans gave a party, it was big fun. Nothing but dance music, calypso, rhythm and blues, soul, whatever, and everybody be on the floor dancing, non-stop, righteously getting down. That was the point at African parties. To have you a good time, you just had to dance. I had a great time at Gene Dennis's party though. It was a cultural synthesis between the two styles of party. First of all, it was indeed in Harlem, with almost as many Africans there as whites. And, they played good dance music and folks actually danced. But in another room, people just sat and talked. So you could dance, then get down and enjoy good conversation, a lot of it about politics. I really enjoyed myself. Far as I was concerned, it was the best party I'd been to that year. Gene and I became closer and it must have been obvious. A short time later at school an Italian classmate approached me belligerently. He demanded, in extremely vulgar language, "Why are you always hanging with that blank, expletive, blank communist Gene Dennis?" "Gene Dennis? What you talking about? Gene Dennis ain't no communist. Gene a blue-eyed all-American boy. Get outta here." See, that's how stupid you people are. That's just how they get you. They be nice to you and before you know it, boom, you in their power. You trapped. They got you. You duped. I listened to this tirade in amazement. I could only stare at him while slowly backing away. It was my first, but by no means my last, encounter with that classic American formulation of communist duplicity and cunning set against African gullibility. But of course I had to check it out. I had a classmate called Michael O'Hare, who made a point of appearing intelligent and broadly well informed. So much so that some considered him arrogant. I didn't think him arrogant. I just thought that O'Hare saw no reason to hide his light under a bushel. He was smart and didn't mind letting you know that he was. So I found him. "O'Hare, what do you know about Gene Dennis?" 90. Bronx Science, Young Manhood. "Oh, only what everyone else knows, Carmichael. His father, Eugene Dennis Sr., is a high-level operative in the Communist Party USA. He was jailed under the Smith Act. Your friend Gene is one of the bright hopes of the Young Communist League in America. Anything else you want to know? My jaw must have dropped. Nothing else, O'Hare. I grinned. I was just checking to see how much you knew. But it was at least at first a real problem. So, my friend Gene was a communist. According to my Italian classmate, a blank, expletive communist, which pretty much summed up the prevailing public opinion on the question around my neighborhood. But commie or not, Gene was my good friend. I really liked him. Instinctively I felt that there would be something vaguely dishonorable or even cowardly in turning against a friend who had done you no harm, had never offended you, purely because of the social pressure, which had nothing to do with our friendship. But this was, after all, still the McCarthy period. Rabid anti-communism and paranoia were pervasive. I knew I would at least have to discuss this news with my parents. Not having been born here, they had no deep understanding of the issue. Communism for them was simply something to be avoided. Americans said it was the enemy, so getting mixed up with or being associated with a communist could do you real harm. So best to leave it alone. That would be about the extent of their attitude. Before taking it to them, I wrestled with the problem and reached my own solution. If he a communist and the enemy, I figured, then they should jail him. They jailed his father, hadn't they? But Gene ain't in jail. He goes to science. So that's on them. He's their problem, not mine. If he's a threat and trouble to them, then they should handle it. If they ain't put him in jail, then it sure ain't my job to jail him. Nor even to check his attitude, nor even to be a check on him for them. It's not my responsibility to do the state's work *. That took care of the problem for me, and when I discussed it with my parents, that's what I said, if they haven't put him in jail, then it's not our business. They were of course disturbed. They were aware of the prevailing attitude and instinctively didn't want their son to put his future at risk. A few years later SNCC would face its own version of this question. Our collective decision then was not very different from my 14-year-old conclusion. 91. Felt that maybe I should begin to put some distance between us. What really compounded their dismay was that they really liked Gene. I see now that theirs was the classic dilemma, the demonization of the unknown, the abstraction at odds with the human reality. They were prepared to abhor and fear communism, but charming, decent Gene? It's like the kid who really hates and despises all gays and never tires of letting you know. But his music teacher? A wonderful human being and the greatest teacher he ever had. Anyway, over the next 4 years, the friendship between Gene and me grew closer and my parents' initial concern shriveled away. But in one sense, I guess, my Italian classmate's prediction was accurate. I don't believe I became anyone's dupe, but it wasn't too long before I was going to meetings of the Young Communist League, attending study groups, and eventually attending their rallies. This association, which began in my freshman year, continued in some manner until graduation and was, for many reasons, an important element of my political education. Who was it that said, "Education is what you have left after you've forgotten everything you learned in class"? While my association with the student left at science did not begin my political interest, it certainly focused it in a certain direction, the tradition of European radical writing and revolutionary theory. For the first time I encountered a systematic radical analysis, a critical context and vocabulary that explained and made sense of history. It explained the inequities and injustice I'd long been conscious of in the society around me and prescribed revolutionary solutions. That was wondrously exciting intellectually. Marxism offered me an approach, a coherent point of view from which to understand and engage society, in terms of the forces of historia. These people impressed on me that to bring about social change you had to study and clearly understand the forces of society. It's probably not really true that my political attitudes were formed here, but my interest in political struggle was heightened and I learned that a strong theoretical base required systematic study and that regular theoretical study is a constant political duty. New York at that time had a whole youth culture on the left that seems no longer to exist in this country. There were many organized activities, debates, meetings, conferences, rallies, and even camps out in the countryside just as we had in the Boy Scouts. I participated in all these. I became familiar with names like Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Trotsky and other revolutionary thinkers, whom I read for the study groups. Out at camps in the New York or New Jersey woods, we'd discuss particular books, current political developments, struggles that were going on, what our attitudes ought to be, what tactics ought to be employed, and so forth. 92. Bronx Science, Young Manhood. In the evenings after the discussions, we'd have little parties. I will always remember these parties as ending with our singing Havana Gila and dancing the Ora. At that time most communist parties followed the lead of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Stalin had given guns to Israel in their fight against the Palestinian people, so in socialist countries and communist parties worldwide, support for Israel was automatic. The Palestinian people clearly merited no political support at all. Therefore in my early days within the ranks of the Communist/Socialist Party, I regarded Israel as a socialist state, deserving of revolutionary support throughout the world. At school I became identified completely with the left. I was always at their rallies, joining the arguments against the reactionary student groups. I participated publicly in all their activities. At demonstrations I was always forthright in defending their right to speak. So most students thought that I was a member. But I joined neither the Young Communist League nor the youth wing of the Socialist Party, neither the Socialist Party of America nor the Socialist Workers' Party. My reasons for this were interesting and not what you may think. Of course, it was a repressive time of enforced conformity, the last half of the Gray-Eisenhower decade. The Smith Act was in effect. McCarthyism and the House Un-American Activities Committee were in full bay. They had already assassinated the Rosenbergs and jailed the leadership of the Communist Party. The FBI was harassing and the government was hounding one of my early heroes, Paul Robeson. Even Eisenhower would, before leaving office, warn of the sinister power of the military-industrial complex as the Cold War was at its chilliest. It was a time of loyalty oaths and witch hunts. All of which constituted excellent reasons not to formally join any of these parties of the left. But those were, oddly enough, not my reasons. You could say, I suppose, that my reasons for not joining were cultural. The longer I was around my communist friends, the more complicated my reservations became, but at first it was simple, the religious question. I was, like most Africans, very religious, coming as I did from a very religious family. And you know that one of my early career options was the clergy. However, most of the youth in the Young Communist League were publicly anyway devout atheists. They often made jokes about God, and while I appreciated these young comrades and respected them, those anti-God jokes, funny as some of them were initially shocking and very, very offensive to me. However, at Bronx Science, with its scientific materialist orientation, my religious feelings gradually lessened. 93. And as my religious devotion waned, my scientific education and political orientation grew. But I was always clear that this religious waning was in me, not in the African community. I never fell victim to that confusion. Now I can see clearly that this apparent contradiction between religious faith and science is almost entirely a Western phenomenon, but then the contradiction seemed real and insurmountable. I instinctively understood that if my struggle was to be among my people, then any talk of atheism and the rejection of God just wasn't gonna cut it. I just knew that. My early political work in the rural South would confirm this. All our meetings were held in churches. They all began with prayer. When they approved, people would say, "Son, you doing the Lord's work?" If they were ambivalent, it'd be a question, "Son, "You sure that's the Lord's work?" And the preacher, fearing for the church insurance or his standing with the white folk, would say in denying us the use of his church, "Son, you know, that ain't the Lord's work now." Recruits would usually tell you, "If the Lord ain't in this movement, it ain't going nowhere," or, "Then I ain't in it." I did not want to be alienated from my people because of Marxist atheism. My other reservation would be more substantive, but it came more gradually but persistently as I matured personally and politically. This was the question, for want of a better term, of nationalism, of the cultural identity and revolutionary imperatives of the black world. At first and for a long time, the encounter with all these revolutionary thinkers, theories, and rhetoric was eye-opening, intoxicating. It presented a new, comprehensive, scientific way of viewing the processes of history and social change. It was a worldview, a theory of history with a capital H. It was universal and all-encompassing. So far as revolution was concerned, it was the whole ball game. So it's natural that it would not have occurred to me at first that it was really in its worldview quite narrowly focused. The words Eurocentric and hegemonistic were not then part of my vocabulary or consciousness. I never overtly or consciously thought about the curious fact that all these revolutionary thinkers were European, or that all their theoretical models were fashioned out of European historical experience. I accepted them as universal. At first. As I say, this consciousness of constriction of view and of exclusion came only gradually. I consider two incidents milestones in the growth of this consciousness. The first incident revealed a subtle, unrecognized sense of exclusion that I was feeling at the time. An exclusion not of me personally but of my people and our history from the conversations of the left. At a political 94. Bronx Science, Young Manhood meeting, a group of us from science were there, but I was the only African. Though I cannot remember clearly the debate, what I cannot forget is the intervention of a voice. A clear, ringing voice, a high tenor, precise in diction. "My friends, what is at issue here?" I turned and saw a tall, athletic-looking African pacing down the aisle toward the front of the hall, talking as he came. A handsome man, he was turned out in an elegant, eye-catching way. He may not have been wearing anything so dramatic as a cape, but in manner and gesture he looked as if he should have been. Part of the dramatic effect was because, as he paced deliberately and confidently to the front, that voice was marshalling his arguments with laser-like precision. Then he turned to face us and delivered an address, part admonition, part analysis, and part gentle scolding. It was eloquent and effective and displayed an easy mastery of the vocabulary, issues, and arguments of the left, all delivered in this clipped, British accent. He kept throwing out daring strategies for direct action and engagement at points where the system seemed vulnerable to pressure. Clearly this man was a radical activist, an intellectual and a strategist who apparently commanded the respect of the room. I sat up. "Who the hell is that?" I asked Jean. "Why," he said, "that's Bayard Rustin, the socialist." "That's what I'm gonna be when I grow up," I whispered exultantly. Later I would get to know and work with and ultimately disagree with Bayard. I now understand that this had been another of his patented, carefully crafted dramatic platform performances. But to me it was every bit as impressive as he had intended it to be. I also think that this first impression was as great as I remember it because what I had been missing in these circles without necessarily being aware of it was a powerful and compelling black presence. Of course Rustin's eloquence, debating skill, analytic and strategic deftness, and practiced ease with which he captured the audience had all impressed me. But it was his blackness that had inspired. Of course there were African men in high positions in the hierarchy of the Communist Party, and by then I'd even met some of them at Jean's house, but it wasn't quite the same. They impressed me as stolid, dour, somehow distant, rather shadowy presences. Bayard was dramatic and obviously engaged. Eventually I was further distracted from communism by two literary influences from my other cultural life. Coincidentally, both were men native to Trinidad, C.L.R. James and George Padmar. I've been describing the Bronx science experience and my intellectual/theoretical apprenticeship in the mostly white circles of the young leftists. But that was only one stream of my cultural/intellectual growth. The 95. Classic overly simplistic model in the popular mythology is of the young emigrant arriving in God's country to be progressively Americanized by exposure to American mainstream culture, the melting pot. Maybe, had I arrived in Nebraska or somewhere like that, this description might have been accurate. But this was New York, the Big Apple, and my acculturation there was at the hands of at least 4 radically different cultural streams. In the Amethyst neighborhood, the local culture was white, Catholic, ethnic, working-class New York, relieved by excursions to the Harlem barbershop and my family's social and cultural life within the Caribbean community. And at Bronx Science I was exposed to the scientific materialist, rationalist tradition. And then there was my introduction to and immersion in the culture of Africans born in America. My real introduction to African American experience and sensibility first came via the popular culture through my love of music. When we moved to Amethyst Street and I had my own little room at the top of the stairs, I started using my parents' old shortwave radio. You guessed it, it was the same shortwave radio that had been purchased a few years earlier in the vain attempt to tune in Auntie Kay's Children's Hour and my ill-fated performance in Trinidad. That radio replaced Casablanca in my nightly routine. I would go to sleep each night to the soft strains of music coming over the radio beside my bed. The radio became mine and rarely left my room. This continued from 7th grade until my graduation from high school, from 1954 through 1960. At the time I began to listen seriously, African music was breaking out of the church and surging out of the South, brought along on waves of Southern emigrants. It was making its way into the national airwaves and coming to dominate the popular musical culture of the nation in different ways. This was especially true among the youth. Now, my father was a dancer and loved all kinds of music, especially calypso. But he also loved gospel and rhythm and blues, so our home was full of these records. I listened along with him and developed a taste for these musics too. 2 men would come to dominate my bedtime listening, sometimes even into the late hours when my parents imagined me long ago asleep. One was a white DJ called Symphony Sid, who played European classical music, jazz, and some pops, which he discussed eruditely. The other was Jocko, who, I believe, was one of the first African DJs in the New York area. This is now 1997, 37 years later, yet I can repeat exactly what old Jocko's rap was. He'd come on beating out a rhythm on the table and proclaim, "Eat the yak / this is the jock / back on the scene / with ma." 96. Bronx Science, Young Manhood. Record machine / saying oh bapa do / how do ya do, fake it off / up in the air, lay go. I know Jocko meant well. But for all his influence Jocko taught us nothing. The music taught me worlds about the idiom and sensibility of black culture, but Jocko himself? Nothing at all. He might have told us to study hard, or even to shine our shoes. He might even have told us something political. But I imagine it being commercial media he was not being paid to do that. From these 2 programs my knowledge of African American music, gospel, jazz, R&B, soul as well as European classical music would grow profoundly. My uncle Stephen, a cousin of my mother's, was born in Montserrat, and his wife, my Aunt Catherine, was born in the South. They lived in Atlantic City, where Uncle Steve had a small record store in the heart of the African community. During the summers that was where I'd spend the holidays. At that time Atlantic City, at least for the African community, was nothing more than an outpost of the South. A way station on the northward migration. First I helped out in the store. Gradually I came to be left completely in charge. We sold the music that these folk coming out of the South were listening to. I can't remember the store carrying any white artists at all. At first this was mainly gospel, the 5 Blind Boys of Alabama kind of thing. and rhythm and blues or country bluesman. Sam Cooke, for example, first sang with a gospel group, the Soul Stirrers, but would soon break away into soul ballads. This also was the era of Clyde McPhatter, Little Richard, the Upsides, Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers, Fats Domino, Lee Andrews and the Hearts, the Platters, the Inkspots, Big Joe Turner, and of course Jazz Ella Fitzgerald, Louis Satchmo Armstrong and cabaret artists like Cab Calloway, Nat King Cole, and Billy Eckstine. To sell the music you really had to listen to it. Boy, was I happy in that environment. The proverbial red dog in the meat wagon had nothing on me. I even made a contribution to the store's operations by persuading Uncle Steve that he could make more money if he played the records. Particularly on Fridays and Saturdays when the streets were filled with people. Finally, he was convinced. After that, a lot of youth would gather in the evenings and we'd all just dig the music and show off the latest dance moves. That was when I received my first groundation in our culture in America. It came from that music. And from these young brothers and sisters. Many had been born in the South and passed on stories they'd gotten from their elders. While working in the record store, I saw how technological changes in 97. The means of production could completely transform the culture in capitalism. A classic Marxist insight. At first the store sold only 78s and the long-playing 33 albums. The 78s were acetate, brittle, and fragile, and the albums were priced outside the range of children and working-class youth. This meant that the music was geared toward adults and was so marketed. Then came the 45 single. Of unbreakable plastic with a large hole in the center, these were cheap to produce and could be priced at, I think, 19 cents, and were affordable by youth. This would change the entire popular musical culture of America. I watched it happen. Much music that had previously been addressed to the elders and therefore incorporated adult themes, experience, and musical tastes, in short that was an adult music, would change radically. Now a significant part of the music began to be addressed to youth. A youth market was created and musical commodities were packaged to exploit it. Selling records in Uncle Steve's store, I could observe how the character of the music changed as the age of the customers went down. As I said, the DJ Symphony Sid was erudite and commented in interesting ways on the music. He addressed an adult rather than a youth audience, quite unlike Jocko. So I listened carefully and learned a lot from Sid. One evening, I think I was in my junior year, I was listening to some jazz on Sid's program. Then Sid promised us a treat. Tonight I've got something special in store for you. A treat and a surprise. An extraordinary singer, a young woman from South Africa, an African singer. I sat up in bed. At that time I'm pretty sure that I didn't know a single artist from the continent. He went on to make it clear that although the sister was from South Africa and sang songs coming out of her African culture, much of what she sang could, musically speaking, be seen as jazz. I was hooked. It was a school night but I sat up. I refused to surrender to sleep before hearing this incredible new African artist. Finally Sid announced the new singer. Her first song would be the old English folk song Love Tastes Like Strawberries. When you listen, Sid instructed, listen to the clarity and purity of tone, the excellence of the diction, the exquisite pronunciation, and most of all, the extraordinary musical sensuousness and control. And, he instructed, try to remember that this is an English folk song, but listen to how she transforms it and takes it over. Without more ado, it is my pleasure to present from Johannesburg, South Africa, Miss Miriam Makeba. Sid was right. If anything, his introduction had been understated. The voice, the arrangement, the effect, were just incredible. Unlike anything I'd ever heard. I was blown away. I mean blown away, Jack. 98. Bronx Science, Young Manhood. But Sid and Miss Makeba were not done with the kid. Not by a long shot. The best was yet to be, because then Sid said now we'll listen to a song in her own language. Those of you who know the record will recall that she introduces the song in a soft, husky, irresistibly seductive voice. This song, the name of which is Conquetwain, is unpronounceable by whites in my country. Because they cannot say Conquetwain, they call it the click song. Man, I went off even before the song. I went off at her gentle satire of the linguistic failings of the Afrikaners. Besides which, the song was great. I think it may have been the first African song I consciously heard. The melody working with the rhythm was infectious, at once naggingly familiar yet totally new and exotic. It made me tingle and tap my feet. Of course, I could not understand a single word, but the sounds of the language seemed hauntingly familiar. It was as though you knew the tune, and the sound of words you didn't understand at all, well enough to sing along, anticipating the end of each phrase perfectly. That was my first time with this feeling of seeming to recognize something I'd never previously experienced. But in Africa I would often encounter completely new scenes and situations that would feel in some inexplicable but strong way completely familiar. I was gone. I mean in love, Jack. What was her name? She's from South Africa, but what is her name, Jack? I was desperately trying to remember. Mercifully, Sid repeated Miriam Makeba, the name of the album, and the label. I was at the local record store as soon as school was over the next day asking the clerk to order the record. When it came, I could scarcely believe my eyes. The owner of that incredible voice was young and absolutely beautiful. Her rich, smooth brown skin seemed to glow. Her strong yet delicate features were those of a classic Xhosa beauty. And, the beauty of the African woman, she wore her hair natural. The only other female artist I knew who did not fry her hair was the magnificent Adetta, whom I had seen in the benefit concerts she frequently gave in support of the Southern struggle in Montgomery. Now here came Makeba, just young, impossibly beautiful, and natural. I was completely smitten. I rushed home to play the record. The first person I saw was my sister Janeth, now Najib. Janeth, look. This is the woman I'm gonna marry. I must marry this woman, I cried. Of course, what I think I meant was, ideally I'd love to marry this woman. In a perfect world, this woman would be my wife. In a perfect world. In the real and imperfect world I'd have to content myself with buying every record she made and dreaming. It never occurred to me that I'd ever actually so much as meet her. And indeed when I first met her. 99. It was anticlimactic and deflating. It was cold. A total non-event, but I'm getting ahead of my story. In my introduction to African American culture my cousin Inez was as important as the record shop or the two DJs. Inez, who lived in Harlem, was the daughter of my mother's cousin and closest friend, Tante Geraldine. Inez was popular in her neighborhood. She seemed to know everyone within a 5-block radius. She and I were always together running to parties. It got so that no one would bother me within those blocks because they knew me as Inez's cousin. During my freshman year at Science, on one of my visits to Inez, I first encountered another of my early influences, the stepladder speakers of I-25th Street. As their name suggests, these speakers would actually exhort the people from stepladders set up on strategic street corners along I-25th Street. And usually they would be as dramatic in appearance as they were colorful in speech. The stepladder would be decorated with 2 flags. On one side the red, green, and black, the colors of African liberation. And on the other, apparently only because the law required it and usually at least one cop would be observing, was Old Glory. Queen Mother Moore, an associate of Garvey's, was a tall, regal woman who wore spectacularly colored African robes and looked every inch the queen. Charles X Kenyatta was a bearded, erect, warrior-looking brother. He wore a ranger-style bush hat with a leopard skin band and one side upturned, and usually a khaki safari jacket with a machete in a leopard skin sheath on his belt. And these speakers were nationalists to the max. Many of them were remnants or offshoots of the Garvey movement like Carlos Cook. Here Queen Mother Moore would speak to me. Here May Mallory would speak. Here Charles X Kenyatta and Porkchop Davies would speak to me. Here, somewhat later, Malcolm X would speak to me. As soon as the weather warmed up, they would appear. They would be talking about Africa. Her history, culture, liberation struggles, and bright prospects once independent. And about our need and duty as children of Mother Africa to look to her. It was all exciting and different. On I-25th Street you would get information and a perspective nowhere else present in the society. Certainly not in the white media. And not at school or even in the discourses of the young communists and socialists. The Harlem stepladder orators had a profound effect on me. In a very real way they were the oral historians of the community, our town criers, waking up the sleeping town and bringing news of distant conflicts. Our secular prophets, they were keepers of the flame, holding aloft our heritage. 100. Bronx Science, Young Manhood. As African people in exile, keeping the flame of reunion and unity alive, ceaselessly exhorting us to keep historical and revolutionary faith with our ancestors' long history of struggle and resistance. We should never forget that we come from a long line of warriors and strugglers. They brought us regular updates on the African struggle for independence on the continent and in the Caribbean. Liberation was in the air, the remorseless motion of history, the onrush of revolution. And as they made clear, these were no mere winds of change, but roaring storms of revolution. It was all around us, they said, if only we would recognize and embrace it. And that meant struggle and organization, conscious and constant struggle. I forget which one, but one speaker would always punctuate his exhortations with an anguished cry, a kind of chorus. Ma people, ma people. If you only knew who you were, you could not live the way you do. Over the years, those words have stayed with me. On I-25th Street they extolled African revolutionaries, Jomo Kenyatta and his Kenyan Land and Liberation Army, Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, Sekou Toure, men who had come to vindicate us as a people. Every African will be free, they thundered. The Caribbean is going to be free. They will run out the colonial masters. The French will be run out. They will run the British out. The Portuguese will have to go. South Africa is going to be free. The inevitable movement of history, the fulfillment of prophecy. One could not help but be moved by such oratory. And even what little information came through the white man's news media seemed to confirm it. Africa and Africans all over the world were on the move. The world could never be the same. The impression on me was profound. Remember, within this period my father's ship had made landfall in newly independent Ghana. He returned to us full of a vision of African independence and black people's power, with many stories to tell. How, for example, President Kwame Nkrumah, whom the people called the Osigifo, the Redeemer, at the opening of the independent parliament, had led his ministers onto the floor dressed in the humble cloth cap and coat of a convict. The man who had once worn the costume of colonial humiliation and subjugation was now the leader of the nation, my father had exulted. The effect of the speakers on me was more than political, it was rhetorical. That is, beyond the message there was the influence of style. Important elements of my adult speaking style, the techniques of pub. 101. Lie speaking in the dramatic African tradition of the spoken word, can be traced to these street corner orators of Harlem. To them and the Baptist preachers of the rural South. To be successful both had to be highly skilled in poetic and rhetorical terms, and flawless in crowd psychology. To hold, inspire, and work their audience, they had to be powerfully persuasive and quick-witted and sure-footed. Both had tough audiences. The task of the street corner speakers was all the more formidable because their audience was neither captive nor passive. Either you captured and held their interest or they were gone. These speakers had to educate random groups of the unconscious in America about Africa. By no means an easy task. The African masses, colonized in America, were victims of racial and cultural propaganda and a near-total miseducation about Africa. The speakers had to find arguments that would render their audience receptive to a positive vision of Africa against the full weight of their social conditioning. The Southern preacher's task was a little easier. He had on his side the weight of traditional religious language and music, an entire repertoire of techniques. Later, almost unconsciously I would take my speaking style from both traditions when talking to my own people. These speakers also had to squelch hecklers, diffuse tension, and keep the meeting moving without its degenerating into either shouting matches or violence. I'll give one example. One Saturday afternoon the sidewalks were bustling. The speaker was describing Africa's boundless potential and building an eloquent case for repatriation to a good-sized, attentive crowd. Along comes this too-slick brother, hair freshly fried, piled up in greasy waves held in place by a do-rag. He saunters up, his coat slung over his shoulder by one finger, Jackie Wilson style. He's super cool. He listens for a while then snorts. Africa? Africa ain't s-dash. Africa can't even produce matches. The speaker ignores him and continues. The dude begins to really put Africa down in earnest. The crowd grows restive. You can see that some of the brothers are only inches away from going upside his greasy head. Brothers and sisters, the speaker appeals. Pay no attention to this man. He makes a quick, eloquent gesture, taking in his eyes, ears, mouth, and smiles sadly. The crowd laughs and relaxes visibly. The heckler is blind, deaf, and dumb. Now the heckler is beside himself. He begins to spit out every racist cliché of American miseducation on Africa. Obviously he had learned well and forgotten nothing. 102. Bronx Science, Young Manhood. I ain't left nothing in Africa. Sure ain't trading no Cadillac for no damn elephant. The speaker saw what was fixing to go down. I told you, he chided us. You don't need to be paying any attention at all to this Negro. Did you all take a good look at him? The speaker held out his hands, palms upward. Seems like it's fixing to drizzle. He smiled. And then, brother, your head be going back to Africa before your mind do. His timing was perfect. The put-down, signifying at its best, was a masterpiece of cultural and verbal economy that can only be understood if you know the crinkling effect of moisture on processed African hair. The crowd cracked up, repeating the line, damn, he say his hair be going back to Africa fo his mind do. Sporting life slunk away. The building tension was neatly and expertly diffused. The cop looked disappointed. At the same time that I was listening to the message and admiring the skill and virtuosity of the stepladder speakers, I was also doing readings and beginning to go on demonstrations with the young leftists at Bronx Science. But more and more these would begin to seem like disparate and incompatible worlds. In some ways, they appeared quite compatible, both being about the dynamics of political struggle and revolution, but there were fundamental/innate contradictions. Now any Marxist will tell you that synthesis is the final achievement in the dialectic. And as Junebug Jabbo Jones, the peripatetic African-American sage would famously declare, if you can't understand the principle of contradiction, you sure can't understand diddly about black folks' life in these United States. As an adult I would ultimately be able to use the theory of Pan-Africanism to synthesize the contradictions between the nationalism of 125th Street and the dialectical materialism of the Marxist study groups. But at the time I moved quite comfortably between these two worlds, thinking, learning, questioning, but joining no party, whether that of Garvey or of Marx. What was the chief contradiction? At first it was far from obvious, more a vague feeling than a clear idea. But it was persistent, and something I could feel long before I could name it. As I've said, my introduction to a Marxist approach during my freshman year was intellectually exciting for two reasons. As a systematic, all-encompassing, scientific theory of history and revolution. It presented a way in which everything seemed to fit neatly to understand the political world and the forces of history. Besides which, its language and its logic were similar in approach to the scientific materialist method we were being taught to apply to the physical world at Bronx Science. This meant that, intellectually, both the physical and the political worlds were sud. 103. Denly logical and coherent, functioning in accordance with clear laws and principles that were susceptible to study and understanding. That was compelling. This was such an eye-opening discovery that, for some considerable time, criticism was unthinkable. But just as with the religion question, I could sense that something important was missing from this seamless universal system. Somehow it did not seem to take into serious account the rhythms and historical presence of my people. The first simple and concrete example I had was that of trade unions and working-class solidarity. I could not reconcile the way my young white comrades talked about the labor movement and working-class empowerment with the discussions of my father and his friends about their treatment at the hands of the union and the white workers on their jobs and the mafia. On I-25th Street I first discovered the missing element. And this discovery was every bit as exciting as the other. Here the speakers also talked about political struggle, liberation, and revolution, but in very different terms. This history not only included us, it was all about us. Africa, the African diaspora, the African world, and African revolutionaries were their subject and their concern. At first these two worlds of mine rarely intersected, but when they did, there was a friction that threw off hot sparks. For me, one of these points of friction was in deciding which political writers should be read, given attention, and studied. So far as the white leftists were concerned, no African revolutionary thinkers seemed worthy of serious regard. On 25th Street, though, the names George Padmar and occasionally C.L.R. James were mentioned as important African writers who were revolutionary thinkers. But on the rare occasion when George Padmar's name came up among the young communists, the tone was dismissive, as if he were some kind of renegade, almost as if he were a traitor who had abandoned communism. One of the great political and cultural resources for me at this time was Michaud's famous African bookstore on 125th Street, which I would visit every chance I got. Mr. Michaud saw that I liked to read about our people and took an interest in me. One day I asked Mr. Michaud about Padmar. He showed me a copy of Padmar's Pan-Africanism or Communism and explained that Padmar was a great Pan-Africanist thinker who was an advisor or mentor to Kwame Nkrumah. I was fascinated. I did not have the money at the time to buy the book, but I schemed through it eagerly. Later I would study Padmar and become one of his greatest supporters. 104. Bronx Science, Young Manhood. Even today I always refer to Padmar as a seminal Pan-Africanist and encourage all Pan-Africanists to study and learn from him. Later I learned with interest that Padmar was born in Trinidad. He died in Africa and that his original family name was Seymour Nurse. Nurse is a prominent name in the African community in Trinidad. I also learned that during his boyhood in Belmont, one of his playmates was young Cyril James. Whenever C.L.R. James's name came up among the white leftists I knew in high school, he was more or less pigeonholed as a Trotskyite, hence a revisionist and apostate from the correct line. But to the speakers on 125th Street, C.L.R. James was an African revolutionary thinker. Later when I came to read his Black Jacobins, I was thrilled, moved and inspired. That book is a powerful historical classic on the revolutionary struggle against slavery in Haiti, which especially emphasizes the revolutionary roles, spirit, and character of Haiti's African masses in that struggle. I was just overwhelmed. I loved it. I strongly recommend this great book to young Africans interested in their people's legacy of struggle. Still later I would discover another of Harlem's great treasures, the Schomburg collection. When Malcolm X began to become a presence in Harlem as the dynamic young minister who was organizing Mohammed's Mosque No. 7, a story began to circulate that established the young minister's character. According to the story, Malcolm was driving along and saw a group of young brothers shooting craps on a sidewalk. He stopped the car and approached the game. He either seized or put his foot on the dice. Of course, the players started to get into they bad bags. Malcolm froze them with that look he had. "My young brothers, you know what this building is?" he asked. "Yeah, I thought so." "You don't know, do you? This is the Schomburg collection. It's got damn near everything ever written by or about black people. And what you doing? Instead of being inside learning about yourself, your people, and our history, you out here in darkness shooting dice. That's what's wrong with us." Why, Mr. Muhammad says, if you want to hide something from the black man, put it in a library. Now, I was not among those crapshooters. But the story impressed on me the importance of the Schomburg, and I began to spend many a profitable hour there. During this time, my home neighborhood began to change slightly, as a few more African families moved in. A couple of these families had sons my age, and two of them, Buddy Melvin and Vinnie DeLucier, became my good friends. Buddy went to DeWitt Clinton High School, while Vin, 105, Nye, a devout Catholic, went to Cardinal Hayes. But on weekends we three were running buddies, walking partners, hanging out together, going to parties. We were disciplined students, but weekends we partied. Buddy was a great dancer. Vinny was so devout a Catholic that he refused to dance the grind, it not being right to get that close to girls. But my man Buddy, now, he liked him a good time. My parents liked Buddy, and his parents liked me, so we spent a lot of time in and out of each other's homes. Buddy would come to play an important role in my social life at Science. By the end of my freshman year at Science I had established the friendships that would follow me through the 4 years, and which pretty much established my place in the school student community. I made some good friends based on things we had in common. Of like minds, we made common cause, so to say. These friends were smart, intellectually active guys who were serious enough, disciplined students but not overbearing about it. We tended to be more relaxed about our intelligence. Certainly, we did not buy into the teeth-clenched competitiveness and academic upmanship and posturing that obsessed so many of our peers. Also, we all were athletes in at least one varsity sport, political activists who instinctively despised injustice, street-smart, unpretentious youths who loved to party. We banded together and formed a little club called Kokista. I no longer remember where we got the name, or what, if anything, it meant. It had to have meant something, but all I remember is that we were Kokista. The members were Gene Dennis, Larry Greenbush, Tony Pantorino, Kenny Stern, and yours truly. The club had no real agenda. We just hung together, discussed life, politics, and girls in that order, organized parties, and simply had down-to-earth fun. To a great extent, Kokista may simply have been our defense against the rigid, uptight, status-conscious atmosphere that pervaded the school. We were close, and up until today, some of us maintain contact. Something happened sophomore year that greatly increased Kokista's visibility and prestige at school. Bronx Science moved up the Grand Concourse, literally into the backyard of DeWitt Clinton, Buddy Melvin's school. The two schools were right across from each other. They still are. But the student cultures of the two institutions could not have been more different. So far as the Clinton students were concerned, Science students were intellectual, elitist, and more than a little effete. Clinton, first of all, was a boys' school. It was academically respectable, but had no pretensions to elite status, and its students liked it that way. You could say it was more democratic. Clinton was in every way a rougher, more physical culture than Science, and the proportion of Africans there, 106. Bronx Science, young manhood, was far, far greater. They had talented, aggressive athletic teams and fights all the time. And now they felt that the wimps from Science were invading their turf. Inevitably there was tension. The same old neighborhood madness, just because you're from Clinton and we from Science, we have to fight. Fighting was by no means the science students' strong suit. They were apprehensive about walking to the subway and boarding the trains after school. Fact is, some of them were plumb terrified. Enter Kokista. We had to lead the delegations from science into the trains to face down any challenge. Gene Dennis was built like a fullback. Larry was a muscular, strong-looking guy, and Kenny Stern was a competitive swimmer, huge and always in shape. I was tall, rangy, not intimidated, and with a mouth on me. And my whole card? Buddy Melvin. Buddy was on the fencing team at Clinton and was a rough, tough brother and very respected over there. So I'd always drop his name. Why you guys want to mess with us? You go to science. Yeah, but I just looking for my brother. He go to Clinton. Who's yo brother? Buddy Melvin. Buddy's your brother. Uh-huh. Ask him. Yo, maybe this cat's alright, and they would forego the ass kicking. Or else I'd get Buddy after school and he'd ride with us. He'd say, hey, don't you touch him now. He my brother. Yeah? And what about them? They with him. They okay too. Despite our honorable new role as tribunes of the physically and martially challenged, Kokista was still seen as a rebellious, non-conforming element among the science students. In that rarefied atmosphere, we were something like science's version of the teenage rebel without a cause syndrome, the northern urban version of the southern good old boys. Except to Mr. Bekenstein, one of our social studies teachers. He was not at all impressed with our youthful rebellion as he called it. He reached out to all students and liked us. We thought he was real down and liked him because he took us seriously, got to know us, challenged us intellectually, and discussed the political issues of the day with us. Once, junior year I think, my mother came to school for a parents/teachers weekend and met my favorite teacher. A minor disaster. During their conversation, Mr. Bekenstein demonstrated his awareness of his students' progress by throwing out, you know Stokely says he 107 wants to go into medicine. My mother nods and smiles, and the teacher continues, but, you know, I think his real calling will be politics. Oh, said my mother. Oh, yes, Mr. B enthused, that's where his talents lie. The thing that's in your young man's blood is politics. My mother smiled politely and said nothing. But in the car going home, she exploded. I mean, my mother went off on poor Mr. Bekenstein. But is that man crazy? Is he a racist or what? What is this politics trash? What can you ever do in politics? What is there for you? You see any colored people in politics in America? You see my trial now, eh? Of course, from the perspective of the time, my mom was absolutely correct. As far as she could see, there was no space nor role for Africans in politics in America. No role worthy of her son anyway. There was to her mind only Adam Clayton Powell. What was I going to do, displace him? Well, Mr. Bekenstein's a real nice guy, I mumbled, and a really good teacher. Good teacher? Trying to stop you from being a doctor? At least we know you can be that like your uncle. But you ever heard of any colored politician? That man is steering you wrong, the old brute. But I knew there was truth in what Mr. B had said. Yeah, I was still doing science. To all intents and purposes I was still going to be a doctor. But politics, it was calling in my blood. About that same time an incident happened that I've never forgotten. It taught me something that has been with me all my life. A group of us were in front of the school talking about our classes. A couple guys from Kokista and some brothers. We were discussing math, no doubt trying to impress each other with our erudition. This older African comes along and stops to listen. The brother looked borderline derelict, his clothes didn't fit, kinda disheveled, and his hair was matted as though he was trying to grow dreadlocks without much success. Of course, dreads were not yet in style, so the old brother simply looked untidy. "What you young gentlemen talking 'bout?" He posed the question kinda aggressively. "Oh, we just talking about the Pythagorean theorem, sir," we told him a little condescendingly. "Hell, that don't even exist." "That's right, there's no such thing as the Pythagorean theorem," he repeated. "See, that's ancient African knowledge. Pythagoras the Greek didn't discover that. He got it from Africans." And he walked away mumbling to himself. Of course, we were dismissive. 108. Bronx Science, Young Manhood. And we Africans a little embarrassed. Who was this hobo-looking old dude to be contradicting our teacher and textbooks? We were still talking about it a few minutes later when the brother passed back. "So you all didn't believe me, huh? Th's good, check everything out. There is no such thing as the Pythagorean theorem, that's Egyptian. Okay. You go to the library and check these books." He reeled off a string of references, which I wrote down. I must admit that I was going through the motions mostly to humor him. "Thank you, sir, you know I gotta go check these." Figured I owed him the respect of at least appearing to take him seriously. Sometime later I was in the library and came across the references in the back of my notebook. Sure enough, they existed. Everyone checked out and, in fact, supported his story. I was shocked. I mean astonished. Well, look at this. That old dude knew exactly what he was talking about. What I learned from that was never to underestimate or dismiss anybody. Not even the poorest, humblest, least prepossessing person. Especially with our own people. Ain't no way to know just by their appearance what they been through or where they coming from. Thou seest that man's fall, but thou knowest not his wrestling. That lesson would be reinforced time and again when as a young man I was organizing sharecroppers in the rural South. Especially with our elders. Knowledge and sometimes wisdom can come from the most unlikely of sources. The stone that the builders rejected. And of course, in Africa, in the villages, the same thing. A proverb I heard stayed with me: truth is like a goatskin bag, each man carries his own. 109. Chapter 6. Howard University. Every black thing and its opposite. As I began my senior year at Science, the question of college became paramount. Not whether I was to go, but where. Within the family, that I would go to college had long been taken for granted. Whatever else happened, the son was going to college. Now, an aspect of male chauvinism was in that. Remember my father's dream of the Carmichael family clinic in Trinidad? It was simply assumed that I was to be the doctor. The idea that one or more of my sisters might have been better endowed intellectually, more academically disciplined, or had a greater aptitude for the healing profession never arose. No. It was simply assumed that the family's only son would become the physician. I guess this was our Caribbean version of what is now called the patriarchal attitude as expressed in the only truly wrong-headed African proverb I know: educating a daughter is like fertilizing your neighbor's field. No question my mother had some traditional ideas in this regard. During my wild teenage roaming, she had a barnyard analogy she never tired of. "Look," she would say, "I look at it like this: I've got 4 pullets and 1 rooster. You know I'm going pen up my pullets and let my rooster run free. If anyone else wants to let their hens run loose, that's their business. I'm not gonna pen up my rooster." But having said that, I must point something else out about May Charles. After my father suddenly died during my second year at university, May Charles had to go to work. I've always been convinced my father worked himself to an early grave trying to take care of the family under American capitalism while fighting the racism of the workplace. My mom took the post office examination but quickly realized she could not support the family, much less educate them, on a beginning level, weekly take-home pay of $59. So she shipped out as a stewardess on the SS Argentina so as to be able to help with our education, while mommy Olga kept the home fires burning. Today May Charles will tell you with pride. 110. Howard University, every black thing and its opposite. That all her daughters save the eldest, who had a disability, went through college successfully. But for a time the choice of a college for me was problematic. The senior class at science was full of college talk, nothing but the pros, cons, comparative strengths, and academic prestige of various schools. But after 4 years at science, enjoyable and productive years to be sure, I was not at all sure that I wanted to spend the next 4 at a similar or even greater remove from my people and culture. During my junior and senior years, my political life had become more active. And to my great delight, most of the action was coming from the African community. Ever since Montgomery, Dr. King and his nonviolent actions had become more of a presence in the political discussion among New York progressives. I and my friends in Cochista respected Dr. King a great deal because he had found a tactic that put thousands of people in motion to confront racism. And in Montgomery, the cradle of the Confederacy, the organized and unified African community had won big. To be sure, the 125th Street Nationalists did not support Dr. King. They attacked nonviolence, mocked his talk of redemptive suffering, and questioned the feasibility and desirability of integration as a goal. They felt Dr. King was begging white folks to accept us, something white folks had never done in 300 years. I parted company with the nationalists on Dr. King. It seemed clear to me then that nonviolent mass action was an effective tactic. I supported any strategy that could move the southern masses of our people to confront American apartheid. And any leader who could inspire them to this kind of direct action had my complete respect. In New York, at sympathy pickets and fundraising events, supporters like Bayard Rustin would speak and artists like Harry Belafonte, Adetta, Ruby Dee, and Ossie Davis would perform. Our group from science always attended these events. I was very proud that most of the political activity available to us was in support of my people's struggles. In 1960, when the Southern student sit-ins began, CORE would picket department chain stores that discriminated in the South. We science activists always supported those demonstrations. We would also go to peace rallies called by the Ban the Bomb movement. The capitalist press always tried to portray the peace movement as communist, a communist front, or communist-inspired. Of course there were leftists at these rallies. But the people I met were mostly very religious, committed pacifists, or folk simply concerned with global survival with no communist or socialist politics at all. So I was seeing a lot of political action, much of it in Harlem. But I 111 never joined formally committed to any group, Marxist, nationalist, or religious. In my senior year, the Sharpsville massacre occurred on March 21, 1960. The South African police and military fired on a nonviolent march of unarmed Africans, killing 69 and wounding over 300. I joined a large march from Harlem to the United Nations in protest. Earlier, I helped organize students for one of Bayard Rustin's youth marches for integrated schools, which were mounted in Washington. I believe that this might be where I first heard Dr. King address a large group, but I can't really remember. Early in my senior year, the Young Communists at Science organized a bus for a demonstration against the House Un-American Activities Committee in Washington. I was on the bus. I am not sure whether I was the sole African on that bus, but if I wasn't, we sure were not many. This would not have been unusual in left political actions at Science, so I never gave it a thought. The demonstration was in progress when our bus pulled up. We streamed off and approached the picket line, which was of impressive size given the oppressive political climate in the country at the time. As we approached the pickets, I saw something that would profoundly affect the direction of my life. A section of the line was black. The marchers were not only all African, but they were all about my age. Man, I just rushed over. Hey, y'all. Who are you guys with? The Young Socialists? The Communists? No, man. We're NAG, said a brother who introduced himself later as John Moody. Yeah? And what's NAG, my man? That's the Nonviolent Action Group from Howard University. Why can't you join us? I jumped in the line and the brothers and sisters told me about Howard and NAG. That they were affiliated with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. That they had been campaigning in Virginia and Maryland and in D.C., the nation's capital. They struck me as smart, serious, political, sassy, and they were black. All the way back to New York I was intensely excited. I was surprised at how excited I'd become to discover young Africans who were committed activists. But I was pretty certain that I'd solved the college question. Everything I later found out about Howard confirmed the fit. Howard was a historic black school founded during Reconstruction to educate the children of the freedmen. It was named for its first president, General Oliver Otis Howard, a Union general and abolitionist. More to 112. Howard University, every black thing and its opposite. The point, its medical school was said to have produced a majority of the doctors in the African community here and abroad. In my mind, the choice of college had been a done deal from the conversations on that picket line at the White House. When we'd left, I'd said, "I'll see you in September." And while I would apply to and enroll at Howard University, it was NAG I was really joining. But at first my parents weren't sure. According to my mother, during his last year in high school, Stokely started talking about Howard University. His father and I figured, because everyone said he was so smart, that he should go to Harvard. But every time we said Harvard, he said Howard. It was Harvard. No, Howard. Until finally we put the case to my Uncle Lou, the psychiatrist, who was the family authority on all things educational. Dr. Silcoat's advice carried the day. He said that beyond a certain point the student was more important than the school. A serious student could get an excellent education at either place, as good an education at Howard as at Harvard. Besides which, he said, the friends you make in college tend to be friends for life. So Howard it was to be. Besides, it sure was a lot more affordable. Howard University would open up vast new horizons for me. No doubt about that. Without question, I received a unique education there. And no question, it was qualitatively and substantively different from any education I could possibly have had at Harvard or anywhere else in the world. At Howard I was educated as much by my fellow students as by the faculty, as much from the location of the school, the friends I made, and the spirit of the times as from anything to be found in the curriculum, as much from the character of the administration as from the quality of instruction, as much from the movement as from the university. But educated I was. Because in our time the opening 4 years of the 1960s Howard University was an extraordinarily interesting place for any young African to be who was not totally brain-dead and who was concerned with his people and their struggle. And both conditions were to be found among students at Howard. Howard presented me with every dialectic existing in the African community. At Howard, on any given day, one might meet every black thing, and its opposite. The place was a veritable tissue of contradiction, embodying the best and the absolute worst values of the African American tradition. As Junebug Jabbo Jones loved to say, if an yo don't understand the principle of eternal contradiction, yo show ain't gonna understand diddly about Howard University. Nor about black life in these United States neither. 113. What's more, in every significant regard the Howard experience was the diametrical opposite to that of Bronx science. Now, I am not putting down either school. I really enjoyed both, and I was, for good or ill, profoundly influenced by both, though in different ways. One obvious difference is age. I entered science at 14 and Howard at 18. But more than that, in terms of institutional culture, the character of the student population, the general social and intellectual ambience, it is impossible to imagine two more different schools. Each school had a well-developed sense of its uniqueness. Each had an equally strong view of its institutional mission and constituencies. But nothing about these was even remotely similar. They could have been in different countries. Indeed, on different planets. Which, if you think of it, is a reflection not on those schools, but of the country. Science had its face turned rigidly back toward Europe, while Howard, no matter how much some resisted or sought to play it down, had turned its face, however tentatively, toward Africa. Howard's most egregious image in the African community was as an elitist enclave, a bougie school where fraternities and sororities, partying, shade consciousness, conspicuous consumption, status anxiety, and class and color snobbery dominated a student body content for the most part with merely getting over academically. Was this true? Certainly to some extent, but while this aspect was for some reason very visible, it was, give thanks, by no means the whole story. Nor even close to it. There were, of course, the status-conscious, overindulged, whiskey-drinking children of affluent black professionals. But at least half the American students were from the South, and the great majority, whether from North or South, were poor, the children of black workers and strivers, and most usually, as in my own case, the first in their immediate family to attend college. So, if they aspired to the attitudes, behavior, and values described above, they hardly had the means to afford them. Adding to which a hefty percentage greater than in any other American university were foreign so-called. This meant Africans from either the English-speaking Caribbean or mostly Anglophone Africa. These students tended to be slightly older, well-prepared, and motivated academically, somewhat more cosmopolitan in outlook, and every bit as poor as the Africans born in America. So that when I checked into the new men's residence hall in September, my roommate was Gurney Beckford, a small, dark, exceedingly earnest young man from the hills of Jamaica. Housing probably saw my place of birth as Trinidad and so stuck me in with someone else from the islands. It was fine with both of us, we got on great. Gurney is still a good friend. 114. Howard University, every black thing and its opposite. The new men's residence hall was formally named Drew Hall that year. Drew being Dr. Charles Drew, the African physician whose pioneering work in hematology isolated plasma and made blood transfusion possible. Dr. Drew had done this work while on the faculty of the Howard Medical School. According to the oral tradition on campus, Dr. Drew, whose work had saved countless American and other lives during World War II, and who had transformed the entire practice of Western medicine, bled to death after a car accident in the South where he was denied the prompt medical attention he had made possible and that might have saved his life. I'm told that this account has recently been challenged, but that is how it was told on campus when we were there. I expect the Trinidadian birthplace was also the reason I soon received a letter summoning me to the foreign students' orientation. Of course I looked like, dressed like, and talked like a black New Yorker. But I could slip at will into the Trinidad idiom and accent of my parents and their friends. A first-generation immigrant kid who had not forgotten the language of the old country. But my freshman dorm was an extraordinary place English language-wise. There were brothers from Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, every state of the old Confederacy, and areas urban and rural. There were my homeboys from Harlem, Brooklyn, and the Bronx, and brothers from Detroit, Philly, Roxbury, Southside Chicago. All Africans born in America, but what a diversity of slang and sound. Also, by the end of my first week I had beginning friendships with brothers from Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad, Antigua, the Bahamas, and on and on. I had also met Igbo and Yoruba men from Azikiwis Nigeria, Fanti and Ashanti men from Krumas Ghana, and Luas and Kikuyus from Kenyatta's Kenya. All three heads of state had a personal relationship with Howard. During 1960 a wave of African nations had attained independence, as would Jamaica, Trinidad, and a host of smaller territories in the East Caribbean in the following 2 years. Later, the Osagefo, President Nkrumah, would correctly characterize this as being mere flag independence. But to us at Howard that fall, blithely unaware of the looming threat of neocolonialism. It was an exciting, heady moment rich in promise. All Africa would be free. You could see it happening. Free to choose judiciously from the riches of its own traditional wisdom and the best of Western achievements to give the world a new definition of modernity and a higher humanism. Africa, we were fully confident, would solve the great human problems that continued to bedevil European civilization. We were so sure then, so optimistic, that we would live to see that. Now, I think it will take longer. It seemed like almost monthly a new African embassy would open up. 115. With suitable dignity and fanfare. The diplomats always reached out to their nationals studying at Howard, who in turn invited their American friends. So we got accustomed to going with our friends to any number of annual National Independence Day celebrations at various African and Caribbean embassies. That time and place had a tangible, intoxicating air of Pan-African motion and internationalism. It was soul-stirring. The administration at Howard, and to a certain extent the faculty, would reflect many aspects of the massive contradictions underlying the relationship between Africans in America and white America. On one hand, the school pointed with justifiable pride to its historical role in the progress of the race. Not just by educating Negro leadership but claiming an honorable role at times in the actual struggle. For example, most of the lawyers in Brown v.S. Board of Education were Howard Law School products. Outgoing President Mordecai Johnson had been a forthright advocate for African civil rights. President James M. Knabright Jr., who replaced him the year after I entered, had been part of the legal team arguing Brown. So he came from an activist legal tradition. The Howard Choir could make you weep and exult with those same Negro spirituals. Still, the Dean of Fine Arts was so unreconstructed and unapologetic an Afro-Saxon that he absolutely forbid jazz in any form, not even from the elegant and musically sophisticated Duke of E, in Crampton Auditorium, as long as he would be dean. Howard was the only historically black school in the entire nation funded by the federal government. My position was, in simple justice, all black schools should have been, so that was no real cause for gratitude on our part. But that was not, could not at least publicly be, the position of the higher administration. For some curious reason the congressional committees that controlled the university's budget seemed to attract a disproportionate number of Dixiecrat politicians. These Southern Democrats, the political beneficiaries and institutional protectors of white supremacy in the nation, were aptly described as the most mean-spirited, foul-mouthed crackers who ever bought a fool's vote with whiskey. And they did not position themselves on those committees out of any sudden rush of goodwill toward black folk. So annually Howard's president had to walk a narrow line drawn by the whim, caprice, or outright malice of these Dixiecrats. At budget time, a tangible mood of anxiety, high or muted, depending on the perceived mood of the Congress, seemed to emanate from our administration. 116. Howard University, every black thing and its opposite. Building. I don't remember a student who was not aware of this reality. And I don't know one that did not resent it. It was almost always one of the first things a new student heard: "Look-a here, Uncle Sam pays the bills." Best you never forget that and always present yourself accordingly. I can now sympathize with the fundamental difficulty of our administrators in having to go hat in hand to those racists. Those black men, when all was said and done, did have the responsibility to protect and advance as best they could the school's interests. But on campus that constraint translated into a series of attitudes, rules, and injunctions calculated to prevent any activity on the part of the students that was likely to offend powerful white folk. These filtered down to us via the student activities bureaucracy, with whom we were, consequently, constantly at war. As you might well imagine, we in NAG took a slightly different position. Inasmuch as this nation had enslaved Africans and continued to discriminate against them, thereby crippling them educationally, we felt that the least the nation owed the African community was excellent resources by which to educate ourselves. Educationally, we felt America owed us many more than one federally supported school. As a matter of historical obligation, not charity. So far as upsetting powerful whites was concerned, we felt no obligation to be nice or neat, clean, honest, and polite as the formula went, just to get the budget. We felt, especially as we grew more confident in our organizing skills, that we students could organize effective pressure inside the nation's capital, in international forums, and before the world media, to ensure that the U.S. government met its obligations to black education. We understood that the Howard administration would need to stay aloof publicly, but at least they should not hinder us. The world was changing, wasn't it? But this was never the position of the administration. Which is why NAG was never a recognized student organization at Howard. Every year we petitioned. Every year the student government and the students supported us. Every year the initiative ran into the most skillful, stubborn, and barefaced obstructionism from the student activities bureaucracy. Processes were arbitrarily changed, suspended, or ignored, committees dissolved or simply did not meet all year, or else meetings were summarily adjourned before a final vote could be taken. We would be furious, roundly denouncing the handkerchief-headed, plantation overseer mentality of the division of student life. But you know something? I'm now prepared to see a certain method in their madness. As the spiritual says, you'll understand it better by and by. Because, you know, no one in the Howard administration ever once told us to stop. They never tried to coerce or threaten us with expulsion or other. 117. Administrative sanction. Which was not the case with a lot of state-dependent Southern black schools. For example, President Felton Clark of Southern University in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, that year, to his shame, expelled all his student activists, nearly 50 students. 2 of whom, Eddie C. Brown and his younger brother Rapp, ended up with us in NAG. The administration knew full well who we were. But by the simple expedient of denying us recognition, they gave themselves deniability. By disclaiming knowledge or responsibility, they did not have to move on us, and they never did. I can imagine our president, like Ellison's Invisible Man's grandfather, yesing the white folk to death. At this point an intervention for the record by our comrade in arms Tim Jenkins seems appropriate. / would quarrel somewhat with the characterization given of the past presidents as compliant tools of the Congress. The record shows that Mordecai repeatedly lectured the Southern bigots he needed for funding with his Jeremiads against racism. The record will also show that during his tenure he repeatedly refused to fire a single professor condemned by HUAC. Or, during the 40s, to expel the Howard students who sat in the cafeteria of the House and Senate. In this respect the Ralph Ellison quote may be something of a disservice to their historic contributions. This is not to say that there were not a host of subordinates who would gladly have thrown civil liberties to the wolves for job security along with other uglies of bourgeois ethics. As Carmichael said, every black thing, and its opposite. The best and worst of the black tradition. After spending the first 2 days registering, I set out to find NAG, which was not to be found. Nonviolent Action Group. NAG. Well, there is the NAACP. No. The Alphas, the Kappas, the French Club. No. Sorry, I can't find any such organization on campus. Ultimately I found someone Dion Diamond or John Moody, I think, who'd been at the anti-HUAC demonstration and could explain that NAG met every second Sunday off campus at the Newman House. But Howard's got an NAACP youth group, how come? I asked. Course they do. But that's only because they never do anything, Jack. I don't think they even ever meet. Which is how it was that on the second Sunday after my arrival I became a functioning member of SNCC, or at least its Washington, D.C., affiliate, the elusive NAG. It is possible in hindsight to see some element of principle, strategy, and even political cunning in at least one of the university's actions that at the time had so infuriated us. Tell the truth and shame the devil. but a host of other matters are not susceptible to any equally honorable explanation. 118. Howard University, every black thing and its opposite. These came especially from middle and lower administration members and some faculty in the form of attitudes and policies that always angered us. I mean, they messed with our minds. I'm talking an outmoded 19th century missionary approach to Negro education. We resented the patent condescension, according to which the educational mission was to civilize young Negroes fresh from the cotton fields. It was to render us cultured, i.e., polite and safe in word, thought, deed, and appearance, so that ultimately superior white America might in its benevolence, one blessed day, accept the Negro. Academically and culturally then, the imperative was to promulgate, uncritically, the curricula of American higher education and the attitudes and behavior of the better class of white people. A few administrators would actually use such language to us without any evident embarrassment. The assumption was that America had a Negro problem, which was us. So that the onus was on us to improve ourselves. If only the Negro were less primitive and more responsible. If only they smelled less and glistened more, were more cultured and less crude, more industrious and responsible ad infinitum, then white America would gladly accept us. Thus it was common on campus to hear Southern students harshly ordered to learn to speak properly. Stop sounding so country. When in my sophomore year a NAG member started to wear her hair natural, it precipitated hysteria among the dorm mothers. She was threatened with expulsion from the dorms and the school. Happily a young dean of women, Patricia Roberts, intervened and maturity prevailed. But this backwardness was widespread and ingrained and greatly resented by every student I ever spoke to about it. An aspect of this thinking carried over into the curriculum and instruction. Too many of the faculty bureaucrats who set curricula seemed content to accept the establishment textbook version of American reality. A dispensation in which we were either absent or present only as a lingering but peripheral problem in American life. The Negro as social liability. For these loyal Afro-Saxons, the only serious criticism of the mainstream was for its incomprehensible exclusion of deserving and highly evolved Negroes like themselves. Correct that single, inexplicable shortcoming by affording them their due social recognition and public acceptance, and America was perfect. Of course, the implication of these attitudes that we students should strive for self-improvement while accepting respectfully all the values and practices of white America required rationalizing racist humiliation. 119. This was precisely the kind of psychic self-immolation that was totally unacceptable to our generation of students. Totally unacceptable, Jack. We were young adults. The foreign students, Africans born elsewhere, tended to be even a little older. Many were mature men and women who had worked for years before being able to seek higher education. At the first general residence meeting in the new men's hall dorm, I can remember standing next to a dignified freshman from Guyana who looked older than my father, and being gradually suffused with deep embarrassment and outrage at what we both were hearing. The dorm director was extraordinarily condescending and not real smart. I listened in disbelief and growing humiliation as he spoke to us as though addressing children. The highlight of his address was a catalogue of insulting housekeeping expectations apparently predicated on the assumption that most of us were encountering flush toilets and indoor plumbing for the first time. To the men from Africa and the Caribbean, as to us, he was their first official introduction to Howard, and for them by extension, to African Americans. What on earth can they have thought of us? At the foreign student orientation I again received a shock. It was a large enough meeting. Mature and intelligent men and women from Africa and the Caribbean receiving their first orientation to the school, the city, and again the African community in America. And here was an African administrator of Howard University in effect planting the fear of American Negroes in our consciousness. We were not really encouraged to associate with Black Americans' cultural differences, they said, and were warned not to venture freely into the surrounding community because of crime. It was us and them at its worst. Howard was in a typical Black urban community, with all the problems associated with that, but whatever their intentions, the presentation from Howard representatives was heavy-handed, crudely stereotypical, and a clear effort, I thought, to continue to divide Africans. I was furious. Had it come out of a white mouth, I'd have unhesitatingly dismissed it as racist. I resolved then and there to cultivate relationships with African brothers and sisters from outside the country and to try to pull them more and more into campus life and the social fabric of the African American community. That became NAG's policy also. But praise the Lord, everything and its opposite. Mr. Ted Chambers, a short, infinitely sweet-natured African American gentleman, was coach of Howard soccer. He looked at me with astonishment colored by just the slightest skepticism. "Son, you from New York? You play soccer?" "Yes, sir. Captain of my high school team in New York. 120. Howard University, every black thing and its opposite." His eyes really lit up. "Captain, you say?" "Yes, sir. Bronx Science, 3-year starter." "Oh, can we use you? Go put these on and warm up. The tryouts start in 15 minutes. I ran off and put on the sweats and my own soccer shoes, which Science had allowed us to keep. I'd played all summer in Van Cortlandt Park because I knew the Howard team was supposed to be good. But when I ran back, the varsity was scrimmaging. I sat on a bench watching in astonishment and waiting for the rookies to show up. Wow! This is such a great team, I thought. I can hardly believe this is the team I'm gonna play on. Wow! These guys were amazing, quick, incredibly skilled. They looked to me like young professionals. "What's the matter?" Coach Chambers asked. "Why you still sitting on the bench?" "Oh, coach. I'm just waiting for the team to get off so I can dash team." "That's not the varsity, son. Those are the tryouts. Get on out there." My jaw dropped. "Those are tryouts?" He said yes. I got up slowly. He approached, looking at me with concern. "You okay, son? Are you sure you play soccer?" "Coach, I really do, but if those are the tryouts, can I carry water for your team? If you can play, you should get out there." I really wasn't a bad soccer player, in New York. Fact is, in Van Cortlandt Park I was considered a serious player, a rising star. So I did all right. Maybe even better. "You did fine, son. You can make the team," Coach Chambers assured me afterward. I figured I probably could too. But clearly, to play with those dudes I'd have to devote way more time to soccer than I was prepared to. I was, after all, a pre-med student. I would have to study. But I went to every game I could and even played with the team in practice when I could. Coach kept after me to join up. I knew why. I may have been the first African from America he'd seen in a soccer uniform. All his players were from the continent or the Caribbean. And they were simply excellent. The Howard team was one of the best in the nation, and the only athletic team of any accomplishment at a school that had no athletic scholarships at all. In the American sports football and basketball, courageous but outclassed Howard teams routinely had their heads handed them by teams of the best black athletes in the country, all on full scholarship with many on their way to the professional ranks. Today, those guys would all be at the white athletic factories, Notre Dame, Alabama, and the like. 121. But our soccer players were really dread. Today, half of them would be offered professional contracts. But here at Howard, they had no scholarships and everyone worked nights, went to school mornings, and showed up in the afternoons to destroy any team put before them on the field. And for the most part they were successful engineering, pre-med, and dentistry students too. My first 2 years they were national champions in the NAIA. I got to know the players and brought my American-born friends to the games. The best of the players I practiced with were regularly named All-Americans. I remember Winston Alexis, Junior Sanguinetti, Aloysius Charles, Alexander Romeo, Ernest Ekp, and one utterly unbelievable soccer genius from Jamaica called Dibby Cook. Back home, Dibby had been a regular on the national team. At Howard he drove a cab at night, went to engineering school by day, and never seemed to practice. Then at game time this short, stocky, bull-egged fellow would appear. Regularly, about 4 or 5 times during a game, seemingly at will, Dibby would nonchalantly collect the ball in front of his goal and traverse the full length of the field at a dead run, the ball seemingly glued to his feet. Starting, stopping, darting, feinting, as he dribbled his way effortlessly through the entire opposing team. This is no exaggeration, the entire opposing team. The crowd would go absolutely wild, on its feet, giving out a collective roar that might well have been heard down at the White House and should have been. One did not have to understand anything at all of the game to recognize that you had just seen something magical. Just as later you would not have to know the intricacies of basketball to recognize Michael Jordan's genius or much about boxing to recognize the uniqueness of Muhammad Ali's physical endowments and craft. That was Dibby Cook of Spanish Town, Jamaica. I wonder whatever became of that brother. During my freshman and sophomore years, the Howard Soccer Bisons dominated the NAIA. Junior year, they moved into the NCAA to go up against the wealthy athletic factories with teams full of imported talent, all on full scholarship and carefully recruited mercenaries. By then I was totally politically engaged, but I made certain to be on campus the day we played the defending big college national champions. By this time the soccer team had worked its Pan-African magic on the student body. It was a rainy, overcast day. The stands were full of Africans born in America, Africa, and the Caribbean. It was a larger crowd than the winless football team had managed to attract, except maybe at homecoming. There's an editorial from the student paper, written after the game by its very American sports editor, Jimmy McCannon, that captures the moment rather well. 122. Howard University, every black thing and its opposite. Soccer is all right, but it's a game for foreign students is an old, cold argument that received a severe dousing in the rain last Saturday as Westchester Large College national champions met the Howard Small College champions at a mud-drenched Howard Stadium. The Hooters' great performance against the powerful Rams was indicative of the rise in the stock of soccer and the foreign student. Most of the fans who braved the inclement weather, knew little or nothing about soccer, but fell in love with the speed, skill, and rugged action of the game. The crowd, which was drained of every emotion during an action-packed struggle between two very well-matched teams, was one of the largest ever to witness a soccer game here. After the winning goal, pandemonium reigned. The crowd in a burst of passion streamed en masse onto the field and lifted their gory, mud-splattered scorers Winston Alexis and Vernon Hazelwood onto their formerly umbrella-protected shoulders. In that instant a pride and unity created by their show of supreme skill made everyone connected to Howard proud. Just as Jackie Robinson had made race a forgotten issue to the true baseball fan, our Hooters dismissed in one unforgettable afternoon the tag foreign. They belonged to Howard in every way and their adoring fans made them know it. The men on that field representing us were no longer simply Jamaican, Nigerian, Antiguan, Trinidadian, or West Indian. At the end of the game there were no foreign students or Americans on that field. The unity and belonging that enveloped the ecstatic faces that had shared a great athletic experience drew Washingtonians, Mississippians, Ohioans, and New Yorkers on the field to embrace fellow Howardites. Howard University Hilltop, November 16, 1962. Everything, and its opposite. Gonna lay down my sword and shield. Whether this was by inclination of the administration, by congressional dictate, the school's missionary origins, or by all three, I do not know. But I remember only two activities that were officially compulsory for all freshman U.S. citizens, chapel on Sunday and the Reserve Officers Training Corps. I had no intention of entering the U.S. Armed Services, but in 1960 there was as yet no popular movement against the militarization of universities. So the only way I, as an individual, could resist was to get out of the marching, which I felt was a monkey show on campus, and also to raise the obvious contradictions in the military science classes. 123. We had a choice, the Army or the Air Force. Since I had no intention of marching to and fro swinging my arms, I chose the Air Force, thinking there would be less parading about. But there was still too much. So, the first day when we were lined up in our uniforms to march, Cadet Carmichael fainted. The second go-round I fainted again. The third time I fainted I was excused from parade, permanently. In the class discussions I would raise questions about the ethics of having training in the arts of massive destruction at a school allegedly educating us for the advancement of humanity. This was no mere debating ploy. I was seriously troubled by the clear contradictions, so I kept raising that and similar questions. Our instructor was a captain, an African born in America. After a few classes he understood that I was genuinely troubled by the contradictions and I was not likely to shut up. "Okay, cadet," he said, "here's what's going to happen. Take the exams, and any grade you earn, I will award. And of course, you needn't worry too much about attending the classes." That was cool by me. I needed a grade to graduate, so I read the book and took the exams. Some students more than a few not only disagreed with my position but were passionate and vocal about it. These brothers felt that it was our patriotic duty to serve. Some were planning to enter the military professionally. The interesting thing is many of them were from the South. So it was easy. "Look, Jack, I'd love to be a patriot too. And just as soon as this country ends segregation, ends racial discrimination, stops the denial of legal and political rights to our people, I'll run to enlist. I be the first one, blood, I promise." A distinguished historian on the faculty named Professor Rayford Logan, had written a famous dissenting history of Reconstruction called The Betrayal of the Negro. So naturally I hastened to take his course, in which we read his The Negro in American Life and Thought. Either in that book or in his lectures, we learned about a consignment of German prisoners of war being sent south to prison camps in Mississippi during World War II. Their guards were a detachment of black MPs. When the train crossed the Mason-Dixon line, guess what? These armed African soldiers, in the uniforms of their country, guarding their nation's enemies, were at mealtime ordered out of the air-conditioned white dining car to the Jim Crow eating cubicle at the rear of the train. The enemy prisoners, being Aryan, were welcome to enjoy the comfort of the well-appointed white supremacist dining car. Truthfully, I had no idea I'd said anything aloud until Professor Logan stopped speaking. Professor Logan was very austere. No one ever interrupted him. "Yes, did you say something?" he asked, staring at me. 124. Howard University, every black thing and its opposite. "Sorry. I hadn't meant to," I muttered. "Well, young man, what did you not mean to say?" I said, "Sir, that if it had been me, I would have blown that train to hell." Professor Logan merely looked long at me and nodded. "Thank you," and he went on with his lecture. After that I couldn't wait to be accosted by the Southern patriots about ROTC. Up and down in the valley. For a very long time. But I ain't got weary yet. With one important difference, those lines from a popular spiritual well describe my experience as a pre-med Howard freshman. Except that I got real weary down in that valley. At Howard the liberal arts were taught on the upper quadrangle, the physically most elevated area of campus, the so-called hilltop, where the Founders Library, the Art Department, Douglas Hall, Crampton Auditorium, and the IRA Aldrich Theater were located. Engineering, medicine, architecture, and the physical sciences were taught in the lower area of the campus, hence, in the valley. As a pre-med student, most of my courses, being natural sciences, were down in the valley. Thanks to Bronx Science, these courses were not particularly demanding to me academically, many being, in effect, repeats of my senior year. The difficulties I would encounter in the valley were of an entirely different order. From my childhood, medicine was the career I and the family had chosen. It was one of the three, along with the law and the pulpit, said to offer a way of earning a living independent of white society's control. I had crossed off the other two in favor of medicine because it seemed to offer a clearer, essential, and more unambiguous service that was in short supply among our people. It also offered, as far as I was concerned, respect as well as a secure living, in that order. In the valley, with the exception of the engineers, the students all planned to become either physicians, dentists, or pharmacists, apparently in that order. A fair percentage were Africans from outside the United States. Most, but not all, of these students spoke in moving and idealistic terms of bringing modern medical care to their newly independent countries. A few, mostly from the Caribbean, seemed animated in their career choice mostly by the profit motive. But the Africans born in America? They were, as Sterling Brown used to say, a Negro of a different color. These guys, the clear majority, were forthright and to my mind more than a little vulgar. They bragged 125 openly about the luxury cars, grand houses, and large incomes they were after. Their talk of the light-skinned, good-haired trophy wives they intended to marry really annoyed me. A wicked rumor on campus was that bourgeois aspiring mothers of limited means would borrow, beg, or steal to send their light-skinned, attractive daughters to Howard. Now, girl, you go bring me back a doctor, here. Don't you dare come back without getting you at least a dentist. Remember now, we can afford to send you at most for 2 years, so you got no time to waste. Almost certainly that had to be an exaggeration, not without a certain malice, probably created by darker, smarter sisters. But the status-hungry pre-med freshmen sure seemed to play to it big time. All science students had white lab coats, which to the uninitiated looked much like doctors' hospital coats. These dudes, freshmen with 7 years of school ahead of them, that is, if they even made it into medical school at all, would wear these coats all over campus, into the cafeteria, etc., proclaiming their matrimonial eligibility to all the aspiring doctors' wives. Around campus these freshman boys would pretend to be medical students, ostentatiously addressing each other as doctor. An argument if I ever saw one for stringently socialized, fee-controlled medicine. Everything and its opposite. This posturing and the shallowness of their professional motivation really got to me and a few other brothers like Al Chisholm. Finally, I just had to speak out in class. I attacked the acquisitiveness and shallow materialism. I reminded them of conditions in our communities, particularly in the rural South, and our people's need for dedicated physicians there. The response? Well, man, you show welcome to go. Ain't nobody stopping you. Me. I wants me a practice in a large fiend city where I can make them large bucks, Jack. There was Al, me, and a small group of like minds, so I did have allies in the valley. But others had me pegged as a troublemaker. And not only the students. A few faculty in the valley began to single me out. Carmichael, are you really sure you want to be a doctor? Yeah, I want to be a doctor. It's not medicine I got problems with. It's the profession that gives me a cotton-picking pain. But by the second semester my involvement in the movement had increased, so I was beginning to think seriously of answering, "You right. I don't want to be a doctor." This process would build. I don't want to suggest it was solely the distasteful materialism that drove me out. Nor was I hope, such a self-righteous sounding prig. There was more. The movement had begun to exert a strong pull independent of anything else. I remembered M.R. Bekenstein's prediction - "It's in his blood." Soon I had to rethink my position seriously. 126. Howard University, every black thing and its opposite. I reasoned that my attraction to medicine was mostly to serve human needs. I was seeing more and more clearly that our people's health problems were largely socially determined. Poverty, segregation, overwork, malnutrition, social deprivation of all kinds, were causing most of our people's physical illnesses. As the idea of leaving medicine grew stronger within me, I reasoned that I wanted to treat people before they became ill, not after their health was fatally compromised by social evils. By the summer of freshman year, when I returned from the Mississippi prison farm, my decision had been made, and that was the chief reason I gave the family. I've made clear my feelings about the stunted and backward attitudes that prevailed among some faculty and administrators. But remember now, y'all, this is Howard. Every black thing, and its absolute opposite. And sure enough, an array of excellent scholars and a tradition of black scholarship were also present, as well as clear-eyed, dedicated teachers, many of them progressive. Sometimes both qualities combined beautifully in one and the same person. Sterling Brown and Harold Lewis come readily to mind. Give praise and thanks. Because we in NAG had a slightly higher visibility as strugglers, and because we delighted in engaging all comers in intense political discussions concerning our people, we and the more intellectually progressive faculty had a natural affinity. In this, we were probably close to the last generation of Howard students to be so advantaged. Our benefactor in this, oddly enough, was American racism. Yeah, you read right, racism. The open and vulgar racist habits of American higher education. Because, before the full force of the then nascent civil rights movement made its presence felt, white universities not only rarely educated African students, they simply did not, as a rule, hire black scholars, no matter how distinguished the work or aristocratic the academic pedigree. Those practices that Dr. Du Bois had faced still prevailed in our time, but to our great profit. For at Howard, we had the immense benefit of a number of venerable, pioneering, scholarly presences, as well as brilliant young scholars and artists who today might undoubtedly be seduced by the wealth and prestige of the Yales and Stanfords of the academic world. Some of these legends, although dead, lived on nonetheless in the ancestral tradition. Charles Hamilton Houston, Dean Kelly Miller, Dr. Charles Drew, and Alain Locke come to mind. Others had more recently departed for other earthly places. For example, Ralph Bunche to the United Nations and a Nobel Prize, or Eric the Little Dr. Williams. 127. Whose capitalism and slavery was a massively influential correction of prevailing white myths about slavery and the development of European capitalism, who had gone on to the premiership of independent Trinidad and a knighthood. But they too remained lingering presences not only in the libraries but in the memory and folklore of the campus. But others were still present and available. E. Franklin Frazier, whose most celebrated book, The Black Bourgeoisie, was an excoriating critique of the bankrupt values and affectations of that class, was alive when I got there. Also the historian Rayford Logan, whom I've already mentioned. Another sociologist, G. Franklin Edwards, consulted regularly with the United Nations on strategies of development in the African world. There was the pioneering Africanist, native Mississippian W. Leo Hansberry. I also met Chancellor Williams, whose The Destruction of Black Civilization, which appeared after I left, is a courageous and original piece of scholarship. I can still remember with pleasure the hours I spent in the university gallery enraptured by the first collection of African art I'd encountered. I studied those striking masks and artifacts, trying to imagine the stories they contained and to visualize the people who had made them and the cultures that had produced these artists. I can still remember the pleasure and wonder I felt just respecting, tasting, those sonorous, mysterious names out of our people's origins: Ynruba, Bakongo, Lgbo, Bout, Sunyafo, Mandingo, Nubian, Ashanti. Massive and crucial. There was also the classicist Frank Snowden and the irrepressible poet/dramatist Owen Dodson, director for the Ira Aldrich Theatre, who regularly produced black playwrights and liked to transpose classical Greek playwrights into African contexts, media in Africa, for example. Another of my intellectual influences was Professor Eugene O. I got a letter from Bertie the other day Holmes, a brilliant, irascible materialist philosopher who was a friend of Bertrand Russell's. The campus radicals loved a story about Dr. Holmes, Dragged unceremoniously before the House Un-American Activities Committee, Professor Holmes gave his occupation thus: "I am, sir, by profession a thinker. And you?" And thereafter declined on professional grounds to further dignify the proceedings with his participation. This had been during the height of McCarthyism. Was this account accurate? Maybe or maybe not, but we in NAG loved that story. 128. Howard University, every black thing and its opposite. From the English department I remember fondly Arthur P. Davis, critic/anthologist, and of course Sterling Brown himself, poet, folklorist, critic, editor, musicologist, griot, and teacher. Those were some of the luminaries. There are doubtlessly more whom I've neglected to name. I studied with many of the ones named. But what was quite as important as actually taking their courses was their presence among us and what they represented. That they were there, and therefore their work and example existed for us. If you were bold, you could seek them out for conversation, but their example was so important, the example of consciously black intellectuals of the first order, who had devoted their professional lives to properly studying the African presence at a time when we were otherwise being ignored or disparaged by American scholarship. As important as any facts or methods we might learn from them in class was the reality they represented: splendid, stubborn commitment, a sense of duty and purpose. As scholars of black peoples they were custodians of tradition, keeping truth alive. Then there were the young faculty, folks at the beginning of their careers who were closer to us in age and outlook. I can remember a number who encouraged, argued with, or counseled us as the occasion required, thereby enriching in numerous ways our intellectual development. 4 young brothers especially took the time with us in this way. Elias Blake was an inordinately tall, slender, focused assistant professor of education. He was the kind of brother whom Rostas would describe as a black-hearted man. I understand Bro Blake became president of a small southern school, Clark College, a most proper place for a man of his dedication and energy. Conrad Snowden, a brilliant, articulate, young philosopher, was also a political and intellectual mentor to NAG. As was a brother in English named Clyde Taylor. My freshman English teacher I've never forgotten. She was an instructor and a challenging teacher who was really down with black literature and our people's culture. But this teacher was unusual in one other important respect: she was young, stylish, and really fine. Her name was Toni Morrison. She and her tall walking partner, another young, equally fine and elegant sister named Eleanor Traylor, would turn heads as they walked across the quadrangle. Wowie, who bees them 2 fly sisters, ma man. So naturally, their sections were always over-enrolled with ardent young Howard men who arrived in class to discover with some dismay that the young Ms. Morrison had me in a bad way, bro, remembers Ed Brown. I never ever went in for so much tutorial counseling in my entire life. Just to be close to that woman, bro. As it say in the Bible, a woman did a wicked dance and cause a man to lose his head. EMT. 129. Women were also smart and very serious teachers. A combination of assets that made for interesting classes indeed. About 8 years later my teacher and I met again when she would be my editor at Random House for both Black Power and Stokely Speaks. So it was with considerable pride some years ago that I received the news in Conakry that my instructor/editor was now a Nobel laureate in literature. I was proud, because even though that prize remains a relic of Northern European pretensions to cultural hegemony, they will occasionally stumble upon a worthy African writer who is grounded in their people's culture, struggle, and experience. Ms. Toni Morrison was clearly one of the committee's more inspired choices. Brother Chuck McDew sometimes says, even a blind pig will pick up a fat acorn every now and then. I hear that Sister Morrison is on record as remembering me as something of a rascal in class. Perhaps, no doubt. But they say what goes round comes round. Ms. M, don't look now, but your rascal just called you the blind committee's fat acorn. Only metaphorically, of course. There's one other class I have to mention. Professor E. Franklin Frazier, author of The Black Bourgeoisie, died during my sophomore year. Fortunately, I was able to sit in his class before that sad event. That was a great class. Professor Frazier was funny and irreverent and I liked him. But I really disagreed with him on one issue, the presence of Africa and African cultural roots within the African community in America. Professor Frazier's position was that we were totally cut off from our African roots so that there were few if any significant African survivals in black culture in America. Here Professor Frazier had a long-term argument with a famous white anthropologist, Melville Herskovits, whose book The Myth of the Negro Past showed the strong influence of Africanisms in our culture. I never agreed with Professor Frazier, and after I read The Myth of the Negro Past, I was 100% with Herskovits. That's a very important book. Check it out for yourselves. The Howard community benefited another way from extreme racism abroad and right-wing excess at home. These forces combined to create a small colony of excellent white scholars at Howard. The European scholars were refugees from the Third Reich's march across Europe and were, I assume, either Jewish or progressive, or both. Either Howard afforded them a welcome that white institutions did not, or these scholars elected African schools as a gesture against the American version of the racism that had uprooted them. I recall them as gentle, civilized, and somewhat self-effacing presences. I gather that there had been many more during the war, but most had retired by the time we arrived. The white Americans, at least some of them, may have been chased to Howard by McCarthyism or, again, may have elected to serve there out of principle. Two of this group stand out in my memory. The first, David Hammond, was an excellent botanist and a skillful and challenging teacher. The other was in fact a Frenchman, a political scientist who published the earliest clear analysis of the looming disaster being fueled by American arrogance and ignorance in Vietnam. His name was Bernard Fall. In general, my intellectual life became more balanced at Howard. Here professors would refer us to the kind of authors I had heard about only on I-25th Street. Writers like Du Bois, Padmar, Richard Wright, and other Africans who were hidden in the curricula at science and other white schools. One influential book had in fact been recommended by the disheveled man on the street corner. This was Stolen Legacy by George James. This book was particularly important to my understanding of the origins of Western thought after I moved into philosophy. Another book recommended to me by Professor Harold Lewis after my first visit to Mississippi was Uncle Tom's Children by Richard Wright. This is an honest and powerful book, almost scary. As I teased Professor Lewis, it's a good thing you didn't show me this book before I went. Professor Lewis also recruited some of us to the Little Forum, a reading and discussion group of which he was the faculty sponsor. The students participated in choosing the readings, and when a group of us from NAG entered, we wanted more serious social commentary, so the character of the reading list changed dramatically. See Wright Mills's Listen, Yankee and the Power Elite come to mind. On his first visit to the UN soon after toppling the Cuban dictatorship, Castro had stayed in Harlem, where, according to street tradition, he was offered Malcolm X's offer of security by the nation Ofloslam. Mills's fair treatment of the Cuban Revolution confirmed me in my growing support, which continues to this day. Arguably the area in which Howard affected my development most profoundly was in my direct experience of Southern black culture and the realities of life for Africans in the South. The university was in Northwest Washington on Georgia Avenue, a few blocks up from U Street and east of 14th Street. At that time those two streets were the hub and axis. 131. Ready for revolution of D.C's black business community. Black Washington was in effect an up-south town. The people, the juke joints and night clubs, the soul food restaurants and fast foods, the churches and the music, sacred and profane, were all straight out of Dixie. And Howard was located in the heart of this community. Half the students and just about all the support staff were Deep South. The cafeteria served soul food, and the style and accents of the staff were deep Dixie. When I arrived, DC was the farthest south I'd been. I was familiar with Southern music, rhythm and blues, gospel and country blues, anything out of Memphis from having sold it in my uncle's shop. And don't forget Symphony Sid and Jocko. Naturally I had heard and read about the South, but I knew nothing of it in actual life. Howard would give me my first direct contact with the lived experience of the South. From the Southern students I'd get a clear understanding of Southern life for our people, what segregation was like, the constant humiliations, the random brutality, the economic exploitation and everlasting dependence. Having studied Marxist-Leninist theory, I understood intellectually that material conditions affected a people's thinking and behavior. Howard gave me an actual demonstration of that effect. By and large I found the Africans in the South relaxed, friendly, and courteous, not at all as hard-edged and in-your-face as in Harlem. Yet I knew that the Africans in Harlem had earlier migrated out of the South. What in northern urban life had affected these southern sharecroppers? Why had they become so hard and rough with each other up in Harlem, yet were so gentle with each other, so polite and courteous, in the South? Clearly, Southern culture was seriously eroded by the northern urban environment. All in all, the Southern African culture as expressed at Howard deeply impressed me with its courtesy, almost a courtliness, its hospitality, its humanism. When I went to the rural South, I would immediately again be impressed by these same qualities. Later in my political travels I would encounter the same qualities in the Caribbean countryside and the villages of Africa. African humanism. My experience of Southern black culture at Howard and points south during this period played a great role in confirming me in my determination to struggle with and for my people. First learning about, then witnessing at first hand, the injustices and oppression that prevailed in the South was a large factor in this decision. As was the growing realization that our oppression was not Southern at all, it was American. But that was and could not have been all there was to that decision. In struggle one not only fights against something injustice, oppression, but one must. 132. Howard University, every black thing and its opposite. Struggle for something equally real but positive. That's the other part of the equation. In DC, I was truly in touch for the first time with all aspects of the culture of Africans from the South. While at school I was also being exposed in a systematic and critical way to our intellectual tradition and the history of the struggle of those many thousands gone, who as they proudly said always lifted as they climbed. All of which could not help but have a serious effect on any young person searching for an honorable role for himself and his people in the world. While I was sifting through all these new political and cultural experiences and impressions, trying to come to clear terms with my people's identity and cultural reality, figuring out my own relationship to it all and what it all meant, Sterling Brown reached out to us. I still cannot say for sure why he chose the students in NAG, but choose us he did, and I'm glad he did. Maybe, almost certainly, he understood the struggle we were engaged in better than we did. He, more than any other person, first helped me to understand the beauty of our people's language and the power of that extraordinary culture that sustained them through centuries of slavery and generations of apartheid. Sterling Brown was a renowned poet, cultural historian, literary critic and scholar, folklorist, and jazz expert who was internationally celebrated. But just as important, he was a dedicated teacher, greatly beloved on campus because he reached out to students and the staff. That Professor Brown, he a good-hearted man, the Southern staff would say. He was not just another expert on the Negro. His poetry and other writings presented the complex lives and hard-won wisdom of our people with clarity and understanding. His writing did not try to give dignity to the folk. He allowed their innate dignity and humanity to manifest itself in the poetry of their language and the power of their blues. Besides which he was irreverent and funny in deflating any pretentiousness that came his way. And pompousness was never in short supply at Howard. He had no tolerance at all for the inflated self-importance of the bourgeois assimilationist wannabes in which the place abounded. The types who lectured Southern students to learn to speak properly. Remember now, he'd say, you can't trust no three-name Negro. Especially one with them numbers on the end of his name. Even before we in Nag got to know him, we'd heard on the student grapevine that the Lead Belly song Bourgeois Blues was the singer's response to his unhappy experience with D.C.'s black bourgeoisie, hence the lines. 133. 'Cause it's a bourgeois town, oh, it's a bourgeois town, where the only decent man is Sterling Brown. So even before spending time with him, we knew him for an ally. Professor Brown took a liking to the Nag kids. He would invite a group of us, Bill Mahoney, Tom Kahn, Cortland Cox, Ed Brown, Thelwell, Butch Kahn, and me to his office in the evening ostensibly to drink some liquor, and tell some lies. Those sessions were all oral history, tall tales, folk poems, literary and music criticism rolled in one. All of it of, from, or about our people. He was quiet and respected elder brother, grounding us, so to say, in our African cultural heritage in America, in which he took such an uninhibited pleasure. Professor Brown was a living archive. He knew or had met everyone. Duke Ellington, Dr. Dubois, Paul Robeson, Lead Belly. Some weekends he'd invite us home, where his sweet-natured Miss Daisy would feed and pamper us. Then he could illustrate his points by playing us tapes and records or with readings from his remarkable library on black culture. He was informed, clear, and funny. You learned while you laughed. But I'm reminded that he, by his example, taught us something else, something about struggle. See, Professor had all the courtliness and charm of a Southern gentleman and an infinite sweetness and generosity of spirit, until that is, someone wrote or said something ignorant that denigrated his people or their culture. Wowie! Then that old gentleman became fierce. His weapons, superior knowledge, intelligence, and abiding wit. With him it wasn't his duty to defend our culture, it was his instinct. Prof came along at exactly the right time for me. Because, although he never used these words, you could not fail to see and feel in everything he wrote, said, and did his undying love for our people and our culture. 134. Howard University, every black thing and its opposite. In the turmoil of the struggle and the cultural confusions of official Howard, exactly what we were fighting against almost instinctively was always as clear as desert light. Prof helped us to see clearly at least one of the things that we really were fighting or, in the largest possible sense, to preserve and advance a legacy, our people's humanity as expressed in terms of their own devising. Psychic and cultural autonomy, the right to be and define ourselves without embarrassment, apology, or external constraint. I shall always be grateful to that good man. It must be abundantly obvious by now exactly what an interesting combination Howard and the nation's capital was then. The extent to which the Howard experiences in that remarkable historical moment were various and multiple. All things to all men? Many things to many men? Certainly many different things to many different folk. Every dialectic in the African world was there to be found. And we sure managed to find every last one. So your education came at you in waves from myriad and unexpected directions other than the conventional. Just about everything about that place at that time was educational, even the classrooms. It all shaped us. 135. Chapter 7. Nag and the birth of SNCC. First there was Howard and then there was Nag. There can be no question as to the importance of the Howard experience in my formative life, but by far the most important element of that experience morally, politically, culturally, and even emotionally was the movement. And in our time the movement at Howard was Nag. Nag was a close-knit community of distinctively individual young people, a few of whom were not students and a few others, those students, were not at Howard. In terms of geographic origins, experience, and personalities, we were as diverse a group of youth as one could expect to encounter, even though most of us were Africans from America. We had natives of the district, of the Midwest New York, of the South, the Deep South and the Deepest South, of California, a couple Texans, and even one solitary eccentric African born in Jamaica. But on Howard's campus we were a solid, highly visible community united by our interest in politics and, in the spirit of the times, by a conviction that youth could change the world. That we ourselves could change at least that part of it which most oppressed our people, and that consequently, it was our duty to try. Now, we'd all arrived at this place by very different routes, but that was the common ground upon which we met, embraced, strengthened each other, and went forward. Much has been written about the physical courage of the movement generation. But that is obvious. My brothers and sisters could not have gone the places where they went, nor have done the things they did, without considerable courage. But physical bravery is merely the ability to make oneself face the prospect of danger, pain, or bodily harm, the certainty of jail, or the possibility of death. One can do all of those, and indeed they have often been done by fanatics, for quite despicable reasons. Other qualities my brothers and sisters shared were as important as physical courage. One was a casual selflessness of purpose and a cheerful readiness to risk the things the society had programmed our peers to value most highly: education for personal advancement, jobs, careers, security, the future, all that we'd all come to college to secure. Why, I'll keep that mess up, get you an arrest record, and won't neither the government nor none of. 136. NAG and the birth of SNCC. Them white folks ever hire you for nothin', here, was something we heard constantly. Often from more practical fellow students. To an upwardly mobile, aspiring 19-year-old, that prospect was as daunting as the physical danger, but, so far as I could tell, once in the movement few of us allowed ourselves to be held hostage by the threat to future status and material affluence. I respect my comrades as much for that as for their physical courage. For some of them have paid dearly. Being in a tiny minority with shared values we clung to, defended, and developed a loyalty and a love for each other that, as I've been reminded since my recent illness, endures to this day. Give praise and thanks. At my first NAG meeting, at most 30 people were present and probably less, almost equally divided between men and women. The women were articulate and many were as vocal and assertive as the men, and NAG men were no shrinking violets. The veterans of course already knew each other and carried themselves with a confidence and spirit which came from shared struggles, but with so respectful and democratic a spirit that before the meeting ended we new recruits felt as though we instantly belonged. This was not accidental. Cleve Sellers recently sent me what must be the only extant list of NAG membership during our 4 years at Howard. The list is certainly not complete. A number of folk must have come to a meeting or two, a demonstration or two, but left no record. But Cleve's list is certainly the core, the ones who followed through, made decisions, and did the work. It contains, over 4 years, a total of 53 names, of which 21 are women and 8 are white. So on a campus of some 8,000, NAG was statistically insignificant. Small wonder therefore that incoming freshmen were so warmly welcomed and accepted. Of the 8 whites on the list, 4 were men, 3 of whom, Tom Kahn, J.P. Harper and Butch Kahn, studied at Howard. The other, Paul Dietrich, was older, about 30, an intellectual, businessman, pacifist, and a socialist, quietly but openly gay. Paul owned Jazzland, a small club on 14th Street within walking distance of the campus. Jazzland had visiting acts occasionally. I remember one group of big, bodied black women who wore suits, blew horns, and wore out some bebop, but the house musician was a bad brother called Lorenzo who played a mean jazz organ. Lorenzo was mildly epileptic, looked and played a little like a young Ray Charles, and when he got off in a riff, he'd become just possessed by the spirit and power of the music. So naturally NAG folks tended to drop in at Jazzland a lot after dark. Most of the veterans during my first year were sophomores just a year ahead, so we'd be associated for at least the next 3 years. We freshmen would have 4 years together at Howard. A few new members. 137. Came the following year Charlie Cobb, Rap Brown, and Cleve Sellers, with whom I'd share some serious struggle. Cleve and Rap especially would soldier on through some very, very dangerous times in the late 60s. Both would be shot, jailed, and survive intact and strong. Rap and Cleve are two brothers who went the distance and then some more, and paid some heavy dues. Some heavy, heavy dues. Respect, 'nough respect, my brothers. From my first meeting I thought the discussion practical, focused, and unusually politically sophisticated. It was immediately clear that the organization was struggling on at least two very different fronts, one to organize the campus, the other to end racism in the nation. Each required different strategies and different kinds of organizing. The approach to organizing on campus, to influence student attitudes and political awareness, was different from the work off campus, where the focus was both local discrimination within the district and outright segregation in Maryland and Virginia, and national, getting the attention of the Congress and the incoming Kennedy administration. Depending on the campaign of the moment, each target required a different strategy. This meant that NAG planning sessions embraced student politics, national issues, and Southern segregation. Because we were in the nation's capital with the proximity of the African and Caribbean Diplomatic Corps and with their student presences at Howard, international questions were also a part of our discussions. We were fortunate. No other group in the student movement, say the Nashville or Atlanta movements, or the New York or Boston Friends of SNCC, faced the same range of political concerns regularly. Each area provided different issues that required slightly different strategic approaches. Colonized DC, combining Northern, Southern, and national issues, was an excellent laboratory. One could not have gotten better political training if the situation had been designed for that purpose. Of course, at the time we never thought of it in these terms. We were simply devising strategies to deal effectively with the varied array of concrete political circumstances and issues which confronted us. If this proved first-rate training for young activists, that was pure accident, the gift of history and geography. In this, DC served us well indeed. One of the least understood, or at least most generally misunderstood, constants of radical political struggle is its ever-loving unpredictability. Anyone planning serious involvement in struggle should be prepared for one certain thing: to be constantly surprised. Always. No matter how smart or analytically prepared you imagine yourself to be, serious struggle will surprise the cockiness right out of you. The most creatively conceived, elaborately organized campaigns can and will occasionally just fizzle out. 138. NAG and the birth of SNCC. And fade away without effect or trace. I can think of many of them. While the simplest, most spontaneous, and insubstantial little tactic can take off into campaigns that affect history and your life in ways no one would have dared imagine, much less predict. That was how the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee started. But first, one important warning. Looking back over a movement that has already become history can be misleading. It is now history, so we know, or think we do, exactly what has happened. Right? No surprises. Having already happened, it takes on the appearance of inevitability. It not only happened, it had to happen, and it had to happen precisely in that way. Utter nonsense. First of all, it usually almost certainly did not happen in the way the official record says it did. Also, what that sense of inevitability forgets is the pervasive atmosphere of uncertainty that usually prevailed at the time. Surprises. Never being sure that results of a given action would be the result you intended. Never knowing what would, could, or might happen next. Complete uncertainty as to what dreadful and unanticipated development tomorrow might bring. Perhaps a lynching, a racially determined war in the streets, a presidential resignation or assassination. Or which trivial appearing little incident would have consequences affecting your entire life. The beginning of SNCC was like that. On January 31, 1960, 4 brothers, undergraduates at North Carolina A&T in Greensboro, sat down to eat lunch at the local department store. A bad lunch that the store would have been perfectly content to sell them, provided they ate it in the parking lot. But, those four young bloods sat down and changed a lot of lives. When I first read about it, I quite understandably dismissed it. Politically inconsequential. Not serious. The black collegiate equivalent of white students stuffing 20 of themselves into a VW bug, a telephone booth, or swallowing goldfish. John F. Kennedy, at that time, I think, hustling to steal the West Virginia primary from Hubert Humphrey, most likely did not notice the Greensboro Four either. And in the unlikely event he did, he probably saw it as I did, as inconsequential and fleeting. But no Southerner black or white would have had my response. Of course, I would completely change my mind the first time I saw on TV young Africans calmly sitting at a counter while racist abuse, blows, and the contents of ketchup bottles, full ashtrays, and coffee cups were dumped on their heads. That made a believer out of me. Instantly. But at first, I was a smart New York kid, a serious student of Marxist theory. So this Greensboro stunt seemed entirely too spontaneous. 139. The brothers were quoted as saying they just wanted to see what would happen. Say what? Much too naive and insufficiently analytical, where could it possibly go? I thought smugly. Well, the brothers did see what would happen. Nothing. After a couple hours they left and went back to the dorm. But when they came back the next day, it was with 23 brothers from A&T and 4 sisters from Bennett College. Yeah, real fleeting and inconsequential. Before the middle of the semester over 6,000 students from 78 southern campuses or communities had sat in. Over 2,000 had gone to jail. The black student sit-in movement had swept through the South. Nationally, some months later, by August 1961, over 70,000 young people, mostly black but with many whites, had staged sit-ins. Over 3,000 had visited southern jails. Nearly all of my allies in NAG had been inspired into social activism by that trivial little experiment in student exhibitionism in that Greensboro department store. Well, even though the tactic had flashed across the southern landscape in spontaneous flare UPS, much like a brush fire on a drought-parched California hillside, without conscious intervention it would certainly have flared up and burned itself away, just like those brush fires do. But even just the flare UPS had been spectacular. I cannot forget sitting one afternoon with some Coquista buddies in a cafeteria at Science looking with amazement and joy at a page of the New YJRK Times. Fully 3/4 of that page was covered with little 2-3-inch reports. All with datelines from college towns across the South: Atlanta, Nashville, Jacksonville, Louisville, St. Augustine, etc., etc. Every story about young Africans sitting in, being attacked, arrested, or simply ignored. But whatever the response, those lunch counters did no business while my people sat. Oh, my God, I thought. Negroes, like the spring, are breaking out all over. They were. The people, thousands of anonymous young Africans broke out and acted to change history. Bourgeois historians can argue endlessly about the precise causes, the spirit of the times or the motivations, but the fact is indelible. Those young brothers and sisters were acting on their own initiative and in their own interest. That's how history is made, people acting for themselves, sometimes with a little help from visionary and tireless organizers. One of the most effective political organizers this country has ever produced must have read the same news stories we had. When the students erupted, Ms. Ella Baker, an African woman who had devoted her entire 140 NAG and the birth of SNCC adult life to organizing grassroots African resistance to Southern apartheid, was working in an uneasy association with Dr. King and his Baptist ministers in the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. With some difficulty she persuaded Dr. King's ministers that all that youthful energy, courage, and idealism should not be left simply to dissipate. Dr. King, who had visions dancing in his head of a SCLC youth wing to compete with the NAACP's, persuaded his board to appropriate $800 to bring the student activists together. But Ms. Baker had a far higher vision, inspired in its boldness by her lifelong, unshakable faith in common people's, even the youth's, potential to lead themselves. She was authorized by Dr. King to call a conference at which the scattered student groups could meet each other and try to evolve a common philosophy and an organizational structure that could lend direction and continuity to this formless, spontaneous student uprising. Ms. Baker's meeting did all this, and considerably more. Over the Easter weekend of April 15 to 17, 1960, 189 young people from over 40 colleges and 11 states met at Shaw University in Raleigh, North Carolina, Ms. Baker's alma mater. There they listened to adult leaders including the Reverend Martin Luther King, the Reverend James Lawson, and Ms. Baker herself. The speeches were all good. But, it was Ms. Baker's talk, more than a hamburger, in which she invited the students to start thinking boldly about transforming the entire social structure of the South, that really turned the students on. Then she explained to the adult leaders present, the younger generation is challenging you and me. They are asking us to forget our laziness and doubt and fear and to follow our dedication to truth to the bitter end. She challenged them to get out of the way, for these students have earned the right to direct their own affairs, yes, and even to make their own mistakes. You can imagine how much the students would have dug that, because over the next few years we would do both seriously, our own decisions and our own mistakes. Certainly, 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 Lord. Yes, we would. Later we found out that during the conference Ms. Baker had walked out of a meeting with the SCLC ministers. The leaders were assigning themselves student delegations to be lobbied to get them to hook up with SCLC. Dr. King would deliver Atlanta, Wyatt T. Walker, Virginia, the Reverend Mr. Abernathy, Alabama, and so on. Ms. Baker refused to be a party to anything like that, feeling strongly that the young people ought not be manipulated nor their energy and idealism co-opted. Those were important principles for Ms. Baker, which we never saw her compromise, not once, as long we knew her. So by the time the conference ended, and almost entirely because of Ms. Baker, two important things had happened. The first thing was that the delegates had met numbers of young people like themselves. Young. 141. People who had previously only been names, faces, or arrest statistics in newspaper or TV news accounts. Now, these names had tangible reality, were friends and allies, and the importance of this cannot be exaggerated. In the workshops, the students were feeling their power, sharing their experiences, and it was purely, flat out inspiring. To listen to a young sister from Rock Hill, South Carolina, then the mayor was outraged. He complained that we had conducted 19 sit-ins during January. I told him, yes, we were ashamed. It should have been 31. The accomplishment and wonder of a teenaged brother from Georgia reflecting, myself desegregated a lunch counter, not some big man, not some powerful man, but little me. I walked the picket line. I sat in, and the walls came tumbling down. The other and more important thing to come out of the Raleigh meeting was the creation of the skeleton of a structure, a temporary coordinating committee, to maintain communications among and between the scattered campus movements. Ed King, a brother who'd led some bloody sit-ins in Frankfort, Kentucky, was elected chair. Later, that May 1960, just before the semester ended, the temporary was dropped at a meeting in Atlanta where the committee met with Mrs. Baker, the Reverend Mr. Lawson, and a militant and skillful young lawyer named Len the Snake Dr. Holt, who is certainly one of the great unsung heroes of our Southern struggle. That Atlanta meeting voted to remain independent as the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee elected Marion Barry of Nashville to the chair, and affirmed its commitment to nonviolence. When school started that fall, the committee met again and elected Bro Chuck McDew as first chairman. All those pioneering students, Bill Mahoney, Diane Nash, Marion Barry, John Lewis, Julian Bond, Ruby Doris Smith, and the many, many anonymous ones whose names are not. 142. NAG and the birth of SNCC. Part of media records were interesting young black people. Bro Chuck McDo was one of the funniest and more interesting. When his daddy sent him south to college from a small, industrial, Midwest, Rust Belt city, he was an all-state running back with simple all-American jock dreams. His intention, he said, was to play 4 years, graduate, join the NFL, and live large. But being from the Midwest, he'd played with and against white boys, and he didn't reckon on the protocols of Jim Crow. He didn't know to say sir to white cops. Within a matter of weeks in Dixie, he was thrice knocked cold, had his jaw and arm broken, was hospitalized 3 times, and was jailed twice. He had a choice, either return north because these here crackers is crazy, or join the fight. He joined. Later Chuck converted to Judaism, in part because the only white religious leader to support the sit-ins in his college town had been the local rabbi. Bob Moses would famously describe Chuck as a Negro by birth, a Jew by choice, and a revolutionary by necessity. So, you see, SNCC folk came cut in all shapes, sizes, and attitudes, yes, indeedy. At the Atlanta meeting, Chuck, who still has a lot of preacher in him, sounded the call as SNCC's first chairman. Instead of accepting the leavings of a sick and decadent society, we shall seize the initiative. Which we did. Thus in about 9 months, thanks to Ms. Baker, an isolated and impulsive act of defiance, a tentative gesture coming out of a dormitory room bull session, had evolved into an organization, or at least the bare bones of one. To have called it a national organization then would have been a big stretch, but I and my new community at Howard were members of a beginning student organization that would profoundly affect this nation. From my very first meeting at Howard it became clear that NAG's battle was two-pronged on the campus and in the surrounding communities. Both were instructive and each affected the other. For 4 years we would move between our struggle to expand the base on campus and the larger struggle in the streets. For simplicity and clarity, I'll talk first about the 4-year campaign on campus, then venture southward. Obviously NAG was an unprecedented entity in student life at Howard. It fit neatly into no familiar category. It was never a recognized student organization, but it wasn't one of those informal homie cliques either. You know, kids from the same city, DC, or NY or Philly who shared high schools, histories, and local youth cultures and who tended to hang out and party together at Howard. NAG came from all over. But despite our obvious individual differences and regional diversity, and our collective oddness so far as traditional student groupings. 143. We actually had much more in common than might readily have been apparent. For the most part, NAG folk were good students. All of us were intellectually curious and read avidly, and a few of us were already quite accomplished. Tom Kahn, for example, was the author of an influential pamphlet on the civil rights movement called The Unfinished Revolution. Bill Mahoney published a novel, Black Jacob, while still an undergraduate. The Wheeler sisters Jean and Sharon maintained 4-point grade averages most semesters during their 4 years, and a majority of us stayed on or near the dean's list. But it was much more than a question of academics or intelligence, because, among our peers at Howard, any number of equally smart students who were never members of NAG nor participants in the movement. And, of course, as people like to say, we were a generation favored by history. Which is true. History was kind to us. We had come along at an extraordinary historical moment that presented black youth with an unprecedented opportunity to engage society militantly. But, more than academic intelligence, all NAG folk seemed to share certain personal qualities, which enabled us to respond effectively to that historical moment and to that campus. What bound us together was a great interest in and respect for our people and a passionate identification with the African struggle everywhere, whether in Mississippi, Mozambique, or Montserrat. And a sense that, as a consequence of the sacrifices of previous generations, we not only would not have to accept what they had, but could do even more. One thing that reflects the spirit of the times among that generation of activist youth, white and black, is the recurrence of certain favorite quotations, ideas that spoke to collective human responsibility. These quotes were prevalent during my high school and early college years. Later in the decade these would be replaced by more overtly revolutionary slogans from people like Che, Malcolm, and Uncle Ho. But when I was a freshman, a lot of the people I knew would have some combination of these high-minded quotes up somewhere in their room. I remember 3 of these quotations. One was from Dr. King's Stride Toward Freedom, to the effect that if a man hasn't discovered something that he will die for, he isn't fit to live. The second was from the white jurist Oliver Wendell Holmes: as life is action and passion, it is required of a man that he should share the passion and action of his time at peril being judged not to have lived. But the most common one, which I would later occasionally use to end speeches, was Rabbi Hillel's famous quote, "If I am not for myself, who is for me? And when I am for myself, what am I? And if not now, when?" 144. NAG and the birth of SNCC. As I would soon discover, just about all of our Southern members had been, even from high school, questioning, resenting, and often resisting the racist protocols and practices of segregation in their hometowns. Many had attempted to organize resistance as best they could, often very lonely resistance to the daily humiliations of the racism around them. Ironically enough, Dion Diamond, Cleve Sellers, and Hank Thomas had been sent off to Howard by parents anxious, with excellent reason, about their son's survival in the South. Ed Brown had been expelled from college in Louisiana for leading sit-ins. Sending them to Howard turned out to be a case of, "Oh, please, Briar Bear, please don't throw me in that briar patch." Once on campus, every one of them headed straight into NAG, where they would turn right round and put themselves in harm's way in some of the hottest battle zones of the South. All of which is to say that my new friends were strong-willed, reed-mule, stubborn young adults who could live without peer acceptance. They did not mind or had become accustomed to being considered strange or different. So the status conformism that dominated Howard's student culture held absolutely no terrors for them. But similarities in fundamental attitudes notwithstanding, we were in no way intellectual clones of each other. Folks were stubbornly independent, therefore arguments and disagreements could be fierce, passionate, and unending. As Joyce Ladner famously said, SNCC folk would argue with a street sign. Well, NAG folk would argue with the signpost. But the strident rhetoric never managed to conceal a deep mutual respect. Many of my comrades looking back over the years would admit to a feeling that I certainly shared, a relief bordering on euphoria. It was a lot like finding a long-lost family that you hadn't previously known about, but with whom you instantly recognized your kinship. And to this day you will hear the word family being used among us. Except, of course, that unlike biological family, this one was completely self-selective. This was a family that the times and the accidents of history had chosen for us. The discussion at the very first NAG meeting I attended showed, as I've said, that we were simultaneously conducting 2 different struggles. Our ultimate aim was to participate in the struggle for human rights in the nation. Our duty, therefore, was to try to put large numbers of our peers from the campus into active participation in that struggle. This meant organizing our fellow students. But that effort is not, and should not, though it frequently is, be confused with trying to build a student movement. Let's be clear here. 145. Narrowly defined, a student movement comprises only students acting in self-interest as a class. Consequently, it engages issues affecting student life, i.e., student culture, student rights, entitlements, autonomy, and so forth. I don't mean in any way to disparage those issues. I remember from science a leftist put down, "One class-conscious worker is worth 1,000 students," but that is not at all what I'm saying. Of necessity, NAG was involved in all of those student issues, but never as an end. We had to engage them to get to where we really wanted to go: the fight against racism in the general society. We were an organization mostly of students, but we were not a student organization. So even though we would completely transform the administration's stunted view of student rights and compel at least some respect for student activism, transforming Howard's institutional culture was never a primary goal of ours. But if we were to organize our peers for the larger struggle, we had no choice. To get to human rights in society, we had to begin with student rights on campus. In the early 60s, all American higher education was paternalistic and condescending towards students in ways contemporary students would not possibly believe. Traditionally, black schools, being at the mercy of a racist status quo, were even more problematic. In fact, they were downright authoritarian. "We don't understand rights here. What we understand here is responsibilities." Student rights were what the administration said they were. Hence any struggle for the hearts and minds of the Howard stud entry would inevitably have to begin with a serious butt-rubbing with prevailing institutional attitudes and practices. Inevitably a face-down with the administration. There was much talk of widespread apathy among African students born in America during these times. That's not entirely fair. There was more fear than apathy. There was so much economic insecurity and racial intimidation where most of us came from. Many Southern students were afraid to act because their parents were totally dependent on white folks for their living. Then too, the administration did everything to encourage that insecurity. The institution also actively encouraged juvenile social behaviors among students, a kind of prolonged adolescence which discouraged bold political initiative on the students' part. What therefore was described as black student apathy was to some extent carefully constructed out of equal parts economic insecurity, intimidation, and an imposed paternalism. We didn't want to accept the racist status quo, but we were constantly being told that we had no alternative. But why white students of the time, the alleged beneficiaries of the American system, should have been so apolitical and apathetic in their behavior is, however, quite another story. One I will not recount here. In any case, all this was about to change dramatically. 146. NAG and the birth of SNCC. Our efforts to organize a student movement, although in one sense a diversion, were by no means a waste of time and energy. Because, in struggling for the mere right to exist and organize on campus, we gained experience, developed political skills, and tested techniques, all of which would prove invaluable in the wider struggle. So, in yet another quite unintended way, Howard was our laboratory, in this case for political education and, even more important, political praxis. Take for example our perennial struggle for official recognition, which, of course, we never won. As we have seen, the university simply could not afford to let us win. So why would we continue to beat our heads against that particular brick wall? Why, indeed, expend all that time and energy? Because the campaign served to maintain a high movement visibility on campus. Students took sides, overwhelmingly in our favor. How could they not? So, by increasing student awareness and attention, the process became even more important than any possible result. And, in stifling our initiatives, the administration was frequently so openly manipulative that NAG always won by losing. Not to mention, of course, that the issues often involved fundamentals like free speech and freedom of association and of political action. We learned early that you can lose, but you are never defeated so long as you never abandon principle. Besides, wrestling the administration to a standstill was excellent training and practice. Students had been accustomed to accepting in loco parentis, the principle of administrative parental authority. The administration handed down diktats that students were not to challenge, openly. For instance, women had strictly enforced nightly curfews, but men did not. No student group openly challenged that double standard. Unthinkable today. Prior to this time, student defiance had been covered. It took surreptitious social forms, getting away with drinking, violating curfew, or flouting some other equally intrusive but ultimately trivial rule. I don't think it had ever before taken the form of public and systematic challenges to administrative prerogative. So that is exactly what we did. And challenging the status quo was for us not only excellent training, but fun, big time. Because we always had to be impeccably prepared, this meant researching university rules and procedures and even civil law. Anticipating possible administration moves and figuring out in advance how to counter them. Learning the different techniques of negotiating from a position of no real power, when to bluff, when to fold, when to stall. This, of course, is a situation that the whole black movement would constantly face in the struggle in the larger world. As Bill Mahoney would sometimes say, today the administration, tomorrow the state. 147. NAG got pretty good at this kind of political maneuvering. Occasionally, on finding themselves outflanked in a meeting, our administrators would resort to naked authoritarianism, the because we said so approach of harassed parents everywhere. Or they would simply adjourn meetings indefinitely. Naturally we would rush the story into the student paper and NAG's support with the students and progressive faculty would rise dramatically each time. Sometimes we would be left little alternative but open but invariably polite defiance, upping the ante, heightening the contradictions, expanding the scope and terms of the dispute even to the extent of threatening litigation. Later in quieter moments administrators would admit that they were simply unaccustomed to this degree of toughness and defiance from mere students. I mean even parents didn't usually threaten the university with lawsuits, much less students. Of course NAG never actually sued Howard, but the mere threat established that we were adults, not children. And we did have the benefit of excellent legal advice and representation. An extremely canny litigator on the law school faculty, Professor Herbert Reed, advised and represented us in court whenever we were arrested. Professor Reed didn't look like anybody's militant. He was a heavy-set, rumpled, slow-talking Southerner with very much the manner and affect of an old country lawyer. Which could fool you. A clear, tough-minded black man, he was a great lawyer. I'm not sure he could or would ever have represented us against Howard. But he did brief us on the law and exactly what to say to fill bureaucratic hearts with dread. Professor Reed was yet another elder who gave us courage and confidence. Give praise and thanks. From these experiences we took a number of lessons, not all of which will apply to every political circumstance, but which certainly worked with a resistant, if not totally hostile, academic establishment. So the lessons probably still do apply, if only for students in a university setting. First, be clear as to your goals and even clearer as to your strategy. Do not confuse these. Second, indeed be neat, clean, and polite. But also hang tough, and the tougher you have to get, the more polite, correct, and reasonable your tone and demeanor must be. Third, do your homework and your research. Surprise them with the accuracy and thoroughness of your preparation, with what you know. Be prepared to outwork the suckers and let them see that you are. Fourth, be focused and uncompromising on principle, but be creatively flexible on tactics. That is, be consistent but never predictable. Always surprise them. And the last thing, never leave your sense of humor at home. Always. 148. NAG and the birth of SNCC. Find the ironies, laugh, and let them see you laughing. Especially when they don't know why you are. As Junebug Jabbo Jones says, what us Africans need most is a lot of patience and a sense of irony. Now these worked for us at Howard. They will work in a university setting where the institutional self-image tends toward reason and civility and where interests are not totally and irresolvably opposed. They will not, repeat, will not work, with say, armed barbarians or irrationally savage racists. Or with an inflexible government establishment whose interests, as they understand them, give a low priority to justice for your people or the alleged guarantees of the Constitution. We would find that out to our great sorrow. The two key student organizations for our purposes were the Student Council, which controlled funds, and the newspaper, which reached the whole campus. We targeted both successfully. In those days there were no such things as student radio stations or campus television channels. But NAG always had a presence on the newspaper, The Hilltop. Charlie Cobb and Mike Thelwell were on staff, but we all Tom, Muriel, Hank, Jean, Cortland, Bill, Ed, myself regularly contributed stories about the movement. By the year Thelwell became editor-in-chief, the movement had completely captured that organ. The Dean of Men belatedly realized this and took what he apparently thought was clever and effective preemptive action. But, to be truthful, the Dean might have been provoked to this. A few weeks into the semester the sports, news, and feature editors, looking quite crestfallen, came in as a block and asked for a private meeting with Thelwell. They seemed oddly uncomfortable and embarrassed. They had, they told him, a confession to make. Right after their organizational meeting they'd been summoned to a meeting in the dean's office and had been instructed to report on the new editor. To their great shame, they had agreed. Why? The editor-in-chief was, the dean told them, clearly a radical, possibly a communist or crazy. For the good of the school, their duty was to observe and report to the dean personally any sign of instability, or worse, potentially subversive behavior, on the editor-in-chief's part. This agreement had been on their consciences ever since and they wanted him to know. So what were you supposed to be looking for? Coded messages from Cuba? Anything subversive? Besides, you know, you ain't right in the head anyhow. Well, what have you reported thus far? 149. Come on, what do you take us for? Course we ain't told him nothing. Nothing, huh? Pity that. 'Cause, you know, that greasy-headed, chitterling-eating Uncle Tom is quite right. You do have a responsibility to report. Thelwell reached into a desk drawer for 3 envelopes, which he flourished. In fact, I do want you to report to him. You want us to report you? Please. Tell him that I showed you these 3 stamped and addressed envelopes that I keep always in my desk. Tell him I said that one was to my personal attorney, one to the American Civil Liberties Union. The third is to the National Student Association Committee on Student Press Freedom. Tell him that I brag all the time that I can't wait for the administration to try to censor the paper or arbitrarily move on the editor. Tell him I bragged how he would not only make me famous, but have not 1 but 3 heavy-duty lawsuits on his fat, nappy head in a New York minute. Tell him I said that. The trio came back laughing, saying the dean had seemed grateful. He told them they'd done well, that their information was valuable, thanked them profusely and assured them that if they ever needed his assistance in the future, he would certainly be there for them. That was the last we heard from that gentleman all year. Oh, Bledsoe, you ain't nothing but a greasy chitterling eater, as Ellison's Invisible Man said about his college president. But, of course, the Hilltop to which we all contributed became a show-enough overt organ of the student movement. Wherever there was a civil rights campaign, we'd write up the stories prominently. I was just shown a story I wrote in 1963 about the Baltimore campaign where Howard delivered 500 demonstrators. Charlie Cobb, who had gone to work with Bob Moses in Mississippi, sent back regular field reports from the Delta. Hank Thomas spent his junior year in and out of Southern jails for core. He sent back a hair-raising column called We Shall Overcome, to which I sometimes contributed. By the time he got back to campus, Hank had the distinction of having been legally banished from the sovereign state of Alabama and placed under penalty of jail if he were ever so much as to set foot within that state's borders again. That's how crazy those crackers were. Junior year I wrote stories on the Baltimore and Cambridge, Maryland, campaigns for the We Shall Overcome column. The other really important official student organization that would have to be infiltrated if NAG was to be effective was the student government, officially the Liberal Arts Student Council. 150. NAG and the birth of SNCC. Under capitalism, money talks. In fact, according to your Supreme Court, money is speech whose freedom must therefore be protected. and the 1.ASC was where the student money was. So we were always active in those elections, campaigning for the election of our members Gene Wheeler, Tom Kahn, Phil Hutchins, myself or our allies. So that at least some of the students' monies could be directed away from such officially approved social activities as homecoming parades, ROTC's officer and his lady balls, and cotillion-like irrelevancies of bourgeois affectation and status inflation that Cortlandt called niggerity pretentiousness. Of course, the Greeks complained bitterly. According to them, the student council and the newspaper did not give enough emphasis to social activity. However, by my junior year we were able to elect Tom Kahn treasurer, Phil Hutchins, who would ultimately be the last chairman of SNCC, vice president, and me a member. That was the year of the Route 40 and Baltimore campaigns. Somehow student affairs never quite figured out, or really wanted to figure out, what those bus rentals for cultural field trips to Baltimore actually were. Baltimore. Cultural. Give me an ever-loving break. Those were the years in which our gradual politicization of the student organizations burst into full flower. I have been talking as if the level of serious student politics we brought to bear was unprecedented at Howard. And in the sense of open confrontation, it was. In the prevailing climate of authoritarian paternalism in which students were expected to act like kids and consequently did, and where the administrator's control was peremptory and unchallengeable, we were, probably, something new. We represented the first wave of a new student militancy that would crest in the late 60s. But we were not entirely without precedent. For at Howard, we had at least one important recent predecessor, a consummate student politician, an inside player who'd operated very differently from us, but very, very effectively. I came the year after he graduated, but the NAG veterans, Tom Kahn, Hank Thomas, Mike Thelwell, and Bill Mahoney, talked of the outgoing 1.ASC president with utmost respect. This brother's contribution to the direction and growth of the emerging student movement and the way he achieved it deserves to be much better understood. Timothy Jenkins graduated the year before I arrived, but I would meet him in Nashville after the Freedom Rides and the next year in Greenwood, Mississippi. He must clearly have been a new breed of student leader to the Howard fossils, as he apparently was a new Negro to the leadership of the National Student Association, where he played a shrewd and effective role at the time of the sit-ins. What is significant about this brother is that he chose to go inside the system, but always with purpose. I've always told young people who ask, yeah, it's possible to work honorably within the system, but only in service to a serious movement outside. You gotta have a radical alternative outside that you can serve from inside. That was Tim. He was from Philly, so on campus they called him the Philadelphia Negro. He was said to be an honest brother, but slicker than pig grease. He was known to be shrewd and tart of tongue. Help us, Jesus. When Ms. Baker's first meeting with the sit-in students took place in Raleigh, the Howard student government quietly contributed some significant travel funds. That was Tim. As an undergraduate he had traveled abroad. He'd lived with a Serbian family in Sarajevo where he said he'd had his first exposure to white tribalism. He'd visited revolutionary Cuba with the NSA delegation, which inclined him to run for vice president for international affairs in the National Student Association. So before the convention in 1960 he started his campaign. What happened next was supremely ironic, though none of us knew the details at the time. As was later revealed, an influential faction of the NSA leadership was 152. NAG and the birth of SNCC. Covertly being subsidized and handled by the CIA. These CIA assets became concerned that this clear, unapologetic, non-shufting, non-grinning, effective Negro might prove uncontrollable in charge of international affairs. But Tim's campaign had been skillful. At NSA he was the rare black student leader and much too popular and persuasive a candidate to be simply dissed. However, the CIA faction thought that domestic affairs were relatively tepid, not so sensitive compared to international affairs. So they brokered a political solution in which Tim Jenkins emerged as VP for National Affairs just as SNCC was burning. Suddenly national affairs were what was happening, and our brother could not have been better placed, in his words, to represent those Southern kids on the front lines within the national student establishment, as well as to channel all kinds of foundation resources to the Southern movement. But Tim was so consummate an inside player that few in the NSA establishment knew that he was also at the same time on the executive committee of the Early Students for a Democratic Society, when it was still affiliated with the League for Industrial Democracy. There he worked to build an alliance between radical white students and the Southern black movement in ways that we will discuss later. It should be evident that Tim Jenkins did not look or behave like the conventional image of the militant black student. But no students I can think of had a more positive effect on the development and direction of our movement during its formative years. My point is, in some circumstances, there can be a role for clear and effective black activists inside the system. At least that was true then. I'm not so sure about now. Later, it even seemed to make a certain pragmatic sense when Tim, then in law school at Yale, said he was joining the Republican Party. He told us then that a lot of influence could be wielded by a skillful and honest African operating within that party. But history surprises us all, does it not? Tim joined the Republican Party of Rockefeller, which turned into the party of Strom Thurmond, Jesse Helms, and Clarence Thomas. Help us, Jesus. Some would say there's not a dime's worth of difference between them, but in a small, practical way there really was. But it might not be enough of a difference. So, NAG did have at least one effective political predecessor in student government, one who managed to divert insider resources to the struggle. If so, NAG was, in effect, only continuing in that tradition when we moved into student government. Looking back, I guess those Howard students who felt constrained to remain aloof from the struggle back then can now take some comfort that they were at least represented in the struggle by some portion of their student activity fees. During my college days. 153. The struggle on the campus would prove both instructive and valuable, but that would come later. As an eager freshman, I was much more concerned with getting into the struggle in the streets. That's where I really wanted to be. It would not be long before I'd be fully involved. Fully involved, almost consumed. 154. Chapter 8. Nonviolence Apprenticeship in Struggle. Pre-med freshman Carmichael had arrived at Howard fully prepared to embark on the road to medicine. Cleve Sellers recently reminded me just how well prepared for that I had really been. Thanks to a contribution from the faithful Mummy Olga, I was, in practical terms, probably the best medically equipped freshman. Almost certainly the only one to arrive fully armed with stethoscope, rectal thermometer, and little triangular rubber hammers used to bang knees in order to check reflexes. Yeah, I sure was ready, Jack. The medical hardware had been Mummy Olga's proud contribution. She was working at Harlem Hospital, where she admired the young African interns, no doubt fondly imagining her son among them. She had somehow managed to come by these items, which she proudly produced just before I was to leave. Her little surprise. I hadn't the heart to tell her that it would be at least 5 years before I'd be needing anything like that. Mummy Olga's equipment notwithstanding, what increasingly preoccupied my mind from my first NAG meeting was not listening to heartbeats, but the anticipation of my first demonstration in the South. Course, I'd walked many a Corps picket line in New York. But this would be the South. The real movement. The hostile crowds and cops I'd seen on TV, the war stories from the NAG veterans only made matters worse. I simply could not wait for my own baptism by fire. The discussions, and the planning and training sessions, were interesting, but they only served to whet my impatience for action. Could I, maintain nonviolence in the face of attack? What would my first arrest feel like? Next to veterans like John Moody, Hank, Cortlandt, Bill, I felt like a rookie, eager to earn his stripes and fully belong. 155. My freshman year I regarded as a training period, greatly respecting the more experienced leadership and considering myself in training under them. One brother in particular I regard as having trained me, by his example of courage, calm determination, and evident strength of character. Because he was a slow-talking Southerner, and not ideologically glib, some nag folks regarded Hank Thomas as kinda country. But even they had to concede his moral power. I just thought he was one of the most impressive young black men I'd ever met. He was a big, strong old dude too, a rangy 6'5" with an athletic build. In fact, he'd turned down a football scholarship to Wisconsin in favor of an academic scholarship to Howard. And those Howard coaches really wanted him to play defensive end for the Bisons, but he was totally committed to the struggle. I really admired Hank. Whatever he said he would do, you could absolutely count on. I came to believe that this quality is particularly strong in Southern black culture. I would encounter it over and over in Mississippi and Alabama. In the youth and in their parents. Ed Brown had that quality, as did his brother Rap, now Jamil Al-Amin. As did Bob Mance, Annie Pearl Avery, Dory Ladner, James and Willie Peacock, Randy Battle, and so many others. Also, I learned a lot from Hank about growing up under segregation, in St. Augustine. The schools there were completely segregated, but many of the teachers were very conscious black people. Students were taught speeches by Frederick Douglass and Dr. Martin Luther King and sang the Negro National Anthem by James Weldon Johnson. During the Suez Crisis, a large picture of Gamma Abdel Nasser, who looked exactly like Mr. Mason, the biology teacher and football coach, appeared in the hallway. At Ghanaian independence, President Nasser was joined by President Nkrumah, who looked to us exactly like Mr. R.J. Murray, our principal. So, Hank told me, we learned about the African struggle and completely identified with these African leaders. After my experience at Bronx Science, this made quite an impression, the international black consciousness that these Southern African teachers were quietly nurturing in those segregated schools. Later I would constantly hear similar things from other African students from the South. I once met a brother who grew up in St. Augustine with Hank. This guy told me that Hank had amazed his peers when at 15 he single-handedly struggled with segregation in the movie theaters. The teenagers did not have much in the way of entertainment, so the movies were a real big teenage thing. Hank refused to accept segregated seating, so he was thrown out. He announced that he would never again pay money to be disrespected, so he never set foot again in a movie theater until he left for college. We were all amazed, and admired him, but 156. Nonviolence apprenticeship in struggle. Man, we weren't about to deprive ourselves of the movies. Hank stood alone in that. I would also learn a lot, often at considerable personal risk, from another Southern brother, who was exactly the opposite of Hank. This brother was from Virginia and was as slight as Hank was big, as swift, verbal, and volatile as Hank was calm and deliberate. Dion Diamond was so skinny that Cortland used to say, "Put Dion and helium in a room and Dion would rise." Dion was super clean, a campus fashion plate, no small feat on a campus where vining and styling was a major occupation and intense to the point of being hyper, with a mouth on him that would not quit. You did not want to get into no dozens with this brother. No, you did not. Then too he always managed to surround himself with fine sisters, dusky Southern belles, while styling, signifying, and talking macho trash. But feisty and aggressive? Help us, Jesus. It was nothing for Dion to talk down towering football linemen and just humiliate them with his quick wit and razor tongue. Seen him do it more than once. He'd simply talk some big old dude down. We figured it was only a matter of time before someone would mess up his face for real, but it never happened that I know of. Truthfully, at first I didn't quite know what to make of Dion. What was this skinny shrimp doing with all them fine sisters anyway? And he always looked an inch away from getting in yo face and on yo case with his wasp smart, mouthy self. But I got to like Dion a lot, even if he did get us into tight situations. He was, as I would discover, dangerously fearless and dedicated. Of course we were all activists, but Dion and Hank were nonviolent shock troops. As was Cleve Sellers, who entered in my sophomore year. The word activist described Cleve. In fact, his parents had sent him to Howard in part because, as a high school organizer and troublemaker, he'd become marked in Denmark, South Carolina. He'd organized high school student resistance to the point where he was thought to be targeted by the Klan. Not only were there anonymous threats, but his parents were advised by respectable whites that it would be best to get Cleve out of town. At Howard, Cleve and I would become close friends and soldier together through many a struggle. A rather more cerebrally oriented element in the group could, for want of a better word, be called intellectuals, though one of them claimed to reach for his gun whenever he heard that word. Tom Kahn and Paul Dietrich were white, deeply committed pacifists and, as everyone understood, gay. They were, apart from Bayard Rustin and Jimmy Baldwin, the only gay people we were aware of who were in 157. The movement. Somehow it was never an issue. It was simply the way they were. They neither hid nor proclaimed it, so there was nothing to discuss. I don't think anyone felt it necessary even to give it much thought. I can't, nor can anyone I checked with remember any sense of avoidance, denial, or curiosity within the group. It was simply a given, something of no pressing importance and, above all, private. Anyway, it was not really anyone else's business. So what was there to discuss? There were just too many important public issues for the group to be concerned with somebody else's sexuality. Tom, being a Howard student, was more centrally influential than Paul in campus politics. He was also our channel to Bayard. Tom had graduated high school young, at 15 or 16, then made his way to New York, where he'd been involved in radical politics until, at 21, he'd come to college. A pacifist and socialist, he was one of a small group of white radical youth who'd become protégés of Bayard Rustin's, with whom he was said to be close. Tom was a shrewd strategist with by far the most experience of us all in radical political organizing, having, as it were, studied with Rustin. His influence on NAG campus strategy would be profound. Paul Dietrich, also a pacifist and radical, had a Chinese partner said to be a son of one of Chiang Kai-shek's warlords. In addition to Jazzland, his popular little jazz club in the African community, Paul was also partner in a large, fashionable Chinese restaurant on Connecticut Avenue. Occasionally Paul would treat NAG folk to a good meal there. One evening Paul came over to our table just grinning and gestured across the dining room to a large, noisy table of old white men. Recognize any of them? Hell, no. A bunch of old white geezers in bad suits. Why? Look again carefully. He smiled mysteriously. Know your enemy. That red-faced one is Eastland. Next to him, Stennis, both of Mississippi, and Russell of Georgia. He named a few more Dixiecrat congressmen and members of their staffs. As he explained, these luminaries would, in the Southern way, go duck hunting in the fall. The game was brought to the restaurant to be converted into a variety of exotic Chinese dishes, after which their Capitol Hill colleagues were invited to a duck feast. Our African presence across the room did not seem to affect their segregationist appetites. So, Paul, consorting with the enemy, huh? Tell the truth. You do anything to the food? Paul was indignant, or affected to be. Cortland Cox was from Trinidad by way of New York, but I hadn't known him in high school. Another big dude, Cortland was always thoughtful, deliberate, and given to aphorisms. Blackness is necessary. 158. Nonviolence apprenticeship in struggle. But it is not sufficient is the one everyone remembers. Cortland always went out of his way to give the impression of being serious and organized. He still does. The movement brought him some extraordinary experiences all before the age of 30. I recently saw a picture of Cortlandt back in 1963 at a table with Roy Wilkins, Whitney Young, Dr. King, James Farmer, and A. Philip Randolph planning the March on Washington. He was representing SNCC while still a Howard undergraduate. Later in the 60s, Cortlandt sat on the Bertrand Russell Commission on the Vietnam War. Later, at the initiative of C.L.R. James, he was named Executive Secretary of the Secretariat for the 6th Pan-African Conference, where he had to negotiate with heads of state, African governments, and contentious liberation organizations. His surprising conclusion, back when Dr. Du Bois and George Padmar were organizing the Pan-African conferences and all black folks were still colonized. Well, it had to have been a hell of a lot easier then. As he explained, now they had to deal with governments as well as their oppositions, complex protocols, and outsize egos. If the opposition was given the slightest recognition, the government would boycott. If the opposition was not officially recognized to their satisfaction, then they would denounce the Congress. Where countries were still fighting for independence, there would sometimes be 2, 3, or more rival groups, each insisting that it alone represented the liberation movement. It was incredibly complicated, an old-fashioned, down-home mess. But still they managed to have a Congress. I'm sure it was easier before we were allegedly free, Cortlandt complained. 2 other comrades with whom I have maintained contact over the years are Bill Mahoney and Mike Thelwell. Both were into writing fiction. Mahoney was an olive-skinned brother from New Jersey with a strikingly Asiatic countenance. A strong face whose prominent cheekbones suggested Native American ancestry. The first time I saw him was in the dorm working at the front desk and, as always, reading a book. His very first words to me were something about Hegelian dialectics. No showing off. That was just the way his mind worked most of the time. In 1963, Jim Foreman sent Mahoney back to D.C. to work with Thelwell in setting up a Washington office for SNCC. Talk about an odd couple. Thelwell says that when he met him at the bus station, Bill came off the bus with a wooden box on his shoulders. "Where's the rest of your luggage?" Thelwell asked. "This is it," Bill said. In this wooden box were books, a blue work shirt, a pair of jeans, a few socks, and some drawers. And that was it, Bill's worldly goods, a change of clothes and a lot of books. For some reason women were attracted to Bill, who often did not seem to notice. 159. One sister, Jeannie Bell, got his attention though. Jeannie was a smart, organized, effective, big-hearted woman who worked for a union. She was also attractive. Without her the Washington SNCC office would have been empty. She got her union to contribute used desks, filing cabinets, mimeograph machines, typewriters, you name it. Anyway, Jeannie fell in love with Bill and took him in. She had a real nice apartment too. This was no student crash pad. So Bill's wardrobe, diet, and address immediately improved along with his love life. Then Jeannie had to attend a union convention out of town. She was gone only a week. When she returned, she came into the SNCC office. "Oh," she said. "Bill wrote me." "Must be true love," we said. She produced the letter. On SNCC letterhead, it read like a field report. "Look at how he ends the letter," she said, laughing almost tearfully. Her true love concluded after reporting matter-of-factly on movement events, "Yours for freedom, William J. Mahoney." Bill is one of our casualties, having been severely damaged psychologically, he believes, by agents of the government. A number of our people have symptoms sufficiently similar to his to at least raise the serious possibility that something may indeed have been done to them, possibly while they were in jail. Even so, we have stayed in touch. Every year in Conakry I can depend on receiving at least 2 lengthy, complicated letters from Bill raising knotty philosophical and political questions. His partner in the Washington office, Mike Thelwell, was NAG's sole foreign student. An African born in Jamaica, Thelwell first appeared on campus bearded and wearing an army fatigue cap. He was so vocal and tireless a defender of the Cuban barbudos that on campus people knew him as Castro. When people would ask him if he was from the islands, he'd pull himself up to his full height. The islands indeed? I'm from the continent, of Jamaica. That always cracked me up. The brother's all right, but still, he's got his pompous Caribbean side. These are friends I made from my first semester. We learned a lot together, and together we'd experience serious struggle, as you will see. At the time, we paid no real attention to one important aspect of NAG. However, as Cleve's list indicates, fully half of the core membership were women. This seemed entirely natural to us, in no way remarkable. So much so that we never thought even to add up the numbers. We all wanted our people's freedom and were together equally involved in the struggle. What could have been simpler, clearer, or more natural? We didn't think in gender terms. Our sisters asked no quarter and gave none. They neither requested nor expected special treatment as women. And we didn't offer it. There was no women's caucus within the group. Ruth Howard, Muriel Tillinghast, Karen House, Jean Wheeler, Karen Edwards, Cynthia. 160. Nonviolence Apprenticeship in Struggle. Washington, Mary Felice Lovelace, and their sisters were simply NAG members, fellow rebels, our comrades in struggle, constant, bold, always ready to step up, perhaps even taken for granted. Women faced a very different set of cultural assumptions than did men on that campus. Some institutional proscriptions, cultural expectations, and social conventions affected women and did not even remotely extend to men. Of these, the dorm curfews were only the most obvious. In fact, only after an incident with a sister daring to wear her hair natural did the men in NAG even begin to think seriously about how these double standards affected our sisters. For us to understand exactly how serious and tough-minded our sister comrades had to be even to think of choosing radical political involvement in the first place. And then to stay involved for the long haul as many of them would do when we moved off the campus and into Southern Freedom houses. In the feminine culture of the Howard women's community, a heavy conformity was demanded. Conformity to social conventions of fashion, of feminine delicacy, to the decorativeness and frivolity of the Southern lady. In short, to a set of superficial, severely limiting women's roles that were invidious and pervasive. In defiance of such reductive, deeply entrenched attitudes, our sisters chose to be intellectually serious, politically engaged, self-defining young women, and to do so publicly. In so doing, they had elected to be part of a small, militant minority. Not an easy thing at any age, much less at the age of 19 and against the weight of a stultifying, all-enveloping campus tradition. In that environment, merely to join NAG was already for the sisters a declaration of independence, a stubborn, public act of will and moral conviction that we men never had to take on in anything like the same way. And this was even before facing the other rigors of the movement, arrests, violence, and the hostility of white mobs. It is no wonder then that our sisters proved such dependable and admirable partners in struggle. I'm embarrassed that back then we men never sufficiently appreciated the psychic cost of their commitment. Or, if we did, we certainly never gave it public recognition. Except, you know something? On reflection, I'm not at all sure just how kindly these bold, independent-minded sisters of ours would have received any such attempt at special treatment on our part. They might very well have handed us our heads. At first, D.C. was not really too different from New York. I'd worked some with New York Corps in the Northern struggle. The D.C. Corps chapter, led by Julius Hobson, an older professional man, was not large. We saw Julius Hobson as an experienced struggler, a good strategist, an uncompromising militant, and a man of selfless devotion, one to whom we were 161. Prepared to listen and whose direction in matters of struggle we would accept. Within D.C., Hobson would engage de facto segregation and discrimination in areas that are still problematic today: education, housing, and employment. At the demonstrations Hobson staged, NAG students would be, in effect, his foot soldiers on the picket lines. Julius Hobson had a strong reputation as a fighter, so naturally he was demonized in the local press as a dangerous radical, a black militant. Which, of course, only endeared him all the more to us. Clearly, all he was doing was attacking injustice and confronting the establishment with the contradictions of their own hypocrisy. He taught me a lot that first year. Occasionally, if a large demonstration was needed, we'd go over to Philly on a weekend. This also was training, but I mention Philadelphia for a different reason, one of my greatest abiding regrets from this period. Only when Paul Robeson died did I learn that all during the late 60s this magnificent black artist and fighter for humanity had been living quietly in that city. We never knew. I wish we had, because for all of us in the movement he was a legend. A veritable demigod in his endowments of courage, intelligence, principle, and character. In NAG we played his records and talked about him all the time. Sterling Brown spoke of him movingly. We admired his great dignity, militancy, and stubborn integrity. The way as an artist he embraced the struggle, celebrated the common people, and embodied and expressed the power and beauty of African culture in America all over the world. Paul Robeson was an exemplary black man, a true Pan-Africanist in his lifelong affinity and identification with African culture. He said often and proudly that his father had always told him, "We are descended from the Igbo people." When he was 38, he declared his identity, as an artist, with the oral historians of traditional Africa: "Had I been born in Africa, I would have belonged, I hope, to those families which sing and chant the glories and legends of the tribe. I would have liked in my mature years to have been a wise elder, for I worship wisdom and knowledge of the ways of man." Such clarity so young. To us he was a wise elder and a great example. And all this time he was so very near and we somehow never knew. Had we but known, NAG would certainly have sought him out to pay respect. We would have marched to wherever he was in Philly with our picket signs, serenaded him with freedom songs. Just to praise and thank him for his example and inspiration to our generation. I believe, I know, that his great warrior's heart would have appreciated that. It certainly would have done me good. It simply never occurred to us at the time that this legend of our culture and struggle could have been so very close. The first year I was at Howard, my friend Larry Greenbush from Coquista at Science was at American University, also in D.C. Larry didn't like the place much, and he'd seize every chance to go home to New York on weekends. Often I'd go with him. O had many affluent students with cars, so we had no difficulty getting rides. Sometimes chipping in for gas, sometimes not. On those rides I developed a deep hatred, one shared by many, for Route 40, which at that time was the main route out of D.C. Once Route 40 entered Maryland, everything was segregated, everything. On those rides we'd leave as early as possible on Friday afternoon, which usually meant before supper, so the food question would inevitably arise. On Route 40, to buy food, I'd have to go round the back. The white students would say, "No problem. We'll buy the food and bring it out. We'll all eat in the car." A logical enough solution, but one that I always declined. Larry would also refuse to buy from segregated establishments. "Nah. I'll wait till we get to Jersey. Ain't hungry anyway." But I knew he was at least as hungry as I was. Larry was, after all, a big 19-year-old who loved to eat. Strangely enough, we could never discuss or talk easily about it. So we simply sat silently in the car waiting for the others, each pretending not to be hungry. But of course I knew why Larry was never hungry. And he certainly knew that I knew. But it remained unspoken between us, both of us strangely embarrassed to silence by the painful absurdity of a racism that had nothing to do with either of us. But I believe we grew closer in those silences. It would take NAG some years before we could properly attack Route 40, but we were always looking rancorously at it. It was a constant irritant to those of us from Philadelphia, New Jersey, and points north. How this humiliation to Africans born in America became an international issue and a target of the movement is an interesting story. And to us, quite instructive. The year I went to Howard, 1960, was celebrated as the year of African independence, and by 1963, the number 163 of new African, Caribbean, and Asian embassies in Washington had mushroomed. These comprised the non-aligned bloc, a third force in international affairs, and the Western democracies, led by the United States, were contesting with the Soviet Union for influence with these non-aligned nations. Naturally, Asian and African diplomatic personnel traveled frequently between their Washington embassies and their UN missions in New York. This meant that black and brown men and women, some with the rank of ambassador, would be driving up to roadside greasy spoons in cars with diplomatic license plates and insignia. But were the Route 40 crackers impressed? No, sir. They knew niggers when they saw them. They rarely failed to insult the diplomats, embarrass the Kennedy administration, and delight Soviet propagandists. Every time it happened we exulted. The Kennedy administration checked this out. The U.S. government prepared and was about to release an announcement of a new policy. Harsh penalties would be imposed on any Route 40 establishment that embarrassed the administration by refusing service to dark-skinned foreign diplomats. Think about that. That announcement was cancelled when someone in the administration pointed out to the State Department that such a distinction was not likely to sit well with millions of American citizens who were black. This apparently had not occurred to them. Can you believe that? This did not stop the State Department from privately calling in the restaurant owners to encourage them to learn to distinguish between Africans from the continent and those born in America. At least so it was rumored in Washington. We had no reason not to believe it. So when Corps called for sit-ins along Route 40, we were more than ready. There was a lot of press because of the international aspect. It was the only civil rights campaign I was ever on that had, however, obliquely implied the public endorsement of the Kennedy administration, which had greeted the Corps announcement with vaguely supportive mutterings about national interests. Which might also have been why it was some of the easiest campus organizing NAG ever did. Or it could just as well have been that a lot of our peers nurtured their own humiliating memories of Route 40. Whatever the reason, probably a combination. The Howard delegation that arrived at the staging area, a large Baltimore church, was some 500 strong. Students from schools across the Northeast: Brandeis, Harvard, Yale, Cornell, New York University, and Johns Hopkins answered Corps' call. When we and the Morgan State students arrived, the church was already half filled with white students. I suspect that 164. Nonviolence apprenticeship in struggle. Many of these white students were youthful new frontiersmen, inspired by JFK's injunction to ask what you can do for your country and eager to put an end to their president's international embarrassments. Of course, what with the admission policies and high tuitions of those schools, their half of the church was pretty much lily white. Almost totally. Somehow these delegations had managed to get there before we did, even though we were coming from a mere 40 miles up the road. However, the moment when Hank Thomas and Muriel Tillinghast led in our delegation was curious, highly dramatic. Every head in the church turned toward us as this line of serious-faced, young Africans kept filing in and gradually filling every pew on our side. The sitting students broke into applause, which, considering the issue, was more than a little odd. Once seated, however, we returned their applause. This odd, surprising moment was quite affecting, but also ironic and more than a little ambiguous. But mostly moving. A house of Christian worship, filled with young Americans neatly divided down the middle, one half black, the other white, saluting each other with polite applause before setting out together to engage segregation. And brought together probably as much by the foreign policy interests of the government regarding independent Africa as by outrage over domestic racism. As the Reader's Digest liked to say, only in America. Of course I applauded vigorously too. But my applause was for my old friend Larry, who was by then long gone from DC. Toward the end of freshman year I'd finally get my chance to head to the Deep South. As they say, be careful what you wish for. The core freedom rides that spring changed my life, as they did the direction and character of the student movement. This was when I decided, definitely, to be seriously involved in this struggle. From now on, serious commitment. Just 2 days ago I watched a group of young Africans on American TV talking about nonviolence and the olden days of the movement. They respected the movement, they said, but had difficulty identifying completely because they themselves were not passive. They all agreed that they could not imagine themselves being so passive. No, 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 I shouted at the screen. Passive is exactly the wrong word. In fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find a more inaccurate term. But that is a widespread mistake and is much more than a problem of language. Nonviolence is in terms of human evolution anyway an unnatural response in certain situations. No question. In American cultural terms, particularly the cowboy, mountain man, outlaw, carbine and six-gun culture of the American frontier, popularized over the media, nonviolence is clearly aberrant, a cultural contradiction. But that is irrelevant. 165. Because, as technique of social struggle, nonviolence is anything but passive. Quite the reverse. Now, on one level nonviolence is a philosophy of life, an ethical principle, a way of being in the world verging on the religious. On another level, however, it is merely a strategic approach to struggle. But on both levels it is a very stern discipline. And no discipline is ever passive. That's the first thing. Which is what Dr. King had meant when he explained to me, Stokely, you have to understand one thing. The beauty of nonviolence is that you never let any outside force, nothing outside of yourself, control what you do. Check that out. That's discipline, Jack, and self-control. I will come back to this aspect. Nonviolence as a strategy of struggle, as personified and pronounced by Dr. King, gave our generation particularly in the South the means by which to confront an entrenched and violent racism. It offered a way for large numbers of Africans to join the struggle. Nothing passive in that. One must remember that the patron saint of nonviolent political struggle, Mahatma Gandhi, successfully used the technique to liberate an entire subcontinent from the imperialist grasp of what my Rasta brethren call properly the British Empire. It is useful to remember the correct term, which is nonviolent direct action. It is the direct action aspect that my friends and I gloried in. It was directly confrontational, even aggressively so, only in a nonviolent way. Nothing passive about this. But this is not really the same thing as pacifism, with which it is often conflated. Pacifism is the total personal renouncement of any and all forms of violence in human life in all situations, whether personal or state-sponsored. This aspect of pacifism is ethical and religious in effect and can often appear passive. But the deepest aspect of this, called radical pacifism, is aggressively activist, envisioning a world in which the armed violence of the state, the military, is replaced by armies of nonviolence. Nonviolent techniques will replace armed, military conflict as the means for negotiating political disputes between nations. A book by Krishnalal Sridharni, an Indian theoretician of radical pacifism, called WNR Without Violence, is the radical pacifist's key text. A noble, visionary idea, but I have great difficulty envisioning such a circumstance, a universal nonviolent substitute for war. Part of our training in NAG was in elementary techniques of nonviolent confrontation. How to maintain discipline under physical attack. The various responses and positions by which to protect yourself and others. 166. Nonviolence apprenticeship in struggle. While under attack, we were also introduced to the history and theory. In this, Bayard Rustin was our great teacher. As a committed pacifist and the quintessential radical activist, he could instruct us in the principles as well as the tactics and techniques of nonviolent direct action. Bayard had been one of two radical pacifists, Glenn Smiley being the other, sent in 1955 by the Fellowship of Reconciliation at the outset of the Montgomery bus boycott to train the young and inexperienced Martin Luther King and the Montgomery Improvement Association in the techniques and psychology of nonviolent mass action. Which had been only fair. There was considerable justice in this. As I discovered, Bayard had been arguing passionately, indeed agitating tirelessly, for many, many years that the only hope for combating racism while avoiding race war in America was through nonviolent direct action. He had been with mixed results trying to get the FOR to commit to training the African masses in America in the techniques and philosophy of nonviolent struggle. Thus, in 1955, events in Montgomery would seem to have made a prophet of him. Rustin wrote an important essay on this topic called The Negro and Nonviolence, which we studied in NAG. The piece, which is addressed to the FOR, the National Organization of Radical Pacifists, begins with a catalogue of incidents of racial violence and injustices suggesting an impending racial cataclysm. When first I read it in 1960 at Howard, it felt alarmingly contemporary. What is sobering is that now, nearly 40 years later, it still retains much of its contemporary feel. Check it out. Even in normal times, changes in social and economic patterns cause fear and frustration, which in turn lead to aggression. In time of war, the general social condition is fertile soil for the development of hate and fear, and transference of these to minority groups is quite simple. Organized violence is growing in the North and South. The Ku Klux Klan is rising again, employing more subtle methods. Negroes and whites in southern iron ore mines, as well as in Mobile, Alabama, shipyards, are going armed to work. Bayard then lists ominous violent racial events from across the nation, on the job, in the streets, within the armed services, cases of Negro soldiers and civilians being killed by whites. He next describes a building black response with numerous cases of groups arming themselves amid a widespread sentiment to respond in kind in an organized way. Growing numbers of Negroes see mass violence looming. All of which presents the pacifist community, those of us who believe in the nonviolent solution of conflict as a duty and an opportunity, the 167. Need to point out the practical necessity for nonviolent direct action as the only way, consistent with the end he desires, that the Negro can attain progress. While conceding the difficulties, nonviolence as a method has within it the demand for terrible sacrifice and long suffering, but, as Gandhi has said, freedom does not drop from the sky. One has to struggle and be willing to die for it. He then argues that the approach is entirely consistent with the religious culture, moral sensibility, and highest traditions of the black community. Certainly the Negro possesses qualities essential for nonviolent direct action. He has long since learned to endure suffering. He can admit his own share of guilt and has to be pushed hard to become bitter. He has produced, and still sings, such songs as "It's Me, O Lord, standin' in the need of prayer and nobody knows the trouble I've seen." He is creative and has learned to adjust himself to conditions. But above all he possesses a rich religious heritage and today finds the church the center of his life. The essay concludes with an eloquent appeal to his fellow pacifists to stand with the black community in the coming struggle. Those of us who believe in nonviolent resistance can do the greatest possible good for the Negro, for those who exploit him, for America, and for the world by becoming a real part of the Negro community, thus being in a position to suggest methods and to offer leadership when troubles come. Identification with the Negro community demands considerable sacrifice. The Negro is not to be won by words alone, but by an obvious consistency in words and deeds. We can add to world justice by placing in the hands of 13 million black Americans a workable and Christian technique for the righting of injustice and the solution of conflict. That just blew me away, when, as a 19-year-old freshman, I first read it. Blew me away, Jack. The only word that came to me was prophetic. Especially when I noticed the date October 1942. 14 years before the Montgomery boycott produced Dr. King. Wow, That's how long this brother's been on the case. Just about as long as I've been alive. Oh, wow. My admiration for Bayard's activist spirit, vision, and endurance just grew. Clearly that 1942 essay was a strategic proposal addressed to the Fellowship of Reconciliation, urging them to put their radical pacifist nonviolence to the test against American racism. It seems they did try. I suspect that the establishment of CORE in 1946 was their answer. With 168. Nonviolence Apprenticeship in Struggle. Until the Freedom Rides, quite modest results. It is not difficult, therefore, to imagine Bayard's high excitement upon reading in 1956, 14 years later, of the adoption of nonviolent principles by the Montgomery leadership and community. No wonder he rushed down to place his practical and tactical expertise at the disposal of the visionary but inexperienced young minister. That was Rustin, the theoretician and strategist. I would discover that he was also, in his younger days, one of the more skilled practitioners, only in one, of the psychological discipline of nonviolence. This too is worth a careful look, it being quite different, not theory but a practical application of specific techniques. The most obvious and common situation for the nonviolence technique is the publicly staged engagement demonstration or sit-in where there are witnesses and an audience, preferably the press and the police. The cops, even when hostile, cannot really stand around in the presence of witnesses and watch the situation escalate into murder. It's as simple as that. In these situations you can occupy the moral high ground merely by maintaining nonviolence and keeping your dignity. Your attackers will inevitably appear brutish and irrational, the mob. You win the battle of the image, especially if TV cameras are present. However, merely maintaining a strategic nonviolent posture on public demonstrations does not entirely encompass what Dr. King meant by discipline and control. He was talking about actually taking control of a situation and an opponent, actually imposing your will even as he rains blows down on your unresisting head. This is, in effect, more than merely disarming your attacker. This controlling of the situation entails a nonviolence of word, deed, and demeanor, a nonviolence of spirit if you will. Basically, it is simple. You merely had to eliminate everything in your behavior, word, deed, look, gesture, or body language that might provoke or nourish the impulse to violence, the evolutionary conditioning to battle, in your opponent. All these techniques are illustrated in another of Bayard's essays from this period, which we studied in NAG. Nonviolence vs. Jim Crow is actually a textbook illustration of all aspects of nonviolent technique, moral, psychological, religious, physical. It perfectly illustrates Dr. King's notion of nonviolent discipline: you never allow anyone or anything outside yourself to dictate your action. The essay is an account of Bayard's arrest in Nashville for the crime of refusing to move to the back of the bus. During the incident he is repeatedly and brutally beaten and verbally abused by the arresting officers. If you aren't being properly analytical, it will look like just another case of a Negro head-whopping at the hands of Southern cops. That he is finally 169. Released by the district attorney, who addresses him kindly as Mr. Rustin, may seem a very small victory won at an excessively high price. Yes and no. And certainly not to Bayard. For him this is no random incident, it is a planned and successful demonstration of nonviolent technique by a master. Observe. Recently I was planning to go from Louisville to Nashville by bus. I bought my ticket, boarded the bus, and, instead of going to the back, sat down in the second seat. The driver saw me, got up, and came toward me. "Hey, you. You're supposed to sit in the back seat." "Why?" "Because that's the law. Niggers ride in back." I said, "My friend, I believe that is an unjust law. If all were to sit in back I would be condoning injustice." Angry, but not knowing what to do, he got out and went into the station. For about 13 miles north of Nashville I heard sirens approaching. The bus came to an abrupt stop, and a police car and 2 motorcycles drew up beside us with a flourish. 4 policemen got into the bus, consulted shortly with the driver, and came to my seat. "Get up, you nigger." "Why?" I asked. "Get up, you black "I believe that I have a right to sit here," I said quietly. "If I'll sit in the back of the bus I am depriving that child pointed to a little white child of 5 or 6 of the knowledge that there is injustice here, which I believe it is his right to know. It is my sincere conviction that the power of love in the world is the greatest power existing. If you have a greater power, my friend, you may move me." How much they understood of what I was trying to tell them I do not know. By this time they were impatient and angry. As I would not move, they began to beat me about the head and shoulders, and I shortly found myself knocked to the floor. Then they dragged me out of the bus and continued to kick and beat me. Knowing that if I tried to get up or protect myself in the first heat of their anger they would construe it as an attempt to resist and beat me down again, I forced myself to be still and wait for their kicks, one after another. Then I stood up, spreading out my arms parallel to the ground, and said, "There is no need to beat me. I am not resisting you." At this, 3 white men, obviously Southerners by their speech, got out of the bus and remonstrated with the police. Indeed, as one of the policemen raised his club to strike me, one of them, a little fellow, caught hold of it and said, "Don't you do that." A second policeman raised his club to strike the little man, and I stepped between them, facing the man, and 170. Nonviolence Apprenticeship in Struggle. Said, "Thank you, but there is no need to do that. I do not wish to fight. I am protected well." An elderly gentleman, well dressed and also a Southerner, asked the police where they were taking me. They said, "Nashville." "Don't worry, son," he said to me. "I'll be there to see that you get justice." When we reached Nashville, a number of policemen were lined up on both sides of the highway down which I had to pass on my way to the captain's office. They tossed me from one to another like a volleyball. By the time I reached the office, the lining of my best coat was torn, and I was considerably rumpled. Finally the captain said, "Come here, nigger." I walked directly to him. "What can I do for you?" I asked. "Nigger," he said menacingly, "you're supposed to be scared when you come in here." "I am fortified by truth, justice, and Christ," I said. "There's no need for me to fear." He was flabbergasted and, for a time, completely at a loss for words. Finally he said to another officer, "I believe the nigger's crazy." At the courthouse I was taken down the hall to the office of the Assistant District Attorney, Mr. Ben West. As I got to the door I heard a voice say, "You colored fellow, hey." I looked around and saw the elderly gentleman who had been on the bus. "I'm here to see that you get justice," he said. I left the courthouse, believing all the more strongly in the nonviolent approach. I am certain that I was addressed as Mr., and I was assisted by those 3 men, and that the elderly gentleman interested himself in my predicament because I had, without fear, faced the 4 policemen and said, "There's no need to beat me. I offer you no resistance." I won't comment on Bayard's use of psychological techniques, those are obvious. Except to say not everyone could have used them as effectively as Bayard did. Bayard was an impressive physical presence. He would have been impeccably dressed and would, in the rural South of the time, have appeared obviously educated, intelligent, articulate, and cultured, for a colored man. Those, plus his personal dignity and natural flair for dramatic improvisation, were as essential to the outcome as any of the moral issues. And although he was obviously improvising as he went along, it was not entirely spontaneous. The broad general terms of his responses were standard nonviolent techniques, carefully controlled and developed for effect. 171. Much like in a theatrical performance, he, the victim, actually controlled the audience's responses. Notice how, while he was ostensibly speaking to the cops, he was really addressing the onlookers. Bayard was good at that. Not everyone can do it. The two things that most surprised me when I first read it were the prosecutors letting Mr. Rustin walk and the 4 conscientious white men who intervened on his behalf. I better explain that. Were I to say this in a speech, the next day's headline would read, Kwame Ture doubts that white men have consciences. Which would be stupid. In my time, I've been called a lot of things, but nobody ever called me stupid. However, one further step in the theory and practice of nonviolence I no doubt a spiritual failing on my part was unable to follow. It is here that we begin to hear talk of soul force, agape, or love force and the moral redemption of the aggressor. According to these principles, disarming the violent impulse by complete non-resistance is only the first imperative. You must then seek to establish a moral human contact by looking the aggressor gently in the eye. And, speaking non-aggressively, addressing him as friend or brother, expressing not anger but reason, a spirit of love and forgiveness and your common humanity. That's the theory anyway. I found the practice to be a lot different. Truthfully, I was never into that kind of spiritual evangelism. I never saw my responsibility to be the moral and spiritual reclamation of some racist thug. I would settle for changing his behavior, period. Moral suasion, legal proscription, or even force of arms, whatever ultimately it took, that's what I'd be for. I've always been content to leave saintliness to the more spiritually evolved among my brothers and sisters. Besides, to tell the truth, I've never really seen that human contact stuff to work. Well, actually, the closest I ever came was once in Cambridge, Maryland. We were having a sit-in. One minute I was sitting on a stool at the counter of this rinky-dink diner. Next thing I know I'm lying on the floor and somebody over me is cursing, ranting, raving, and kicking repeatedly at my midsection. This guy is really pumped, I mean the dude is raving. Then quickly he runs off. I never even got a good look at him, much less engaged in any brotherly eye contact or loving reasoning. The only contact I recall was between my head and the floor, his boot, and my belly. But that night we're in the mass meeting in the church when this white boy comes in and apologizes to the group and to me personally. He wanted us to know how really sorry he was. First and only time I ever saw that. Some of the folk were really moved, saw in it the hand of God, you know. The guy, his name was Eddie Dickerson I believe, turned out to be decent enough. We ended up sending him to New York Corps for training. Next time I saw him was in a picture. He was sitting in a restow. 172. Nonviolence apprenticeship in struggle. Ram in the South and the owner was smashing eggs over his head and kicking him. Anyway, I don't make any claim to having converted Eddie with nonviolent soul force. All I did was roll into a ball to protect my stomach. So, I've always had honest doubts about the conversion of sinners by the moral force of nonviolence. For me and most of my friends it was merely a valuable if limited strategy. I was surprised that 4 Southern onlookers came so unequivocally to Bayard's defense because that patently did not conform to our sense of the South in 1960. Not with anything I read in the press, saw on TV, or heard from my friends. Nor would it conform to my own experience only a few months later. Also, I was particularly puzzled because the incident had taken place way back in 1942, the year after my birth. To my understanding, the bad old days of rabid Southern bigotry. So it didn't add up. Could the South have been getting worse, being more violent, more racist, more mean-spirited in 1960 than it had been 20 years earlier? This really puzzled me. So much for progress, eh? Well, TNT really much of a mystery. See, the South had in fact changed for the worse. In reality, the Dixie that we would go into within a few months was in many ways a much more violent place than 20 years earlier. Why this should have been so is interesting, though I won't pretend that we understood it so clearly at the time. It's actually quite simple. The events Bayard described took place years before the Supreme Court desegregation decision of 1954. The effects of that decision must be understood clearly. The decision didn't and still hasn't desegregated American schools. But it profoundly affected the South white Southerners and the African communities, but in very different ways. The court's decision was greeted with a resounding silence from the national leadership and the two other branches of the federal government. Eisenhower, the president, never said a mumbling word in support of the court's decision, contenting himself with grumbling that his appointment of Chief Justice Earl Warren was the biggest damn fool decision of his presidency. And the Congress? No clear unified response there either. In fact, the very first response was from Senator James Big Jim Eastland, plantation owner from the Mississippi Delta. Almost the next day, 01 Jim rushed to the Senate floor to denounce this political legislation by a political court which the South will never obey. He issued the classic Confederate call for interposition and nullification, which in this vacuum of national leadership set the stage for everything we in SNCC would later encounter in the South. It was a field day for every Confederate patriot, racist demagogue, and 173 opportunist politician in the South. They saw the school's decision as the first serious crack in the Southern edifice of legal segregation. They proclaimed the sacred, patriotic, and ancestral duty of every red-blooded good old boy to rush to the defense of the Southern way as our forefathers did at Antietam, Manassas, Bull Run, and the Battle of the Wilderness. We must prove worthy sons of gallant fathers, etc., etc. The press for the most part was hysterical. The Jackson, Mississippi, Clarion Ledger predicted blood flowing in the street which must be laid on the steps of the court. Membership in the Ku Klux Klan, which had been in serious decline, shot up to its highest level in 50 years. In the Mississippi Delta, a plantation owner called together a new organization, the White Citizens Council, 4 months after the decision. The council's sole purpose, to organize resistance, and it spread like kudzu across the southern landscape. Previously moderate politicians saw which way the wind was blowing. George Wallace, who would become governor, and Governor Orville Faubus changed into rabid defenders of segregation overnight. A year after the decision, our age mate, 14-year-old Emmett Till, would be butchered and thrown into the Tallahatchie River in the Mississippi Delta town of Money. His acquitted murderer, Big Milam, told a reporter that when he saw a picture of Till standing next to a white girl in a group of black and white kids with whom he'd graduated from junior high school in Chicago, "My friend, that's when I knew I had to kill him. That's what the war is all about down here." Milam was subsequently elected sheriff in a neighboring county. Simply stated, what happened was that between 1954 and 1960 the thug element of the South took control. With the full encouragement of the media, the complicity of the capitalists, and the opportunism of the politicians, old Bubba took over. In fact, Bubba became the political leadership. A desperate us versus them, if and yo ain't with us, yo agin us, a traitor garrison mentality arose. An atmosphere of beleaguered, tight-jawed conformity enforced by intimidation and reprisal, fear and threat, descended over Dixie. One brave white woman journalist in Mississippi, Hazel Brannon Smith, wrote in a 1959 editorial, "Today we live in fear, it hangs like a dark cloud over us, dominating every facet of public and private life. Almost every man and woman is afraid to do anything that would promote harmony and goodwill between the races." 174. Nonviolence apprenticeship in struggle. Now that was the white South of my generation's experience. Tense, hostile, armored. Naturally we thought it had always been that sharp-edged and vicious. That's why we were all amazed by Bayard's defenders on that bus. I still doubt that in 1960 those same decent men would have been able to summon up the moral courage to come to the defense of any Negro challenging even the slightest manifestation of segregation in the way Bayard had done. His superb skills and nonviolent virtuosity notwithstanding. Sad. Unfortunate. Ironic. But true. But in our time the South was showing its worst face to the world. a time in which the best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. That essentially was the result of Brown vs. Topeka in the White South. It had a very different effect in the African communities there. The legal implications of the decision were not just on us either. In our churches, schools, Masonic lodges, beauty parlors, barbershops, and juke joints, our people understood or hoped they understood that finally the highest court had decided that, at least in one area, we were entitled to the fairness and equity promised in the Constitution. And a central tenet of black Southern aspiration had always been the importance of education. That was why those Reconstruction Congresses of freedmen had set up some of the first public education systems in the nation. And that this was a beginning. Consequently, this decision was clearly seen among black people as the highest achievement of the judicial strategy that the NAACP had doggedly been pursuing for 50 years. It was a splendid victory. And now that finally the High Court had spoken, justice must surely follow. Glory hallelujah. The arc of the universe, it curved toward freedom. It do. A nation not of men but of laws. Praise his holy name. And for the first time since 1896, the law was on our side. Thank you, Jesus. But what our people saw instead was, all around them, the mobilization of Confederate rancor and resistance. Klan parades. Physical, psychological, and economic intimidation, lynchings and beatings. Mobs mobilized against young children. Previously rational white friends becoming silent or turning racist. The proliferation of Klan and Citizens Council propaganda. From the rest of the nation and the national government, silence. Things were in fact worse. All motion is not progress. Our people did the only rational thing, they began to arm themselves. Returning Korean War veterans organized community self-defense. Put not your trust in princes nor in sons of men, for in them is no salvation. The preachers could have added, nor in courts of justice or in legal proclamations. The biggest irony, the law of unexpected consequences, was that the Brown decision really was the highest achievement of the judicial strategy. 175. But it also brutally exposed the severe limitations of a purely legalistic approach. A great victory, true, and it wasn't that nothing happened, things actually got worse. Clearly something more was needed, additional strategies, a different approach. But what exactly? Race war? Into this vacuum stepped the next year, 1955, the Montgomery bus boycott, Martin Luther King, the faith of the Black Church, Gandhian nonviolence, and civil disobedience. The merger of two foreign philosophies, one from India, the other from the far reaches of New England transcendentalism, with black religious culture. Once these were cobbled together by Dr. King, it gave the Southern African community a moral philosophy to justify resistance and the techniques to execute that struggle. Cool. But why, especially in the face of the ominous, armed white mobilization around them, would our people respond so massively? Because in Mrs. Hamer's phrase, they were sick and tired of being sick and tired. And because also with the judicial strategy, our struggle had been entirely in the hands of our heroic but invisible lawyers. Quietly, doggedly, against the grain of legal precedent and sentiment, they had trudged from courtroom to courtroom hidden and unseen, a struggle by proxy. The general community was neither involved or even always aware. But with this new way nonviolent, mass-based direction action, the entire community, everyone who would, could be a part and hope to survive. Everyone brave enough could share in the struggle for his or her own liberation and be seen to do so. It was public and you didn't need education or money or to be a lawyer. So in Montgomery the community ordinary folk came together, stood strong, stayed off the buses, and walked for a year. They strengthened each other and watched their own strength grow. Folks were fired from their jobs. People arrested. Some beaten in the streets. Cars burned. Houses bombed. Police harassment. The Klan paraded. fired shots in the dark, planted dynamite. The white citizens' councils issued proclamations. Across the entire South, Africans watched and prayed. Took collections in church. Sent money. In Montgomery the community, the common people, stood firm. It was the faith, courage, and endurance of the ordinary people that pushed the leadership at every step. A movement was born. Rise and shine and give God the glory. Glora. Glora hallelujah. Praise His holy name. That, in the proverbial nutshell, was the background of what we would be facing in the South before my freshman year was over. Now, what we're talking here is history. History as I lived it and understand it. 176. Nonviolence apprenticeship in struggle. But I've never told anyone I was an academic historian, so it is probable I have neglected to mention something quite important. So be it. In January of 1960 I was still in high school. Then the administration in Washington changed. Democrats replaced Republicans. A vigorous, progressive, young president, so they told us, took over. He proclaimed a new challenge of energetic and progressive activism when Americans should ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. It was a great speech, until you really studied what he was saying. But many of us heard what we wanted to hear. And some of us believed him. So, soon indeed, we would test the sincerity of those words about defending freedom and paying any price. 177. Chapter 9. The Great Leap Forward. The Freedom Rides. Much has been written about the Freedom Rides. I am not sure what I can add. But as a participant from almost the beginning, I would like to tell the exact truth of those events. Like so many events in the struggle, the rides began in considerable ambiguity and uncertainty. The most lasting consequence of the rides was the change they would set in motion regarding the role and form of SNCC. In this way, the rides changed many lives, my own included. When, in 1961, we first heard the plans for the Ture project that the world would come to know as the Freedom Rides, our response was mixed. At first a long silence, then incredulity, which turned rapidly to skepticism. They going do what? Oh, man. From DC to New Orleans. Says to hush your mouth. Say what? Is they crazy? Then a long, pensive silence as people visualized what was being proposed. And, I think, silent because no one wanted to be the first to say out loud what we all were thinking. The plan, however, was simplicity itself. In any sane, even half-civilized society it would have been completely innocuous, hardly worth a second thought or meriting any comment at all. Corps would be sending an integrated team black and white together from the nation's capital to New Orleans on public transportation. That's all. Except, of course, that they would sit randomly on the buses in integrated pairs, and in the stations they would use waiting room facilities casually, ignoring the white/colored signs. What could be more harmless, in any even marginally healthy society? Corps' purposes were twofold and quite clear. Practically, the intent was simply to test the implementation of a 15-year-old Supreme Court ruling mandating the integration of facilities for interstate travelers. For 15 years there had been flagrant non-compliance with the law of the land as handed down in the Morgan case. Then, in 1960, the Boynton case had reign. 178. The Great Leap Forward, the Freedom Rides, forced that finding. So now not only were there two Supreme Court decisions, but the implementation machinery existed in the form of the Interstate Commerce Commission. No legislation was necessary, all that was required was John F. Kennedy's proverbial stroke of the pen, which, though long promised, had not been forthcoming. The new Kennedy administration had come into office mouthing rhetoric about the national government's responsibility toward the constitutional rights of all Americans. Corps' plan would test their sincerity and their resolve, for in JFK's famous phrase, was not sincerity always subject to proof? The second purpose was more symbolic, even sentimental, a celebratory recapitulation of a journey of reconciliation through the Upper South that Corps had undertaken back in 1947. There would be two major differences this time. Legally, this trip should have been less controversial since it did not involve civil disobedience, being in full compliance with federal law rather than in defiance of unjust ones. But of course legality was never at issue. Also, while the journey of reconciliation had prudently confined itself to the so-called border states of the Upper South, this one would be headed through the Deep South, into the very heart of Dixie, a region that had changed considerably since that first journey and entirely for the worse. The South was now literally an armed camp, racially polarized, politically tense, hard-edged. For some of us there was still another complicating factor. In accordance with Gandhian practices, Corps would be informing the competent authorities of their intention and itinerary. In this case the U.S. President, Attorney General, and the Director of the FBI, as well as the Chairman of the ICC and the CEOs of Trailways and Greyhound. It is tempting, in historical hindsight, to report that NAG immediately and unreservedly embraced this plan. But we didn't. Not at first. Of all the other organizations in the movement we were closest in temperament to Corps. We shared their activism, admired their militancy. Their members were our friends, our allies, our brothers and sisters. We supported each other's demonstrations. But this freedom ride? What was the Corps National Office thinking? We had some serious questions. Were we prepared to go? Did it make political sense? Was the issue worth the risk? Ah, man, it ain't nothing going happen. It's just some American citizens riding a damn bus, man. The Kennedys got no choice. They gotta uphold the law. Ain't nothing going happen, you'll see. Shoot, in Mississippi? In Alabama? Is you crazy, Negro? Nothing going happen? Them folks be lucky to survive, brother. I'm with you, Jack. Hell, I'm part of this movement too, but I'm ma. 179. Mammy's only son and show enough too young to be dying for no seat on no bus, you dig. It ain't worth it, y'all. But being NAG, rationality prevailed, and the proposal was analyzed, dissected, taken apart, and plain worried to death. Two major and unresolved areas of concern surfaced. We could all agree that all racism had to be attacked and constitutional laws enforced, but this strategy? The more political ones led by Tom Kahn questioned the conceptual framework, the viability of any strategy whose success or failure was totally dependent on factors beyond our control, in this case, the behavior of the MI. For it to work, they'd have to be the dumbest crackers in the world. All they had to do at each stop was meet the riders, escort them safely out of town, and repeat that all the way to New Orleans. The Freedom Ride would have disappeared without trace or effect. I wouldn't be writing this. Later that summer Tom would write. I think we have to recognize that the Freedom Rides were a fluke bomb whose fuse we never lit. When it exploded, the noise was louder than anyone had expected. We owe the impact of the rides to the irrationality of segregationist officials. Had they not been so insane as to permit and encourage mob violence and bus burning, the Freedom Rides would have been just another, nonviolent project. This, it seems to me, is the most obvious weakness of the rides. I don't mean they should not have taken place, only that a project whose significance and impact are attributable to circumstances entirely controlled by an irrational enemy should be recognized for the peripheral undertaking it is. So much for strategic coherence. Others of us were morally queasy about a strategy whose success required that your people's lives be placed in serious jeopardy. I mean, if the racists have the sense that God gave a bedbug, as Mr. Turnbow would say, then nothing would happen and the project would have, in one sense, failed. If, however, and only if, our people were seriously brutalized, then that would represent success. That didn't ring quite right. Another issue we questioned was the Gandhian practice of informing the enemy authorities. That was Gandhi in India, this is the US of A. What some of us feared, later proven beyond any doubt, was that a letter to J. Edgar Hoover was tantamount to a telegram to the Klan. Wasn't that a little much like setting up your own people? There were no answers that evening, just these troubling questions. What it boiled down to was simple. For 15 years the law had been clear and ignored. The machinery for implementation had long existed. No one did squat. Black people continued to be humiliated and abused. 180. The Great Leap Forward, the Freedom Rides. On interstate travel. So what alternatives were left? Only nonviolent direct action. Brave and committed people would have to place their bodies, their physical survival on the line. Was this not at the heart of nonviolent direct action as we all understood it? Ironically, a project intended to test the resolve and values of the Kennedy administration instead tested us. It had the immediate effect of forcing us to a sudden and painful self-examination, challenging, if only theoretically, our own personal commitment. I say theoretically because at that point we weren't yet being called upon to make a decision. It wasn't our project, so we didn't have to do anything, yet. But the discussion brought home to us something important and chilling, the extent to which raw violence was really always the last line of defense, the ultimate weapon of Southern bigotry. That the survival of segregation's oppressive social arrangements was predicated on the threat of violence and the generation of fear. Bring that mess on down here, nigger, and we will kill you. As simple and vulgar as that. We had now come face to face with the reality that the entire edifice of racial oppression in Dixie was propped up with the clear complicity of the national government by the violence of both the mob and the state. Often in the South a distinction without any real difference. And most important, the realization that if we were serious about going forward with this movement, we would all personally have to confront this, sooner or later, face up. Which is probably why we were a quiet, thoughtful group leaving that meeting that evening. Hank Thomas, deep in thought, seemed even quieter than usual. I was thinking seriously too. I could see no compelling reason to make any decision just yet, but I could sense that one would be coming. Shortly after that, Hank told us that he had called Corps headquarters the next day, volunteered, and had been accepted. Everybody had long respected Hank's quiet dedication and courage, and when I heard what he'd done, my admiration for him only increased. But for many of us in NAG, the questions persisted and arguments continued. Once Hank had joined up, the questions were no longer so abstract. The thought of one of our own on that bus made it real. Corps' plan was not yet public, but for the next few weeks the ride was all we talked about. Whatever doubts persisted, though, were kept inside the family. Publicly on campus we expressed full support and awe and admiration for the riders' courage. Which was quite true. Besides, wasn't it the government's clear responsibility to protect the lives and rights of law-abiding American citizens traveling peaceably in their own country? Then it turned out that DC was not only the staging area, but that the group would gather there for an intensive week of bonding, training, nonviolent workshops, and situational role-playing prior to setting out. 181. The night before the volunteers' departure, Paul Dietrich gave them a dinner at his Chinese restaurant and invited folks from NAG to join them for coffee afterward. I remember this dinner clearly, and that meeting the actual volunteers was a bit of a shock. As it happened, there were 13 riders, James Farmer, Corps chairman, and 12 volunteers, so the grim symbolism was obvious, Jesus and his disciples at the Last Supper, or more cynically Christians walking fearlessly to face lions. Neither image was really exaggerated because a markedly religious, indeed spiritual, mood prevailed at that table. This was years before the counterculture fixation with exotic and self-dramatizing dress. This group was conservatively dressed, almost formal. They looked nothing like media image militants or revolutionaries. My impression was of quiet seriousness and complete respectability, an abiding gentleness and determination, a strength of spirit. Conversation was muted. At that table no one raised his or her voice. This was not at all like NAG's meetings. SNCC's two representatives, Hank and John Lewis, seemed clearly the youngest. I was actually shocked how elderly, more like parents, some of the core veterans seemed to me. The one married couple, a soft-spoken college professor and his gentle wife. The warrior had become a pacifist, commanding a small boat, the Golden Rule, into the South Pacific to obstruct U.S. nuclear testing at Bikini Atoll. Another wiry, older white gentleman that evening was my first meeting of John Lewis, and like everyone else in SNCC, I was overwhelmed by his courage, his quiet determination, his conviction in the rightness of the cause. He was a seminary student, if not already a minister, always soft-spoken, and dressed in a suit in the cut of a Martin Luther King. I was extremely proud of John as our chairman and representative. When we joined them, Paul said that we had just missed an extraordinary moment. James Farmer had signaled for attention and addressed the table. He had told the gathering that although they were leaving in the morning, people still had time to reconsider. No one was obligated to go. It would be better, he said, for anyone who had developed the slightest. 182. The Great Leap Forward, the Freedom Rides. Doubt or second thoughts about the serious step they were about to take to withdraw then. For their own consciences and the good of the project. There would be no shame in that, no dishonor. Perhaps, he said, it might be too difficult for anyone experiencing doubts to come forward publicly in front of the family. But anyone who wished could come see him privately afterward, he'd understand. Or if even that was too embarrassing, one could simply not show up at the bus station in the morning. On May 4, 1961, a group of us went to the bus station to see them off. All 13 were there. Everyone tried to maintain a cheerful facade, smiling, joking, trying to disguise the foreboding we all felt. As we watched the buses drive away, I was filled anew with admiration. But I was also sick with fear, for them. For the first week we followed their progress through reports from the D.C. Corps chapter. Nothing happened in Virginia. They were through North Carolina. Nothing serious. We began to be cautiously optimistic. In the Rock Hill, South Carolina, bus station, John Lewis was knocked unconscious, as was Albert Bigelow when he stepped between John and his assailants. But by May 12 they were in Atlanta, and we thought, if this is the worst that happens, it will be better than we dared hope. Then came Alabama. Before they left Atlanta, the Reverend Fred Shuttlesworth called from Birmingham to warn the riders that the Klan in that city had been organizing publicly for a week. Even before they reached Birmingham, all hell broke loose. This violence, we must be clear, was neither random nor spontaneous. It was carefully planned and orchestrated. In the town of Anniston and then in Birmingham, the buses were met by armed mobs, obviously prepared and waiting in ambush. When the first bus arrived in Anniston, Professor Bergman was knocked unconscious by a blow to the head from a baseball bat. He subsequently suffered a stroke and was paralyzed for life. James Peck was also brutalized but was not permanently damaged, then. The second bus was surrounded by a mob shouting threats and armed with clubs, chains, and guns. The riders told the driver not to stop. The tires were stabbed and blew out on the outskirts of town. The mob, following in cars, threw incendiary bombs into the disabled bus and tried to seal the doors. The riders managed to get out, some suffering from smoke inhalation. Hank Thomas was on that bus. What saved them, he told us, was that the fuel tank exploded, forcing the mob away from the door. His lungs were burning from the smoke when he staggered out, coughing. A man approached him solicitously. "Boy, you all right?" 183. "Yeah. I think so," Hank began, whereupon the man produced a baseball bat and clubbed him down. Uniformed police on the scene were said to be fraternizing with members of the mob. That evening on TV at Howard, We and the rest of the country saw that bus burning on the side of the highway. But after much difficulty, another bus was secured, and the group went on. At the Birmingham bus station the mob was much larger and more savage. None of the riders escaped injury. James Peck was left for dead in a pool of his own blood. His head wounds would require 56 stitches and he would suffer permanent neurological damage. Asked why, after the violence in Anniston, no police were at the Birmingham station, Bull Connor, the police chief, explained that it was Mother's Day. All his officers were with their dear old mothers. Later it was disclosed that the police had cut a deal with the Klan. Once the bus arrived, the Klansmen were to be given 10 minutes free and clear with the outside agitators. The next day the group, those able to travel, were met by an even larger mob when they arrived back at the Birmingham bus station. Since buses were clearly out of the question, they decided to fly to New Orleans. That proved no easier. The mob followed them to the airport, where they were again surrounded. Every time a New Orleans flight was announced, the airline received a bomb threat. It was chaos. But at least the police kept the mob off our friends. After some 20 harrowing hours, and only after the intervention of a Justice Department official, Gon Sargent Holler, special assistant to the Attorney General, they finally made it onto a flight out. At Howard we followed these events, heartsick with horror and impotent anger, as our worst fears were not just realized but exceeded. All of us had grown up watching Southern mobs on TV, Montgomery, Little Rock, New Orleans. But this was much different. This time the people being badly hurt and in danger of being killed were folks we knew and respected. The political leadership of an entire American state had not merely abdicated to mob violence, they clearly seemed to be encouraging and orchestrating it. And until the Kennedys dispatched John Sargent Holler to negotiate the riders' escape from the Birmingham airport, the federal government had been invisible. At least invisible to us. It turns out that there had been federal involvement, albeit an ambiguous one. In Anniston, Birmingham, and elsewhere, the FBI had given the Freedom Riders' itinerary to the local police. Presumably for their protection? Yeah, let's be charitable. However, the FBI also had hard, specific information that some of these local cops were active Klansmen, so they had to know that the Klan would get the riders' itinerary. The FBI also had prior knowledge of the planned violence. 184. The Great Leap Forward, the Freedom Rides. We also later learned that Robert Kennedy, at least after the pictures of the burning bus flashed around the world, had been blistering the phone lines to Alabama Governor John Patterson, who, a year earlier, had been the Kennedys' man in Alabama. There you see clearly what we were up against: the hybrid nature of the Democratic Party. An allegedly progressive young president in bed with the segregationist governor of a racist state. The deadlock of vulgar political expedients on both sides. Given the razor-thin margin of JFK's victory in 1960, the last thing the Kennedys wanted was to alienate the Confederate vote. At that time, remember, voting in Dixie was strictly white folks' business. This political consideration was to emerge again with far-reaching consequences for our young organization. Instead of affirming the riders' rights and enforcing the Constitution as he was sworn to do, Bobby Kennedy issued his call for a cooling-off period. Which was wishy-washy enough. But I've never been able to forget or excuse his blaming the violence on extremists on both sides. That really got to me. Extremists. Both sides. I don't recall that anyone in the media called him on the extreme absurdity of that moral equivalence. The image of that small group of lawful, peaceable, gentle, supremely decent people I'd met, set against the hate-shouting ignorance of bus-burning, club-swinging Klansmen? In any event, the call went up from liberal quarters to stop the rides. After all, nobody wants to see innocent people murdered. James Farmer came under incredible pressure. In Atlanta he'd received news of his father's death and had temporarily left the ride to fly to his mother's side in D.C. and so had missed the violence in Alabama. Now he was presented with a conflict between his politics and his conscience. The last thing that this decent, humane pacifist, whom I would soon get to know quite well, wanted on his conscience was the death of another human being. Fundamentally also, he was patriotic, intent on improving. 185. His country, not, as the Kennedys were implying, debasing its international prestige. However, he was now being told he was in danger of doing both. He was receiving a veritable deluge, obviously orchestrated, of phone calls from allies of all stripes, liberals and various highly placed individuals, all appealing to his patriotism, his humanity, and his sense of responsibility. Somehow it seemed to escape the callers that they were calling the wrong leader. That it was the president's responsibility to safeguard the integrity of the nation's laws, to maintain the peace and the physical security of its citizens, thereby protecting the nation's image in the eyes of the world. Brother Farmer protested that the riders had broken no laws, burned no buses, and that to end the rides would be to capitulate to lawlessness, bigotry, and violence. To no avail. Finally, Corps announced the indefinite suspension of the Freedom Rides and were praised for their wisdom and responsibility. Brother Farmer also received at least one more phone call, this one of a slightly different nature. In Nashville, the SNCC students were as horrified as we by the ugliness of the brutality. But for them the implications of the Corps decision, understandable though it was, were much worse. We got a phone call from Diane Nash, calling on behalf of the Nashville group. "Hey, you watching this mess? Whad you think? Sure is bad, ain't it?" Diane was a persuasive young woman. It was not just ugly bad, it was ominous. If the Freedom Rides were stopped because of violence, and only because of violence, then the nonviolent movement was over. We might as well disband SNCC. Our movement is over. Give the racists this victory and it sends the clear signal that at the first sign of resistance, all they have to do is mobilize massive violence, the movement will collapse, and the government won't do a thing. We can't let that happen. You right. But what can we do? I just spoke to Mr. Farmer. Told him that if Corps was unable to continue, we would. There's no choice really. What'd he say? What could he say? Asked if I fully understood the danger. That, it could be suicide. I told him that was the risk we had to face. Is Nag with us? Call you back after we talk. Hui. Gut check time now. Diane was always a clear, militant, uncompromising sister. Committed to the philosophy of nonviolence. One of the most admired people in SNCC. And real pretty too. The coolly pragmatic Tim Jenkins once. 186. The Great Leap Forward, the Freedom Rides. Famously said that Diane and most of the Nashville group were addled by righteousness. On this call, though, she was dead on right. That urgent meeting was very different from the first discussion a month earlier. All the strategic and political second-guessing that had seemed so momentous just months before receded into the distance now that the survival of the movement was at risk. Just one more instance of how politics can surprise you. In fact, the first wave of volunteers from NAG included some who had initially been most skeptical of the political wisdom of the tactic. Paul Dietrich, who had been moved by the muted drama of that Last Supper in his restaurant, left immediately. Dion, Travis Britt, John Moody, Bill Mahoney, and I arranged to move up our final exams. We followed as soon as we were free. SNCC's strategy was to keep the bodies coming and to fill all the jails in the South if necessary. May Charles was funny. I guess today you'd call it in denial. She was just so sure it had to be a bad joke. Don't run them kinda joke, boy. Think you can fool your mother so? I know you. School's over. I hear the noise. You calling from the bus station downtown. So you can walk in just now and laugh at me. I know you, Stokely. May Charles, this is for real now. Something I gotta do. I only ask one thing. If the press should contact you, Just tell them you're proud of me, okay? Get out of here. You chatting nonsense. How I to tell them I'm proud of stupidity? You mad? Fighting for people who don't even care about you. May Charles, I'm fighting for all of us. Anyway, say you proud. Don't embarrass me, please. I beg you. Sometimes when students from the South joined the rides, their parents would have to denounce them publicly. They were no longer their children. They didn't agree with that foolishness. Couldn't understand what had got into that girl's head. Course that was fear. And survival. Telling the white folks what they wanted to hear. Which of course was promptly and prominently published in the local papers. Do you suppose those whites really believed that okey doke? Talk about delusional. My dad was different. He knew what I was involved in and was quietly proud. I knew that. But he hadn't realized the extent of my involvement. He was concerned about my academics. I assured him that I'd be careful, and that I would stay in school until I graduated. Then I got on a late flight to New Orleans. May Charles hadn't been crazy. She had heard background noises, but I was calling from the D.C. airport, not the New York bus station. 187. It was about 9 p.m. when I made that call home because Core had arranged for a night flight that would arrive in New Orleans at about 3 a.m. The thought was that at 3 a.m. the airport would be relatively deserted, few cops and no mob. Travis Britt, a NAG senior, I believe, from New York would be traveling with me. At the airport Julius Hobson met us with another volunteer, Gwen Green, from the Baltimore Civic Action Group. I knew Gwen and her sister Connie from demonstrations. NAG would sometimes support their actions in Baltimore, and they would come to D.C. to support ours. Everyone really liked the Green sisters. They were devoted strugglers, militant with sunny, ebullient personalities and radiant smiles. I was both happy to see her but a little apprehensive for that same reason. But our sisters in struggle were always up front, neither seeking or expecting special treatment. If I'm not mistaken, on the freedom rides, women would ultimately outnumber men in the Mississippi jails. This was at least a week since Diane Nash's history-changing call. While I had been moving up my final exams, waves of students had been moving into Mississippi by bus, where they were immediately being arrested. By the time I could get away, the decision had been taken to test the railroads. Which is why we were to fly to New Orleans and join a group going into Mississippi by train. We would be the first group doing the trains, and it was not clear just what that would be like. We all were a little nervous. Julius Hobson gave us our instructions, and they were precise. Almost cloak and dagger, like operatives going behind enemy lines. The flight would get in at 3 o'clock. We should carry our bags on and get off early. The authorities weren't supposed to know we were coming, but what with tapped phones, you could never tell. So we should act as if we were traveling separately. He described exactly the Corps worker, Rudy Lombard, who would meet us. What he looked like. What he would be wearing. We should simply follow him out to the parking lot, but separately and without giving any indication that we knew him. Rudy was accompanied by another worker, Oretha Castle. We were nervous but the airport cops paid us no attention. Once outside in the warm, humid Louisiana night, Rudy and Oretha greeted us like family. I remember the shock of recognition I felt breathing that air so warm and soft, with a familiar Swedish smell. It took me a second or two to identify it from my childhood. It was the smell of the tropics, Trinidad. Also I had an immediate warm feeling for the Corps workers. Which turned into respect as I saw how they operated, cool, efficient, and organized. Rudy and Sister Oretha drove us into the city to the African Commune. 188. The Great Leap Forward, the Freedom Rides. 90 where we were put up in some rundown projects. All the way my neck swiveled side to side trying to take everything in as the sun rose. This was the farthest south I'd been, the real deal. The feel of the air, the fruity, swampy smell, the surrounding lush vegetation. But you know what really represented Deep South to me, my first sight of tall trees festooned with beards of Spanish moss. The mere sight of those moss-bearded trees etched against the rising sun said Louisiana, plantation, slavery, bayou, swamp, lynching, the mythical South. Just seeing those trees sent a tremor through me. Then we came to the city and the projects. I knew housing conditions in Harlem, but the conditions of the projects in New Orleans were absolutely appalling. We were all shocked. But the people living in these abysmal conditions were warm and kind. They took real good care of us and even embarrassed us by treating us like heroes. Rudy and Oretha brought us our tickets and clear instructions. Corps had publicized the change of target, and already a crowd was reported at the railway station. So we could expect at least one mob. What else wasn't clear? It was thought unlikely that the Klan would try to bomb or derail an entire train. But who knew? Once in the station, moving into the trains, we'd be on our own. We'll be on the scene, but nowhere near you. You guys will have to get through the mob by yourselves. Good luck. See, you must understand what had been happening with the buses. Within days of Diane's call, Southern students had begun converging on Birmingham, determined to continue the rides from the scene of carnage where the original group had been brutalized. From Nashville, Diane dispatched the first 7 students by bus. Being who they were, 2 of the students sit right behind the bus driver and decline to move when ordered. Wednesday, May 1, 7, they arrive in Birmingham, where Bull Connor arrests the 2 and places the others in something he calls protective custody. For 2 days in the Birmingham jail the brothers and sisters sing freedom songs and go on a hunger strike. A little past midnight Friday morning, Bull Connor himself arrives and without explanation takes the students out of the cells and into police cruisers. They have no idea where they are really being taken. The police say they are being taken home. The police drive them through the darkness 120 miles to the Tennessee border, where they are deposited at a railroad crossing on the highway. They are told that a bus or train will be along directly, at which point they should return home. A bus or train? More likely, the Klan, the students think, as the cops drive away. They feel completely exposed and defenseless. They know their arrests as freedom riders have been in the 189 media. Who else knows about their whereabouts now? They do not trust the relationship between the Alabama police and the Klan. They agree that they can't stand there on the highway, so they walk across the tracks until they see a small, ramshackle house. One of ours, or God help us, poor whites. They decide to risk it. A cautious voice calls fearfully through the door. It's after 3 o'clock in the morning. Who ye be? Who dar? Hearing black voices responding, an elderly African man peers out cautiously into the darkness. When the old man let them in, he wouldn't turn on a light and spoke only in whispers. When the sun came up, he went to buy breakfast, which took him a while. He explained that since he and his wife didn't buy large quantities of food at one time, he'd divided the order and walked to 3 different stores to avoid suspicion. Later the students managed to call Diane. When the car she sent from Nashville arrived, the driver asked, "So where we going? To Nashville or back to Birmingham?" As they were leaving, the old lady had hugged each in turn. "God bless y'all. Y'all some brave Cheelloons. Yo doing the Lord's work." But we know, don't we, that it was that anonymous, isolated, vulnerable old couple, like so countless many other Southern Africans we would meet in the struggle, who at great risk to themselves recognized and performed the Lord's work that morning. Once back in Birmingham, they sought refuge at the Reverend Shuttlesworth's house *, where they met up with Ruby Doris Smith, a Spelman College freshman, who had made her way from Atlanta, and some Northern volunteers who had come to continue the rides. Bill Mahoney and Paul Dietrich from NAG were with this group. *, once we were out of jail and able to compare notes, The adult figure that commanded a respect bordering on awe from the students was the Reverend Fred Shuttlesworth, the movement's point man in Birmingham. Everyone had their Reverend Fred story. It was Reverend Shuttlesworth who scouted the clan and warned Corps of their preparations there. It was Reverend Shuttlesworth who walked into the station and carried the unconscious James Peck to the hospital. It was Reverend Shuttlesworth who would spend the night with the besieged students at the bus station that Friday night. In Montgomery, 2 days later, it was Reverend Shuttlesworth who met James Farmer and conducted him through the hundreds of angry whites surrounding the Reverend Mr. Abernathy's church where Dr. King and the new group of student riders were trapped. In the movement, many of us worried about Reverend Shuttlesworth's survival. We figured that sooner or later the racists would murder him. Indeed, his home was bombed and there were countless threats and attempts, but Reverend Shuttlesworth soldiered on. Someone suggested sentimentally that perhaps even the Klan respected his courage too much to kill him. 190. The Great Leap Forward, the Freedom Rides. That Friday the Reverend Shuttlesworth accompanied the students back to the Birmingham station. That entire night a mob surrounded the station, periodically lobbing in stink bombs. This time police were present, holding the mob at bay with guard dogs. Not unreasonably, none of the bus drivers would agree to drive the group. I got me but one life, and I'll be damned if I am giving it to no NAACP or Corps, one driver said not unreasonably. Of course in that time and place all the drivers were white. So our comrades spent the night surrounded in the bus station. It was scary, a standoff. But at least if we couldn't leave, a student said, the crackers had to stand there all night too. The next morning a driver was found, and under massive security the group left for Montgomery. Floyd Mann, the conscientious, highly professional director of public safety of Alabama, reported, when the bus left Birmingham, there were 16 highway patrol cruisers in front and another 16 behind with a helicopter flying overhead looking for potential trouble. However, these state forces disengaged once the bus entered the municipal jurisdiction of Montgomery, and the bus drove into an apparently empty bus station. A young brother named Freddie Leonard, whom I later met in jail, was on that bus and told me what it was like getting off that bus. The station was absolutely, eerily empty when they arrived at high noon, he said. And then all of a sudden, just like magic, white people. Sticks and bricks. Niggers. Kill the niggers. Floyd Mann reported that, once the Freedom Riders alighted, mobs of white people appeared from everywhere and law and order had broken down. He later reported that he'd had confidential information that the Montgomery police planned to be absent from the station that morning. Mann almost certainly saved some lives that day. Seeing that the Freedom Riders were being brutalized with baseball bats, he had to threaten to take some lives. He put his pistol to the heads of some of the bat wielders and threatened to shoot. He also fired a shot into the air. He undoubtedly saved some lives, but as usual our side took the casualties. Sitting in our cell, Freddie Leonard and I would become close friends. Freddie told me that what had saved the Africans was a white student named Jim Zwerg from Wisconsin. He was brave, Freddie said, because when the mob saw him, they were so enraged at this white man, they forgot about the Africans for a moment. They just engulfed Zwerg and nearly killed him. John Lewis was knocked cold. So was William Barbie. Barbie and Zwerg were damaged for life. Freddie was convinced that only the sound of the shot that some white feller fired saved them. Bob Zellner, a white Montgomery student who had agreed to deliver 191. A message to one of the group, arrived a few minutes after the bloodletting was over. God damn it, boy, you from Mississippi, you're supposed to know to say Sue to a white man. Jesse told him that he said sir only to his father or to elders whom he respected. The guard slapped him and swore that he'd teach him how to talk to a white man. He sent for Brown Bessie, a thick broad leather strap greatly feared by the prisoners. Jesse was ordered to lie on his belly across a nearby log. After the beating, weakened from pain, Jesse stood up, shaking, on trembling legs. Nigga, I reckon you know to say so now, huh? Jesse looked the white man silently in the eye. Then he stepped up to the log and laid down again. The walking boss decided that this nigger's crazy, and told him to get up. I suspect that even that racist didn't have the heart to continue the torture. As far as I know, Jesse never said sir. Later on the SNCC staff I would meet Jesse Harris. He was a tireless organizer and director of the Macomb project. Jesse was greatly respected by all of us at SNCC. When the movement in Mississippi dissolved around him, Jesse Harris became a minister for the nation Ofloslam in Jackson. He exemplifies the spirit that I came so much to admire in the best of our people in Mississippi. While being enslaved, it would have been tempting to dismiss Tyson as a buffoon or a caricature from a bad movie. But complete nakedness and vulnerability curtails one's sense of humor. To protect us from the other prisoners, so we were told, we were going to be locked down in maximum security in the safety of death row. They lined us up still naked in single file. "Ah, he as you boys likes T-March," Deputy Tyson chortled. "So now y'all can just follow me. I am Martin Luther Kuhn." We followed the Stetson, the broad behind, and a cloud of rank cigar smoke down long, narrow concrete corridors. The cells were no more than 6 by 9 feet, concrete, windowless, with 2 steel racks for bunks, a sink, and a commode enclosed by steel bars. As we came in the row, we noticed 3 large, boxy metal structures on the walls outside the cells but gave them no attention. We were 2 to a cell, which we left only for a weekly shower. I was in the first cell and my cellmate was Freddie Leonard from Nashville. We became not only friends, but allies. We were almost the same age but he looked at most 15. He had an open, honest face, a cheerful and mischievous disposition, and an easy grin. You couldn't not like Freddie. He was compact and muscular and had the heart of a young lion. We were the youngest Freedom Riders and got on well together. In the cell next to ours was James Farmer, who took a paternal interest. He was himself a preacher's son, a former seminarian, a pacifist, and really a gentle, good-hearted man. He told us stories about his early days in struggle and we learned a great deal from him. One of James Farmer's stories I've never forgotten. It amazed me and Freddie and illustrates something I'd been learning about the philosophy of pacifism. When CORE was founded in Chicago, it was an offshoot of the PACI. 203. Fist Organization 4. CORE's first target was a skating rink that discriminated against Africans. That was illegal in Chicago. After the manager turned away a black group from CORE, then admitted their white comrades, they had the goods on him. They filed charges and the manager was arrested. This caused great anguish and hand-wringing within the group. Eventually they took up a collection and bailed the manager out. We were incredulous. Why would they do this? For 2 reasons, Mr. Farmer explained. 1, they felt the manager, a working man trying to keep his job, was only a tool, in fact also a victim of racism. The poor guy didn't make the policy. And more important, many felt strongly that the police represented the coercive power of the state and its implied monopoly of violence. Calling on the state to arrest the manager was a hostile act incompatible with true pacifist principles. So after some soul-searching, they bailed the guy out. Which turned out, as Mr. Farmer explained, to be a good decision, politically speaking. Why? At the next board meeting, Mr. Farmer gave his report on CORE. On hearing of the arrest, some board members were sufficiently upset to entertain the notion of ending their support for the young organization. They were mollified only when it was explained that CORE had indeed bonded the manager out. Young Mr. Farmer got off with a stern lecture on proper pacifist ethics. To Freddie and me that seemed not only excessive, but to miss the point. It was obvious to us, then and now, that Africans in America had the clear right and duty to use all means available to fight their oppression. Later, when I studied the abolitionist movement, I saw the split between Frederick Douglass and William Lloyd Garrison on that very issue. militant force or only moral suasion in the fight against slavery. But back in that cell I did not yet know that this story, which seemed so curious and incredible, was actually a pattern of things not only in the past but in the future of our struggle. Which shows that the trajectory of our struggle in America is really cyclical, full of ironies and contradictions that seem to recycle themselves ad infinitum. That Greek philosopher Heraclitus was wrong in our case. Africans in America seem always to be crossing and recrossing the same river. Given that the political prisoners were in lockdown 24/7 and confined to per cell, it might be expected that time would hang heavy. Not at all. No way, Jose, not with this group. What with the range of ideology, religious belief, political commitment, and background, age, and experience, something interesting was always going on. Because, no matter our differences, this group had one thing in common: moral stubbornness. Whatever we believed, we really believed and were not at all shy about advancing. We were where we were only because of our willingness to. 204. The Great Leap Forward, the Freedom Rides. Affirm our beliefs even at the risk of physical injury. So it was never dull on death row. The first battle of wills with Tyson came early. We didn't win. About the second day, we began singing our freedom songs. In marches, Tyson. Y'all gon' to stop that singin'. We ain't having none of that here. Next visit. I am warning you. You gonna lose your mattresses. The steel ledges had a pattern of perforations, and even through the thin mattresses you felt the sharp edges of every hole when you tried to sleep. When we didn't stop, Tyson came for the mattresses with some guards and trusties. Freddie and I decided we wouldn't surrender ours, non-violently of course. When they snatched mine out from under me, dumping me on the floor, Freddie decided to wrap himself around his. The guard yanked Freddie and the mattress into the corridor but couldn't pry it loose. The guard swore. Boy, you must not know where you is. Gimme that. Alright, go get him, shorty. A muscular prisoner jumped in and stared wailing on Freddie. Of course he got the mattress. It was humiliating. Shorty was black. I knew the brother didn't have a choice, but did he have to appear so willing a tool? Afterward, to my astonishment, Freddie defended him, saying he wasn't so bad. What you talking about? He liked to take yo head off. Hey, he coulda hurt me real bad, man. But he was pulling up. I could feel it, man. Besides, I know it hurt him worse than it hurt me. Every blow he came down on me, Shorty was crying, man. That's why I gave him the mattress. So now we were left with the cold steel bunks and the thin shorts and singlets. But it's midday in Mississippi. The cell block is warm enough, hot even. After lunch, the preachers decide to praise their God with prayer and hymn singing. I think they thought that since the jailers professed to be good Christians, they'd not interfere with their worship. But Tyson wasn't having any of that either. He orders them to stop. Well, the preachers inform him that they are going to praise their God. That, like Daniel in the lion's den, like, I forget their names, Shabak and Shabago, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the fiery furnace, they too would make a joyful noise unto the Lord under any circumstances. So if the state of Mississippi needed the money, which clearly it did, they could auction off the mattresses. They were going to praise their Lord. Is that rot? Tyson said. Ah see, said the blind man. Wall, tell you what. Y'all can give your hearts and souls to Jesus, 'cause your asses gonna belong to me. He slammed the door behind him. Deputy Dog was never noted for originality. The service began with renewed fervor. Freddie and I even joined in the more militant hymns. Then the deluge. A fire hose. They hosed down the entire row. 205. Hallelujah. He washing away our sins, someone hollered. Next time, bring some soap. But we are all soaked. There's water on the floor. The walls are dripping. It's uncomfortable, but not too bad. The service continues. Then there is a loud humming noise. We assume Tyson's trying to drown out the singing. So we sing louder. But as the sun goes down, we discover that the machines are either air conditioners or exhaust fans creating a powerful draft. Since our clothes are wet, the concrete floors are flooded, the bunks are cold steel, and the commodes attract and keep the cold, we can't touch anything. Freddie and I kept walking in circles all night, tight circles, trembling and freezing in the night of a Mississippi summer. I think Tyson kept those machines going for 24 hours. Needless to say, the preachers forgot about praising their God in those conditions. Sneezing, coughing, and some swearing replaced hymn singing that night. Shabak and Shabago, whatever their names were, they are forgotten too. No more singing and praising God at night. Round midnight, cold and miserable, I couldn't help it. I shouted, "Yo, Bevel. Reverend Bevel. We're freezing and it's all your fault. You just had to go tell Tyson about that fiery furnace, huh?" Cold as we all were, people had to laugh. 'Cause there was some truth in that. As many preachers and religious people as there were in that jail, there were real differences even among the faithful. Of the young Nashville seminarians around the Reverend James Lawson James Bevel, Bernard Lafayette, John Lewis Bevel was by far the most interesting and unpredictable. Short, muscular, shiningly bald-headed with a heavy, dark beard, Bevel had the burning eyes and visionary intensity of a Russian mystic. He was always, I mean always, arguing passionately some highly original, far-out position or the other, and I, for one, was never quite sure, was that constant gleam in his eyes fanaticism or mischief? Was Bevel entirely serious, crazy, or just putting you on? But he could be depended on to take it on out to the edge, whatever it might be at any given time. Prior to the hymn singing, there had been a discussion of the possibility of seeking bail for the group. This Bevel had ridiculed as totally lacking in faith. Dismiss all thought of bail. Righteously fill the jails. Absolutely no bail. When it was time, God would show the way out. All that was necessary was faith. And to praise God like Paul and Silas. Had they forgotten the spiritual, now a freedom song? 206. The Great Leap Forward, the Freedom Rides. Paul and Silas was bound in jail. Had no money for to go to their bail. Paul and Silas began to shout. Jail door opened. And they walked out. Had Bevel been serious? Who could ever tell with Bevel? All I know is that no jail doors opened that night and instead the Lord had sent a flood. Don't be misled. I liked Bevel. He was a soldier, always unpredictable and often funny, but a soldier only in the Lord's army. Another time when they were working with Dr. King, Bevel and Bernard Lafayette found themselves in a small-town Alabama jail. Bevel begins his Paul and Silas rap again. What Bernard hadn't noticed, but Bevel had, was that the jailer had failed to secure the cell door. So Bevel suggests they pray themselves out. My brother, I feels the power today. The grace and presence o' Almighty God. Oh, yes, I do. I feel it. Let us pray, Reverend. After some devout out loud prayer I want you to come to us, Lord, like you came to Paul and Silas on the line. Ale door opened, old Bevel rises. Open your heart and open your eyes, my brother. Behold, the power of faith, and he smites the door open before the astonished eyes of his friend Bernard. That was classic Bevel. Freddie and I figured that being the youngest, and in the first cell, we should be the first line of resistance. So we determined never to cooperate, to resist as much as possible while maintaining nonviolence, but pushing that posture to its limits. That's when Tyson introduced us to something I've never seen mentioned in anything I've read about torture in America's prisons. Something they call wrist breakers. These were vice-like metal contraptions that were applied to the wrist. One metal clamp went under your wrist, another fit over the top. A bar above the top clasp had a threaded hole into which a T-shaped rod also threaded was screwed. By screwing it down on the upper clasp, the pressure on your wrist could be increased unbearably. It was essentially a small vice. The pain was excruciating. If you tried to ignore the pain, they'd twist it laterally so that you would feel your bones in the joints of your arm about to break. Involuntarily, your whole body would have to follow your arm. You'd leave your feet and flip over like a fish. If they continued to twist, you'd find yourself rolling over on the floor following the pressure on your arm. 207. The first time I saw it I said, "Hey, I'm never gonna do that. Even if they break my arm." When they put it on me, I said to myself, "I'm not gonna flip," and planted my feet. The pain became intense. Next thing I knew I found myself on the ground revolving. "Yo," I said. "How did that happen? When did I flip?" But being 19 and arrogant, Freddy and I learned nothing the first time. Next time, Freddy woofed, "I ain't flipping. They going have to break my arm." Course I was not to be outdone. Me? Well, I going show them they can't even break mine. Next time Tyson pulled Freddy outside the cell first, while I remained locked inside. They tightened the wrist breaker, and sure enough poor Freddy flipped. Had enough. Freddy held up his wrists and turned them over. "Hey, you ain't even broken them yet." Tyson got mad, but he knew that breaking Freddy's arm would be too much. He swore and threw him back into the cell. Then my turn. After I'd flipped a couple times, had enough. After Freddy, what could I do? I stared at him. He flipped me again. Enough yet. I lay there and began to sing a movement song, "I'm going tell God how you treat me, one of these days." The entire row joined in. I think we won that one, barely, on points. The next one was a loss, though self-imposed. This was the ill-conceived hunger strike. One of the white comrades, a Gandhian whose name escapes me, had started a hunger strike. His personal witness. I don't even recall a specific issue. It may have been a generalized non-cooperation with evil taken to its limit. Or there could have been a specific demand. I don't remember. But this fellow had been on a hunger strike for some days. The suggestion arose that in solidarity we should all join in. Then came the debate, a long discussion, the mother of all arguments. Our cell was united and solidly rejectionist, no hunger strike. Freddy and I were adamant on that. Here we are being whooped on almost every night by these jailers, and you want to talk about a hunger strike on top of it? No way. We need our strength to face these pigs. Generally the other nag folk and the politicals were opposed, the ministers, pacifists, and Gandhians for. They argued for unity. Unless we all participated, it wouldn't be effective. They had to be able to say we all were on strike. Not some, it had to be all. It was a Gandhian technique, etc., etc. We argued. We discussed. We disagreed. We ultimately wore down. Finally, Freddy and I were the only holdouts, and being the youngest, we'd clearly have to give in sooner or later. Which we did, but we never. 208. The Great Leap Forward, the Freedom Rides. Agreed with the tactic. I know that a number of others didn't either. But the process is important. Notice what had happened. What had begun as purely an individual witness, a personal statement, had become, through righteous rhetoric and group pressure, a group tactic, binding even on those with serious objections. We would encounter this dynamic time and again in the struggle. Sometimes the result would be positive, but it could often be just the opposite. Freddy and I didn't want to be the only cell eating while our colleagues starved, but we had our conditions. Freddy said, "Alright, y'all, I'm in. Told you not to have no hunger strike, but I'ma go along. I promise you I won't be the first to break it. But I'm sure enough going to be the second one. I'm with Freddy, says I. I don't agree with this either. Except I'm not gonna be the second or the third. I'm going to be the last. Next morning we told the trustees to take the food back. The whole block was on strike. They were puzzled, never having encountered that before. Tyson came and told them to leave the food. When they came back for the plates, Freddy and I checked carefully. All were untouched. Supper time, a miraculous transformation. The food, which had always been disgusting, suddenly looked appetizing and smelled great. Fried chicken, peas, greens, and cornbread still steaming and with what looked and smelled like butter. They placed the trays in the slot in the door where we could see and smell the food. The penalty for knocking over the trays was solitary confinement in the hole, so we couldn't even do that. We had to endure the smells. And it got worse. Roast beef, mashed potatoes, pecan pie. I hope the other prisoners got to enjoy it when the trays went back untouched. Then in a couple of days the stomach pains began and didn't stop. I now have the greatest respect for Bobby Sands, the Irish patriot who went for 66 days on hunger strike. The arguments now became louder and more contentious, the conflicts sharper. Freddy figured it was the pain. And all this great food sitting under their noses. When they start shouting and screaming on each other, Freddy theorized, it distracts them. They forget the pain and don't smell the food. I'm sure he was right, but for the next few days death row did not sound like an oasis of verbal nonviolence. Freddy and I maintained that the whole thing was stupid and useless. The pacifists talked about Gandhi's fasts. We didn't want to hear that. We weren't Gandhi. We were soldiers in a fight. It was absurd and counterproductive to weaken ourselves. That was doing the racists' job for them. Why help them? Our job was to survive, not starve ourselves to death. Many of my attitudes towards struggle were shaped by those discussions. From our cell we could see the trays come in and go back out. 4a. 209. Few days all that good food remained untouched, to Freddy's increasing frustration. Then, on about the fourth day, Freddy leapt up, pointing and shouting. Look, look, that one's empty. Someone done ate. I don't know who, Freddy sang out to the others, but someone just ate. I don't care who it was, but Freddy Leonard's gonna be the second. Whoever it was apologized. He had been sick, a medical condition, etc. Freddy said he didn't care anything about that. He, as promised, was going off the strike. Hey, he said between bites, the strike's broken, man. Forget them, go ahead and eat, brother. No, man, I'm the last one. But I was mad. Why? I've got my reasons. You'll see. By the fifth day, the strike was just about over. Next day, the only two not eating were me and James Farmer, the voice from the cell next door. He claimed the strike was doing wonders for his waistline. By then I'd gotten to appreciate Mr. Farmer, as I called him. And I learned a lot from him about organizing. Course we couldn't see each other except once a week when he'd pass in front of my cell on his way to and from the showers. But Freddy and I got to see everyone passing and what condition he was in. Anyway, Mr. Farmer and I kept up the strike for one more day. He wanted to be the last striker. Because, I think, he was the corps leader and had supported the tactic. But I said no, I would be last. On the seventh day he broke his fast. Freddy said, all right. You can go now. I declined. I wanted to say something to them before I ate. I waited until after supper that evening. I had my little speech all prepared. Friends, most of you don't know me. My name is Stokely Carmichael. I'm in with Freddy Leonard. You may have heard of us. We're the youngest in here. Myself, I'm a very young man, but I intend to be fighting the rest of my life, so I'll probably be in jail again. So probably will some of you. So this may not be the last time we are together in prison. That's why I want you to remember my name. Because if we are ever in jail again and any of you even mention the words hunger and strike, I'm gonna denounce you properly. I'll be the first to denounce you. You can tell everybody that if they are ever in jail with Stokely Carmichael, never ever mention anything about any hunger strike. All that night I thought about breakfast. Now that I was free to eat, the night seemed interminable. Of course, with the strike over, the next day the food had reverted. It was again awful and, for good measure, so oversalted as to be barely edible. Thus ended the hunger strike. June 29th, my 20th birthday, found me in that cell. It would be the first of many I was to spend in southern jails. It got so that people in 210. The Great Leap Forward, the Freedom Rides. SNCC would say, "Hey, it's Carmichael's birthday. Keep your distance from him today unless you want to be arrested too." Shortly after that, Mr. Farmer was bonded out. In James Farmer's account, from the start Corps' legal strategy had been to bond people out by their 40th day in jail. If they served longer than that, under Mississippi law the appeals process was no longer available. EMT then, without consulting SNCC, Corps decided that the Freedom Rides had made their point, no more riders were to be sent in and the ones in jail were to be bonded out. Freddie and I and the 6 people with us were opposed. We thought we should just go ahead and fill the jails. But to no avail. We were all bonded out. According to the deal that Corps had made, once out of Parchman all Freedom Riders were immediately to leave the state. But some strong members of the local African community were having none of that. They would not have us slink silently out of the state like criminals. No. 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 The bread of fellowship must be broke. Appropriate words be said, proper ceremony observed, and the occasion marked and duly acknowledged. Was this strictly necessary? Of course not. But it was right. In that atmosphere of racial tension and threat, this took courage. It would have been prudent and safer for the local people to keep their distance from us outside agitators. But these brave people weren't about to turn their backs on us. So when we were released, delivered by bus to Jackson, and told to get out of the state, a committee of these bold local people were present to receive us. They took us to Tougaloo College, where a lavish reception had been prepared. The gym was all decorated and there was a sign, "Welcome Freedom Riders." Now, we all were hungry and had all lost weight. I was like a walking stick, I mean gaunt. Even I knew that I had to be looking bad, but I had no idea the spectacle I presented until later when I saw, and failed at first to recognize, a picture of myself coming out of that jail. In the college gymnasium we were greeted, praised, thanked, and above all, fed. But not before a particularly eloquent minister gave thanks. He thanked God for sending us for coming, and God again for bringing us safely out of the house of bondage, suffering, and evil. There was singing, music, dancing, and food. Welcome tables heaped with food, delicious, clean, southern cooking, skillfully prepared and lovingly presented. A youth committee of brothers and sisters our age were in charge of hospitality. Among them was one sister who just sparkled. She seemed very much in charge, responsible and just the slightest bit imperious. But, oh, she was beautiful to me, gracious and radiant. I forgot hunger and the apparition I must have appeared and sought her out. 211. Her name was Mary Felice Lovelace and her parents taught at Tougaloo. She was an art student at Howard. At Howard P. I was incredulous. She was on campus. Lived in the dorms. And I'd never seen her. She was intelligent, black, militant, and beautiful. How could I not have noticed her? That just didn't seem possible. I told her about NAG. She said, oh, definitely, she was in. We danced a lot and agreed to meet on campus in the fall. Mary Felice Lovelace would be my first and during my college years my only love. She was smart, talented, and tough-minded, but loving. I was always proud to be with Mary and thought we were destined to spend our lives together, but the movement would intervene. We got out of Dodge that evening. In New York, we were met at the airport, driven to the Corps office to meet the press. I immediately called May Charles and told her I was free and in New York. Naturally she started to cry. Then to laugh. Then she couldn't wait. She was just excited, bubbling over. Immediately she went to sit in the window looking for me to appear on the street. Corps was planning to send us home in cars, but I got tired waiting and took a train. She saw me while I was well up the block, but wasn't sure it was me. Then she really started to weep. "Oh, my God. Look at what they have done to my son," she asked, but I'd never tell her any details. "Oh, nothing to it, Mom. It was okay." But seeing how I looked, she never believed me. She immediately began to fatten me up with every strong dish from the Caribbean she could think of. When she informed all her friends and relations that Stokely looked like death, "Where is thy sting? Grave thy victory?" Well-meant Caribbean nourishment flowed into our house from all quarters of the extended family. I lay at home for most of July, resting. Occasionally the Corps office would call to ask me to take a speaking engagement for them. People, it seems, wanted to hear from a freedom rider, and I guess James Farmer remembered the kid in the next cell. Whatever the reason, they 212. The Great Leap Forward, the Freedom Rides, kept asking me, and I began to gain experience in public speaking for the movement. These were usually fundraisers, though, and as was the case with Willie Sutton and Banks, Corps had to go where the money was. Thus I found myself in some truly opulent surroundings talking about Parchman Farm, poverty and oppression to sympathetic rich white folk, quite as though there were no connection. Some of these apartments reminded me of that penthouse party during freshman year at Science. It was disjunctive, almost schizoid, and as it turned out, a token of things to come. Later, with us in SNCC, the same contradictions would surface. We'd be sending young field workers, some of them coming out of hardscrabble sharecropper poverty, into trappings of enormous wealth and power, there to tell moving tales. We called them war stories of our people's suffering and resistance. It was classic Americana, shades of runaway darkies and northern audiences. During this period I met another brother who was a great influence on the movement and who would be a great example of constant commitment, Harry Belafonte. The effective and consistent contributions of Harry Belafonte to our people's liberation struggle in our time is not fully or widely enough understood or appreciated. When I met him, this star, pioneering popularizer of Caribbean music, was already an influential presence in our struggle. Activist, counselor to leaders, strategist, diplomat, fundraiser, mentor to youth, Belafonte was an all-round key player in our struggle in this country, the Caribbean, and across the length and breadth of the continent. He has done this quietly, effectively, and admirably, without any need to seek the limelight. He has not merely responded when asked but has taken creative initiatives where necessary. To my knowledge he has been a principled and positive force. His example of devotion and commitment among artists has enhanced the struggle in our time. Like Paul Robeson before him, whom he greatly admired, and Miriam, my first wife, his art was always in service to our culture and our struggle. In struggle, Brother Belafonte is one who came early and stayed late. Yes, he is. And of course, in personal wealth and his career, he paid a price. In our music-loving Caribbean household, he was a culture hero. My family, especially my father, were most impressed when I told them whom I'd just met. One day Harry was meeting with a group of freedom riders from the New York area. He invited us to be his guests at a concert in Forest Hills that night. Queens. Oh, man, to a city kid that's the far side of the moon. I was planning to hang with my boys in the village that evening. So, 213. I was getting ready to beg off when he mentioned that Miriam Makeba would be appearing with him. Say what? Oh, bro Harry, what time? How do I get there? We're gonna get to meet her, right? That evening I took such a long time and such inordinate pains getting dressed that my sister Janeth distinguished it from any other interdisciplinary graduate workshop, as the organizers described it. And indeed it was resolutely and rigorously academic. It boasted an extensive list of required readings, mandatory class attendance, and required a term paper in a special area of choice from all participants. I don't recall that formal academic credit was offered, but if it wasn't, it certainly should have been, because, to put it simply, it seemed like summer school by another name. So why was I so all-fired determined not to miss it and so jump up impatient to get there? Because for 4 weeks that August, Nashville would become the hub of a newly confident, evolving student movement, and that Fisk University seminar room would be at the center of it all. I felt honored and excited merely to have been invited. I recognized a good many of the names of the scholars who would be coming to speak to us, including some high-powered progressive intellectuals of the time, Dr. August Meyer, Kenneth Clark, C. Eric Lincoln, L. D. Reddick, Herbert Hill, and, I was proud to see, a couple of our Howard stalwarts, E. Franklin Frazier and Rayford Logan. These luminaries came for expenses and a princely honorarium of $25. Also there would be some of the activists we most respected, Ms. Ella Baker, the Reverend James Lawson, and a promised round table with Dr. Martin Luther King. Which alone was reason enough to be excited. A few other names: Harris Wofford, Red Surratt, Clarence Mitchell, Henry Van Alstyne I did not recognize. These turned out to be Washington insiders, some from inside the Kennedy administration itself. As I would learn, their presence was not accidental. One unit on this scrupulously complete program excited much laughter and joking from everybody. Hey, Chuck. Whose idea was this? Sex. 216. Nashville, a new direction. And race? In the South, we need to learn about this. You trying to say they related? Surely you jest. I can't recall who the scholarly expert for that unit was, but there it was on the program, sure enough. Our planners, bless they hearts, was nothing if not earnest and thorough. What was most exciting was the prospect of being among other strugglers again, and getting to know those young activists whose names I'd been hearing but whom I hadn't really met, even though some of us had been in the same jails. In Nashville, we'd get a chance to see and really connect with each other. Actually, I couldn't really think of these folks as my peers. Of course, anyone with Freedom Ride jail experience was considered a veteran. So at 19 years old I was a movement veteran. But I was still among the youngest in age and experience, if only by a year or two. If I were a veteran, then the people I was meeting were generals. People I really looked up to. Diane Nash certainly. Ruby Doris Smith came out of Atlanta with Oretha Castle, whom I'd met as an experienced struggler in New Orleans. Also another impressive sister from Nashville named Lucretia Collins, all committed fighters. In Nashville I would first meet most of the emerging leadership who would play crucial roles in the organization, the Southern struggle, and therefore in my early political life for years to come. That's when I first met Tim Jenkins, the student government president I'd heard so much about at Howard. John Lewis was in the seminar, as were Chuck McDew, Charlie Jones, and Charles Sherrod. Lester MCK. A devoted brother who would later work closely with me in D.C. in the Black United Front, was there, as was my Parchman cellmate, Freddie Leonard. From D.C. there were John Moody and Dion Diamond from NAG, and our close ally Reggie Robinson, leader of the Baltimore student movement. I quickly realized that the real architect of the seminar was Tim Jenkins. He had seen a need, thought up the project, and used the insider influence of his NSA vice presidency to secure funding for it. Tim Jenkins explained when we met, even before the Freedom Rides I didn't think we could allow the energy and excitement of the sit-ins simply to dissipate. After the rides, it was even clearer that the student movement, if it were to survive at all, would need a new, sustainable program and focus. And I certainly wanted to nudge it down off that lofty, ethereal plane of the beloved community, and the excessive religious zeal of the pain and suffering school of struggle. He got no argument from me on that, Jack. Today, Tim adds, I felt that what the movement really needed at that 217 point was not idealism or inspiration but information. Hard, pragmatic information about how the political system actually worked, or failed to work. Where the pressure points were. What levers were available that students could push. Where allies might be found. Who the real enemies were. What exactly was the nature of the beast we were up against. That was the purpose in Nashville. As I was soon to find out, a more specific agenda than information sharing was present in Nashville. McDo, Tim, and Chuck Jones were convinced that the young movement needed to identify national interests with goals that were compatible with our own interests whose resources could be tapped into and brought to bear. That was the big question for me, did such interests actually exist in the nation? And, if so, how could mere students even approach them? And why would they take us seriously? By the time we came together in Nashville, Tim and the others were beginning to believe they had located just such an interest. A powerful interest indeed, and here's the thing. They, apparently, had come to us. And this powerful interest? The Kennedy administration, no less. Say what? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. What did they, could they, want with us? Incredible. But apparently true, and as it turned out, quite a story. Even while some of us were still sitting penned up in Parchman, Bobby Kennedy's emissaries had begun sending out feelers to the student movement. Get outta here. What was he up to? Was he now talking to extremists on both sides? Maybe it was ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do. Time, huh? I wasn't about to cut him any slack at all, Jack. On Parchman death row, we had talked about him like a dog. Hey, wasn't it because of their failure to enforce their own laws that we were sitting in that hellhole in the first place? And for what, buying a ticket and riding a bus? Come on. Gimme an ever-loving break, bro. That hadn't been everyone's reaction, but it was most people's and it sure was mine. But, I couldn't wait to find out what in the world the Attorney General of the United States could possibly want with us. Actually his interests turned out to be clear enough. Naive, on at least one crucial issue, but clear. It seems the administration was determined to minimize any further possibility of again being blindsided by unexpected racial crises. According to official Washington, the Freedom Rides had been an unmitigated disaster. We had succeeded only in damaging American foreign policy interests, tarnishing America's image in Africa and Asia, embarrass. 218. Nashville, a new direction. Ing the administration internationally and giving a propaganda victory to the Soviets. A total disaster, unmitigated. Yeah, well, that was their perspective. I wasn't buying any of it. Not for a New York minute. Which is not to say that all this hadn't happened. It had, but all politics is perspective. From where we stood, that interpretation, which, incidentally, was also what the media was running, was outrageous, a total inversion of reality. Yeah, they had reason to be embarrassed internationally. Excellent reasons, but these had nothing to do with us. It was their inability or reluctance, demonstrated to the entire world, to discipline their renegade southern provinces by enforcing federal law and stated government policy within their own borders. That was the embarrassment. And that was on them, not us. They were merely embarrassed, but we had suffered because of their timidity. And was the country's international image tarnished? No doubt there either, and well it should have been. For it wasn't tarnished by anything we did, but by the unregulated, irrational, racist violence that the administration was seen to tolerate against black people and their allies. And the Soviet propaganda victory. That too. Hey, all the leader of the free world had to do to deprive the Soviets of that victory was to be seen around the world to be living up to the nation's own lofty rhetoric about democratic freedoms and human rights for all its citizens. You know, there is a name for this kind of moral inversion and we all know what it is. So how did the administration propose that such international political embarrassments be avoided in the future? Well, that's where certain serious domestic political concerns of the brothers Kennedy, which would come to affect us, seriously came into play. These concerns involved the next presidential election and Jack's razor-thin margin of victory in 1960. Razor-thin. Try less than half of 1% of the popular vote. But here again was a serious matter of perspective, because the administration's take on this was the exact opposite of ours. A difference in perspective that had a lot to do with the upsurge of movement militants during JFK's short tenure in office ***. In the election of 1960, JFK had received a late, sudden, and unexpectedly large majority of the black vote. More, if memory serves, than any other Democratic presidential candidate except FDR, and far more than had been predicted by pollsters. See, JFK, the candidate, had absolutely no civil rights record going into the election and consequently no visible support in African communities. Nonetheless, this late black surge. Naturally, we saw that as the margin of his very thin victory, which it was. Had those black folk not voted or gone the other way, Nixon would have been president. So, we felt, the president owed the black community something, at the very least respect, a fair hearing, and our civil rights. They, however, saw the returns very differently, as a sign that, for 1964, they 219. JFK's narrow margin was why the administration strategists were now so convinced that on no account could they afford to alienate the Bubba vote any more than they might already have. Further public confrontations with the leadership of the Dixiecrat wing of the party had to be avoided at all costs. And since they had almost certainly already lost significant Southern white support because of the Freedom Rides, then perhaps, maybe, the registration of at least a portion of the South's 4 million disenfranchised blacks might help offset that loss. On both counts they felt they needed us. Naked political self-interest? Of course. But, hey, that's the name of the game. And so far as the politics of American presidents usually went on the question of our rights, it was an unusually enlightened self-interest. Hence the overtures to the movement, it would be, they argued, in everyone's, the nation's, the government's, the Negro's best interest if the extremists in SNCC and CORE could be persuaded to abandon confrontational direct action tactics to concentrate their efforts, quietly, on voter registration. Everybody wins. For them, the proverbial 2 birds with 1 stone. This tactical change, they felt, would buy them a cooling-off period with no surprises or unsightly washing of the nation's dirty racial linen in public, while hopefully a new base of Kennedy voters would be created in Dixie. Needed to placate their party's Southern wing and its white Bible Belt Baptist constituency, which had looked with suspicion on Kennedy's Catholic faith. Same facts, different priorities. This would be a constant in my experience with American politicians. The story behind the late black crossover is kind of funny, instructive, and ironic. The week before the election, Dr. King was being held in a Georgia county jail with a bad reputation for violence. JFK was persuaded against the advice of his brother, Bobby, who was said to be livid when he heard to make a phone call to Mrs. King simply to express concern. Daddy King was so moved by this small gesture that he made his famous declaration, "I've got a bag o' votes to deliver to the man who cared enough to wipe the tears from my daughter-in-law's eyes." Or words to that effect. Clerical networking took place, and the Sunday before the election, endorsements of JFK rang out from Baptist pulpits across the black nation. Much is ironic in this story. Not the least of which is something Dr. King told me when I got to know him, Doctrinal sectarianism might not be too strong a term. Before the phone call, his father and his friends and allies in the Baptist Alliance, all them old Baptist preachers, he said, had absolutely no more intention to either endorse or vote for Kennedy than the man in the moon. I wondered why. "Are you kidding, Stokely?" Dr. King asked. "You forget, the candidate was a Catholic." 220. Nashville, a new direction. And for us, voter registration would accomplish two things also: the jump-starting of a drive for full citizenship for the Southern Negro, which had been betrayed in 1877. And, if we militants would only cooperate, we would be pleasantly surprised to find how supportive the administration could be. Of course, being in jail, I wasn't at any of those meetings with the administration. But, so I'm told, a raft of promises were dangled: financial support, legal protection, and even none too subtle hints of draft deferments for registration workers. And on one occasion, this was presented by the Attorney General himself, in person, live and in color. Branch writes. They immediately stepped up efforts to create a well-financed, tax-exempt organization to register Negro voters in the South. The clandestine pursuit resembled the campaign to secure tax benefits for those who had helped ransom Bay of Pigs prisoners. Kennedy himself intervened with IRS Commissioner Mortimer Kaplan to secure that exemption for the Voter Education Project. The Kennedys' idea was to bring all the civil rights groups under uniform rules and a central budget. The wild cards were, of course, SNCC and CORE, the two activist organizations responsible for the Freedom Rides and with whom the administration had the least contact. On June 16, Branch relates, Attorney General Kennedy received a delegation from the Freedom Ride Coordinating Council. They hoped to receive federal help for the Freedom Rides. But what they instead received was a counterpoint from the Attorney General. The Freedom Rides were no longer productive, he said. Could accomplish more by registering Negro voters. If they would agree, he'd do everything to make sure they were fully supported and protected. He mentioned the confidential work to secure tax exemption and large foundation grants. This was too blunt for Charles Sherrod, who was on his feet, sputtering indignantly at what he regarded as a bribe. You are a public officer, sir. It is not your responsibility, before God or under the law, to tell us how to honor our constitutional rights. It's your job to protect us when we do. Wyatt Walker, fearing he might attack Kennedy in the frenzy of his sermon, pulled him back to his seat by the pocket of his pants. 221. Kennedy and his aides pressed their points then and later. They went so far as to extend confidential promises that the administration would arrange draft exemptions for students so long as they confined themselves to quiet political work. Harris Wofford put the choice to them most graphically: they could have jails filled with Freedom Riders or jails filled with white Southern officials who tried to obstruct federally protected voting rights. Taylor. Branch, parting the WNTERS after leaving those meetings, people had sought advice from elders. They had to. Was the administration serious? Could they be trusted? What should the students be doing? One person they had consulted was Harry Belafonte. He advised them not to reject the idea out of hand. You first need to get yourselves organized to think it through. Figure out the politics, then make your decision, he told them. He then made a generous personal contribution to begin that process. Folks were just overwhelmed, and I believe that marked the beginning of Bro Belafonte's long relationship as advisor, benefactor, and big brother to the young freedom-fighting organization. To say that these administration signals took us students by surprise would be the grandmammy of all understatements. Folks were, depending on their inclinations, in turn suspicious, flattered, surprised, confused, or all of the above simultaneously. Remember now, at that point, SNCC wasn't even a real organization. A vigorous, exciting movement, sure, but an organization? Not hardly, no way. So all the time we were in Nashville discussing should we What was really in the back of everyone's mind was, can we? As a practical matter, with no staff, no full-time field organizers, not even a real office, in short, no real organization, were we in any position even to be dealing on that level? A different group of folk might have been intimidated. We probably should have been, had we known better. But with these guys, nothing intimidated us. SNCC would become famous for not having sense enough to be intimidated. But a lot of intense late-night discussions and soul-searching took place, and it was all very exciting. Things were moving fast. You could just feel in the air that something big, new, was fixing to happen. It was not only exciting but even a little scary, and I was just overjoyed to be part of it. Night after night of long, intense, interminable discussions as young people sorted out their ideas, values, beliefs, fears, commitments, and priorities. Were we really ready for this? Occasionally leaving campus to sit in at a department store was one thing. Full-time organizing in the Deep South was entirely something else. What about our educations? Folks wrestled with that. Some prayed. We all sang, Guide Ma. 222. Nashville, A New Direction. Feats, Lord/while I run this race. Lord, I don't want to run this race in vain. Or, wade in the water. Wade in the water, chillin'. Wade in the water. ISNCC's gonna trouble the water, and the haunting, long meter will never turn back. I learned how interesting and brave my new comrades really were. After what we'd seen with the Freedom Rides, nobody had the slightest illusion about what might be awaiting. Was all this really our responsibility? And if not ours, then whose? If not now, when? Each of us had to search his or her own character and conscience. One idea really took hold. I can't recall who first said it, or if anyone did. It probably just evolved. But it became a kind of mantra. As students, we have a unique responsibility. At this stage of life, we are at our most free. The freest we will ever be. We have neither family, career, mortgage, or any other adult responsibilities to tie us down. If we can't afford to do this now, when will we be? If not now, when? If you're serious, you gotta do it now or get off the pot. For me, those sessions were important. I think that was when we began to bond into a band of brothers. I know that I certainly started to feel the strong respect and love for these brothers and sisters which has lingered all my life. Tactically and politically, I had no problem with the voter registration proposal. I was with Jenkins and McDew. We couldn't just continue sitting in indefinitely. We had to take it to another level, and I was all for the new political direction. Thanks to Rayford Logan, I was very clear on the history. After the betrayal of Reconstruction, it was the systematic disenfranchisement of our people that had started the whole mess. That had paved the way for almost a century of Jim Crow exploitation, discrimination, humiliation, and lynching. And the nation's betrayal of its own professed principles. So the vote, if not the answer, was certainly the start. We could finish what Reconstruction had started. With Africans voting, the South would be a different place, unrecognizable. So it didn't seem much of a choice to me. Besides, when was the last time the political interests of any American president coincided with the political empowerment of black people? Hey, while our interests weren't identical, they were at least compatible, so I hoped. One thing though. And this is where the administration seemed really naive, nobody in Nashville had the slightest illusion about any cooling-off period. If the crackers had gone stone mad, but kicking crazy merely over a few seats on a bus, why in the world would anyone expect them to sit still for black folk voting? This was gonna be dangerous. But if the feds, the powerful federal government, were gonna be seriously involved this time, maybe none of us would have to die. 223. To me it was an offer we couldn't afford to refuse. Not if we were serious, anyway. And I knew that I was going to be part of it, no matter what. Obviously this would mean a different level of commitment. For a start, people would have to drop out of school, if only temporarily. And I'd only just finished giving my father my word that I'd finish school at all costs. That was my, and a lot of other folks', largest question, our educations. But I was in. That was definite. While this discussion was raging, all kinds of folk kept coming through Nashville. I particularly remember two brothers who were to be important in this new organization. One was an articulate, irrepressible, boyish-looking guy from Atlanta who always seemed to have an infectious grin on his face and a twinkle in his eye. Julian Bond passed through but didn't stay long. Seems, if memory serves, Julian had other things on his mind just then since the young lady with him was his bride-to-be and they were in the process of eloping. Julian now insists that there had been a wedding but not quite an elopement. A subtle distinction, but I guess he should know. The other brother who dropped in was a young journalist/schoolteacher from Chicago named Jim Foreman. He didn't stay long either because he was working with a struggle heating up in a town called Monroe, North Carolina. First time I saw this stocky, curly-haired, almost baby-faced older brother, he was stopping folks to jawbone them passionately about support for this brave community and their remarkable leader, Robert Williams. Last time I remember seeing Jim some 40 years later, the brother was still buttonholing folk and talking up some new strategy of struggle. Indefatigable Jim Foreman. In a few months, Jim would sign on as the first full-time employee and executive secretary for SNCC, which at the time was more of a dream than an organization. James Foreman, more than any other single person, would manage the nuts and bolts transformation of SNCC at its most crucial time. Administratively, Jim turned a loose association of contentious, widely scattered, diffuse student groups into an effective organizational force at the cutting edge of the black struggle for human rights in the South. That was no easy job and it would consume him completely. Hey, we never were a hierarchical, leader-centered group like SCLC nor a centralized bureaucracy like the National NAACP. But for a while we were the most spiritually unified, focused, creative force in the movement. And it was Jim had everything to do with creating the administrative base and scraping together the support to make that possible. In later years I would hear people who were not there say many things about Jim, and indeed, he and I would come to our own parting of the 224. Nashville, a new direction. Political ways. The necessary organizational role Jim undertook would almost inevitably place him at the center of political controversy, confusion, misunderstandings, and even slander. That comes with the territory. If you can't stand the heat, get from in front of the stove. But, as much as humanly possible, against overwhelming odds and some incredible pressures that I myself would later come to understand fully, Jim Foreman was an anchoring, stabilizing presence at a time when the organization needed such a presence. You should read his book. The task Jim undertook at that crucial moment was not only difficult and demanding, it was well nigh impossible. Without James Foreman's devotion, strength, responsibility, resourcefulness, and innate decency, the character of our infant organization, if indeed it survived, and consequently the history of the movement, would have been very, very different. Tell the truth and shame the devil. Our people owe Jim Foreman a lot. But back then in Nashville, all Jim was talking about was this Carolina town called Monroe and a local NAACP leader called Robert Williams. In a short time, this brother would become a great inspiration and a lesson to us in SNCC, as well as a symbolic and ideological leader to a number of radical groups across the spectrum of the black struggle. That story was crucial in how we came to understand the struggle we were involved in. After they were released from Parchman that summer, Paul Dietrich and Bill Mahoney were among a group of about 10, mostly white freedom riders recruited by Foreman, to come to Monroe. The group's presence was to show white support and bring their experience in nonviolent protest into the mix. When Paul and Bill got back to D.C., they had an interesting tale to tell. For one thing, Both were absolutely convinced that Robert Williams's insistence on armed self-defense was the only thing that had saved their lives. And Paul was a devout pacifist. These freedom riders, along with a small group of local youth, had run up a small picket line in the center of Monroe. The picket was in support of a range of community issues. It was a Saturday and the downtown was crowded. A large crowd formed. Gradually the crowd turned into a mob. Verbal abuse turned into occasional blows as agitators whipped up the crowd. What police were present did nothing to control or disperse the mob. In fact, the cops were verbally hostile to the picketers. Just knew we were dead. Man, we were completely surrounded by angry white folk. People started jumping out of the crowd to take a swing at us. Next to me, Paul was knocked dizzy by a vicious blow to his ear. While I was supporting Paul, someone slugged me over. 225. My eye. People on the line were bleeding. The threats got louder. It was clear that it was only a matter of time before they would swarm over us. I had been watching this old toothless man in overalls getting hysterical. His face was all red and convulsed. He kept screaming, "Kill the niggas. Goddamn, kill 'em. Go on, kill the niggas." Then I saw the old man's face suddenly change. He started pointing over my head. "God damn it," he cried. "Them niggas got guns. Them goddamn niggas got guns." The old cracker started jumping up and down, pointing and weeping and shaking with rage. "Goddamn," he wailed. "Them niggas got guns." Suddenly there was movement in the back of the crowd. Car horns blared and the crowd surged and parted. A small squadron of taxis led by a car filled with black men came into the square. The men in the lead car jumped out carrying rifles. Facing the crowd, they called the picketers into the cabs. "Yes, they did," Mahoney said, "and I'm convinced that's the only thing that saved our lives." At first glance, Robert Williams, an obscure local NAACP leader from small-town North Carolina, might seem an unlikely candidate for a symbolic, revolutionary leader to a host of radical groups in the late 60s. Equally unlikely was his elevation to the pantheon of heroes of the resolutely nonviolent student movement that we were in 1961. Unlikely, that is, if you believed the national media, in whose account Williams was an unstable personality, a dangerous radical, an advocate of armed racial violence, and a hunted criminal whom the NAACP had been forced to expel for political irresponsibility. But in this, Williams was different only in degree from a lot of people I've since worked with in our struggle and greatly respect. I've noticed that the corporate media aren't really dependable in their depiction of our black leaders who refuse to compromise our people's rights, or of the truth of our condition, or of those who dare to step outside the narrow boundaries of acceptable struggle that the system tries to impose. With few exceptions, most of the figures I truly honor have been, and usually at the highest point of resistance in their lives, demonized by the press and hounded by the government. However, once safely in their graves, they might rate an honorific postage stamp or even a national holiday, as with Dr. King. Or, being older and physically impaired, like the great Muhammad Ali, their images might be recycled into those of secular saints or national treasures. Conveniently forgetting of course that when, at unbelievable personal sacrifice, Ali made his principled stand against a stupid, vicious war, he was the most vilified and hated black man in white armor. 226. Nashville, A New Direction. ICA. So Robert Williams is in excellent company. Even so, I wouldn't bet on his getting a postage stamp anytime soon. But consider this. Roll of honor or list of public enemies. In the previous generation, my father's great hero, the Honorable Marcus Garvey, and Paul Robeson, as well as Drive W.E.B. Du Bois, all at some point were demonized, jailed, or hounded into exile. And of people I've known, worked with, respected, and learned from Julius Hobson, Cecil Moore, Malcolm X, Gloria Richardson, Assata Shakur, Robert Williams, Muhammad Ali, Jamil al-Amin, and even Dr. King himself, all at some point, whenever they were seen to cross that media-imposed line of responsible black protest, were subject to vicious character assassination by the press. We had first encountered Williams's name in my freshman year, early in the Kennedy administration, in a way that could not help but get our attention. It was during the UN debate on the Bay of Pigs debacle * engaged in a desperate exercise in diplomatic damage control. U.S. Ambassador Adlai Stevenson piously announced he deplored the betrayal of the Cuban Revolution, and he reserved his government's right and affirmed its will to send assistance military when necessary to any people struggling anywhere for human rights and democratic freedoms. So there. At the end of which, the Cuban representative, Ambassador Raul Roa, rose to read a letter he'd just received. Apparently, he'd been asked by the representative of another people struggling against oppression to convey an appeal for just such American military assistance. To wit, Mr. Ambassador, please convey the following appeal to Mr. Adlai Stevenson. Now that the United States has proclaimed military support for people willing to rebel against oppression, oppressed Negroes in the South urgently request tanks, artillery, bombs, money, and the use of American airfields and white mercenaries to crush the racist tyrants who have betrayed the American Revolution and the Civil War. We request the world's prayers for this noble undertaking. Robert Williams, President, NAACP Union County, Monroe, North Carolina. I'm told the delegates and the spectators in the gallery erupted. I know we at Howard howled. Reportedly Ambassador Stevenson and the U.S. The spectacularly unsuccessful U.S. sponsored invasion of revolutionary Cuba, a sovereign nation. 227. Delegation were conspicuously not amused. We had no way of knowing Roy Wilkins's reaction, but it was a sure bet that the very conservative head of the NAACP didn't find it funny. But after that we in NAG became curious about this brother. Later, what Bill and Paul had to report about their experience in the Monroe struggle turned us into strong Robert Williams supporters. For us he became a kind of counterexample to unvarying nonviolence. Turns out Williams' been fighting racism across the board for a real long time, dating to the time of the Montgomery bus boycott, but with a somewhat different approach. He had tried all avenues: voting, negotiation, lawsuits, demonstrations, and finally insisted on the most fundamental of all human rights, the right to self-defense. That UN letter impressed us with Williams's audacity. His willingness to cross boundaries, to step out of his place to confront and embarrass the government with its contradictions and hypocrisy before international forums. Bayard Rustin, speaking I'm sure from experience, used to say, "One thing they do not forgive, under no circumstances shall any Negro dare criticize America from a foreign country." Paul Robeson had found that out at great cost. As would Jimmy Baldwin and Malcolm later. The more we found out about Robert Williams's struggle, the more there was to admire. You know what stood out about him? His outrageous and extreme self-respect. He wanted nothing more and refused anything less than full human respect for his people, the full, equal rights of all free human beings. That was it. Which, of course, in that time and place made him crazy. The Monroe story is important for this generation to know and understand clearly because it was a great lesson to us. Not long after Williams had begun to organize the Monroe community to assert their rights circa 1958, the state struck back. They announced a vindictive, federally funded urban renewal program clearly designed to dismember the black community. As Williams tells it, they came through the community where we lived. The stable section, where 90% of blacks owned their homes, some valued at over $35,000. Course this was where the leadership was, the militants, the voters, the guns, the resistance. Those sections where the housing was poor, where black homes didn't even have indoor toilets, they completely bypassed. No urban renewal there. Naturally we protested, but they were having none of that. And there were federal funds involved too. We decided to file suit. Then the president visited India. There he made a huge pronouncement. he and the United States wanted all the people of Asia to have decent housing and adequate food. We saw the opportunity. We sent a telegram to Prime Minister Nehru. We described the threat to black people's houses in Monroe and asked Prime Minister Nehru to convey the 228 Nashville, a new direction message to President Eisenhower. We signed it from the NAACP. Apparently the Indian leader delivered the message effectively with spectacular results. We expected Eisenhower to denounce the telegram as a fraud, or that he would jump all over us when he got back. But instead, a strange thing happened. When he came back, he asked this African American, Dr. Snowden, who worked in housing, to contact us and assure us that he was every bit as interested in our houses as he was in houses for the people of Asia. That we could rest assured that there would be no urban renewal in Monroe until the law was fully complied with. That stopped the program dead in its tracks. It just bogged down, finished. Of course the local officials never forgave me for that. We were always embarrassing them. Asterisk. That's what I mean by his audacity and his instinct for the contradictions within the establishment. But Williams's work and reputation had really begun a few years earlier. A Marine veteran of the Korean War, Williams came out of the service with a mission. He returned home to Monroe and immediately began to resurrect the local NAACP chapter, persuading his fellow veterans and ordinary country folk to join. By all accounts, it was not a typical chapter. It consisted of a rougher element, domestic workers, tenant farmers, sharecroppers, and of course Williams's brother veterans. Its militancy was a constant thorn in the side of the state NAACP leadership. The next year, Dr. Albert Perry, a prosperous, young black physician, was elected president of Monroe's new Interracial Council on Human Relations. Composed of representatives of both races and all faiths, this new organization was created by various local churches to promote public awareness and understanding of problems affecting good feelings between the races in Union County. The two presidents, the tough ex-Marine and the idealistic young physician black men both would find themselves at considerable risk and, working together, pushed to the limits. Dr. Perry's ordeal began in the summer of '57 after a black teenager drowned while swimming in a farm pond. The African community was upset at the absence of safe facilities for its youth. Dr. Perry and Robert Williams represented the community's concern to the City Council and the Recreation Commission. The white officials were sympathetic. Indeed, a swimming pool for blacks was envisioned, but for some time in the future when funds became available, they chuckled. Fine. But, until then, could not black kids have some access to the town pool? Perhaps, on the basis of, say, 1, maybe 2 days each week? Asterisk Black Scholar Interview, May 1970. 229. Sorry. That wouldn't be feasible. Why not even 1 day a week? Afraid that wouldn't be possible. You know, the expense. Expense. Well, you can see, can't you now, that this would mean draining and cleaning the pool each time? Surely you understand that? The two blacks left. Next day Williams escorted a group of kids to the pool only to be refused entry. On the basis of which the NAACP filed suit. According to the local media, this was a hostile act that could conceivably result in the closing of the pool, thus depriving white children of a safe place to swim. That's when the Klan became really active. It began to have regular meetings, at which Dr. Perry was, for some reason, the main focus of their venom. The day after the first big Klan meeting, a phone caller informed Mrs. Perry that her husband had been sentenced to death. After which, death threats became a nightly occurrence in the Perry household. The Perrys reported each threat to the police, who simply dismissed the reports, often with overt hostility. The Perrys decided they would not be run off. The men of the community volunteered to protect their doctor and his wife. Each night, a shift of some 50 fellas would stand armed watch around the Perry's home. The next night another 50 would take over. Armed men escorted Dr. Perry to his office and home again. I was very well protected. I was never by myself for one moment. The threats continued as the Klan upped the ante. They took to ending their meetings with a show of force, a caravan of cars, shining their lights, blaring their horns, firing guns, and shouting insults while parading through the black community. Often the parade was led by a police cruiser, and always it drove by the Perry home a few times. Dr. Perry recalls that the car interior lights were kept on so that the robed and hooded Klansmen were clearly visible. In some of the cars, women and children could be seen. The siege of the Perrys lasted from August to October 1957. After a Klan meeting broke up the night of October 8, a particularly large and noisy motorcade, preceded by a police cruiser, entered the black community for the last time. As the lead car passed the Perry home, the night erupted with sudden and sustained rapid fire from over 50 guns, most of which seemed to have been those short, loud, efficient M3 carbines of Korean War vintage. And the shooting was not coming from the Klansmen. In an unpublished eyewitness account by novelist Julian Mayfield, the fire was blistering, disciplined, and frightening. The motorcade of about 80 cars disintegrated into chaos with panicky robed men fleeing in all directions. Some abandoned their cars to flee on. 230. Nashville, a new direction. Foot. One carload turned into a dead-end street where they were cut off by Robert Williams and a detachment of armed men. The terrified driver begged Mr. Williams to please let them go. They just didn't know what they were doing and promised never to come back into the black community again. Yes, sir, they fully understood how close they had come to being killed. In the end, no deaths were reported, only because Williams's troops had been instructed not to kill anyone unless absolutely unavoidable. This time, we fire high or low. Whether the terrified Klansman who had begged for his life would have honored his promise never to return cannot really be known. The Klan suddenly became scrupulously law-abiding after the city council belatedly passed an ordinance prohibiting late-night motorcades. Henceforth, travel within city limits after nightfall, in groups of more than 3 cars, would require a permit. The invasions of our communities ceased. Having failed to take Dr. Perry's life or run him off, the racists next went after his reputation and livelihood, accusing him of performing an illegal abortion on a white woman. They succeeded in framing, convicting, and jailing the young doctor and taking away his license for a time. What was particularly disgraceful was that the entire community, black and white, and particularly his medical colleagues, knew that, as a devout Catholic, Dr. Perry had always refused to perform any abortions or sterilizations, even when they were legal. Yet we are to believe that this very religious man had suddenly decided to perform his first abortion, not a legal one but a criminal one, upon a white woman reportedly of dubious reputation? That he undertook to violate a lifetime of religious principle, civil law, and Southern racial taboo in the climate of hatred, death threats, and harassment that was surrounding him? Give me a break, please. After his conviction by what would almost certainly have been a lily-white jury, Dr. Perry fought for his reputation, career, and freedom for 2 years, all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. Apart from whatever contributions the loyal and generous local folk were able to offer, Dr. Perry was left to bear the considerable expense of his legal defense by himself. He discovered that the impeccably circumspect NAACP did not, as a matter of policy, take sex cases. A curious policy. It explains, among other things, why the Communist Party had been left to carry the fight to save the 9 Scottsboro boys from legal lynching in Alabama. Or why, in too many cases, brothers were left without defense before the accusations of white women desperately try.